Before his demise, Chen Lifei discovered that the vast majority of the wealth he had toiled for throughout his life had been squandered by his wife on her cherished first love from her school days. His parents and daughter all met untimely ends, indirectly at the hands of the woman he had loved fervently for an entire lifetime. They passionately kissed in front of Chen Lifei, whose body lay cold and lifeless. Reborn into a new existence, Chen Lifei gazed at the woman who now stood imperiously before him, issuing commands with an air of superiority. Good dogs do not obstruct the path. Be gone. Yet, Chen Lifei had not anticipated that, despite his initial intention to solely focus on earning wealth and acquiring luxurious estates and sports cars in this life, he would find himself turning around to discover several campus beauties following closely behind him. Chapter 1. Managing Aftermath. The pungent aroma of disinfectant permeated the hospital, and he lay immobilized, his body riddled with tubes and intense pain, his consciousness clouded and hazy. Such was the entirety of Chen Lifei's sensory experience at this moment. He slowly opened his eyes to behold the woman seated on the opposite side of the bed. It was his wife, Lin Siyun. She had not visited the hospital for several days, and he simply watched her. Lifei, I have something to discuss with you. Chen Lifei summoned his strength. Speak. Lin Siyun, perched at the bedside, gazed intently at him. You have been afflicted with this illness for a year now. After half a year of treatment, our family is truly out of funds. In an instant, Chen Lifei comprehended Lin Siyun's implication. However, the closer he drew to death, the more his survival instincts surged. Chen Lifei retorted, Did we not sell my parents' house to purchase a school district property for Nannan? Lin Siyun's expression faltered slightly. Though Nannan has passed, a school district property remains a school district property. With the market as it is, do you propose we sell the house and invest every last penny into the hospital? If it were of any use, it might be worth it, but the doctors have stated it serves little purpose, merely sustaining life signs. Do you truly wish to deplete our entire life savings? Have you considered what I will do afterward? Chen Lifei's mind bust. Do we not still have over 500,000 in savings? The financial outlay for the past 6 months of treatment had predominantly stemmed from crowdfunding by the company and a portion of his parents' estate, while all marital assets resided with Lin Siyun. Lin Siyun rose to her feet. Do you really believe 500,000 is a substantial amount? Lifei, the times have changed. 500,000 can scarcely purchase a decent vehicle. Can you not leave me a little something? Chen Lifei, I implore you not to be so selfish. Had you not pressured me, I would not have married you so hastily. I have fulfilled your wish by marrying you. If you truly love me, you should consider my well-being and allow me a better life. Should you not? I have already informed the doctor to forego the next round of treatment. Lifei, I am left with no choice. You are beyond saving, yet I still have many years ahead of me. I cannot spend the rest of my life solely catering to your needs. Lifei, I am sorry. I will ensure your affairs are taken care of. With that, Lin Siyun cast not another glance at Chen Lifei and turned to leave the hospital room. Chen Lifei opened his mouth, yearning to call out to her, but sharp pain in his throat rendered him voiceless. His life, at the age of 39, had been sentenced to death. The executioner was none other than his wife, with whom he had shared a childhood of over 30 years and a marriage of 15. At 4:54 p.m. on December 31st, 2035, Chen Lifei breathed his last in Ward 32 of the First People's Hospital of Haishur. He did not witness the sunrise of the following year, nor did he reach his 40th birthday. In his final moments, no family member was by his side. His mother had passed away 5 years prior, his father 3 years ago, and even his only daughter, Nannan, met her tragic fate in a car accident 2 years earlier. His sole remaining relative, his wife Lin Siyun, did not come to see him. Chen Lifei's soul brimmed with reluctance. He lamented leaving this world, the promising life he had once led, and the woman, Lin Siyun, who had ultimately forsaken him. His spirit lingered, unyielding, near his lifeless body, awaiting Lin Siyun to come and escort him away. Lin Siyun eventually arrived, 4 hours after his passing. But accompanying her was someone Chen Lifei had never wished to see again, Meng Xiaowei. Chen Lifei's eyes brimmed with tears as he beheld the two. Lin Siyun was clad in a light apricot-colored dress, its waist featuring a folded design that accentuated her nearly flawless figure. Her makeup was immaculate, and her long hair cascaded down her shoulders, the perfect curve adding a touch of allure. The fragrance of her perfume wafted subtly into Chen Lifei's nostrils, causing him to frown. Meng Xiaowei, dressed impeccably in a suit, held Lin Siyun's hand. Siyun, death is irreversible. Do not grieve, he consoled her. Lin Siyun smirked slightly, cast a final glance at Chen Lifei's corpse, then averted her gaze with a sigh. My feelings are quite complex at this moment. On one hand, I am relieved he has passed without discovering that the school district property I purchased is registered in your son's name. On the other hand, I feel a tinge of regret. After all, Chen Lifei was not a bad person. At least he treated me well. Meng Xiaowei embraced Lin Siyun. I will treat you even better from now on. Lin Siyun shyly lowered her gaze against Meng Xiaoyi's chest. If you do not treat me well, who will? The property belonging to Chen Lifei's parents was a hard-won victory for me to persuade his father to sell. As soon as the money was in hand, I took your son and bought him a school district property. Furthermore, all of our savings of over 500,000 post-marriage have been given to you and your son. I have given you everything. You must treat me well for the rest of your life and take care of me. Understood? Chen Lifei's soul trembled uncontrollably. The house belonging to his parents was something he had staunchly opposed selling. At the time, his mother had already passed, leaving only his father at home. Seeing that Chen Lifei was adamant against selling, Lin Siyun had stealthily approached his father, weeping about their financial struggles. To prevent any delay in Chen Lifei's marital happiness, his father suggested moving to a nursing home and sold the house, promptly transferring the money to Lin Siyun. Tragically, his father inadvertently slipped into the water and drowned while alone in the nursing home. By the time Chen Lifei arrived at the facility, his father's corpse had become so swollen that it was unrecognizable. Lin Siyun urged him to leave quickly, claiming the sight was utterly revolting. To Chen Lifei's utter dismay, he discovered that Lin Siyun had used the money to purchase a property in a desirable school district for Meng Xiaoyi's son. At that time, she had explicitly stated that it was intended for their daughter, Nan Nan. Subsequently, when Nan Nan tragically perished in a car accident, Chen Lifei was heartbroken and did not inquire about the school district property. Soon after, he was diagnosed with terminal liver cancer. It was only now that Chen Lifei learned the entire truth. He had countless times wished to grasp Lin Siyun by the collar and confront her, yet he could not physically reach her. He could only helplessly witness her embracing Meng Xiaoyi passionately before his very lifeless body. An overwhelming sense of shame and fury engulfed Chen Lifei as his empty soul let out a silent scream in the unknown. Gradually, he began to lose consciousness, feeling his spirit dissipate and gather anew in another realm. A torrent of memories from his past surged into his mind, mingled with boundless regret and resentment. Lin Siyun, Meng Xiaoyi. If only he could relive his life once more. If only he could choose anew. If only. A sudden and intense sensation of weightlessness enveloped him, as if his heart had been violently seized by an unseen force, jolting him awake. He sat up abruptly, gasping for breath. With a creak, the bedroom door swung open. His mother, and Shui, entered with a gentle smile. Has the sun risen in the west? The king of lazy weekend mornings is awake so early? Just in time, your father bought your favorite marinated eggs and pan-fried dumplings. Eat well before taking a nap. Chen Lifei rubbed his eyes in disbelief. No matter how many times he did so, and Shui's figure remained steadfast. You child, how many times must I tell you not to rub your eyes? If you feel unwell, wash your face and apply a warm compress. Chen Lifei stood motionless, taking 2 steps forward to embrace her tightly. Mom, his voice quivered slightly. I truly miss you so much. Chapter 2. Becoming alluring after rebirth, and Shui was taken aback by Chen Lifei's unexpected confession. Knowing her son as she did, she was aware that Chen Lifei was not one to utter such words, and Shui's expression shifted to one of concern. Lifei, has something happened at school? Please tell your mother. Chen Lifei wiped away his tears. It's nothing, Mom, I'm fine. He simply couldn't believe it, and Shui left the bedroom, her skepticism lingering. Chen Lifei took a deep breath. He felt no pain or discomfort, and the sharp scent of disinfectant had vanished from his nostrils, replaced by the fresh fragrance of laundry detergent and the blossoms Shui tended to on the balcony. He surveyed his surroundings. The room, though somewhat outdated, was spacious and bright. Posters of Kobe Bryant and Liu Yifei adorned the walls, while the table held albums by Jay Cho and Stephanie Sun, and an MP4 player with tangled earphone wires sat nearby. The bookshelf was filled with textbooks and exercise books from various grades. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He opened the drawer and indeed found a Nokia phone inside. Checking the date, he was astonished to see it was March 1st, 2014. 2014. He had returned to his senior year of high school. Chen Lifei's hands trembled slightly. He had been reborn. Perhaps the intensity of his resentment before death had been so profound that even the king of hell dared not claim him, granting him a second chance to start anew. In his senior year, all stories were yet to unfold. His mother was healthy, his father open-minded and cheerful, and his grades were exceptional. Lin Siyun was merely a classmate with whom he had grown up in the same neighborhood, possessing no power over his fate. Everything could be rewritten. Suppressing the overwhelming excitement within him, Chen Lifei opened the bedroom door and immediately spotted his father, Chen Dongjun, seated on the sofa, reading the newspaper while listening to the news. Chen Dongjun glanced at Chen Lifei. I heard you had a fit earlier? Chen Lifei choked back his emotions and gazed deeply at his father. Dad, you've worked hard. Chen Dongjun paused his reading, then went to the kitchen, pulling Shui over. Take Lifei to the hospital this afternoon. They say many students face immense pressure in their senior year. which can lead to mental instability. I don't think our boy is quite normal either. Early intervention is key. And Shui playfully pushed Chen Dongjun out of the kitchen and patted Chen Lifei on the shoulder. Fei, hurry up and eat your breakfast. Chen Lifei nodded obediently, sitting down to enjoy a warm meal. He recalled how, after his parents had left him in his past life, he had never tasted a hot meal again. Lin Siyun had never cooked for him once. Chen Lifei sniffed, realizing how different he felt now. How is it that I become so sensitive after being reborn? He thought to himself. In the past, he had faced challenges without shedding tears, driven by ambition to reclaim his life. Yet now, upon seeing his long-lost parents, his heart had softened beyond belief. He longed to cherish every day spent with them. The pain of realizing that children often long to care for their parents but find them gone was excruciating. After breakfast, Chen Lifei lay on his bed, pondering the incredible turn of events. He had returned to his senior year, with merely 3 months until the college entrance examination. His grades had always been outstanding. He was the top student throughout high school. However, after the exams, he had inexplicably scored over 30 points lower than usual on the mock tests, resulting in his admission to an ordinary university. Many teachers had urged him to repeat the year, but he had stubbornly refused, having intentionally omitted the last 2 physics questions to ensure he and Lin Siyun would attend the same university. How foolish I was, he muttered softly as his phone buzzed 3 times with notifications. It was the sound of QQ messages. Back then, WeChat had yet to gain popularity. Most people still used QQ. Chen Lifei opened the Nokia, a touchscreen model that had been released the previous year during the nascent rise of smartphones. With Apple gaining a foothold in the domestic market, though it was somewhat sluggish, Chen Lifei didn't mind the minor inconveniences. He patiently waited for the application to load, and when it finally opened, he noticed an unread message at the top of his conversation list. The sender was, "My forever love, Lin Siyun." A wave of nausea washed over him, and he quickly changed the contact name to Bad Luck before reopening the message. "Bad luck? I have something on this afternoon, so I want to be going." Chen Lifei frowned. Just then, Shui opened the door and saw him still lying in bed. "Didn't you say yesterday that you were meeting Siyun at the library this afternoon to buy study materials? Why are you still in bed?" And Shui knew how much her son adored Lin Siyun. Every holiday, he concocted various excuses to invite her out. Whenever she agreed, he would spend hours preparing, choosing outfits, and grooming himself. Why was he so calm today? Chen Lifei tossed his phone aside, pouting. "I'm not going." "Why not?" she asked. "She said she has something to do." And Shui chuckled, assuming Chen Lifei was feeling down because he had been stood up. "Fei, remember, Siyun is a girl. She is different from boys. Besides, you have your exams coming up, so focus on your studies. After the exams, you can pursue her freely, and I'll give you some tips." Chen Lifei gazed at Shui's gentle smile. She had always favored Lin Siyun, having grown up together, and found her not only beautiful, but also well-behaved in front of elders. Yet, she was unaware that the very daughter-in-law she cherished would later become an indirect cause of her demise. After graduating from college, Lin Siyun had finally agreed to marry him, but only on the condition of a bride price of 666,000 yuan and a fully paid new apartment in Haishu City. As a freshly graduated student, Chen Lifei had no such wealth and had no choice but to approach his parents for help. However, Chen Dongjun and Shui were merely ordinary wage earners, having worked diligently their entire lives, with savings amounting to only about 1 million yuan, just enough for a house. But where would the bride price come from? Just when Chen Lifei was at a loss, Shui unexpectedly transferred 700,000 yuan to him to ease his worries about marriage. Enveloped in the excitement of finally being able to marry Lin Siyun, he never considered how Shui had acquired that money. It was only later that he learned of Shui's dire condition. She had been suffering from uremia. The funds had come from a collection at her workplace, insurance advances, and loans from various relatives for her medical treatment. Shui had given the money to Chen Lifei, sacrificing her own chance at life, ultimately succumbing to the agonizing complications of her illness. Chen Lifei closed his eyes, engulfed in anguish. No, it wasn't just Lin Siyun who was to blame. He, too, was an indirect murderer of his mother. In this lifetime, he vowed to atone for his parents with every bit of his existence. Chapter 3. As Long as She Fits. After a delightful weekend at home, Chen Lifei rose early on Monday, donning a school uniform before heading out for breakfast. Shui's homemade soybean milk and brown sugar glutinous rice cake were exceptionally delectable, and Chen Lifei had not savored them for many years. He devoured them ravenously, stuffing his mouth without restraint. Shui exchanged a glance with Chen Dongjun. "Fei, do take your time. Did you not eat enough last night? Why the rush at mealtime?" Chen Lifei, while chewing, replied, "It's delicious, I love it. I want to have it every day." Shui chuckled softly. "Even if you love it, you can't have it every day." Are you finished? Here. As she spoke, and Shui handed Chen Lifei an edible plastic bag containing several pieces of brown sugar glutinous rice cake and a cup of sealed soybean milk. Chen Lifei hastily swallowed the morsels in his mouth and tore open the plastic bag. Mom, why not just pour it onto a plate? Why all this hassle? And Shui quickly covered her mouth. What has gotten into you, child? Aren't you supposed to take some for Siyan? Hurry, she must be waiting at the community entrance. We can't keep a girl waiting. At that moment, Chen Lifei felt the food in his mouth suddenly lose its appeal, as if he had bitten into something distasteful. However, he did not wish to let his parents discern any change in his demeanor, as everyone in their residential community knew how he had always followed Lin Siyan around since childhood. If he suddenly feigned indifference towards her, they would think he had lost his senses. Silently, he took the breakfast Shui had given him, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and stepped out the door. Upon reaching the community entrance, he found no sign of Lin Siyan. It was expected, for she was a princess. He usually waited eagerly at the entrance while she strolled leisurely towards him, and he would present her breakfast like a love-struck puppy. However, today, Chen Lifei did not pause for a moment, but walked straight to the bus stop, tapped his card, boarded, found a seat, and resumed eating his breakfast from the plastic bag. He would even offer Lin Siyan a morsel. After mentally cursing himself for that thought, he sensed a slight unease but chose to ignore it, relishing his breakfast until he arrived at school. Once off the bus, he inhaled deeply the fresh air. Unlike the bustling metropolis it would become decades later, the present-day Haishur was not as developed, yet the air quality was splendid. The school entrance was filled with vibrant faces clad in uniforms, each burdened with heavy backpacks, yet their steps were lively. It reminded Chen Lifei of a time years ahead when everyone would commute by faster subways, private cars, or drive themselves. Yet, the vitality on their faces would be replaced by a weary resignation. That boundless hope for the future and the courage to believe in their ability to change the world would indeed fade with time. As Chen Lifei stood at the school gate lost in thought, a sudden sharp pain shot through him, nearly causing him to collapse. He turned to find Zhou Jiangjun laughing heartily. How's that for a back slap? Your dad has been practicing all weekend. Chen Lifei, unable to restrain himself, stepped forward and playfully wrestled Zhou Jiangjun to the ground. You rascal. Chen Lifei had many words he wished to express, yet in that moment, he felt no desire to speak. It was simply wonderful to reunite with an old friend. Zhou Jiangjun was his classmate from middle and high school, his closest companion. Nicknamed Stinky General. Alongside another friend, Han Yu, they had once formed the three swordsmen of the 5th middle school. Tragically, one had succumbed to lung cancer, another to a scam, and he to liver cancer. At that moment, Zhou Jiangjun lay pinned beneath Chen Lifei, unable to rise. What were you up to this weekend? Your strength is impressive. Have you been bottling it up? Shut it. Basically Schwarzenegger. The two engaged in playful banter for a while before meandering into the school. Midway, Zhou Jiangjun suddenly recalled something. Hey, why did you come alone today? Chen Lifei shrugged nonchalantly. Why? Should I have come with a group? What about Lin Siyan? What do you mean by Lin Siyan? When did she become part of my family? Dude, weren't you the one who insisted I acknowledge her as yours? What else with your attitude today? Zhou Jiangjun cursed, then suddenly chuckled mischievously. Hee, did you go out with her over the weekend, and she turned you down? Is that why you're sulking? Chen Lifei scoffed. I had no time to go out with her this weekend. I spent 2 days binge-watching The Legend of Wu Meinyang. I swear, Bing Bing's figure is just stunning. Mentioning Bing Bing gets me all fired up. I could practically stuff the TV in my mouth. Enough of that. With that mouth of yours. It wouldn't fit. As long as she fits, that's all that matters. They've both erupted in laughter, and the previous topic faded from Zhou Jiangjun's mind, replaced by thoughts of Bing Bing's exquisite beauty. When they finally reached the classroom for morning reading, Zhou Jiangjun stealthily consumed a boiled egg. Upon glancing up, he noticed the class beauty, Lin Siyan, entering the classroom with a sullen expression. Instinctively, he looked towards Chen Lifei, who had propped a book against his forehead and was fast asleep, completely oblivious to Lin Siyan's presence. Zhou Jiangjun crumpled a piece of scrap paper and threw it at Chen Lifei's face, waking him with a start. Zhou Jiangjun quickly gestured with his eyes. Look who's here. Following Zhou Jiangjun's gaze, Chen Lifei saw Lin Siyan, her face clouded with displeasure. At that moment, her hair had not yet grown long, just reaching her collarbone. In an era when most female students sported heavy bangs, Lin Siyan wore a simple, thin middle parting that casually fell across her forehead. Without any dye, her pure black hair framing her petite face and accentuating its smallness. Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes were slightly upturned, and her most striking feature was her nose, straight and delicate, perfectly complementing her oval face, exuding an air of cool elegance and nobility. Regardless of how many years he had spent in close proximity to Lin Siyun or how many lifetimes he had lived, Chen Lifei could not deny her beauty. She embodied the quintessential style of a classical Chinese beauty, a long neck, a well-proportioned figure, and standing at 168 meters. Her petite face made her the center of attention wherever she went. Even in her current irritable demeanor, her looks remained unblemished. It was this very face that had captivated Chen Lifei for over 20 years, leading him astray and causing heartache for his parents, himself, and even his daughter. Now, upon seeing that familiar visage again, the affection in his eyes had morphed into an abyss of rage. No, it was not even anger. All he felt was disgust. A wave of nausea washed over him. He found her presence repugnant, wishing he could avert his gaze entirely. As Lin Siyun settled into her seat, her desk mate and friend, Huang Ting, warned her, Chen Lifei is looking at you again. Lin Siyun's anger flared even more. Ugh, don't mention that person to me. I'll never acknowledge him again. Did he upset you again? Lin Siyun remained silent. How could she muster the courage to admit that she had waited years for Chen Lifei to escort her to school, only to find herself waiting at the community entrance for over 10 minutes that day? It was only when the shopkeeper at the entrance informed her that Chen Lifei had already left that she hurriedly took a bus to school. Upon entering the classroom, she indeed found Chen Lifei asleep inside. How could she not be infuriated? Huang Ting poked her shoulder again. Chen Lifei is still looking at you. Lin Siyun was seething with anger as she turned to warn Chen Lifei that she would no longer acknowledge him, instructing him to stop staring. She suddenly found herself momentarily entranced by the look in his eyes. Chen Lifei's gaze was markedly different from before. It appeared calm, yet it held an unsettling stillness, devoid of any ripples of emotion. In fact, as he looked at her, his brow was slightly furrowed, as if he found her distasteful. Lin Siyun immediately dismissed this notion in her mind. How could that be? Even if every man in the world were to disdain her, Chen Lifei could never harbor such feelings. Chapter 4. Why should you bark here? Lin Siyun pressed her lips together, ignoring the peculiarity in Chen Lifei's eyes. She turned back to her seat, suppressing her hunger, her anger boiling within her. Chen Lifei had been bringing her breakfast for nearly a decade, since the 2nd grade. Through 3 years of middle school and 3 years of high school. Every morning, her breakfast was delivered by him, either prepared by his mother or purchased with his pocket money from a bakery. Not a single day had he faltered. Sometimes, when she was upset with him and refused to eat his breakfast, he would plead with her for quite some time before she begrudgingly accepted. Lin Siyun retrieved a book from her backpack and placed it on the table, then took out her water cup, initially positioning it near the aisle on her right. After a moment's thought, she relocated it to her left, closer to Huang Ting. She knew that soon Chen Lifei would come over to place her breakfast on her desk, and it would be more convenient to have space on this side of the aisle. She was aware that Chen Lifei must have been delayed by some matter today, but she did not care for his excuses. Once he delivered her breakfast, she intended to toss all the food into the trash, even if she was genuinely hungry. She wanted him to understand that her anger today was resolute. As the morning reading commenced, the sound of reciting voices enveloped her, drowning out the faint growl of her stomach. At last, when the early reading session concluded, Lin Siyun feigned a need to visit the restroom. Huang Ting offered to accompany her, but she declined. She wanted Huang Ting to stay behind to observe when Chen Lifei brought her breakfast. Knowing that Huang Ting would surely say a few words to Chen Lifei, Lin Siyun planned to appear later and dispose of the food in front of everyone. She wanted Chen Lifei to realize that regardless of the circumstances, not waiting for her and failing to deliver her breakfast promptly was unequivocally a mistake. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Siyun stood up and stepped outside. Zhou Zhongjun was seated just across the aisle from her, observing her departure. He turned to see, was Chen Lifei still asleep? He approached and gently tapped Chen Lifei on the shoulder. Hey, your Lin Siyun just left, looking rather upset. Are you not going to check on her? Chen Lifei, abruptly awakened from a dream about Bing Bing, was irked by the interruption. What nonsense? Zhou Zhongjun looked at him incredulously. Before he could respond, Chen Lifei seemed to recall something, retrieving a bag from his backpack and gesturing towards Lin Siyun's seat with his chin. Put this on her desk. Instantly, Zhou Zhongjun's expression shifted from bewilderment to disdain. He frowned at Chen Lifei, clearly unimpressed. I thought you had some backbone, that you could hold your ground for at least a few hours. All you do is put on a show in front of me. Coward. After delivering that remark, Zhou Zhongjun shot Chen Lifei a glare and turned to place the plastic bag on Lin Siyun's table. Huang Ting, who had been secretly engrossed in a novel about a domineering CEO falling in love, was startled by the commotion. Spotting Zhou Zhongjun and the item he had placed on Lin Siyun's desk, she quickly pieced together the situation. So, this person was once again delivering something for Chen Lifei to Lin Siyun. Huang Ting rolled her eyes at Zhou Zhongjun. Some people spend all their time trying to curry favor, yet they can't even manage to do it right. They only come to apologize after making someone angry. What good is that? We girls are not so easily appeased by mere gifts after you've done something wrong. What we seek is a genuine attitude. Why not apologize personally instead of sending someone else? Is that how your friend shows his sincerity? Zhou Jiangjun was irked. Compared to Lin Xian, he found Huang Ting far more annoying. At least Lin Xian had an appealing face, and he could understand his brother being enamored with a childhood sweetheart. But Huang Ting, standing under 5 feet tall and weighing over 120 pounds, resembled a square. With her oily complexion and penchant for mindless romantic plots, she looked down on everyone else as if anyone could possibly fancy her. Whenever Chen Lifei was near Lin Xian, Huang Ting would always mock him with a snarky tone. Chen Lifei usually overlooked her comments, considering her close relationship with Lin Xian, but that did not mean Zhou Jiangjun felt the same way. With a cold snort, Zhou Jiangjun retorted, "Whether you want apology or an attitude, what does it have to do with you? Others may wield their trivialities to command respect, but what are you? Lin Xian's guardian spirit or the celestial canine of Erlang Shun? Who give you the right to bark here?" Zhou Jiangjun's words were merciless, leaving Huang Ting momentarily speechless. Her eyes wide in shock. Chen Lifei had been silent for so long, and she never expected someone to counter her so directly. Zhou Jiangjun's voice had been loud enough to draw the attention of several onlookers, and Huang Ting's face grew increasingly flushed, her grip on her novel tightening. At that moment, a cool, distant voice interrupted the awkward atmosphere. "Please make way." Zhou Jiangjun turned to see Lin Xian returning from the restroom, her expression devoid of emotion as she gazed at him. She seemed less angry than before, yet her countenance remained uninviting. Zhou Jiangjun shrugged, not saying a word, and returned to his seat. Aside from Lin Xian's attractive face, he found little else to admire. She clearly did not have feelings for Chen Lifei, yet she relished his kindness, accepting all his attentions with a frosty demeanor that suggested she was doing so reluctantly. He had not seen her turn down a single meal he had brought her. Nevertheless, he understood how deeply his friend cherished this girl, and despite his grievances, he could only endure, refraining from confronting Lin Xian as he had Huang Ting. As he pondered this, Lin Xian's voice, tinged with disdain, broke into his thoughts. "What is this?" She pinched the plastic bag on the table between her fingers. Zhou Jiangjun replied curtly, "It's from Lifei." Lin Xian raised an eyebrow in understanding. "And he brings breakfast now? It's cold as can be." She turned around to face Chen Lifei, who was casually flipping through a book, her tone cool and detached. "Could you please stop bothering me? Every day with this breakfast. Don't you ever get tired of it? I can afford my own meals. If you have that money, why not offer it to those who genuinely need compassion, rather than parading around here trying to impress yourself?" Lin Xian's words carried dual implications. Firstly, she was magnanimous enough to suggest that Chen Lifei direct his kindness toward those in greater need. Secondly, she truly found him distasteful, having never asked for his assistance, which he had offered of his own volition. In doing so, she maintained her image as a cool yet benevolent individual, just and yet impervious to annoyance. After saying that, Lin Xian moved toward the front row trash can and tossed the plastic bag into it, turning around to coldly glare at Chen Lifei. The lively chatter of their classmates shifted from Huang Ting to Lin Xian and Chen Lifei, under the watchful eyes of everyone. Chen Lifei stood up and walked toward Lin Xian. Zhou Jiangjun remarked, "Here we go again, it's starting to get annoying." However, Chen Lifei's voice floated back with an indifferent tone. "Throw it if you want. It's your own English papers anyway." Chapter 5. Who would still pursue her after rebirth? After uttering those words, Chen Lifei casually strolled out of the classroom with his hands in his pockets, leaving Lin Xian momentarily stunned. Her eyes slightly widened as she watched his nonchalant departure, before finally redirecting her gaze back to the black plastic bag she had discarded in the trash can. Huang Ting approached, peered into the trash can, and pulled out the plastic bag to inspect its contents. To her astonishment, it contained several English composition papers, all inscribed with Lin Xian's name. Lin Xian's complexion turned pale in an instant. "It really is your paper," Huang Ting exclaimed without tact. "Xian, how did your English paper end up with Chen Lifei?" Lin Xian pressed her lips together and shot Huang Ting a subtle glare, but managed to keep her composure as she awkwardly explained, "Earlier, Chen Lifei insisted that I give him my English paper for corrections on my grammatical errors and advanced vocabulary. I initially refused, but he persisted, and I, feeling exasperated, eventually relented. If he and T brought it up, I would have forgotten about it altogether." Zhou Jiangjun scoffed at this. It was clear that Lin Xian had pretended to be troubled in front of Chen Lifei from the very beginning, claiming she couldn't keep up with the pace, and that the teacher didn't correct assignments thoroughly enough, leaving her clueless about her mistakes. Chen Lifei, feeling a pang of sympathy, had hurriedly reassured her, offering to help her identify her errors and guide her on how to improve after every assignment. Chen Lifei would stay up late, often until 1 or 2 in the morning, meticulously reviewing Lin Siyun's work after finishing his own. Despite having to rise early for morning self-study at 7, he would leave 20 minutes early to wait for Lin Siyun to bring him breakfast. Now, hearing Lin Siyun's explanation, Zhou Jiangjun felt an overwhelming sense of disdain and rolled his eyes, deciding to leave the classroom without another word. With both Chen Lifei and Zhou Jiangjun gone, the attention of their classmates turned to Lin Siyun, who felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. In an attempt to maintain her composure, she added, "It's good he finally listened today. I've told him countless times not to bring me breakfast." And he actually absorbed one piece of advice. Unbeknownst to Chen Lifei, he was indifferent to the happenings inside the classroom. He made his way to the rooftop, sitting atop a fire hydrant, wanting to smoke, but realizing, as a high school student, he had yet to learn how. He found himself pondering when he had begun smoking. It seemed to have started after his university graduation, when Lin Siyun finally agreed to marry him but demanded a hefty bride price. Chen Lifei had been stressed, losing hair and sleep over it, and ultimately turned to smoking as a coping mechanism. Reflecting on the past, Chen Lifei frowned deeply. He still found it hard to believe that he had truly been given a second chance at life. The year 2014 felt both distant and familiar, and the body of his 18-year-old self was equally so. As he returned to this life, Chen Lifei had no ambitions beyond 2 simple aims: to cherish the company of his family and friends, and earn a good living. Yet, the thought of earning money brought forth a sense of bitterness. He was intelligent, quick-witted, and had numerous opportunities in his previous life to soar to great heights. But each time he had sacrificed them for Lin Siyun, relinquishing the chance at higher exam scores, abandoning the pursuit of advanced education, foregoing lucrative job offers, and missing out on promising investments. Consequently, he had lived a life of mediocrity, laboriously saving 50,000, yet lacking the means to extend his days. Taking a deep breath, he swore to the rooftop of the teaching building. In this life, he would ensure his family and friends remained healthy and that he earned enough money. As for Lin Siyun, he thought the farther she stayed away, the better. After all, he had been reborn. Who would still pursue her? How unfortunate. The most pressing matter at hand was the upcoming college entrance examination, and with his academic prowess, gaining admission to prestigious institutions like Tsinghua or Peking University would pose no challenge. After graduation, he planned to create an account. 2014 was a prime time for investments, and he recalled several promising stocks and cryptocurrencies. Don't do anything foolish, son. Your father is counting on you for retirement. A left hook landed on Chen Lifei's shoulder, interrupting his thoughts. He turned to see Zhou Jiangjun, draped over Han Yu's shoulder, wearing a mocking grin. Can't you achieve something? Running up here to sulk after Lin Siyun said a few words to you? Is that how you repay your father for years of careful nurturing? Get lost, Chen Lifei shot back, pushing Han Yu down. You wouldn't understand a thing from my lofty vantage point. Among the 3, Chen Lifei had the best grades, followed by Zhou Jiangjun, while Han Yu lagged far behind. His academic performance dismal. Concentrating on studies for even 10 minutes was a Herculean task for him, unless it involved gaming. However, Chen Lifei remembered that upon graduating high school, a representative from a professional gaming team had approached Han Yu. Though initially tempted, Han Yu's parents had vehemently opposed the idea, insisting he pursue his studies instead. Ultimately, he could only enroll in a private vocational college, which he didn't even manage to complete, resorting instead to gaming for sustenance. Despite his gaming skills earning him a decent income over the years, Han Yu had shared his dream of buying a small apartment in Haishur and finding a gentle, virtuous wife for a simple, content life. Nothing wrong with that. Then he fell victim to a scam. In a mere 3 months, he lost the 60,000 he had painstakingly saved up and racked up $1 million in high-interest debt. Han Yu jumped off a bridge, and his parents, unable to withstand the blow, fell ill. Chen Lifei had wanted to help them, but was scolded by Lin Siyun, who criticized him for barely managing to support his own family while attempting to give aid to others, labeling him despicable. Looking at the vibrant Han Yu now, Chen Lifei felt a pang of sadness. Without revealing his emotions, he asked, with graduation approaching, "Do you guys have any plans?" Zhou Jiangjun raised his palm and dramatically rubbed it from his forehead to behind his ear. "I'm going to dye my hair green. And that is not all." Zhou Jiangjun continued, pulling a cigarette from his school uniform pocket with a mischievous grin. "Look at this. Isn't it impressive?" Han Yu barely managed to utter a word of approval before Chen Lifei snatched the item from Zhou Jiangjun's hand, tearing it in half. Zhou Jiangjun's expression immediately changed. "Hey, what are you doing? I went to great lengths to steal this from my dad." Chen Lifei stepped forward, glaring at him fiercely. "You don't want to be 30 and bedridden in a hospital waiting to die, do you?" You don't want your dad to break his leg working hard to pay for your treatment, so don't even think about touching this stuff. Chapter 6. Settling for Instant Noodles. Zhou Jiangjun and Han Yu were momentarily taken aback by Chen Lifei's sudden seriousness. Chen Lifei had always been the most affable among the trio, so the sight of him looking so stern made Zhou Jiangjun and Han Yu exchange puzzled glances. What on earth are you talking about? Are you dreaming? Zhou Jiangjun lightly shoved Chen Lifei. In response, Chen Lifei nonchalantly tossed 2 halves of a cigarette at Zhou Jiangjun's face. Mind your own business. Just remember, every time I see you smoke, I'll give you a good thrashing on behalf of your father. As the class bell rang, the 3 descended from the rooftop. Han Yu was in a parallel class on the bottom floor, while Chen Lifei and Zhou Jiangjun returned to the prestigious Class A. The moment they entered, Chen Lifei's gaze instinctively darted towards Lin Siyun's seat. Damn it, curse muscle memory. He caught a glimpse before quickly averting his eyes, maintaining a poker face as he walked down the aisle to his own seat. As he passed by Lin Siyun, he caught a faint whiff of her shampoo, a fragrance he had once saved up to buy for her, an expensive foreign brand that cost a fortune. He had gifted it to her during the winter break using his New Year's money. Leaning back nonchalantly in his seat, he took out his books. Awaiting the start of class, Lin Siyun caught sight of Chen Lifei returning from the corner of her eye. The embarrassment he had caused her earlier, coupled with his unusual demeanor today, left her feeling a mix of anger and confusion. Having known Chen Lifei for over a decade, she had never seen him act this way. Could it be that he was wounded in his pride because she had stood him up over the weekend? But that shouldn't be the case. When had he ever cared about his pride in front of her? Even if he did, her feelings would always take precedence over his. Lin Siyun found herself bewildered, feeling a strange sense of grievance and unexplainable irritation. This was the first time Chen Lifei had influenced her mood. Throughout the morning classes, Lin Siyun wore a sullen expression, hardly speaking, and when the bell rang, she didn't chat with Huang Ting, but remained seated, engrossed in her book. The sounds of Zhou Jiangjun and the others chatting with Chen Lifei filled her ears, and, judging by their laughter, Chen Lifei seemed unaffected, appearing quite cheerful. This only exacerbated Lin Siyun's annoyance. Seated in the back, Chen Lifei was oblivious to Lin Siyun's thoughts. He quickly reviewed the main subject books on his desk before taking a practice test and checking his answers. A smile of satisfaction crept across his face. It seemed that not only had his intellect been reborn, but so had his once sharp memory. The knowledge from their senior year came to him effortlessly, and he could devise 2 or 3 different methods for any given problem. As long as the upcoming college entrance exam didn't throw any surprises his way, he was virtually assured of the top spot. Confidently closing his books, Chen Lifei eagerly awaited lunch. The moment the bell rang, he and Zhou Jiangjun dashed out with their lunchboxes, moving like a gust of wind past Lin Siyun. Huang Ting couldn't help but cluck her tongue, remarking on Chen Lifei's weekly sprint to the cafeteria. Lin Siyun remarked dryly, a starving ghost reincarnated. Zhao Mengting, seated in front, turned to glance at Lin Siyun, noting how Chen Lifei rushed off every Monday for his favorite braised pork and green pepper potato strips. Zhao Mengting's tone carried a hint of jealousy. She had harbored feelings for Chen Lifei for many years, having been classmates with both Chen Lifei and Lin Siyun since middle school. It was disheartening that Chen Lifei's affections had always been directed solely at Lin Siyun. Normally, she wouldn't have spoken up, but today, seeing Chen Lifei's unusual behavior and how he had openly shown disdain towards Lin Siyun propelled her to muster the courage to voice her thoughts. After Zhao Mengting's comment, Huang Ting chimed in, "Exactly. Chen Lifei always grabs 2 portions at the cafeteria, 1 for you. His speed is all for you." Having skipped breakfast, Lin Siyun's stomach growled with hunger. She tried to dismiss it, saying, "Who cares? Meng Xiaowei is coming to find me. We agreed to have lunch together." Huang Ting asked, "So you want to eat the lunch Chen Lifei packed for you?" The thought of braised pork and green pepper potato strips made Lin Siyun's expression falter. Her family wasn't well off. Most of the meat went to her ailing father, leaving her with little. The delicious meals she enjoyed were mostly brought by Chen Lifei. However, recalling Chen Lifei's attitude towards her today, she muttered defiantly, "I want to eat," as if I couldn't afford to eat with anyone else. Huang Ting stood up, gathering her things. "Then let us go. We could buy our own meals." "You're right. We girls need to be independent and not rely on Chen Lifei's offerings." Huang Ting grabbed her meal card and asked, "Ready to go?" But Lin Siyun remained seated. Her meal card was with Meng Xiaowei. She swallowed hard and said, "You go ahead. I still have a few problems to finish. It's too crowded now. I'll join Meng Xiaowei later." Huang Ting understood Lin Siyun's feelings for Meng Xiaowei. In fact, many girls at school were drawn to him. Standing at nearly 6 feet tall, with a handsome face reminiscent of a young Zhong Hanliang, and his glasses giving him an earnest demeanor, It was no surprise he caught the attention of so many. Thus, Huang Ting said nothing further and left with her lunchbox and card. One by one, other students filed out, leaving Lin Siyun alone in the classroom. Feeling faint from hunger, Lin Siyun pinched the skin between her thumb and index finger. Siyun, a voice as warm as jade called from the doorway. And Lin Siyun looked up to see Meng Xiaowei, standing a short distance away. Even in the standard school uniform, he appeared far more attractive than the others, neatly dressed. His clothes clean and exuding the fresh scent of laundry detergent, unlike Chen Lifei, who, after playing basketball with Zhou Jiangjun and the others, carried the scent of sweat and wore his uniform askew, resembling a little rascal. Lin Siyun couldn't help but compare Chen Lifei and Meng Xiaowei in her mind, as if proving that Meng Xiaowei was better than Chen Lifei would ease her heart. She stepped outside, smiling gently, a stark contrast to her demeanor with Chen Lifei. "Let us go, I'm starving." A flicker of awkwardness crossed Meng Xiaowei's face as he pulled out 2 bowls of instant noodles from behind him. "Siyun, shall we settle for instant noodles today?" Lin Siyun's expression froze. "Why? Didn't I just give you my money and meal card yesterday?" Lin Siyun received 30 yuan as her weekly allowance and had 100 yuan on her meal card, totaling 130. Previously, she would give the 100 yuan meal card money to Meng Xiaowei, keeping the 30 for herself, as Chen Lifei often brought her meals. However, this week, Meng Xiaowei had mentioned that he had given all his money to his sister, prompting Lin Siyun to feel pity and share her 30 yuan with him. Meng Xiaowei lowered his gaze and explained, "My mother had a high fever last night and had to be rushed to the hospital, which cost a bit of money. Siyun, I've told you before, every penny you give me is a loan, and I will definitely repay you." Chapter 7. No More Obsessions. Meng Xiaowei is an exemplary individual in every regard. Handsome, academically accomplished, yet he hails from a humble background. His father suffered a tragic accident at a construction site in his youth, leaving him paralyzed at home, while the family survives solely on the sporadic earnings of his mother. He has a younger sister, 3 years his junior, who is still in middle school and currently navigating her rebellious phase, spending her days with dubious companions and frequently soliciting money from Meng Xiaowei. Thus, he finds himself surrounded by a sick father, a financially struggling mother, a defiant sister, and his own fragmented existence. Lin Siyun feels a deep compassion for Meng Xiaowei, who struggles daily with insufficient food and clothing. Convinced that she has Chen Lifei to fall back on, she willingly offers him her financial support, framing it as a loan, though she has no intention of ever asking for repayment. Upon hearing his pitiable tone, Lin Siyun's empathetic instincts surge forth. "Do not speak that way. We are good friends, and it is only natural for friends to assist one another." As she accepts the instant noodles with a smile, she adds, "How fortuitous. For I haven't had instant noodles in quite some time. Did you get the braised beef flavor? That is precisely my favorite." Yet, despite her cheerful words, her mind inadvertently drifts to the braised pork that Chen Lifei brings her every Monday from the cafeteria. As she prepares the noodles, she contemplates the situation. It suffices for now to endure a few bites of noodles. Once Chen Lifei arrives with the braised pork, she can afford to set aside her pride. Satisfying her hunger is paramount. After all, time is on her side, allowing Chen Lifei ample opportunity to gradually make amends. And there is no sense in taking it out on her stomach. With this resolution, Lin Siyun sits on the rooftop stairs with Meng Xiaowei, sharing noodles and engaging in light conversation. Midway through their meal, Meng Xiaowei suddenly inquires, "Siyun, regarding what I mentioned last time about getting Chen Lifei to assist me with the upcoming monthly exam, have you spoken to him?" Lin Siyun hesitates, her grip on the noodle box faltering. Previously, Meng Xiaowei had asked her to discuss with Chen Lifei the possibility of him deliberately lowering his score to allow Meng Xiaowei to achieve the top rank, as he consistently trails Chen Lifei by approximately 20 points. This means that if Chen Lifei were to omit just one major physics problem, it would suffice. After a moment of awkward silence, Lin Siyun finally responds, "I have yet to speak with him. I intended to do so this morning, but Chen Lifei did not wait for me." Reflecting on this matter reignites her frustration. She had briefly contemplated forgiving Chen Lifei, but now her resolve wavers. Meng Xiaowei continues, "Siyun, I understand this is a difficult position for you, but you must know my father's health is precarious, and my mother's only hope rests on me. I have never achieved the top rank. I'm always overshadowed by Chen Lifei. I simply wish to secure first place in this upcoming exam to bring some joy to my father, as it might positively impact his health. It is merely a simulation exam and will not hinder anything. Chen Lifei is close to you. I'm certain he will listen." In former times, Lin Siyun would have readily agreed without a second thought. However, today, an unsettling uncertainty stirs within her. The security she had always taken for granted suddenly feels compromised, leaving her deeply uncomfortable. Biting her lip as if in defiance, she assures Meng Xiaowei, "Rest assured, I will find a suitable moment to speak with him." A sigh of relief escapes Meng Xiaowei, his face lighting up with a smile. "Siyun, you are truly wonderful." In that instant, Lin Siyun's earlier frustrations dissipate upon witnessing his joy, her cheeks involuntarily flushing as she lowers her gaze. "It is but a trivial matter. I will speak with Chen Lifei, and he will surely comply." Meanwhile, in the cafeteria, Chen Lifei and Zhou Jiangjun rush to their familiar window number 11, greeted by the cheerful, portly lady behind the counter. In unison, they call out, "Auntie, braised pork. We want the largest portion of braised pork." The lady, well acquainted with the duo, smiles as they're always the first to arrive, their sweet words coaxing her to serve them generously. As they banter, "Auntie, your hands are so tender," akin to those of an 18-year-old maiden. And nonsense. The girls in our class cannot compare to your delicate hands. The jovial exchange continues, culminating in the lady filling their bowls with generous servings of braised pork, leaving them wide-eyed with delight. With bowls brimming, the two depart contentedly. Chen Lifei turning to Zhou Jiangjun, "You know how to flatter. I foresee great potential in you." Zhou Jiangjun retorts, "Shut up. You should have seen your own sycophantic expression." As they settle down, Zhou Jiangjun curiously asks, "Aren't you going to save some braised pork for Lin Siyun?" Chen Lifei grimaces in response, "Am I out of my mind? After all the effort I put into getting this braised pork, why would I share it with her?" Realizing his own discomfort, Chen Lifei reflects on his past behavior of always prioritizing Lin Siyun, often offering her the best of what he had, only to be met with indifference. He shudders at the thought, then savors a mouthful of braised pork, feeling a wave of happiness wash over him. "I tell you, Chen Lifei, would rather leap to my demise than have any further connection with Lin Siyun or do anything for her." Zhou Jiangjun gazes at him thoughtfully. "You know, sometimes letting go is merely another form of obsession, akin to becoming consumed by one's practice." With a swift kick to Zhou Jiangjun's knee, Chen Lifei watches as he yelps in pain, a smirk forming on his lips. "I have relinquished my obsessions." In the wake of his past life, demise, he has come to terms with everything. Chapter 8. Are you going to wash the dishes for me? After finishing lunch, Chen Lifei and Zhou Jiangjun return to the classroom. But just as they reach the door, Zhou Jiangjun suddenly feels the urge to relieve himself. Chen Lifei remarks, "You can go right after eating. It's revolting." As he watches Zhou Jiangjun enter the restroom, Chen Lifei feels a similar tension in his own stomach. He decides to follow suit. Eating and then relieving oneself, such is the blessing of youth. Chen Lifei places his lunchbox on the cluttered table outside the classroom. A row of desks outside the classroom served as a resting place for students' backpacks. As the demands of their final year intensified, each student's desk was cluttered with an array of textbooks, exercise books, and papers, leaving no space for their bags. Thus, the school had thoughtfully arranged these desks outside the classroom. Chen Lifei casually placed his lunchbox in front of one of the backpacks and hummed a little tune as he made his way to the restroom. Just as he entered, Lin Siyun descended from the rooftop. After bidding farewell to Meng Xiaowei, she intended to enter the classroom when her peripheral vision caught sight of a familiar lunchbox, Chen Lifei's. The reason Lin Siyun recognized it immediately was that this very lunchbox was the one Chen Lifei had insisted on choosing together with her, selecting a rather uncommon sky blue, a color few boys would choose. Since Lin Siyun opted for a pink one, the proprietor remarked that pink and blue made a lovely pair, prompting him to select the blue. Now, this blue lunchbox was conveniently placed right in front of her backpack. As Lin Siyun approached for a closer look, she was greeted by the intense aroma of braised pork. Compared to the earlier smell of braised beef noodles, this was far more enticing. A sense of pride welled up within her. She had known Chen Lifei would bring her favorite braised pork. He likely felt guilty for upsetting her earlier and, instead of presenting it directly, left the lunchbox in front of her backpack as an indirect apology. With a slight huff, she maintained a facade of nonchalance. Yet her hands betrayed her eagerness as they reached for the lunchbox to open it. Upon lifting the lid, however, she was taken aback. Indeed, the unmistakable scent of braised pork wafted from within, but the container was utterly empty. No meat at all. Just then, a male voice interrupted her thoughts. "What are you doing with my lunchbox?" Startled, Lin Siyun nearly dropped the lunchbox, turning to meet Chen Lifei's gaze. For the first time, she felt an odd sense of guilt. Hastily, she set the lunchbox down, her face flushed, though her tone remained defiant. "I was just curious. Why did you place your lunchbox in front of my backpack?" Chen Lifei glanced at her backpack and replied nonchalantly, "Oh, I just put it there randomly. Who would pay special attention?" Lin Siyun's face reddened further. "You can take it or leave it. Why are you opening my lunchbox?" Chen Lifei continued, before abruptly questioning, "Are you going to wash my dishes?" Lin Siyun's eyes widened in indignation. She was about to retort when Chen Lifei stepped forward, snatching the lunchbox from her hands without sparing her a glance, coolly stating, "No need for thanks. I'll wash it myself." Watching Chen Lifei walk away towards the sink, Lin Siyun felt a surge of anger. Who did he think he was, expecting her to wash his dishes? She merely thought, but the words remained unspoken. Frustration boiled within her. She had never felt such humiliation in her life, especially not from Chen Lifei, someone she never imagined would cause her distress. Tears welled in her eyes as she stomped her foot and rushed into the classroom. Upon returning, Chen Lifei casually scanned the room, spotting Lin Siyun with her head buried on her desk, while Huang Ting was speaking to her. He paid them no mind and returned to his seat. The afternoon classes of physics, chemistry, and English were subjects he excelled in, allowing him to complete the assignments handed out that day. He looked forward to returning home to watch his favorite show, Ice Ice, and perhaps indulge in some gaming later that evening. As the dismissal bell rang, Chen Lifei, a day student, prepared to leave, calling out to Zhou Jiangjun to accompany him. Just as they reached the door, a voice called from behind. "Chen Lifei, wait up. I need to talk to you." Both boys turned to see Lin Siyun standing behind them, her backpack slung over her shoulder and an expression of displeasure on her face. Chen Lifei frowned. "What is it?" Lin Siyun glanced at Zhou Jiangjun before saying, "If you have something to discuss, let Zhou Jiangjun head back first." Zhou Jiangjun looked at Chen Lifei, who, upon seeing Lin Siyun's face, one that had captivated him for years, felt an absence of any lingering affection. The memories of her indirectly causing the demise of his parents and her audacity to kiss another man in the very mortuary where he lay ignited a deep-seated resentment within him. He understood that avoiding her after a decade of shared experiences would not resolve their issues. She had something to say, and, coincidentally, he did too. It was better to clarify matters sooner rather than later to eradicate this unpleasantness from his life entirely. Turning to Zhou Jiangjun, he said, "You should head back." Zhou Jiangjun shot him a look of exasperation, as if to say, "You know what is going on," and left without further comment. Stepping closer to Lin Siyun, Chen Lifei inquired, "What do you want?" Her heart sank at his tone, which was laced with impatience and coldness, something he had never directed at her before. She had intended to discuss Meng Xiaoyi's request for her assistance, but now, feeling both hurt and confused, she asked, "Chen Lifei, what exactly are you angry about?" His frown deepened. "What am I angry about?" Lin Siyun hesitated before explaining. "I know you're upset because I stood you up over the weekend, but there was a reason. I had to go to the hospital to get my father's medication, and by the time I returned, the bookstore was already closed." Chen Lifei interrupted her, exasperated. "Just say what you need to say. Why drag this out? I wasn't too upset about you standing me up. Even if you hadn't tea, I had no intention of going with you." Lin Siyun was taken aback. "What did you just say?" Chen Lifei was too weary to engage in further banter. "What do you want to say? If you're not going to speak, I'm leaving. This is a waste of time." Lin Siyun's face flushed with frustration, and just as it seemed he would truly depart, she called out, "Chen Lifei, stop right there." Fury surged within her. Chen Lifei had never treated her this way before. No, in her entire life, no one had dared to speak to her like that, especially not him. Chen Lifei paused and turned back to face her. Lin Siyun's chest heaved with anger, her usually composed visage now flushed and devoid of its usual grace. She was just an ordinary person, after all. He regarded her with cold indifference, his voice flat. "Don't raise your voice at me. Who do you think you are?" Chapter 9. The Serval Dog Meets Its Fate. As Chen Lifei walked away, a singular thought consumed his mind. Humans are inherently foolish. In a past life, Lin Siyun would have seen him as beneath her, and he should have learned from the times he was scorned. Yet, he hadn't tea, regardless of her cold demeanor or his eagerness to please. He had been content in his subservience. Now, after just a day of not being her lapdog, she could hardly bear it. It was utterly laughable. As he walked away, he muttered to himself, "The serval dog meets its end." Upon boarding the bus, Chen Lifei scanned the surroundings but found no available seat. He made his way to the middle of the carriage, leaning against the railing while retrieving his phone. To his dismay, it contained no games. The highly anticipated Dream of the Red Chamber would not be released until next year, and Temple Run, once all the rage, had long since faded into obscurity. Suddenly, an idea struck him. These popular games were still in their infancy. If he could develop them ahead of time, wouldn't that lead to his fortune? Since his rebirth, Chen Lifei had wandered aimlessly, but at this moment, it felt as though a light had illuminated his mind. His previous profession was in computer science. Upon graduating, he had opportunities to join major tech companies, yet the offers came from cities along the coast, like Guangzhou and Shenzhen, which boasted high salaries and robust growth. However, Lin Siyun had been adamant against such a move, declaring that if he left, their relationship would be over. At that time, she had just agreed to give their romance a chance. Caught between love and career, Chen Lifei foolishly chose the former, obediently following Lin Siyun's wishes and securing a stable job within the system. He scraped by on a mediocre salary in Haishur, ultimately watching the fruits of his labor, 500,000 yuan, slip into another man's pocket. After his rebirth, he had yet to determine a clear path until this moment, as if his meridians had been unblocked. Since 2013, the popularity of Apple products had rapidly proliferated smartphones in China, marking a peak in mobile device upgrades. This surge was accompanied by a plethora of mobile games. For instance, the mobile version of Dream of the Red Chamber, launched in 2015, generated hundreds of billions in revenue within a year. The internet boom had already passed its midpoint, yet the gaming development wave was just beginning. In his past life, Chen Lifei had sacrificed a bright future, a score of 400 or 500 on significant exams, for Lin Siyun, ultimately settling for a mediocre degree. This had led to numerous rejections in the job market due to his qualifications. This time, however, he had a singular ambition: to excel in the computer science program at the prestigious Tsinghua or Peking University. Remove your disgusting hands from me. Suddenly, Chen Lifei's lofty aspirations were interrupted by a sharp female voice. He turned, following the gaze of the other passengers, to see a girl with a ponytail, her eyes half-lidded, glaring at a middle-aged man seated beside her. Though her profile obscured her full face, her fair skin was striking, and her ponytail swayed gently with the breeze and the bus's movement. Her nose was prominent, and her previously alabaster complexion flushed slightly with anger. Her lips were pressed tightly together, and the curve of her neck was distinctly visible, rising and falling with her agitation. Dressed in a school uniform that differed from Chen Lifei's, it appeared to belong to the neighboring second high school. The girl's voice pierced the air again, sharp and penetrating. "Speak up. Are you too cowardly to say anything after touching me? How old are you?" Groping a little girl. "Are you not afraid your daughter might be treated the same way?" The previously silent middle-aged man, realizing all eyes were upon him, turned red with embarrassment and rage. "What nonsense are you spouting? How old do you think I am? Touch you? With your little figure? I can't even tell front from back. I'm not that desperate." The girl's voice grew louder. "Yes, I may not know front from back, but you certainly do. Your pig-like face looks like a monkey's behind. You've opened my eyes." The bus fell into a profound silence. Chen Lifei widened his eyes in astonishment. Wow, such a fierce girl in this day and age. Her fighting spirit rivaled that of a feminist warrior a decade hence. Before the middle-aged man could respond, the girl continued. "Dare to swear. If you didn't touch me, I'll be hit by a car tomorrow. If you did, your whole family will perish this year. Want to gamble?" The man's face turned a deeper shade of red as he stared at her, speechless, and upon reaching his stop, he pushed past her and exited the bus. The girl turned, still shouting, "Coward. May you and your family accumulate some virtue. That touch you gave me today will serve as my shield for a year's worth of misfortune." Fuming, she pivoted, and it was then that Chen Lifei finally got a clear view of her features. Her defined profile was striking, though her face appeared slightly round with a hint of youthful chubbiness. Her exceptionally fair skin accentuated her roundness, and her eyes were large, particularly when glaring at someone, resembling shiny coins. Her eyebrows were light yet perfectly shaped, and her strong, defined features harmonized beautifully with her soft, round face, not overly cute, yet not excessively fierce. It was a perfect balance. Chen Lifei couldn't help but ponder how he had never encountered such a captivating and spirited girl before. In his previous life, aside from Lin Siyun, he had scarcely noticed any other girls. Perhaps he had been too engrossed in his thoughts, for the girl soon caught on to his gaze and suddenly turned, locking eyes with him. "What are you staring at?" she demanded, glaring fiercely while pouting her lips. Chen Lifei, intrigued, gave a slight smirk and turned his gaze away. He could tell she was merely feigning composure. Her ears were flushed crimson, and her hands clutched the railing, trembling slightly, an instinctive response to anxiety. It seemed her fierce demeanor was merely a facade, masking an inner turmoil of fear. Chen Lifei chuckled softly, finding her quite amusing. Regardless of her inner trepidation, she maintained a brave front. After 2 more stops, the girl exited the bus. Chen Lifei, drawn by her presence, alighted as well, even though his own stop was still ahead. He followed her at a measured distance, pondering how to strike up a conversation. After walking for a short while, the girl suddenly halted and turned, glaring at him fiercely. With her backpack slung over her shoulders, she gripped the straps tightly, resembling a rooster poised for battle. "Pervert. First, an old creep, and now a young one. What do you want from me? Don't think I'm afraid of you." Her voice, though sharp, retained a high-pitched quality even in anger, lacking any real intimidation. Chen Lifei removed his school jacket and approached her. The girl instinctively stepped back, visibly flustered, her voice trembling. What do you want? Chen Lifei paused, standing his ground, and tossed his jacket towards her. She caught it reflexively, her furious expression morphing into confusion as she stared at him, bewildered. Put this on. Your school uniform pants are dirty, he remarked. Chapter 10. Bringing shame to the rebirth realm. Under Chen Lifei's calm gaze, the girl's face visibly flushed. While on the bus just moments ago, only her ears had turned crimson. Now, the warmth had spread from her ears to her cheeks, then crawled to the tip of her nose, and finally, it began to tint her tightly pressed lips. As it traveled downward, even her long, fair neck gradually acquired a rosy hue. Chen Lifei felt a flush of embarrassment. This girl had appeared quite formidable while reprimanding a lewd man on the bus. How had she transformed into such a bashful creature now? It was as if he had done something to cause her discomfort. What an awkward situation. Chen Lifei scratched the back of his head. This is merely a natural physiological response. You need not feel embarrassed, he said, waving his hand dismissively. I'm off now, goodbye. He felt too shy to continue staring at her, fearing she might blush even deeper. Just as he turned away, her delicate voice rang out. Hey! The tone was considerably softer than before. Chen Lifei turned back to face her. By now, the sun had slowly dipped below the horizon, and the streetlights had yet to illuminate the dim alley. Half of Chen Lifei's face was bathed in light, while the other half remained shrouded in shadow, rendering him more three-dimensional than usual. The girl glanced at him quickly. When will you return my clothes? Chen Lifei then realized that this was indeed his school uniform, which he still needed to wear. I'm from Class 1, Senior 3 at No. 1 High School. My name is Chen Lifei, he stated, gesturing with his fingers. Chen from the east, the immediately, and Fei as in to fly. Oh, the girl mumbled. Chen Lifei, for some inexplicable reason, hearing his name spoken in her soft, melodious voice sent a shiver down his spine. He mentally scolded himself. Damn it, I've lived once more. How can I be so lacking in poise? This is a disgrace to the realm of rebirth. Before he could respond, the girl nodded at him and said, I'll return your clothes before tomorrow morning. Chen Lifei felt a twinge of annoyance, but said nothing, merely nodding casually as he turned to leave. The girl called after him, I'm sorry for being embarrassed earlier. She added, thank you. Chen Lifei paused mid-step. When he turned to look back, she had already jogged away, her slender figure mostly concealed within his oversized school uniform, which billowed in the breeze like a flowing skirt behind her. Suddenly, Chen Lifei thought, what a loss. I didn't even ask her name. Upon arriving home, he could hear the cheerful chatter of Shui from inside. His brow furrowed as he noticed two unfamiliar pairs of shoes on the shoe rack by the door, one of which he recognized immediately. It belonged to Lin Siyun. With a frown, he opened the door, and indeed, he found Lin Siyun and her mother, Lu Qian, sitting in the living room. Lin Siyun sat obediently at the far right of the sofa, clutching a workbook, while her mother, Lu Qian, occupied the center, chatting and laughing with Shui. Chen Dongjun was on the far left, peeling fruit. Upon noticing Chen Lifei's return, Chen Dongjun quickly gestured at him, raising his eyebrows and glancing at Lin Siyun. Shui stood up. Defei is back. Why so late? Siyun has been home for quite a while, she said. Defei, why don't you take Siyun to your room to do some homework? Mom still has 2 dishes to finish cooking. You both can come out for dinner after. Lu Qian chimed in. Yes, Siyun mentioned having trouble with a few questions. Lifei, your grades are excellent. Please help Siyun out. You two have grown up together as childhood sweethearts, so your bond is naturally different from that of ordinary classmates. You should support each other. Chen Lifei shot Lu Qian a cold glance, his expression impassive. In this new life, apart from Lin Siyun, the woman he despised the most was Lu Qian. This woman had played the Good Samaritan in front of him in his previous life, pretending to be quite fond of him, often bringing up the fact that he and Lin Siyun had grown up together, thus morally compelling him. From elementary to high school, it was Chen Lifei who had tutored Lin Siyun in her studies. He, the top student, was her personal tutor, receiving no compensation and often subsidizing her with his own pocket money. Eventually, Lin Siyun's grades improved from mediocre to above average, and she performed exceptionally well in the college entrance examination, gaining admission to the same university as Chen Lifei. Lu Qian threw a lavish celebration for her academic success. And not only did she fail to express any gratitude to Chen Lifei, but she also accepted a monetary gift of 3,000 yuan from Shui. Yet, when Shui organized a celebration for Chen Lifei, Lu Qian conveniently used the excuse of taking Lin Siyun on vacation to avoid attending, naturally neglecting to reciprocate. After Chen Lifei had voluntarily sacrificed several points to attend the same university as Lin Siyun, while the second-best student, Meng Xiaowei, performed exceptionally and gained admission to Tsinghua or Peking University, Lu Qian began to encourage Lin Siyun to cultivate a relationship with Meng Xiaowei. Even later, When Lin Siyun strayed into an affair with Meng Xiaowei, Lu Qian was the one providing cover for her. When he was hospitalized for cancer treatment, Lu Qian had come to the hospital and told him, "To be honest, our Siyun has truly been delayed by you. If it weren't for the fact that you two grew up together, I wouldn't have agreed to her marrying you." Given Siyun's qualities, she could have chosen from so many wealthy and capable students back then, yet she unconditionally chose you. She sacrificed a better future for you. Can't you? For her sake, stop lingering in the hospital and waste her life? He had altered his entire existence for Lin Siyun, only to become the one who had held her back. The bride price of $666,000 and the full payment for a house had turned into her unconditional choice of him. He had even sacrificed his mother's life in the process. Just thinking about it sent a chill through him. He stared at Lu Qian blankly for a moment, saying nothing, and slung his backpack over his shoulder as he walked to the study without inviting Lin Siyun to join him. Lin Siyun's expression shifted. She hadn't intended to come today. She was still angry with Chen Lifei, but Lu Qian insisted on bringing her along, claiming that with the impending college entrance exam, she needed Chen Lifei to help her with her studies during this critical time. Besides, Lin Siyun had matters of her own she wished to discuss with Chen Lifei. However, she anticipated that he would ignore her completely in front of so many adults, not even sparing her a glance since entering. Lin Siyun felt a mix of frustration and anger. Lu Qian nudged her arm. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry inside." Lu Qian's features were somewhat sharp and unattractive, while Lin Siyun had inherited her beauty entirely from her father. Pouting, Lin Siyun displayed her reluctance, but, after a moment's thought, took her workbook and walked inside. Chapter 11. Why don't you hurry and leave? When Lin Siyun entered, Chen Lifei was booting up his computer. Bing Bing had updated 2 episodes, which he decided to cache for later viewing during dinner. Noticing Lin Siyun's entrance, Chen Lifei's gaze flickered momentarily before returning to the screen, his eyes downcast. Lin Siyun placed her workbook heavily on the table, deliberately making a loud noise. She gazed at Chen Lifei and exclaimed, "Chen Lifei, what have I done to provoke you? Is it truly necessary for a grown man like you to be so petty?" Her tone carried an undercurrent of anger, yet upon closer inspection, a hint of grievance lingered beneath. Chen Lifei continued to cast his gaze downward, an ironic smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. In the realm he once inhabited, Lin Siyun was a being beyond reproach, aloof, ethereal, and exquisite, deserving of gentle adoration and careful handling. She was never meant to console him or express concern for his well-being. However, now, after merely neglecting her for a single day, she rushed forth, impatiently demanding an explanation. This display of indignation and grievance, seeking justification from him, bore no distinction from that of any ordinary girl. What had once been perceived as her noble aloofness now seemed just as trivial as anyone else's. As he pondered this, Chen Lifei clicked open a web page on his computer. Once the warmth of a face is pressed against a cold back, the only warmth left will be that of the cold. If one wishes to hold a warm hand and share tender words, one must refrain from hastily pressing their own face against it from the outset. Humanity is inherently flawed, he mused as he spoke nonchalantly. "I can't comprehend what nonsense you're babbling about. Are you always seeking me out for something?" The words appeared to inquire about her intentions, but were laced with an indifference, as if he were entirely uninterested in her affairs. Lin Siyun stepped closer, observing him as he calmly downloaded a television series, and indignantly remarked, "It was wrong of me to bail on you this weekend. But you didn't even insist on going. The moment I said I wouldn't go, you just gave up. If you had waited for me at the bookstore, perhaps I would have shown up." Chen Lifei thought to himself that he should not only have waited for her at the bookstore, but in a previous life. He ought to have sold all his possessions and offered them to Lin Siyun for her to lavish on Meng Xiaowei. He should have also resolved to forego treatment upon discovering his cancer, relinquishing all the gathered funds to her. In this rebirth, he ought to persist in being her devoted admirer, loving her for eternity. Such shamelessness, he thought, truly knows no bounds. He placed his palm on the cool, fair expanse of his chest and clicked to pause. Sighing, he acknowledged that soon enough, with the upcoming reforms, the scenes of such purity would no longer be visible. Reluctantly, his gaze shifted back to Lin Siyun's face, his expression devoid of emotion. Damn it, even watching something so innocuous was not a peaceful endeavor. He observed Lin Siyun silently, not uttering a word, his countenance as blank as a sage in contemplation. Lin Siyun felt unnerved under his gaze. Yet she concluded that at least he was no longer retorting against her. She speculated that Chen Lifei might not be angry anymore. Perhaps his male pride rendered him hesitant to converse openly with her, compounded by his awareness that his prior behavior had been somewhat excessive. Lin Siyun pressed her lips together. Fine, she decided she would not hold this against him this time. Chen Lifei, I have something to discuss with you. Her demeanor returned to its former elegance and chilliness as she stood, looking down upon him while he remained seated. For next week's mock exam, could you refrain from answering one of the physics problems and allow Meng Xiaowei to take the top spot? The mention of Meng Xiaowei softened her tone slightly. You know his family isn't well off. His father has been ill, and it seems to have worsened recently. His family is counting on him to excel. Over the years, he has consistently ranked second or third, but has never attained first place. He simply wishes to secure that top spot in the mock exam to bring some joy to his parents. Chen Lifei, this is a commendable act of kindness. Surely you wouldn't refuse? As Chen Lifei listened to this astonishing request, his initial reaction was not anger, but rather a recollection of a similar incident from his past life. Lin Xiyun had also urged him to yield the top position to Meng Xiaowei during the first mock exam. However, her tone had been far more commanding then, as though issuing a decree, knowing he would comply without question. And comply he did, foolishly making errors on purpose during the exam. Yet, what he remembered more vividly was that a benefactor had made prior arrangements with the school to award 5,000 yuan to the top scorer of the mock exam. This benefactor had lost their child in a heroic incident and could no longer witness their offspring participate in mock exams or the college entrance examinations. Thus, they sought to find solace for their departed child in this manner. No one was privy to this information, save for Meng Xiaowei, who had fortuitously overheard it while passing by the teacheress office. Consequently, he approached Lin Xiyun, requesting that Chen Lifei allow him to take the first place. This revelation was later disclosed by Meng Xiaowei himself during a graduation gathering, after having indulged in a few drinks. 5,000 yuan was not a considerable sum in this day and age, but for Chen Lifei, who had little pocket money and was awaiting funds for his entrepreneurial endeavors, it was undoubtedly significant, at the very least, during the summer following the college entrance examinations, that some would afford him numerous possibilities. The upcoming opportunity was the World Cup this summer. Germany versus Brazil. He was ready. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Chen Lifei's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. Lin Xiyun, waiting for his response, furrowed her brow when she received none and called out, Chen Lifei? However, Chen Lifei had no interest in engaging in idle chatter with Lin Xiyun. Without even glancing her way, he retorted, have you switched your head and backside? Your words are as empty as flatulence. He clicked the mouse and resumed watching the television, asserting, if you have the capability, you should surpass me on your own merits. Why should I concede? Lin Xiyun's eyes widened in disbelief. After several moments, she confirmed that the person before her was indeed Chen Lifei, the same Chen Lifei who had devoted the past decade to her, never once refusing her requests, treating her words as commandments. Anger welled up within her, reddening her eyes and causing her voice to tremble. Chen Lifei, I give you one last chance. If you speak to me in that tone again, I will truly, she paused, concluding, I will truly never speak to you again, with an expression devoid of emotion. Chen Lifei raised his head, standing before Lin Xiyun. He walked toward the door and, facing the outside world, declared, then hurry up and leave. Chapter 12. Great graces feel like great enmities. To Chen Lifei's surprise, when Shui called him to dinner half an hour later, Lin Xiyun was still seated in his living room, her complexion resembling that of a ghost. She looked as though she had been lifeless for years. One could not blame him for recognizing the pallor of death. He had experienced it himself. Chen Lifei merely glanced at her before averting his gaze, sitting down at the dining table and picking up a piece of twice-cooked pork to eat. And Shui's twice-cooked pork was so delectable that it could grant one longevity beyond that of the divine. Hey, you child! And Shui exclaimed as she brought out the sweet and sour ribs, noticing that Chen Lifei had already begun to eat without washing his hands. She swiftly scolded him. What are you doing? Don't you think that's dirty? Go wash your hands. Chen Lifei, while uttering the phrase, what's done is done, no illness from unclean eating, obediently followed and Shui into the kitchen to wash his hands. In this new life, the most essential principle was to heed one's mother's counsel. Upon entering the kitchen, and Shui, filled with a mix of exasperation and determination, pulled him aside and whispered, your Aunt Lu and Xiyun are still at home. The way you eat is utterly unbecoming. If you have feelings for her, you must present yourself favorably in her presence, leave a good impression, and be a commendable young man to attract her affection. The corners of Chen Lifei's mouth twitched. Times had changed. The archetype of a good boy and a naive individual was no longer the ideal choice for companionship. It was only the gold-digging and unscrupulous scoundrels who could entice women to pursue them relentlessly. However, Chen Lifei refrained from voicing these thoughts, merely serving himself a portion of rice while asserting, Mom, what do you mean by liking? We're just ordinary classmates. Please refrain from tarnishing my reputation with such talk. I'm still a child. With that, Chen Lifei strolled out of the kitchen, undeterred, under Shue's astonished gaze. Lin Siyun had already been pulled to the dining table by Lu Qian, her expression still sour, her brows tightly knitted. She could not fathom why Chen Lifei had transformed in such a manner. To make matters worse, she felt it inappropriate to express her frustration in front of the adults. Moreover, she was too embarrassed to admit that the boy who had always been so attentive to her was now treating her with such indifference. Overwhelmed with a sense of injustice, Lin Siyun buried her face in her rice bowl, pretending to eat. The meal proceeded in relative harmony, with Shui and Lu Qian engaging in conversation while Chen Lifei remained absorbed in his own dining, ignoring everyone around him. Until Shui retrieved a card from her bag. Qian, this is the health check card our workplace issued this year. Given my robust health, I thought it more beneficial for your family, who have health concerns, to use it instead of me. So, as in previous years, I've set it aside for you. Lu Qian's face lit up with joy, and she set down her chopsticks to claim it. Oh, Xiao Xue, I can't possibly accept this. But before she could finish her sentence, her smile froze as she watched a hand reach out and snatch the health check card away. All eyes turned to Chen Lifei. He burped and exclaimed, Mom, really now, do you think my Aunt Lu is that shameless? Once or twice might be excusable, but how could she be so brazen as to use your health check card every year? One must have self-respect if others feel awkward accepting something. Don't force it upon them. Lu Qian's complexion paled as she glanced between Chen Lifei and Shui, finally resting her gaze on the health check card. Yes, she said dryly, I do indeed use your health check card every year, and I feel rather embarrassed about it. This year, let's just forget it. Chen Lifei nodded, looking earnestly at Lu Qian. And I have always known that Aunt Lu has never been one to take advantage of others. Although she has utilized it for several years, she has always kept track of this debt in her heart, contemplating when to reimburse us for the health check card. Siyun has mentioned this to me several times. I never took it seriously, but I didn't expect Aunt Lu to be so forthright. Lin Siyun abruptly lifted her head, staring at Lu Qian. She never said such a thing. Lu Qian's smile grew even more strained. Yes, I have always taught Siyun not to take things without giving in return, but that health check card. With a grand gesture, Chen Lifei interjected. The health check card has a face value of 1,500. Typically, it is sold at an 80 discount. Aunt Lu, considering your familiarity with my mother, let's settle at 65 off. That would be 1,000 yuan. Quite generous, wouldn't you agree? You've used it for nearly 5 years. A mere 5,000 yuan would suffice. Half an hour later, the image of Lu Qian and Lin Siyun fleeing in disarray made Chen Lifei chuckle. Lu Qian, of course, insisted on returning the money to Shui, but after Shui's repeated refusals, Lu Qian half-heartedly urged Lin Siyun to leave Chen Lifei's home promptly. Once the two departed, Chen Lifei felt an eerie tranquility envelop the world around him, and Shui stormed in, her face flushed with anger as she confronted Chen Lifei. Leva, what on earth is going on? Why did you suddenly say those things to your Aunt Lu? You and Siyun have always. Mom, Chen Lifei interrupted, engaging her in a serious discussion for the first time. In the past, I was naive. Revolving around Lin Siyun didn't equate to genuine affection. It was merely a lack of experience, seduced by the novelty of the opposite sex. Now, Lin Siyun is truly just an ordinary classmate to me. I harbor no sentiments toward her, and there will be no relationship beyond that of mere classmates. Therefore, you need not cultivate a relationship with someone like Lu Qian, who relishes taking advantage of others. People are inherently selfish. The more submissive you are, the more they perceive you as easy prey. Great favors are often met with great resentment. She will not remember your kindness, but will only feel you have not given enough. And Shui gazed at Chen Lifei, momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, Chen Dongjun, who had been silent until now, pondered for a moment before finally agreeing. I believe our son is correct. Lu Qian's family. Siyun is relatively well behaved, but Lu Qian and her husband are notoriously lazy. What neighbor hasn't been taken advantage of by them? They exploit their poor circumstances to beg from others. While I have never liked them, I tolerated it for our son's sake. Now that he has seen through it, dear, let us heed his words. And Shui observed the father-son duo in their harmonious exchange. Though perplexed, she found herself at a loss for words. It felt as though her son had undergone a sudden transformation, yet she could not pinpoint precisely what had changed. Chen Lifei rose and approached Shui, gazing down at his mother, who had now become shorter than him. Mom, take this health check card to the hospital and get a thorough examination, especially for your internal organs, particularly the kidneys. You've been on medication for a long time, and the burden on your liver and kidneys is substantial. We must detect any issues early and take preventive measures. Chapter 13. The School Uniform. The following morning, after finishing breakfast, Chen Lifei set off with his backpack toward the exit of the neighborhood, spotting a familiar figure in the distance. It was Lin Siyun. He frowned. wondering why she seemed like a persistent phantom. Without giving it much thought, he approached the entrance and walked past her without pausing, offering only a fleeting glance to acknowledge her presence. As the bus arrived, Chen Lifei boarded, swiped his card with precision, and spotted an empty seat. Hastily jogging over to sit down, releasing a long sigh of relief. Lin Siyun, breathless, managed to board just in time, standing beside him. The bus jolted, and she struggled to maintain her balance, grasping the handrail precariously. "Classmate, could you please stand steadier? You're stepping on my foot," someone complained to Lin Siyun. She apologized profusely while stealing glances at Chen Lifei, who showed no sign of acknowledgement. With eyes closed, he appeared to be asleep. Frustration bubbled within Lin Siyun. She had many questions and things to say, yet Chen Lifei remained indifferent. As soon as the bus arrived at school, he seemed to come alive, stretching and yawning before disembarking with a group of peers. From a neighborhood entrance to the bus, and from the school gate to the classroom, Chen Lifei maintained his solitary path, not sparing a single glance at Lin Siyun. Conversely, Lin Siyun's gaze followed him closely, her eyes nearly bulging with intensity. She recalled the harsh words Chen Lifei had directed at her yesterday, which had haunted her dreams throughout the night. "Until now, I have yet to recover." As soon as Huang Ting took her seat, she began to make playful faces at Lin Siyun. "Oh, look at this. The two of you came to school together again today. Is it possible that Chen Lifei realized his mistake from yesterday, and specifically waited to apologize to you?" Huang Ting inquired, munching on a steamed bun. "Have you forgiven him yet?" Lin Siyun's expression darkened, and before she could respond, a voice called out from the doorway. "Chen Lifei, someone is looking for you." The early study session had not yet begun, and everyone was still a bit dazed upon hearing the shout. Nearly all eyes turned towards the entrance. There stood a girl with a ponytail, her skin exceptionally fair, particularly striking against the light, resembling a peeled egg, translucent and immaculate. Her large eyes, adorned with fluttering eyelashes, scanned the classroom with a hint of nervousness as she slightly pursed her lips. She was breathtakingly beautiful, even more so than Lin Siyun, the class flower. Clad in the school uniform of their institution, she seemed unfamiliar to everyone. The atmosphere in the classroom instantly became animated, with the girls scrutinizing the attractive newcomer and speculating about her relationship with Chen Lifei. Lin Siyun, in particular, fixated on the girl, examining her from brow to eye, from skin to figure. Meanwhile, the boys wore knowing smiles, their gazes filled with envy and teasing as they looked at Chen Lifei. "Chen Lifei, hurry up. Don't keep her waiting." Amidst the commotion, Chen Lifei approached the entrance. Upon seeing him, the girl lowered her head and took a few steps outside. "I'm here to return your uniform," she said, pulling down the zipper of her uniform, removing it, and handing it to Chen Lifei. Even from half a meter away, he could smell the scent of laundry detergent on the garment, an enticing orange fragrance. The girl's expression mirrored that of their previous encounter, cold and distant, her lips slightly downturned, exuding an air of aloofness. Yet, her cherubic face inexplicably invited playful teasing. Chen Lifei deliberately provoked her. "You wore it, and now you just give it back to me?" The girl shot him a glance, and her ears reddened as she noticed some of his classmates leaning against the windowsill, watching her. "I'm not from your school. I can't enter without the uniform. I only wore it briefly and didn't even sweat. I washed it thoroughly yesterday. It has no odor at all." Observing her earnest explanation, Chen Lifei ceased his teasing and, taking the uniform, countered, "You came to return the uniform and skip class?" The girl averted her gaze. "After I return it, I'll leave. I said I did give it to you this morning. I'm going now, Chen Lifei." As she turned to depart, Chen Lifei called after her, "You keep saying my name, but I don't even know yours." "What is it?" The girl halted, her voice small and crisp. "Su Xiaoyu." "Which Su? Which Xia? Which you?" Su Xiaoyu turned back to glare at him. "Su from Su Xian, Xia from small, and you for small fish and shrimp." Chen Lifei chuckled. "Su Xiaoyu got it. Go to school now, bye-bye." Su Xiaoyu shot him another glare before striding away, her ears now flushed, the blush creeping to her cheeks. Chen Lifei held the uniform, imbued with the scent of oranges, slowly making his way back to the classroom. Zhou Jiangjun immediately dashed over, draping an arm around his shoulder and posing the questions on every male student's mind. "What did you get to know such a beautiful girl? What's her name? Which class is she in? What is your relationship? Why was she looking for you? And why is your uniform on her?" Not just the boys, Lin Siyun, who appeared calm seated at her desk, was equally preoccupied, eagerly awaiting Chen Lifei's response. Yet, he merely delivered Zhou Jiangjun a playful elbow jab. "Don't pry into my family matters." Zhou Jiangjun wished he could kick him. "When the hell did you upgrade your status without me knowing?" Chen Lifei smiled mysteriously. "There's much you don't know. Otherwise, how could I be your father? Get lost." Chapter 14. I have no interest in girls. In a school as small as theirs, news of the beautiful girl donning Chen Lifei's uniform quickly spread. During lunch, Han Yu and Zhou Jiangjun subjected Chen Lifei to relentless questioning, demanding a full account. Chen Lifei, shoveling a mouthful of stolen rice, replied, "I told you it was just an accident. I have no interest in girls, so stop asking." Han Yu and Zhou Jiangjun exchanged glances, then turned their attention back to Chen Lifei with a punch. "Dude, you really are a master of deception, compared to the casual banter between brothers." This nonchalant dismissal of the matter was the epitome of refined arrogance. Yet, Chen Lifei remained unfazed. "I truly have no interest. They all have 2 eyes, 1 nose, and 1 mouth. What is so different?" he asserted. "What is most important now is to study diligently and strive for improvement." Meanwhile, Lin Xiyun, lacking money and a meal card, clutched a bowl of instant noodles, waiting for Meng Xiaowei on the rooftop as the noodles soaked. The March air in Haishur was still somewhat chilly, and Lin Xiyun, with her neck pulled in, was lost in thoughts of Su Xiaoyu. An oval-shaped face, yet the flesh on her cheeks appeared quite youthful. Her large, round eyes and her delicate, 3-dimensional nose were captivating. Wearing Chen Lifei's uniform, she had stood in front of everyone at the classroom door, removing her clothing to return it to him. Lin Xiyun was astonished. She had never known that Chen Lifei was acquainted with such a stunning girl. She was oblivious to when such a girl had entered his life. Feeling restless, she snapped back to reality when she heard Meng Xiaowei call her name. "Xiyun, did you talk to Chen Lifei about that matter?" Again, it was Chen Lifei. Lin Xiyun furrowed her brows, the humiliation of last night washing over her once more. "I didn't mention it," she replied stubbornly. "Xiaowei, I believe we should avoid such methods for exams. Exams should be fair and just, and I trust your abilities. If you work hard this week." Surpassing Chen Lifei isn't impossible. Meng Xiaowei's expression flickered with disappointment and frustration. He wished to say more, but Lin Xiyun interrupted. "Besides, do you wish for me to perpetually owe Chen Lifei favors, accumulating more and more?" With that, Meng Xiaowei found it difficult to continue the conversation. He awkwardly shifted the topic. "Hurry and eat. Yesterday's braised beef flavor might bore you, so today I brought spicy pickled noodles. Should I bring chicken stew with mushrooms tomorrow?" Lin Xiyun's face darkened. How long would she have to subsist on instant noodles? No one made her breakfast, and her lunch consisted of instant noodles, while dinner at home was mostly vegetables. Although she had finally managed to eat some meat at Chen Lifei's house, she had little appetite and hardly touched it. With less than a month until the college entrance exams, the pressure was mounting, making a full meal essential. However, gazing into Meng Xiaowei's sincere eyes, she swallowed her words, forcing a smile and nodding in agreement. As the school day came to a close, Chen Lifei had already completed the test papers distributed earlier. Thus, while others were still busy stuffing their bags with books, papers, and various exercise books, Chen Lifei merely tucked a notebook into his bag and casually slung it over his shoulder before departing. As he passed by Lin Xiyun, Huang Ting nudged Lin Xiyun's arm and gestured towards Chen Lifei with her chin. "Is he not waiting for you to go home together today?" Lin Xiyun pursed her lips, suppressing a wave of discontent. "I'm going home with Meng Xiaowei today." Huang Ting replied, "That makes sense. Meng Xiaowei is far superior to Chen Lifei, even if his grades don't quite match. Just look at Chen Lifei's recent nonchalant attitude towards his studies, with the college entrance examination only a few months away. He hasn't even taken a single book home. Sooner or later, Meng Xiaowei will surpass Chen Lifei and claim the top spot." Hearing Huang Ting's words, Lin Xiyun felt a little more at ease. She recalled last night at Chen Lifei's house, where he also didn't study, but instead turned on his computer to watch dramas and play games. Although she acknowledged his intelligence, even geniuses need to exert effort. She firmly believed that with Meng Xiaowei's dedication, it was merely a matter of time before he surpassed Chen Lifei. Upon leaving school, Chen Lifei hurriedly made his way to the bus station. Just as he swiped his card to board the bus, he spotted Su Xiaoyu standing at the back of the bus. Su Xiaoyu was not in her school uniform today. Instead, she wore a snug white basic t-shirt layered with a light blue checkered shirt, although she still wore school trousers. The light blue color of the trousers harmonized beautifully with her upper attire. Her hair was styled in a high ponytail, and as the bus swayed, her ample occiput and defined facial features, along with her lovely profile, added a touch of vintage charm to the dilapidated old bus. Su Xiaoyu looked stunning in whatever she wore, effortlessly resembling a model in a photo shoot. As Chen Lifei approached, Su Xiaoyu noticed his gaze and turned to face him. Her large, round eyes fell upon his face, blinked, and then she subtly nodded in acknowledgement, her expression remaining impassive. That was their greeting. Chen Lifei was unfazed by her demeanor, standing in front of her, leaning against the seat back, nonchalantly gazing out the window. The two remained silent, exchanging no words. Suddenly, the bus made a sharp stop, causing everyone to lurch forward. Chen Lifei quickly grasped the iron railing, but Su Xiaoyu was not as fortunate. She had been holding onto an unsecured triangular handrail, and in her daze, she let her guard down. When the bus halted abruptly, she nearly flew forward, colliding directly into Chen Lifei's back. Chen Lifei felt a soft warmth press against him, but the impact on his shoulder blade was rather painful. Before he could turn around, slender hands settled on his shoulders, as if someone were draped over him. Glancing down, he assessed the position of her shoulders, realizing that the soft body pressing against his back was indeed a hem. Chen Lifei cleared his throat and turned his head away. "Hey, are you all right?" Once the bus came to a steady stop, Su Xiaoyu quickly withdrew her hands from his shoulders, stepping back. Chen Lifei felt the soft sensation on his back dissipate. Su Xiaoyu, a head shorter than Chen Lifei, looked up at him with an innocent yet slightly displeased expression. Her nose was reddened from the impact, and her forehead bore a faint blush. From Chen Lifei's perspective, she appeared as though she had just been crying, perhaps feeling a bit embarrassed. Despite the evident pain in her nose, she forced herself to say, "I'm fine." Chen Lifei regarded her for a moment, then reached out and grasped her hand. Su Xiaoyu's face turned pale with shock. "What are you doing?" Without a word, Chen Lifei pulled her hand to place it firmly on the iron railing in front of her, instructing, "Hold on to this. It will help you stay steady." After Su Xiaoyu secured her grip on the railing, Chen Lifei released her hand and slipped his own into his pocket, appearing as if nothing had happened, with an air of indifference. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoyu could distinctly feel the warmth of his palm resting briefly on the back of her hand before it withdrew. The calluses and warmth unique to a male were particularly noticeable, and she instinctively glanced at the hand that had just held hers, noting it was slightly darker, broader, and more robust than hers. Shifting her gaze away, she observed Chen Lifei leaning against the side of the seat with his hands in his pockets, and remarked, "You better hold on too, or you might fall." Chen Lifei raised an eyebrow, flashing a boastful smile at her. "No need, my core stability is solid." Chapter 15. Shall we reconcile? Chen Lifei had a rather roguish appearance. He was tall and slender, with hair that appeared unkempt and longer than that of most boys, cascading haphazardly behind him. When he smiled at Su Xiaoyu, his mouth crooked in a casual manner, he exuded a carefree vibe. Su Xiaoyu stole a glance at him, her expression subtly betraying her discomfort, and she quickly returned her focus to gripping the handrail. Fortunately, the driver did not make any more sudden stops, and they continued their journey without incident. As the bus neared their stop, Su Xiaoyu intended to move forward, but noticing Chen Lifei remained still, she inquired, "Aren't you getting off?" After all, he had gotten off the bus with her yesterday. Chen Lifei replied, "I have one more stop." Su Xiaoyu paused, realization dawning upon her. Yesterday, Chen Lifei had chased after her to return her school uniform after noticing her trousers were dirty. Her expression shifted slightly as she glanced at him, wanted to say something, but ultimately held her tongue. When the bus finally reached their stop, Chen Lifei stepped aside to let her pass. As Su Xiaoyu brushed past him, he caught a whiff of the orange scent emanating from her, reminiscent of his own school uniform. He smiled for no particular reason, and noticing this, Su Xiaoyu turned to him. "What are you laughing at?" Chen Lifei shook his head. "Just hurry and get off by." Su Xiaoyu pressed her lips together, refraining from saying goodbye, and exited the bus directly. Chen Lifei's gaze lingered on Su Xiaoyu's retreating figure. Once the bus began to move away slowly, and her silhouette vanished around the corner, he nonchalantly redirected his attention, humming a tune as he strolled home. The evening routine remained unchanged, dining, watching TV, and gaming. As the college entrance examination approached, he found few friends online in the gaming world, except for Hanyu. Chen Lifei opened Hanyu's gaming record and was astonished. The guy had been pulling all-nighters almost every night, consistently achieving MVP status. In just a month, he had ascended from master to king rank. Pondering this, Chen Lifei took out his phone and opened Hanyu's QQ. Fei, you're pulling all-nighters every day. Aren't you worried about collapsing in the exam room?" Han Shui, a high-achieving student has time to game today? Come on, let me take you on a smurf account to rank up. Fei, seriously, do you have any plans after the exams? Han Shui, first, I'll find a girl to date. They say with my skills, I should practice a bubble voice. Even if I don't show my face, plenty of girls will imagine me as Wu Yanzu. There will be no shortage of admirers. Chen Lifei felt a pang of disappointment. This poor lad was still oblivious to the fact that his downfall in the last life was due to these very girls. Chen Lifei pondered for a moment and remarked, "Listen to me. After graduation, try your luck with EDG's youth training team. Given your skills, even though you're slightly older, it shouldn't pose too much of a problem." Han Shui responded defiantly, "The royal family never surrenders. We vow never to yield." Fei said, "If I tell you to go, you should go." Bring back a world championship, and then you won't have to worry about women. If memory serves, EDG clinched the world championship in the S tournament in a subsequent year. While the royal family's best achievement seemed to have been only reaching the semifinals, he had hardly followed the gaming scene since college. Otherwise, perhaps he could have provided his good friend with better guidance. At the very least, getting him into the youth training team was preferable to leading a life of mediocrity as a companion player, ultimately being deceived by women to the point of financial ruin and despair. After a brief conversation, when Hanyu borrowed someone else's account, the two immediately logged into Q for a couple of matches and scored high points. Exhausted after their games, Chen Lifei took out his phone and discovered a QQ message from Lin Siyun sent an hour ago. It read, "Are you there?" With a blank expression. He opened the message, then closed it just as expressionlessly, locking his phone with indifference. That night, he dreamed of Bing Bing. In his dream, he wept bitterly, lamenting that his life had been ruined by women. Bing Bing comforted him as he buried his face in her bosom, crying inconsolably. The life of a senior was monotonous and stressful, with each day drawing nearer to the exams. The atmosphere in the top class grew increasingly tense. The countdown at the back of the classroom steadily diminishing, and students bowed their heads lower over their desks. Even Zhou Jiangjun, who usually remained indifferent, began memorizing English vocabulary during lunch. Chen Lifei glanced at him, thinking that memorizing advanced vocabulary was futile. This year's college entrance examination essay wouldn't be difficult. He advised Zhou to practice writing high-quality essays and read the English version of international news. Zhou Jiangjun rolled his eyes in response. "You're not the one setting the questions." Chen Lifei smirked slightly. He couldn't recall the exact details of that year's college entrance examination, but he remembered that the English paper was rather simple, with the most challenging part being an article on international news filled with specialized vocabulary. The closed test, essay, and translation sections were quite straightforward. He scored 138, while Zhou Jiangjun scored 130. As they were eating, someone suddenly appeared beside them. Zhou Jiangjun looked up in astonishment, only to find Lin Siyun standing there with a tray, placing herself on Chen Lifei's left. Under Zhou Jiangjun's gaze, Chen Lifei turned to glance at her, then returned his attention to his food. Zhou Jiangjun was left dumbfounded by his friend's demeanor, clearly not feigning his indifference. Lin Siyun, undeterred by Chen Lifei's attitude, sat beside him and questioned, "Chen Lifei, why didn't you reply to my messages a few days ago?" Chen Lifei, without looking up, replied, "I did respond. I just chose to remain silent." Lin Siyun pressed her lips together. It had been nearly half a month since Chen Lifei had dramatically altered his behavior toward her. During this time, he had treated her as if she were invisible, no longer waiting for her at school, no longer bringing her breakfast or lunch, and he had stopped messaging her altogether. It was only after she could no longer endure the silence and reached out to him that he had read her message without replying. Lin Siyun resolved to confront Chen Lifei today. "Chen Lifei, I have always considered you my best friend. After all these years, is there anything we cannot discuss openly? Why must you choose to sever all ties? Have I offended you in some way?" Zhou Jiangjun appeared to be eating normally, yet his ears were fully tuned into their conversation. After finishing a piece of fatty meat, Chen Lifei finally spoke. "What is there for us to discuss? If there's nothing at all, then why do you insist on ignoring me?" Lin Siyun's voice, tinged with anger, echoed with sadness. Indeed, even she was reluctant to admit how deeply Chen Lifei's abrupt change in attitude had affected her. Until then, she had perceived him as merely one of her many admirers, albeit the one who treated her the best, with the longest duration of attention and the most admirable qualities. In terms of academics, height, looks, and family background, Chen Lifei was nearly flawless. This was why, despite not harboring romantic feelings for him, she maintained a relatively close relationship with him. After all, having such a well-rounded admirer who catered to her whims was undeniably a form of unspoken charm. However, one day, this person had completely altered his demeanor towards her. This sudden shift left her in turmoil, unable to sleep at night. Lin Siyun was not the type to remain passive. She refused to believe that Chen Lifei had truly lost all affection for her. She assumed it was merely a result of her recent actions that had hurt his feelings. Thus, if she could clarify the misunderstanding, everything could return to normal. As long as Chen Lifei was willing to treat her as he once did, she would forgive all that had transpired during this period. Consequently, Lin Siyun said, "Chen Lifei, I sincerely apologize for suddenly leaving you hanging the other day. I hope you can forgive me. Can we reconcile?" Chapter 16, The Official Breakup. Cough, cough, cough. Before Chen Lifei could respond, Zhou Jiangjun, sitting across from them, suddenly erupted into a fit of coughing, covering his mouth to prevent his food from spewing out, his face reddening. He gazed at Lin Siyun with wide eyes. utterly incredulous that such words could emerge from her lips. This was the class goddess who had maintained an aloof demeanor for several years. The sun had seemingly risen in the west, and she was apologizing to Chen Lifei, asking for reconciliation. How much more had Chen Lifei concealed from him? They all attended the same classes, shared meals, and navigated life together. Why did it seem like Chen Lifei had been leveling up behind his back? In the midst of Zhou Jiangyuan's astonishment, Chen Lifei merely furrowed his brow in annoyance, showing no concern for the situation. Lin Siyun, the college entrance examination is approaching. Can you focus on your studies? Even if you can't, please don't disrupt my concentration. We're not in a romantic relationship, so why are you talking about reconciliation? If others misinterpret this and it tarnishes my reputation, will you take responsibility? After uttering these words, Chen Lifei picked up his tray and left without casting another glance at Lin Siyun, leaving Zhou Jiangjun in a state of shock, staring blankly at Lin Siyun's face, which was on the verge of tears. For the first time, Zhou Jiangjun found himself feeling a twinge of sympathy for Lin Siyun, whom he had always looked down upon. Hey, are you all right? He cautiously inquired, noticing the redness in her eyes. Lin Siyun seemed to snap back to reality from Chen Lifei's earlier remarks. Her face contorted with humiliation as she looked at Zhou Jiangjun. Her previously beautiful features now appeared somewhat grotesque. Zhou Jiangjun, you tell Chen Lifei this. From this day forward, I, Lin Siyun, sever all ties with him. We are officially estranged. If I ever speak to him again, I will write my name backward. He has gone too far. I will never forgive him, never. Let him remember this and not regret it. After Lin Siyun uttered those words, she did not even bother to take her plate, turning on her heel and departing. Upon returning to the classroom, Zhou Jiangjun found Chen Lifei already slumped over his desk in slumber. In truth, it was not just Lin Siyun. Even Zhou Jiangjun was perplexed by the drastic change in Chen Lifei. However, to be candid, witnessing Lin Siyun's disheartened demeanor brought Zhou Jiangjun a sense of satisfaction. As he settled into his seat, he noticed several English reading materials scattered on the desk. A closer inspection revealed the unmistakable handwriting of Chen Lifei. Zhou Jiangjun picked them up, noting that these readings were rather challenging, while the grammar was manageable. They were laden with specialized vocabulary. Yet, upon reading through, one could discern that they were largely related to current political affairs and international news. Casting a glance at Chen Lifei, Zhou Jiangjun couldn't help but feel a twinge of curiosity. Was it possible that this fellow was truly serious about his studies? Yet, the English teacher had never mentioned anything about international news. Such specialized terms were well beyond the syllabus and unlikely to appear on the college entrance examination. Zhou Jiangjun tucked the papers away, dismissing the thoughts. The monthly examination was set for tomorrow, and this particular test was markedly different from the previous ones. It was essentially the first mock exam prior to the college entrance examination. Rumor had it that the preliminary tests before the entrance exams were notoriously difficult, designed to temper the students' mental fortitude. Consequently, Zhou Jiangjun had refrained from gaming over the past few days. While he enjoyed leisure and frivolity, he would never jest about the entrance exams. After school, Zhou Jiangjun called out to the departing Chen Lifei. Hey, how about I come over to your place tonight? Help me with a few physics problems. Chen Lifei frowned slightly. What problems? I could explain them to you now, but I plan a game at home. Hanyu is waiting for me. Zhou Jiangjun looked at him incredulously. You really aren't going to review before the mock exam tomorrow? Chen Lifei shrugged dismissively. Will this exam even affect me if I study a little less? I'm merely giving you mere mortal's chance. Zhou Jiangjun scoffed at him. Nonetheless, it was undeniable that Chen Lifei spoke the truth. No matter how hard one tried, they would always fall short when compared to a genius like Chen Lifei. Their exchange was overheard by Lin Siyun, who reminisced about Meng Xiaowei. She had once told him that with effort, he might surpass Chen Lifei and claim the top spot through his own merits. Initially, those words were merely a temporary measure. But now it seemed that Chen Lifei had indeed not been studying at all during this time. As the saying goes, pride comes before a fall. Perhaps, just perhaps, Meng Xiaowei could indeed seize the opportunity to outshine Chen Lifei and secure the first place. With this thought, Lin Siyun felt her spirits lift significantly. Wasn't Chen Lifei's arrogance merely a facade built upon his status as the top student? Once Meng Xiaowei claimed the first position, Chen Lifei's most prominent advantage would vanish. At that moment, she and Meng Xiaowei would be a perfect match, and Chen Lifei would slowly come to regret his complacency. That day after school, Chen Lifei helped Zhou Jiangjun with a few physics problems in the classroom before leisurely making his way home, where he powered on his computer and logged in. Hanyu had been eagerly awaiting him, and the two engaged in a fierce battle in the gaming arena throughout the night, not parting ways until after 5 in the morning. Rising at 7, Chen Lifei felt no trace of fatigue from the all-nighter. Rather, he was invigorated. feeling as if he could take on 10 opponents at once. Youth is truly a remarkable gift, he mused. What did you say? You really gamed all night? Zhou Jiangjun exclaimed incredulously as they encountered each other at the school gate, his voice rising in disbelief. Chen Lifei cast him a disdainful glance. What is so impressive about that? In a couple of days, I'll be in diamond rank, so tremble, you gold players. Zhou Jiangjun rolled his eyes. You should take a moment to rest when you get a class. The exam is imminent, and I've heard this mock exam is quite challenging. Their conversation was overheard by Lin Xiyun and Meng Xiaowei, who were walking behind them. Meng Xiaowei was taken aback. Just the previous day, Lin Xiyun had told him that Chen Lifei had been slacking in his studies, and he had thought it merely a comforting excuse to ease his own anxieties. To his astonishment, it appeared that Chen Lihui's attitude toward his studies was indeed quite negligent. This revelation filled Meng Xiaowei with newfound confidence. His recent late-night study sessions were all aimed at surpassing Chen Lifei, and now it seemed fortune favored him. At that moment, Lin Xiyun turned to him and said, Meng Xiaowei, did you hear that? Chen Lifei hasn't been paying attention in class and spends his evenings gaming. Although he is undeniably intelligent, hard work can bridge the gap. With your diligence, you have a significant chance of surpassing him in this exam. Meng Xiaowei nodded with determination. Xiyun, don't worry. Once I secure the first place, I will treat you to a fine steak dinner. I know it's been tough for you to endure eating instant noodles with me. You seem to have lost weight. Lin Xiyun's face lit up with anticipation. The prospect of dining was trivial, but she was eager to see Chen Lihui's reaction when faced with defeat. Chapter 17. Sleeping in the examination room, the mock examination was conducted with strict adherence to the schedule of the college entrance examination. As Chen Lifei entered the examination hall, he recognized that Chinese was his weakest subject among the various disciplines. Nevertheless, achieving around 130 points was not an insurmountable challenge for him. He completed an 800-word essay with ease, but soon, drowsiness began to envelop him. By the time the science comprehensive exam rolled around in the afternoon, Chen Lifei could barely keep his eyes open. He had to squint to swiftly scan through the questions, mentally calculating while jotting down answers on his draft paper. With remarkable speed, he transferred all his answers onto the answer sheet, then dropped his pen, unable to resist the pull of sleep any longer, and rested his head on the desk. As he drifted into slumber, Chen Lifei dreamt of how the classroom desk was the most comfortable place to sleep. Just as he was lost in his dreams, he was jolted awake by a vigorous shake. Looking up, he found the stern visage of Principal Wang Mengnan glaring down at him. Chen Lifei, come here. Wang Mengnan, in her 40s, had been married once. Though she was somewhat older, her allure remained intact, and her overall presence was often more captivating than that of many high school girls. Zhou Jiangjun had once remarked that the most charming women in the world were those who had never been in a relationship or those who had experienced divorce. At this moment, Wang Mengnan furrowed her brows, her expression serious as she addressed Chen Lifei. Chen Lifei, who gave you the audacity to sleep during a mock exam? Pride comes before a fall. I am aware that you have been the top student for several years, but the last couple of months leading up to the college entrance examination are critically important. Your current approach to studying and testing could easily undermine the efforts you have put forth over the years. I understand that the exam questions are challenging, but that is no excuse to forsake the exam for sleep. Pull yourself together and focus on your studies. After delivering several more admonitions, and seeing that there were only 15 minutes remaining, Wang Mengnan finally relented, allowing him to return to his examination. Seizing this final quarter of an hour, Chen Lifei quickly reviewed his answers from start to finish. While 300 points was unlikely, he was confident that scoring at least 290 points was well within his grasp. After the first day's examination concluded, Chen Lifei was strolling along the road when Han Yu unexpectedly rushed over, throwing an arm around his shoulder and laughing heartily. I heard he got caught red-handed by Wang Mengnan in the exam today. Chen Lifei shot him a sideways glance. How do you know? Han Yu chuckled. Good news seldom travels far, but bad news spreads like wildfire. Your reputation as the top student is well known. Everyone in the grade knows you dozed off during the comprehensive science exam and only woke up in a panic with 15 minutes left to answer the questions. Chen Lifei initially wanted to argue that he had completed all the questions before taking a nap, but he soon realized it was unnecessary. He waved his hand dismissively, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. A mere exam. What could possibly be more significant than a spring night-esque dream? The news of Chen Lifei dozing off in the exam soon reached Meng Xiaowei. While secretly relishing the thought, he soon spotted Chen Lifei entering the cafeteria with a tray in hand. Although Meng Xiaowei and Chen Lifei were not particularly close, they had crossed paths due to Lin Xiyun. Chen Lifei had, on occasion, brought breakfast for Lin Xiyun and inadvertently for Meng Xiaowei as well. Therefore, Meng Xiaowei approached with an air of feigned magnanimity, greeting Chen Lifei. Chen Lifei, make sure to rest well after your meal. It was just one exam. Your health is more important. Just put in a bit more effort next time. Everyone makes mistakes, and you shouldn't dwell on it too much. Chen Lifei noticed the faint smile on Meng Xiaowei's face and understood that Meng Xiaowei likely believed his position as the top student was already secure, merely putting on a facade to comfort him while secretly reveling in his supposed triumph. Chen Lifei let out a cold, expressionless scoff. As he passed by Meng Xiaowei with his tray, he remarked in a tone neither too loud nor too soft, "Thanks for your concern. Even if I only had 5 minutes left, I could score higher by casually marking the answer sheet with my foot than you could manage." Meng Xiaowei's face turned pale. During lunchtime, the cafeteria was bustling with students, and many overheard Chen Lifei's words, leading to a flurry of hushed discussions. Chen Lifei merely smiled and said nothing further, giving Meng Xiaowei a light pat on the shoulder. "You think you can surpass me for the top spot? Let us see if you'll have another chance in your next life." The following day's mathematics and English examinations proved equally challenging. Yet Chen Lifei completed each one at least half an hour ahead of time. With half an hour to spare, he enjoyed a meal in the empty cafeteria, his eyes gleaming at the abundance of delectable food available. By the time Zhou Jiangjun, looking disheveled, emerged from the exam room in search of Chen Lifei, the latter had already indulged in 2 hearty meals. "Damn it, if you wanted me to know, I'm a failure. You could have just said so instead of arranging an exam to humiliate me. I couldn't even comprehend the last math problem. Fei, I feel like my life is wasted." Zhou Jiangjun's tone was devoid of jest, revealing how profoundly the exam had shaken his confidence. Seeing Chen Lifei silent, Zhou Jiangjun recalled how Chen Lifei had dozed off during the comprehensive science exam, assuming Chen Lifei was also anxious about his results. He attempted to console him. "Hey, I know you're feeling down too. Just forget about it. It was merely a practice exam. We can start afresh next time." Chen Lifei, however, responded off topic. "Want to sneak out of school tonight? I'll take you somewhere nice." At their school, there was a tradition that the evening study sessions following monthly exams were for relaxation, often spent watching movies or chatting, with very few teachers present. Zhou Jiangjun assumed Chen Lifei was reacting to the stress, asking, "Where are you planning to go?" Chen Lifei replied, "Somewhere with music, drinks, and beautiful girls." Zhou Jiangjun wore a look of disbelief. "Come on, you're just talking big." Chen Lifei offered no further explanation, giving Zhou Jiangjun a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "Once the exam results are out, I'll cover your internet fees for the year, treat you to a lavish meal, and even buy you a pair of sneakers. Just focus on memorizing the English political news articles I gave you, and we'll go over the key points later. Scoring in the top tier isn't an issue. Just consider this exam a mere blip." He then added, "I'm off. If Wang Mengnian asks about me during study hall, tell her I went back to catch up on sleep." Zhou Jiangjun watched Chen Lifei's carefree retreat, calling after him, "Where are you really going?" "I'm off to earn money to support you," Chen Lifei replied, prompting Zhou Jiangjun to roll his eyes. It seemed that ever since this kid had severed ties with Lin Siyun, he had become a bit unhinged. Once outside the school, Chen Lifei removed his school uniform and stuffed it into his backpack, then hailed a cab to number 84 Nanping Road. Upon arriving, he immediately spotted the inconspicuous Encounter Tavern on the street corner. It was only 6 in the evening, and the tavern had yet to open. Chen Lifei leisurely crossed the street to buy a bottle of cola. Just as he popped the cap and tilted his head back to gulp down a generous swig, a bright voice rang out. "Chen Lifei, what are you doing here?" Turning around, he beheld a girl with long hair cascading down her shoulders, skin as smooth as cream, and large, round eyes locking onto his. Her rosy cheeks and lightly glossed lips shimmered like jelly. It was none other than Su Xiaoyu. Chapter 18. The Sailor Suit Girl. Today, Su Xiaoyu appeared more mature than he had previously seen her. The blue and white sailor suit accentuated her figure beautifully, the pleated skirt perfectly dividing her thighs. It revealed a glimpse of her smooth, fair skin. Below, she wore knee-high white socks, her slender calves complemented by a pair of small leather shoes. As Chen Lifei's gaze traveled upward, the blue tide danced in the breeze, swaying in front of him as Su Xiaoyu leaned slightly forward, causing him to feel somewhat dizzy. "I'm asking you." "Chen Lifei," Su Xiaoyu said. After finishing the cola, Chen Lifei stood up. "And what are you doing here?" He scrutinized her for a moment, his eyes clearly conveying his thoughts. It was difficult not to speculate when a student dressed like this appeared at a tavern. Seeing his expression, Su Xiaoyu's demeanor grew cold. She stood up, momentarily reverting to the distant, aloof girl he had first encountered on the bus. "So you think like the others, that if a girl shows up in a place like this, she can't be a good girl, right?" Su Xiaoyu spoke with a nonchalant tone, though her ears were flushed red, betraying her suppressed emotions. Observing her feigned stubbornness, concealing her sensitivity, Chen Lifei managed to smile. Being a good girl isn't necessarily a compliment. Those who judge you might not even be good themselves, so why should you care about their opinions? I just think this outfit suits you well. Next time, you could try a maid outfit. It would look even better. Chen Lifei couldn't help but chuckle at his own remark. Su Xiaoyu caught on to his teasing and instinctively kicked him lightly. Godi, she retorted, her face flushed. Yet, Chen Lifei's words had undeniably lightened her heart, though she felt no guilt in her heart. She had always been somewhat concerned about working as a female student in a tavern, fearing that her classmates from school might see her and that patrons might misunderstand her intentions. However, upon reflection, she realized that those people might not be paragons of virtue themselves, so why should she concern herself with their opinions? She carried herself with dignity, earning her own keep through her time and effort, which was nothing to be ashamed of. Chen Lifei soon caught on, inquiring, "Are you working part-time here?" Su Xiaoyu nodded and gestured towards the corner of the street. "It's the tavern called Encounter, do you see it?" Encounter? Chen Lifei thought, what a coincidence. He had chosen this place as well, because he had been working at the tavern since the summer vacation. The owner was kind-hearted, straightforward, and generous. Unfortunately, after he entered university, the owner had to sell the tavern to pay off her husband's gambling debts, unaware that she would soon fall victim to that man herself, ending up in Southeast Asia with no news thereafter. Later, he heard from informed sources that the fair-skinned, alluring owner endured a living hell in Southeast Asia, passed from one owner to another. Just imagining the torment a beautiful woman would suffer in such an environment sent chills down his spine. Yet, Chen Lifei's return wasn't fueled by a heroic desire to rescue the owner. Rather, he knew that the tavern would face demolition in a year. Not just this tavern, but the entire street was slated for redevelopment. This was one of the most shocking events for the residents of Haishur. Namping Road was not an old district. Having been built around 2002, and for over a decade, it had not been a particularly popular street, with rental prices and property values remaining modest. However, in 2015, the street was suddenly announced for demolition, as it was to be repurposed for educational use, with plans to construct a prestigious high school. When he learned of this in his past life, he could only envy those fortunate enough to have the money, lamenting that his own neighborhood, which had long been rumored to face demolition, still stood firm even until his death, outlasting him by far. Now, Chen Lifei was here to assess several storefronts, intending to secure a few before the demolition commenced. Of course, if his reincarnation could also help the tavern owner see through the truth of her companion and escape his clutches, that would be an added bonus. However, he found it somewhat puzzling that in his previous life, he had begun working part-time at Encounter just a week before university started. Yet Su Xiaoyu had not been there at that time, and he had not known her at all. Perhaps she had already earned enough to leave the tavern by then. He thought, dismissing it. The two waited by the street when a white BMW Mini turned the corner and parked by the side of the road. Soon, a woman emerged from the driver's seat, clad in a striking red dress, her long black waves cascading around her slender waist. A petite face adorned with dark sunglasses and fiery red lips, along with oversized, extravagant earrings, complemented her appearance. The woman slightly bent down, retrieving a hairband from the car, and elegantly tied her cascading waves into a low ponytail, draping it over her right shoulder, artfully concealing her alluring figure, rendering her even more captivating. The woman was none other than Luo Yin, the owner of the Encounter Tavern. Upon spotting the owner, Su Xiaoyu stood up to bid farewell to Chen Lifei. "I have to go to work now," she said, taking a couple of steps before realizing that Chen Lifei was following her. Frowning, she asked, "What are you doing following me?" Chen Lifei teased her. "Why do you always assume I'm deliberately tailing you? The tavern is open for business. Can't I just be a customer?" Su Xiaoyu felt her cheeks flush. "You're a good student from Yizhong. You shouldn't be here. You should go back and focus on your studies." Su Xiaoyu had learned during her last visit to Yizhong that Chen Lifei was in the top class, and she had seen his name at the top of the grade list when leaving the school. Chen Lifei merely smiled nonchalantly, saying, "I've told you before. Labels of good student or bad student are merely external judgments. If one constantly lives according to others' evaluations, one risks losing oneself, you know?" As he spoke, Chen Lifei stepped past Su Xiaoyu and ruffled her hair playfully. Startled by this sudden display of affection, Su Xiaoyu blushed and scolded him. "What are you doing?" "Listening to my lecture comes at a price," Chen Lifei replied with a cheeky grin. Su Xiaoyu, who appeared serious, was surprisingly easy to fluster, her face reddening at the slightest provocation, even if she managed to maintain her composure. It was rather endearing. Chen Lifei and Su Xiaoyu entered the Encounter Tavern together, where the owner was just cleaning tables at the bar. Upon seeing them, her fox-like eyes darted between the two before she smiled seductively. Well, Xiaoyu, today you brought a boyfriend?" Su Xiaoyu pressed her lips together, flustered, and waved her hands. What are you saying, Yinjia? This is my classmate. I just happened to run into him outside. Oh, I see. Just a classmate. Luo Yan's voice danced with flirtation, making one's imagination run wild. Many young couples start as classmates. You two are quite a match. After speaking, her captivating gaze shifted to Chen Lifei, and she smiled brightly. This young man clearly has the air of a top student. If my sister saw him, they wouldn't let him go easily. Chen Lifei couldn't help but chuckle. The owner had not changed at all, her keen eyes able to see through others at a glance. In his previous life, it was the owner who had warned him that Lin Siyun was not a worthy woman to pursue for a lifetime, urging him to turn back before it was too late, as there were better vistas awaiting him. Unfortunately, her wise counsel had ultimately failed to sway his infatuated heart in his past life. Moreover, the owner's sharp gaze had not discerned that her longtime companion was, in truth, a devil in disguise. Perhaps this is what they meant by the observer sees clearly while the participant is lost. Chen Lifei pulled himself from his thoughts and asked, Owner, are you selling this tavern? The owner was taken aback. She had indeed been contemplating selling the tavern recently due to some family issues that required urgent financial assistance. She scrutinized Chen Lifei, who simply smiled, explaining, I happened to pass by here yesterday and saw you consulting neighboring merchants about selling the tavern. The owner understood, raising an eyebrow with a smile. So, you're looking to help me find a buyer? I can give you a commission. Chen Lifei waved his hand dismissively. Why complicate things? Just name your price. I'll buy it. As soon as Chen Lifei's words left his mouth, Luo Yan's expression momentarily stiffened before she regained her composure. Her smile now tinged with caution. Top student, this isn't a place for you to boast. What do you intend to buy with? It wasn't that Luo Yan looked down on Chen Lifei. She had simply seen enough of the world to distinguish between wealthy scions and those from modest backgrounds. Chen Lifei exuded an aura of purity, unmistakably a product of a nurturing familial environment where affection and harmony reigned supreme. However, it was equally apparent that he did not hail from a wealthy lineage. While his family was not financially destitute, it was rather uncommon for a mere high school graduate to casually present a sum of 200,000 to acquire commercial property. Such feats were typically beyond the reach of an average household. With a casual smile, Chen Lifei seated himself on a nearby stool, gently tapping the table with his fingers, and stated, You need not concern yourself with the source of my funds. Set your price and inform me. Should I find it agreeable, we shall conclude our deal. I will provide a deposit of 50,000 within this month, on the condition that you reserve the property for me until August. If you sell it to another party before that time, you will owe me 10 times the deposit. My dear lady, let us be forthright, shall we? Upon hearing this, Luo Yan paused her actions, her delicate fingers gliding over the table as her gaze shifted downward, deliberately appraising Chen Lifei. This seemingly demure top student struck her as anything but ordinary. His casual reference to her as my dear lady echoed with the seasoned confidence of someone well-versed in the ways of the world. Yet, coupled with his innocuous visage, it did not incite her disdain or offense. Rather, she found it quite intriguing. After a moment as contemplation, Luo Yan raised an eyebrow, a playful smile gracing her lips, her eyes sparkling with charm. Quite interesting, she mused, tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear, her fox-like eyes glinting upward as her lips curved into a smile. My asking price is 350,000, but considering your straightforwardness, I shall offer a flat rate of 280,000. Luo Yan was indeed a woman of integrity. The price of 280,000 was undoubtedly reasonable for the location and size of the property. Let us settle on 300,000. Chen Lifei countered, willingly increasing his offer by 20,000 to show appreciation for the consideration extended by the lovely lady. At this, Luo Yan's regard for Chen Lifei grew, her perception sharpening. A top student, indeed. I have a witness here, she quipped, casting a sidelong glance at Su Xiaoyu, teasingly adding, You must not break a lady's trust, lest little fishy here decides to ignore you. Su Xiaoyu, who had been standing nearby, nudged Luo Yan playfully. Sister Yan, we are merely ordinary classmates. In truth, they were not even from the same school. The tavern's atmosphere lightened with Luo Yan's playful jabs. Chen Lifei turned to Su Xiaoyu, remarking, Aren't you employed here? The patrons have been seated for quite some time, yet I see no water being served. Su Xiaoyu shot Chen Lifei a gentle glare, but proceeded to pour him a cup of warm water. Clearly dissatisfied, Chen Lifei quipped, Isn't this a tavern? Why has it transformed into a water bar? Luo Yan, her graceful form gliding from the front desk, lightly patted Chen Lifei on the head with her manicured hand. You are still a student. Once you finish your exams, I shall treat you to a lavish drink. Chen Lifei nodded enthusiastically. You have my word on that. As the clock approached 7 or 8 in the evening, the tavern began to fill with patrons. Initially, Su Xiaoyu had time to sit beside Chen Lifei, exchanging idle chatter. But as the crowd grew, she became busier. When she departed, she left behind a notebook that had been resting on the table. Filled with curiosity, Chen Lifei opened it and discovered it was filled with mathematical formulas. The handwriting was indeed commendable, yet upon closer inspection, he found the content rather trivial, resembling a form of self-indulgence. Many students today seem to suffer from the habit of taking voluminous notes, appearing diligent with an array of colorful markers embellishing their textbooks and notebooks, which, at first glance, could be quite impressive. However, in reality, only a few lines out of an entire page proved genuinely useful, time wasted without substantial learning. Su Xiaoyu was a prime example of this. When Su Xiaoyu returned after a brief flurry of activity, she noticed Chen Lifei perusing her notes with keen interest, maintaining a composed demeanor. She spoke with a hint of anticipation. "This is my newly purchased notebook for cramming for the college entrance exam. Please be careful not to soil it. Even if you fill this entire book, it won't serve you well." Chen Lifei pointed out bluntly, "You are merely engaging in futile efforts. No matter how much time you spend, it's all wasted." Su Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback, feeling a pang of defiance. "I may not be as intelligent as you, resorting to less effective methods, but you needn't look down upon me so condescendingly." Her voice, still sweet and high-pitched, retained an innocence that mitigated any sense of wrongdoing, almost resembling a playful pout, akin to a kitten's gentle claws. Chen Lifei closed her notebook and, in a mere 2 minutes, recited all the formulas she had noted. Su Xiaoyu gazed at him in disbelief. Unwilling to accept the truth, she flipped through her notebook to verify, only to close it in defeat. "Forget it," she sighed. "I seem to be quite foolish. After a day's struggle, I couldn't retain anything, while you glanced at it and memorized it all. Perhaps my mother is right. I am simply not cut out for studying." The soft, almost ethereal tone of her final words, filled with a lightness of resignation and a tinge of grievance, bubbled forth like the delicate fizz of a freshly opened carbonated drink. Chen Lifei's innate sense of chivalry stirred within him. Leaning back, he reassured her, "It's no great matter. I shall tutor you. What score are you aiming for?" Su Xiaoyu stared at him, momentarily stunned. "My goal," she trailed off. Having never contemplated this direction, her sole ambition was to gain admission to a university, to continue her education. Understanding the uncertainty in her expression, Chen Lifei smiled and suggested, "Let us aim for the second-tier university line, shall we?" Institutions above this threshold were generally public, with tuition fees considerably lower than those of third-tier or vocational schools. Although Chen Lifei was unaware of Su Xiaoyu's financial circumstances, her part-time work while still in her senior year hinted at a pressing need for financial support at home. Upon hearing his words, Su Xiaoyu's eyes widened in disbelief, as if the prospect of reaching the second-tier line were as simple as dining. With mere months until the college entrance examination, was it even feasible? Despite his status as the top student at Yizhong, her own academic limitations loomed large. Noticing her skepticism, Chen Lifei chuckled. "If you fail to reach the second-tier line, I shall accompany you in repeating the year. What do you say?" This was of course a jest, as he found her earnest demeanor utterly charming and sought to bolster her confidence while indulging his own playful vanity. Yet, Su Xiaoyu took his words to heart. Standing before him in her sailor uniform, her round face appeared even more radiant under the harsh lights, her dark eyes fixated intently on him. Beneath her calm exterior, a faint blush crept from her earlobes to the tips of her ears. Suddenly, she lowered her gaze, seemingly at a loss as she stared at her shoelaces. Just as Chen Lifei was about to clarify that he was merely jesting, Su Xiaoyu's melodious voice broke the silence, resonating with a serene and gentle quality amidst the tavern's lively ambience. "Thank you, but you need not repeat after me. I will diligently follow your lead. Regardless of the final score, I will always express my profound gratitude to you." Chapter 20. The first time a girl took the initiative. In an instant, Chen Lifei was caught off guard by a mouthful of water, leading to a fit of coughing that left his face flushed. Damn it. Perhaps he had unwittingly ventured into the realm of abstraction and stirred up trouble. He found it rather disconcerting that a girl would earnestly thank him, especially since his words were merely casual. Yet, this naive girl seemed to have taken him seriously. Chen Lifei suddenly felt like a scoundrel who had trifled with a respectable young lady. Seeing Chen Lifei choking on the water, Su Xiaoyu approached and gently patted his back. This gesture reminded Chen Lifei of the 2 soft touches against him on the bus. He could not afford to dwell on that any further. In a flustered attempt to change the subject, he asked, "Shall we start from tomorrow then? Do you work here every day? When do you finish?" Su Xiaoyu replied, "I finish at 8:30 in the evening but Yin Jie is very kind and lets me study in the lounge behind the bar until 11. Chen Lifei was puzzled as to why one would choose to review in a bar. Even in the lounge, the music was quite loud. However, he refrained from probing further and merely nodded. I finished class at 8. So, shall we meet here every night at 9? It sounds almost like a date. Su Xiaoyu's cheeks subtly flushed, and she replied with a soft I will wait for you at the bar. I'll bring you something to eat every day. Treat you to dinner. Chen Lifei chuckled and waved his hand lightly. You go ahead and attend to your duties. I'll head back now. See you tomorrow. Su Xiaoyu accompanied Chen Lifei to the entrance of the bar. After he took a couple of steps away, he turned back to look at her. As night fell, the girl stood under the spotlight, slender and serene, her sailor outfit evoking not a sense of frivolity, but rather of vibrant youthfulness. It was reminiscent of a sailor on deck, captivated by a girl who made him exclaim to his companions, "Hey, do you see that girl? I intend to marry her." "All right, no need to see me off. Just be careful on your way home," Chen Lifei said, turning to leave, only to hear the sound of hurried footsteps behind him. He turned around to find Su Xiaoyu almost colliding with him, having nearly lost her balance. She said, brushing her wind-tossed hair back. "Let's add each other on QQ for easier communication." Chen Lifei couldn't help but think that this was the first time in either of their lives that a girl had taken the initiative to add him. Quite a rare occurrence indeed. With a chime, they became friends. Chen Lifei opened Su Xiaoyu's profile. Both her avatar and background featured a cerulean fish. Her signature read simply, "Little fish, swim swiftly, freedom surrounds you from all sides." Suddenly, something stirred within Chen Lifei. He glanced down at the girl who was diligently writing a note. Her petite frame, standing against the wind, yearning for freedom, much like he had felt during his final days in the hospital. Su Xiaoyu completed her note, and, upon meeting Chen Lifei's gaze, found herself momentarily speechless, her large eyes filled with confusion. "Is something wrong?" she inquired. It seemed to her that Chen Lifei appeared somewhat melancholic, a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor. Before she could ponder further, Chen Lifei reverted to his usual nonchalant self, pocketing his phone and waving casually. "I'm off now. Bye." The young man vanished into the night, gradually disappearing from the clarity of her gaze. When Su Xiaoyu returned home after work, it was already past 11. Since her second year of high school, she had been working at the bar every afternoon after school, finishing at 9, and using the lounge to complete her assignments for 2 hours, arriving home around 11:30 to catch the final bus. That evening, as usual, she tiptoed into her home. Upon opening the door, the pungent scent of alcohol assaulted her senses. Frowning slightly, she showed no significant reaction, accustomed as she was to the smell, and proceeded to close the door and change her shoes. With a loud thud, her foot accidentally kicked an empty bottle on the floor, sending it skidding across the worn tiles with a jarring sound. In the next moment, another empty bottle came hurtling from a distance, striking her right shoulder. Su Xiaoyu felt a sharp pain and stumbled back, only then realizing who sat on the couch, her mother. The woman spoke with a slurred voice, heavy with intoxication. Her words thick with disdain. "Damn you, girl. Coming home so late every day. Are you studying or selling yourself? Look at other girls. None of them study this late. Your cousin is about to have her 3rd child next month, and they received a bride price of over 100,000. They get 1,000 for each child. What a bargain. And look at you. At 18, you haven't earned a single penny, yet you keep coming back to me for money to attend that worthless school. What is the use of a girl studying so much? You might as well spread your legs and make some white money. Only fools go to school." Her mother's words were unbearably harsh, reverberating painfully in the small, quiet space. Yet Su Xiaoyu seemed to hear nothing, her expression cold as she walked past the woman, carefully avoiding the scattered bottles and retreating to the innermost small room, unlocking it with her key. The woman's voice rang out again. "You wretched child. Locking your door at home. Are you afraid I might sell you while you sleep? Let me tell you, you were born of me. Every part of you belongs to me. If I truly wanted to sell you, would you dare say a word against it?" The bedroom door slammed shut, but the acrid scent of alcohol and her mother's incessant tirade could not be contained. Su Xiaoyu opened the window, inhaling deeply the air outside. The environment of the rented housing complex was dismal, filled with the stench of decay and poverty which invaded her nostrils. She buried her head deeply in the sleeve of her school uniform, finding solace only in the scent of orange-scented detergent, a fragrance that belonged solely to her. Su Xiaoyu contemplated that once the college entrance examination concluded, she would be able to save over 20,000 yuan. The money she had painstakingly accumulated over these 2 years was her ticket to a new life. Suddenly, she thought of Chen Lifei, recalling his promise to help her gain admission to a second-tier university. Gaining admission would mean escaping this place, distancing herself from her mother, and never returning again. Chapter 21. A hero saves the damsel. Upon returning home and logging onto QQ, Chen Lifei discovered that the class group chat was in an uproar. The discussion revolved around the difficulties of the recent mock exam. After comparing answers, everyone seemed to have retreated into silence, the chat filled with cries of despair. Some classmates tagged themselves, inquiring about their own performance, while others, typically friendly with him, teased that he had likely dozed off during the exam. Noting his lack of response, Zhou Jiangjun assumed he was in a foul mood and replied on his behalf, "It's just a mock exam." Chen Lifei probably isn't too concerned, as it's not the real deal. Chen Lifei leisurely climbed the stairs and finished reading, noticing someone tagging Lin Siyun to ask Meng Xiaowei how he performed on the exam. Lin Siyun responded with a shy expression of a little cat. He mentioned that he did quite well, especially in Chinese and the comprehensive science subjects, feeling rather confident in himself. With a blank expression, Chen Lifei scrolled through the messages, only exiting the class group chat after reading everything. He then opened a private chat with Zhou Jiangjun, inquiring about what he wanted to eat over the weekend. Zhou Jiangjun, the bold general, replied, "What is up? You want to treat me to a grand banquet?" Chen Lifei responded, "Consider it done." He continued, "Let us invite Hanyu this weekend, and we'll go to New World for steak, my treat." Zhou Jiangjun held his phone for a long time without replying. Finally, feeling somewhat bewildered, he scratched the back of his head and muttered to himself, "Could it be that Chen Lifei has turned over a new leaf?" It's hard to believe, considering the old Chen Lifei was notoriously stingy, eager to save every penny just to spend it all on Lin Siyun, then finding ways to dig into his own pockets. It wasn't until just before going to bed that Zhou Jiangjun finally understood. The boy had grown up and learned to show filial piety toward his father. The next morning, as soon as Chen Lifei arrived at school, he overheard numerous classmates discussing the previous day's mock exam. Suddenly, a boy burst into the classroom, wearing a face that conveyed great urgency, and stood at the podium exclaiming, "Quiet down. Major news. Guess what?" A classmate hurled a pen at him, saying, "If you have something to say, just say it. How are we supposed to guess with such nonsense?" The boy scanned the room and, with an air of mystery, declared, "When the exam results come out, the student who ranks first in the grade will receive a reward of several thousand. I heard it sponsored by a philanthropist. Only for the top student, nothing for the second." As soon as he finished speaking, all eyes shifted to Chen Lifei. Traditionally, it was a foregone conclusion that the first in the grade would undoubtedly be Chen Lifei. However, this time it was uncertain. Chen Lifei had not only fallen asleep during the exam, but had done so in the comprehensive science section, which was notoriously time-pressured, inevitably affecting his score. And comprehensive science was a subject that could significantly lower one's overall score. At that moment, the homeroom teacher entered the classroom with a list in hand, ushering the boy off the podium. Slamming his hand on the desk, he said sternly, "Everyone be quiet. With the college entrance examination approaching, you all need to get serious. You are truly the most lackluster class of top students I have ever taught." He slammed the paper on the desk, visibly frustrated. In the adjacent class, too, Meng Xiaowei scored full marks on the essay section of the mock exam, the only student in the entire grade to do so. You all know how difficult this mock exam was. Meng Xiaowei's achievement is a testament to his capabilities. I must ask, why does Class 2 have a student who can score full marks, while we do not? The teacher's gaze swept across the class before settling on Chen Lifei with a hint of disappointment. Chen Lifei had always been a source of pride for him. But news of his sleeping during the exam had spread, leading to a reprimand from the disciplinary director, Wang Mingnan, leaving him with no dignity. The teacher continued, "Some students consistently excel, making it easy for teachers, but you must not become complacent. You cannot falter in these crucial final moments. The last 2 months are the most significant after 12 years of hard study. Do not let the beginning be promising only to end in failure. You must have the right attitude toward your studies, understood?" It was clear to everyone that the teacher's words were directed at Chen Lifei. Yet, Chen Lifei appeared indifferent, disregarding the gazes of his classmates. The teacher sighed softly, recognizing that Chen Lifei had been under immense pressure lately. He decided to let it go. Even if the first place in the grade was snatched by Meng Xiaowei, it was not the end of the world. After all, it was not the college entrance exam. Such a pity about the prize, though. The teacher waved his hand. "All right, continue with your morning reading." Once the teacher left, the classroom erupted into chatter. The news brought by the boy had stirred excitement among the students, all from ordinary families, who had never seen such a substantial reward. Suddenly, a voice called from outside the classroom. "Lin Siyun, someone is looking for you." Standing at the door, impeccably dressed, was none other than Meng Xiaowei. The classmates exchanged glances, some teasingly nudging Chen Lifei. Meng Xiaowei had come to deliver breakfast to Lin Siyun. It was evident that he was in good spirits. "Siyun, this is your favorite cake from Yuanzhou. I made a special trip to buy it this morning. You haven't even eating well lately. Please eat more. Huang Ting, accompanying Lin Siyun, exclaimed, "Isn't this yuan zhu crown cake quite expensive? I think it costs nearly 200 yuan each. Meng Xiaowei, you are so good to our Siyun." The classmates exchanged glances, bewildered. A cake costing 200 yuan? Wasn't Meng Xiaowei's family supposed to be struggling? Rumor had it that they had been living on subsistence for years. How could he afford such an extravagant treat for Lin Siyun? It seemed the earlier news of the reward was indeed true. In this light, it was clear that Meng Xiaowei would undoubtedly take first place. In an instant, the classmates looked at Chen Lifei with pity. Alas, the first place was gone, the reward was lost, and the goddess he had pursued for so long seemed out of reach. It was indeed a tragic fate for Chen Lifei. Even Zhou Jiangjun felt a pang of sympathy. Turning to comfort Chen Lifei, "Dad will treat you to something good this weekend. A mere cake isn't anything to fuss over. It'll just make her fat. And then no one will want her." After a long silence without a response from Chen Lifei, Zhou Jiangjun glanced down and saw him rapidly jotting something in his notebook. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a compilation of all mathematical formulas and common problem types from high school. Zhou Jiangjun, puzzled, asked, "Why are you memorizing these basic things? You're not really feeling down, are you?" Chen Lifei finished writing with flair, tearing out the pages filled with formulas and problem types, waving them in front of Zhou Jiangjun. "You wouldn't understand, would you? I'm off to rescue the damsel in distress." He chuckled mischievously. Chapter 22, Inverted and Eating Excrement. At 8 in the evening, after the final night study session, Chen Lifei dashed out of the classroom. Huang Ting watched his rapidly vanishing figure with curiosity and asked Lin Siyun, "It seems Chen Lifei hasn't come to see you for quite some time. Have you not forgiven him yet?" Lin Siyun's expression stiffened. She recalled the day she approached Chen Lifei in the cafeteria to reconcile, only to be flatly rejected. She had never felt such humiliation in her life. Crying for 2 consecutive nights at home. Just as she had begun to regain her composure, her emotions now turned restless again. Lin Siyun spoke somewhat ambiguously. "I said I wouldn't forgive him, and I won't. I have no intention of having any relationship with him from now on, and I don't want to hear his name mentioned again." Seeing Lin Siyun's serious demeanor, Huang Ting refrained from saying more, feeling a twinge of regret for a friend. Lin Siyun is someone who is oblivious to her own fortune. In truth, Chen Lifei possesses commendable qualities. Both of his parents are employees within the system, ensuring a life free from financial worries. Chen Lifei excels academically, and though he may not possess the delicate features of Meng Xiaowei, his countenance is nonetheless handsome and distinctly superior to that of the average young man. Perhaps it is merely due to Lin Siyun's accustomed familiarity with Chen Lifei's presence over the years that she takes him for granted. Should he ever choose to abandon her, Huang Ting speculates that Lin Siyun may come to regret her indifference. Chen Lifei arrived at the Encounter Tavern precisely at 9 o'clock. Upon entering, he spotted the tavern's proprietress, Luo Yin, leaning slightly over the bar. Her impressive curves were subtly accentuated by the dim lighting, her long hair cascading to one side as she flashed a captivating smile at the man before her, exuding an alluring charm. Upon closer inspection, the typically enchanting proprietress appeared to exhibit a hint of shyness in the presence of this man. If Chen Lifei's memory served him correctly, this was the very man who would later marry the proprietress, accrue substantial gambling debts, and ultimately sell her into Southeast Asia. Upon noticing Chen Lifei's arrival, Luo Yin promptly waved him over, her lips curving into a smile as she said, "Little fish has been waiting for you in the lounge for quite some time now. Hurry along, lest you keep her waiting in anxiety." With that, Luo Yan's eyes sparkled with delight. The man seated across from her turned to regard Chen Lifei, his gaze appearing casual yet laced with a trace of disdain. This was a natural reaction from a man who considered himself mature when confronted by a brash young lad. Chen Lifei, unfazed by his scrutiny, returned the gaze with a cool demeanor, a faint smile playing on his lips as he appraised the man from head to toe, ultimately fixing him with a mocking look. The man's expression shifted instantaneously. Perhaps it was merely his imagination, but he felt as though this impudent youth regarded him with contempt. Before he could dwell on the thought, Chen Lifei had already turned his attention away, striding confidently towards the lounge while casually conversing with Luo Yin. "Boss, could you please bring in 2 glasses of water? Consider it your early service to your future boss." Luo Yin found his confidence amusing. This young man, with no tangible accomplishments yet, already acted as if the tavern were his. The man beside her inquired, "What future boss?" Luo Yin succinctly recounted the events of that day. The man scoffed, clearly skeptical of Chen Lifei's capabilities. "I know these young brats all too well. They strut around school, oblivious to the realities of life. Don't be deceived by him. With that small frame of his, he could never afford to buy this tavern. I'd eat shit standing on my head if he could. Luo Yin replied gently. Youthful arrogance is not necessarily a flaw. At his age, one should indeed be a bit audacious. Upon entering the lounge, Chen Lifei found Su Xiaoyu already seated at a table, engrossed in writing. As he approached, he discerned the title of her work, 5 years of college entrance examination, 3 years of simulation. Chen Lifei placed the torn pages he had retrieved on the table and interrupted her. Stop writing. Memorize this page today, and once you're done, I'll give you a few questions to tackle. Review them daily until you master each method. Eventually, it will all come together. By the way, what scores do you usually achieve in your liberal arts subjects? Can you reach 200? Su Xiaoyu, being a humanities student, limited Chen Lifei's ability to boast further. Otherwise, he would have aimed to secure her a place in a top-tier university. Unfortunately, he had no knowledge of history, geography, or politics, leaving him with an eager heart but no outlet for his enthusiasm. Su Xiaoyu pouted. Who do you look down upon? I can certainly score 200. Last month, I scored 203 in liberal arts, placing 5th in the class. Chen Lifei remained silent, knowing that in their class, a score of just over 200 in the sciences would place one near the bottom. Instead of discouraging Su Xiaoyu, he took out a pen and began calculating on a practice workbook. Let us say you consistently score 200 in liberal arts. I'll help you lift your math and English to 130 each. Combined, that's 260. Your language skills should be solid enough to secure 100. All told, you'll be looking at 560 points, likely exceeding the second-tier university threshold by 30 to 40 points. You should have ample options among second-tier institutions. Su Xiaoyu listened, her eyes wide with astonishment, peering skeptically at Chen Lifei. He, seemingly indifferent to her expression, handed her the pen and delivered the well-known phrase of their homeroom teacher. What are you staring at? Look at the problems. There are no answers on my face. Though Su Xiaoyu found it difficult to comprehend, she was indeed an obedient student. When Chen Lifei instructed her to memorize formulas, she complied without hesitation. When he explained problems, she diligently recorded each method. She asked no questions, placing her trust entirely in Chen Lifei. In less than a week of knowing him, she inexplicably believed that he would never lead her astray. Chen Lifei's questions were comprehensive, covering nearly every type of problem related to the formulas. While he could not recall the specific questions from the college entrance exam, he still retained the knowledge points. As long as Su Xiaoyu grasped these concepts, she would face no significant challenges. Time flew swiftly in their earnest study session. And when Su Xiaoyu finally raised her head from the dense array of problems, the clock indicated it was already 11:20. Her expression shifted. It's so late. I need to hurry home. Otherwise, she would be met with her drunken mother-esque scorn or even physical abuse. However, Chen Lifei misinterpreted her urgency and joked. What are you worried about? I wouldn't rob you of your virtue. Su Xiaoyu's face turned pale as she mechanically gathered all the materials she had worked on that day, anxious to leave. Noticing something amiss, Chen Lifei grasped her arm gently. What's wrong? Yet, this slight gesture caused Su Xiaoyu to wince in pain, tears welling in her eyes. She pressed her lips together, refusing to speak. Chapter 23. The top of the grade is still Chen Lifei. Su Xiaoyu offered no explanations, merely bidding a hasty farewell to Chen Lifei. Her gaze evasive as she dashed from the lounge. Chen Lifei watched her retreating figure, recalling a line from her QQ signature. Little fish, swim swiftly. Freedom awaits in all directions. Suddenly, he realized that this seemingly cheerful and innocent girl might harbor untold stories, much like his own facade of nonchalance, which had been hard-won through trials. Life, after all, requires shedding layers to truly grow. As Chen Lifei exited the lounge, the man had already departed, leaving only the proprietress and a few scattered patrons in the tavern. Luo Yin was polishing a glass when she caught sight of Chen Lifei and smiled knowingly. Have you been bullying our little fish? Why did she run off so quickly? Chen Lifei responded with an unrelated question. How long has Su Xiaoyu been working here? Luo Yin pondered for a moment. Almost 2 years. She first came during the summer of her first year in high school. I found her quite pitiable, so I allowed her to stay. Feigning indifference, Chen Lifei queried. In what way was she pitiable? Luo Yin pursed her lips, lost in reminiscence, her eyes reflecting a blend of nostalgia and sentiment. At that time, she could be considered a young lady, her clothes somewhat soiled, and her hair in disarray, appearing not to be the type to indulge in alcohol. Yet, an unmistakable scent of liquor clung to her, and she was slightly slenderer than she is now. She expressed her hunger, stating she would forego her wages for a mere meal. As they became more familiar, Chen Lifei inquired about her situation, to which she revealed she had quarreled with her family. Sensing her reluctance to elaborate further, he refrained from pressing the matter. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Lifei acknowledged her words, bid farewell to the tavern's proprietress, and departed. On his way home, Chen Lifei opened QQ and sent a message to Su Xiaoyu. Make sure to thoroughly memorize today's questions. Mastering just one more will enhance your swimming speed. Unbeknownst to him, Su Xiaoyu, hidden beneath her covers, was enveloped in the foul stench of refuse wafting in from outside, accompanied by her mother's drunken tirades resonating from beyond the room. As she read Chen Lifei's message, tears silently streamed down onto the bedsheets, leaving irregular trails akin to small fish desperately swimming toward broader horizons. Soon, Friday arrived, marking the day the results of the first mock examination would be announced. When Chen Lifei entered the classroom, the atmosphere was already bustling with excitement. Rumor had it that early that morning, school officials had arrived to welcome attendees, as the legendary philanthropist was set to present awards at the school. Apart from a cash prize of $50,000 for the top student, the philanthropist would also donate a new teaching building to the school. Life in the senior year was inherently tedious, and the prospect of such an event drew everyone in early. Chen Lifei, bleary-eyed, settled into his seat and stifled a yawn. He had been staying up late for several nights, crafting questions for Su Xiaoyu, his dreams consumed by the looming college entrance examination, leaving him looking rather disheveled. Huang Ting noticed Chen Lifei's demeanor and quietly remarked to Lin Siyun, "It seems that this exam setback has profoundly affected him. I previously thought he was indifferent, but it appears he was merely putting on a brave face." Lin Siyun, however, felt a sense of satisfaction. Meng Xiaoyi had been in high spirits lately, often treating her to breakfast and desserts, and even promised to take her out for a buffet over the weekend. Previously, Lin Siyun had been saddened by Chen Lifei's behavior, merely feeling the absence of someone who had once catered to her needs. With the more accomplished Meng Xiaoyi by her side, she no longer held Chen Lifei in high regard. Ting, Lin Siyun said, "Let's not focus our attention on others. Whether they're virtuous or otherwise bears no relevance to us. Each of us must forge our own path. Look at Meng Xiaoyi. Despite being overshadowed in recent years, perseverance and hard work will eventually lead to success." Several classmates, overhearing Lin Siyun's words, turned towards her, eager to glean more information. "Lin Siyun, are you saying that Meng Xiaoyi's first place is practically guaranteed? Has he seen his results in advance? No wonder he has been so generous. If I suddenly had several thousand yuan, I would treat myself to many delightful foods." "Lin Siyun, since you are so close to Meng Xiaoyi, could you ask him about his study techniques? I previously inquired with Chen Lifei, but he claimed he had no idea how he studied. It seemed he could solve problems effortlessly, which was rather unhelpful." Lin Siyun smiled gently. Some people may rely on their innate intelligence and disregard the efforts of ordinary individuals. However, reality proves that with diligence, nothing is insurmountable. Rest assured, I will ask Meng Xiaoyi today after school about borrowing his study notes, and will make copies for each of you. "Thank you, Siyun. You're truly kind." As everyone lavished praise upon Lin Siyun and Meng Xiaoyi, Zhao Mengting, seated in front, appeared somewhat displeased. She coldly remarked, "It's just a mock exam. It's not the real college entrance examination. Moreover, even if Meng Xiaoyi takes first place, what difference does it make to you all? We are from class 1. What benefit do we derive from the top position being claimed by someone from class 2? I fail to see why you're so excited." Lin Siyun furrowed her brow at Zhao Mengting. "Is it not permissible for students from class 1 to cheer for those in class 2? Meng Xiaoyi and I are friends. He has worked hard to achieve first in the grade, and I simply wish to share in his joy. Some may not attain first place due to their own actions. It is not my fault, so why should I be concerned?" Zhao Mengting was about to retort that Chen Lifei had maintained first place for many years without exhibiting such arrogance, when she turned to see the homeroom teacher entering with a list in hand. The teacher, already possessing a stern countenance, now wore an even graver expression, as if every student owed him 800,000 yuan. "Enough. Do you even comprehend the nature of your performance? You are, without a doubt, the most subpar class I have ever taught. I have never witnessed such poor outcomes from my students. Are you not ashamed?" It was the first time in 3 years that Class 2's average score and ranking had surpassed that of Class 1, securing the top position in the grade. "Do you not feel embarrassed? I am mortified on your behalf." Although this was a disgrace for the class, for Lin Siyun, it was not entirely unfavorable. At least she and Meng Xiaoyi could hold their heads high in front of Chen Lifei. At the very least, she could witness Chen Lifei's decline after he severed ties with her. Lin Siyun sat up straight, eagerly anticipating the announcement of the exam rankings. The homeroom teacher scanned the room and sighed heavily, almost as if relieved, before declaring, "Fortunately, our class S. Chen Lifei has made us proud. He has once again secured first place in the grade. Otherwise, both the class and individual first would have been seized by class 2. Where would that leave my dignity? This statement sent shockwaves through the classroom. Had they misheard? What did the teacher just say? Chen Lifei was still first in the grade. How is that possible? Hadn't he slept through part of the comprehensive science exam? Given the difficulty of this science paper, they had been racing against time to complete it. While Chen Lifei had dozed off for half the exam, how could he possibly have scored higher than anyone else? The students exchanged bewildered glances, apart from Zhou Jiangjun, whose face was a mix of shock and excitement. Looking around like a monkey, the expressions of the others were equally telling. The girls who had just been praising Lin Xiyun and Meng Xiaowei exchanged glances, their eyes darting back and forth. After a brief moment of astonishment, Zhao Mengting lowered her gaze and smiled softly, taking advantage of the distraction to observe Chen Lifei, her eyes quietly scrutinizing him. Meanwhile, Huang Ting looked at Lin Xiyun with concern, as Lin Xiyun's expression was far from pleasant. Lin Xiyun stiffened slightly, her lovely cherry lips parting in surprise, completely taken aback, remaining seated as her smile faded entirely. First in the grade, it was indeed Chen Lifei? How could this be possible? Meng Xiaowei had scored full marks on his Chinese essay, a subject where Chen Lifei had typically struggled, and he had spent half of the science exam asleep. How could he possibly have outscored Meng Xiaowei? Lin Xiyun remained in her seat for a considerable time until the homeroom teacher, beaming, affixed the rankings to the side of the blackboard. All the students surged forward to take a look, and a gasp erupted from within the crowd. My heavens! 728? Chen Lifei actually scored 728 points. The Chinese language test cost him 12 points, the English test deducted 10. Yet he achieved full marks in mathematics and the science subjects? Such a challenging exam, and he managed to score a perfect score? This transcends mere genius. This is nothing short of prodigious talent. Isn't it? Chen Lifei truly is a master of concealment. Over these many days, he has remained silent, leading us to believe he was disheartened, when in fact he seemed to have dismissed the entire affair, showcasing a sheer dimension of superiority. Classmates exchanged remarks, while the protagonist, Chen Lifei, lay sprawled across his desk, attempting to catch up on sleep. Damn, he was utterly exhausted. Tutoring others was no trifling matter. However, the thought of Su Xiaoyu's sailor uniform lingered in his mind. Fine, he would endure a little longer. Altruism was in his nature, surely. He wouldn't be swayed merely by a sailor outfit. Drowsily roused by someone shaking him, Chen Lifei awoke with a frown, only to find his homeroom teacher's square face looming before him. The abrupt transition from thoughts of a sailor uniform to that square face left him feeling rather disenchanted. You certainly have remarkable composure. Enough of this napping. Put on your school uniform properly, dampen your hair in the restroom, and prepare yourself. We have an awards ceremony to attend. Present yourself with some decorum, lest you bring disgrace upon me, old Lu. In an instant, Chen Lifei was alert. Naturally, who wouldn't he be spirited upon seeing 50,000 yuan? Rising from his seat, he sauntered out of the classroom under the watchful gazes of his peers. Upon reaching the restroom, he turned on the faucet, cupped his hands to collect water, splashed it on his face, and then smoothed his hair back from his forehead to the nape of his neck, fashioning a simple yet elegant slick-back style. Gazing into the mirror, he thought, handsome. Damn handsome. Just as he exited the restroom, he collided with a grim-faced Meng Xiaowei and his companion, Wang Mengnan. It was evident that they had come to confront Chen Lifei. At that moment, old Lu also emerged from the classroom, rubbing his palms together, and said to Wang Mengnan, Director, please hold on a moment. Let me have this lad tidy himself up before we head to the awards. Wang Mengnan cast a serious glance at both old Lu and Chen Lifei. The award can wait, Teacher Lu. We need to take Chen Lifei to the security office. A student has formally reported him for cheating on the mock exam, and we need to review the surveillance footage. The name of the accuser was nearly on the tip of her tongue, Meng Xiaowei. Chen Lifei found the situation rather amusing, watching Meng Xiaowei, whose previous air of conceit had vanished, replaced by a face as pale as ash, resembling someone who had just consumed something foul, his expression dark and brooding. Before Chen Lifei could respond, old Lu interjected, Oh, Director Wang, one can indulge in gluttony, but not in baseless accusations. There is no evidence to support the claim that the accused cheated. Chen Lifei's academic performance has been exemplary for years. It's implausible to suspect him of cheating. Wang Mengnan pursed her lips, casting a glance at Chen Lifei. While she herself was not wholly convinced of his guilt, Meng Xiaowei's conviction was unyielding, and his agitation earlier indicated he would not relent until a resolution was reached. For the sake of fairness, Wang Mengnan decided to allow both parties to view the security footage together. Chen Lifei's results in this examination indeed raised some questions. Initially, Meng Xiaowei suspected the teachers had misgraded the papers, but I've already reviewed Chen Lifei's paper with several examiners, and it is confirmed to be a perfect score. Meng Xiaowei contends that given the difficulty of the mock exam, it is illogical for Chen Lifei to have completed it in less than half the allotted time. Therefore, to ensure fairness, let us review the surveillance footage together. Old Lu frowned at Meng Xiaowei, but it was at this juncture that Chen Lifei spoke up. All right, Director Wang. Let us proceed to the surveillance room. If I am found guilty of cheating, I shall forfeit my prize, and before the entire school, I will pen an apology and bow 360 degrees to Meng Xiaowei. However, should I be exonerated? His accusations and allegations have severely impacted my mental and physical well-being, causing great harm to my dignity. Meng Xiaowei must publicly acknowledge his narrow-mindedness and his inferior abilities and sincerely apologize to me. With that, Chen Lifei cast a provocative glance at Meng Xiaowei. Do you dare? Due to the commotion outside, students from classes 1, 2, and 3 gathered to witness the spectacle. Encircling the 4 individuals tightly, Chen Lifei's words resonated clearly, and all eyes turned to Meng Xiaowei, awaiting his response. The situation had escalated to a point of no return. If Meng Xiaowei refused Chen Lifei's terms, it would reveal his insecurity, rendering his accusations untenable. Yet, if he acquiesced for reasons unknown, Meng Xiaowei felt a flicker of uncertainty. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Lin Xiyun in the crowd, and an arrogant defiance surged within him. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "What is there to fear? Chen Lifei, I refuse to believe you are genuinely a genius. It is impossible for anyone to complete that set of questions in half the time. You must have cheated. Let us view the surveillance footage. If I have wronged you, I will kneel and apologize." Chapter 25. This is what a rabid dog looks like. Having made such a bold statement, Meng Xiaowei left even old Lu in a state of perplexity, wondering if he indeed possessed any evidence to substantiate his claims. Before he could ponder this further, Chen Lifei nodded in agreement. Very well, let us proceed to the surveillance room, but do not delay my award ceremony. Meng Xiaowei, seething with frustration at Chen Lifei's nonchalant demeanor, clenched his fists and steeled himself before following Chen Lifei and the 2 teachers to the security office. The security personnel had already been informed and retrieved the surveillance footage from the day of the exam, capturing the classroom where Chen Lifei was seated, positioned squarely in the center with clear views from both the front and back. With bated breath, they all focused intently on the footage, witnessing Chen Lifei's rapid penmanship from the very beginning of the exam. After approximately half an hour, he had nearly completed the entire paper. Then, they observed him toss his pen aside and lay his head down on the desk, promptly falling asleep. Shortly thereafter, Wang Mingnan passed by, roused him, and ushered him out of the classroom. Finally, with just 15 minutes remaining before the exam concluded, Chen Lifei returned his seat, checked his answer sheet, and submitted his paper. The entire surveillance footage revealed that Chen Lifei's hands were fully visible, with no blind spots in sight. This indicated that unless he were a deity, it was utterly implausible for him to have cheated. Upon reviewing the complete examination footage, Meng Xiaowei's face turned ashen. The reality he had stubbornly refused to accept had unfolded before him. Chen Lifei had indeed completed an exceedingly difficult science exam in less than half the time and achieved a perfect score. Old Lu wore a proud expression, gratified to have such a brilliant student. Wang Mingnan's countenance, however, was less than favorable as she addressed Meng Xiaowei. Meng Xiaowei, you've seen the footage. There is no possibility that Chen Lifei cheated. His perfect score was entirely due to his own merit and perhaps a stroke of luck. I hope you can reassess your perspective and concentrate on your own studies. Meng Xiaowei's expression soured, his gaze dropping. I understand, Director Wang. I apologize to Chen Lifei. It was my narrow-mindedness that wasted everyone's time. Wang Mingnan hoped to diffuse the situation. All right, you may return to class. Meng Xiaowei nodded slightly, preparing to leave. When he was called back by Chen Lifei, are you leaving just like that? Were your previous words mere nonsense? Did you not intend to apologize to me before the entire school, and even kneel before me? Such words are unworthy of a dog. Meng Xiaowei stood frozen in place, consumed by a mix of anger and embarrassment. His earlier words had been uttered in a fit of rage, and Wang Mingnan had already provided him an escape route. Yet, Chen Lifei insisted on digging deeper. Chen Lifei, is this really such a significant matter? Do you truly wish for me to kneel before you? We're classmates, after all. Must you be so unforgiving? People can be forgiving, but dogs cannot, Chen Lifei replied nonchalantly. Meng Xiaowei, exasperated, shot back, do not revel in your triumph here. Who knows if you completed those questions so swiftly because a teacher provided you with special guidance or leaked the answers. Otherwise, how could it be possible? Before Meng Xiaowei could finish, their homeroom teacher, Mr. Liu, interjected sharply. Hey, I find your thoughts quite troubling. Who are you accusing? He is my student. Who would leak answers to him? Are you insulting him or me? How can someone so young harbor such dark thoughts? I praised you just the other day in class. How can you make baseless accusations? Chen Lifei chuckled derisively behind him. A mad dog behaves this way. Meng Xiaowei's expression shifted with anger. You. Enough. Wang Mingnan chastised. This matter ends here. Chen Lifei, Meng Xiaowei has already apologized to you. You must learn to forgive. Are you truly going to demand a classmate kneel before you? Hurry and prepare to receive your award. Cease this nonsense. Chen Lifei had no intention of relentlessly pursuing Meng Xiaowei. A mere pair of kneeling legs paled in comparison to the significance of 50,000 yuan. Moreover, he was confident that opportunities would arise in the future for Meng Xiaowei to willingly kneel before him and acknowledge his mistakes. One who has lived anew need not fuss over trivialities. As the clock struck 3, Chen Lifei accepted a charitable donation before the entire school. A colossal check of 50,000 yuan displayed prominently before him. He stood alongside the philanthropist and various school leaders for a photo op. In the distance, Han Yu and Zhou Jiang gritted their teeth in frustration. This guy truly managed to bask in the limelight. They were the epitome of those who feared their brother would endure hardship, yet also resented him for driving a luxury vehicle. Damn, no wonder he wanted to treat me to dinner. This meal won't suffice. He at least owes me a year's worth of internet fees and a deluxe skin package for the Year of the Dragon. While Han Yu and Zhou Jiang toyed with abstract notions, others below were on the verge of jealousy-induced despair. Lin Siyun, upon learning that Meng Xiaowei had reviewed the surveillance footage, sought him out. Observing his ashen complexion, she grasped the situation. In truth, she had never fully believed Chen Lifei would resort to cheating. After all, she had known him for over a decade and understood his character. However, such sentiments could not be voiced in front of Meng Xiaowei. Lin Siyun offered him solace. Xiaowei, it's just a mock exam. The college entrance examination does not distinguish between first and second place. With your abilities, you can still easily gain admission to Tsinghua or Peking University without needing to compete for the top rank against Chen Lifei. Meng Xiaowei, however, was beyond consolation. He must have known. He certainly knew the first prize came with a 50,000 yuan reward. He plays his role so well, feigning ignorance. Clearly, no one else heard the teacher on the phone at that moment. Either he was tipped off by his homeroom teacher, or how else could he have known? Lin Siyun paused, seemingly coming to a realization. Meng Xiaowei, so the favor you asked me to extend to Chen Lifei was not about securing first place, but rather because you were aware of the 50,000 yuan prize? You were in it for the money? Meng Xiaowei, now agitated, failed to notice the shift in Lin Siyun's tone. So what if it is for money? Who in this world does not live for money? I toil in my studies to gain admission to a good university and secure a lucrative job later. What is wrong with earning some money with my own abilities now? Chapter 26. Perhaps he has gone to pursue romance. Lin Siyun stared in disbelief at the frustrated expression on Meng Xiaowei's face, struggling to reconcile it with the refined young man she once knew. A profound disappointment welled up within her heart. She had believed Meng Xiaowei to be unique, extraordinary, and untainted by the world. Yet, she now found him willing to slander his peers for financial gain. Without uttering another word, she looked up to see Chen Lifei, the center of attention, radiating confidence in his pristine school uniform beneath the sunlight, surrounded by admirers. Lin Siyun suddenly felt a sense of disorientation. Once this person, now basking in the limelight, had cherished her dearly. However, at some juncture, he had distanced himself from her, while the once shining Meng Xiaowei now appeared dim in comparison. 50,000 yuan might sound impressive to high school students, but in reality, it was merely 5,000 in cash. After receiving the money, Chen Lifei placed it in his backpack, and Mr. Liu approached him with a word of caution. Make sure to give this to your parents. Let them help you save it. At your age, it's easy to squander money without realizing it. Mr. Liu's words held an underlying message. Having known Chen Lifei for 3 years, he recognized the young man's unique feelings for Lin Siyun. If Chen Lifei were not careful, he might squander that money on his female classmates. Previously, Mr. Liu had considered advising Chen Lifei that there were plenty of fish in the sea and that he need not fixate on one flower, but as a teacher, he could not voice such sentiments. Chen Lifei grinned. Don't worry, Mr. Liu. After graduation, I will prepare a grand gift for you. Just wait and see if you dare to accept it. Bold and irreverent. You young man, what could I possibly refuse? With a smile, Chen Lifei said nothing further, packed his bag, and announced he was leaving before disappearing in a flash. Meanwhile, Lin Siyun watched Chen Lifei's swift departure and casually turned to Zhou Jiang. Zhou Jiang, have you not been walking with Chen Lifei lately? Zhou Jiang, taken aback by Lin Siyun's unexpected inquiry, shrugged but did not dwell on it. He hasn't returned home after school these days. I have no idea where he goes. He's brimming with energy all day. I don't know what keeps him so busy. Lin Siyun was taken aback. No wonder she had lingered near the entrance of her neighborhood these past few days, hoping to encounter Chen Lifei, yet failed to do so. So, hadn't he returned home? Furrowing her brow, Lin Siyun wondered aloud, with the college entrance exams approaching, where could he possibly be going after school every day? Zhou Jiang shot her a suspicious glance. I've never seen you so concerned for Chen Lifei before. What's going on? Are you worried about his money? Zhou Jiang recalled Chen Lifei's earlier mention of heroically rescuing a damsel in distress, and casually remarked, I don't know. Maybe he's off chasing romance. Once Zhou Jiang finished packing his bag, he left, oblivious to the sudden pallor that overtook Lin Siyun's face. The image of the girl who had approached Chen Lifei at the classroom door flashed in Lin Siyun's mind, sending a chill through her. Chen Lifei? Dating? With someone else? Did he truly no longer harbor feelings for her? Achoo! As Chen Lifei disembarked from the bus, he was suddenly seized by a sneeze. He extended a finger to rub his nose, inhaled sharply, and then ventured into the quaint tavern. Business was thriving that day, though the proprietress was conspicuously absent. Only 2 waitresses and Su Xiaoyu were bustling about. Upon seeing Chen Lifei, Su Xiaoyu hurried over. Please wait for me in the back for a moment. We have a surge of customers today, and Yin Jie has stepped out for a bit. I might be busy for another half an hour. You can start on some questions, and I'll join you shortly, she said. Chen Lifei raised an eyebrow, signaling that she need not concern herself with him. Su Xiaoyu turned back to her tasks, clad in a Hello Kitty-themed uniform, the soft pink hue accentuating her porcelain skin, lending it an ethereal glow. Her hair was tied in a high ponytail, reminiscent of their first encounter, adorned with a large pink bow that made her already petite face appear even smaller. Chen Lifei mused. Why hadn't Su Xiaoyu been working here during his previous visits? Had she been present then, perhaps he could have evaded the clutches of Lin Siyun. Lost in thought, Chen Lifei was about to step into the break room when his peripheral vision caught something. Su Xiaoyu was at the bar mixing drinks, reaching for a bottle placed too high. As she stood on tiptoe, her skirt shifted slightly, revealing a bruise above her knee. Chen Lifei's memory was sharp. Su Xiaoyu had not sported that bruise when she wore her sailor outfit yesterday. He recalled her anxious expression as she left the previous day and the words of the proprietress, Luo Yan. He quickly pieced together the narrative: family quarrels, running away from home, the necessity of working to afford food. Perhaps Su Xiaoyu was a victim of domestic violence. This, he thought, could explain her desperate desire to escape this place and her initially hostile demeanor, merely a means of self-protection. Chen Lifei's expression turned somber. He cast a glance at Su Xiaoyu before departing the tavern. 10 minutes later, upon his return, he found Su Xiaoyu anxiously peering out the door. Her face lit up upon spotting him, and she trotted over, slightly breathless, her ponytail and bow gently swaying. The faint scent of oranges wafted into Chen Lifei's nostrils. You scare me. I thought you had left, she exclaimed softly. Are you done? Chen Lifei inquired, observing her slightly flushed cheeks. Su Xiao not that. I thought you might leave without waiting, so I hurried to finish my tasks. I was about to send you a message on QQ. Then let us go inside. He replied. They entered the break room together, where Su Xiaoyu retrieved a stack of draft paper filled with meticulous calculations, clearly demonstrating her diligence. I completed the questions you gave me yesterday 3 times and memorized them. Please check for any mistakes or areas that require further practice. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation, akin to a child yearning for praise, her dark, clear pupils brimming with expectation. Chen Lifei found it unfathomable that someone could inflict harm upon such a girl. He averted his gaze and retrieved a bottle of bruise ointment from his bag. The only option available at the nearby pharmacy was this. He would make do and apply it, promising to bring her proper medicine the following day. The wine-red glass bottle rested atop Su Xiaoyu's draft paper, the liquid sloshing within and emanating a somewhat pungent odor. Su Xiaoyu stared at the bruise ointment, then glanced back at Chen Lifei, suddenly realizing something. Her gaze faltered, and instinctively, she tugged her skirt down, retreating a step, appearing somewhat uncomfortable. She could not articulate why being discovered by Chen Lifei made her feel even more embarrassed. In that moment, her youthful pride was starkly laid bare in the cramped break room, and her complexion paled. She avoided Chen Lifei's gaze, biting her lip. Chen Lifei, however, maintained a neutral expression as he sat at the table, uncapping the ointment. The scent quickly permeated the room. He spoke in a calm, measured tone. I once had a crush on a girl for many years. I spent every penny I had on her, even resorting to swiping money from my best friend. I devoted my entire being to her, bringing her meals at all hours, fulfilling her every whim, as if my life itself were hers to command. He paused. In truth, I essentially did give my life to her. He continued, but she never regarded me as a person. Every cent I gave her was funneled to another man. I was merely a backup, a servant at her beck and call, never truly acknowledged as human. Chen Lifei glanced at Su Xiaoyu, offering a wry smile. Embarrassing. Isn't it? Yet, in reality, if you don't hold pride in high regard, it holds little power over you. I've mentioned before, your life belongs solely to you. Everything else is mere illusion. Why concern yourself so deeply? As Su Xiaoyu listened, she gradually perceived that Chen Lifei was attempting to soothe her wounded pride with his own experience. Come, sit properly, he beckoned. Once you've applied the ointment, hurry to class. My time is quite valuable. Su Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment before taking a seat across from him. Her skirt shifted slightly, revealing a large bruise that appeared to have been caused by a bottle, the mark curving ominously. Chen Lifei warmed the ointment in his palm and pressed it against the bruise on Su Xiaoyu's thigh. The moment his warm, calloused hand met her delicate skin, a peculiar chemistry seemed to ignite between them, leaving both momentarily stunned. Su Xiaoyu's face flushed, and Chen Lifei instinctively withdrew his hand. Ahem, he cleared his throat awkwardly. Perhaps you should handle this yourself to avoid any misunderstanding. Su Xiaoyu's cheeks reddened further at his bluntness. What misunderstanding? Pervert, she retorted, her voice sharp yet playful. Chen Lifei shrugged nonchalantly. Fine, fine, I'm the pervert, Mississippi. Now finish applying the ointment and review your material. You have a heavy workload today. Do you still wish to attain freedom? With a slight blush, Su Xiaoyu lowered her gaze and applied the ointment. Her heart raced, and even the pain seemed to diminish. It felt as though Chen Lifei's warmth lingered on her skin. Flustered, she hastily finished applying the ointment, her tone hurried. All right, let us get started. As Chen Lifei earnestly explained the problems, Su Xiaoyu's heart gradually settled, slowly immersing herself in the calm, gentle cadence of his voice. By 11 o'clock, their session came to a close. Chen Lifei stretched and yawned, mumbling, it's the same as yesterday. These questions must be done at least 3 times, and the formulas should be memorized thoroughly. In the next couple of days, all the mathematical formulas will be thoroughly covered, and starting next Monday, I shall intensively focus on English. Your foundation in English is somewhat lacking, thus you must exert additional effort. Su Xiaoyu diligently organized the problems written by Chen Lifei today and placed them into her backpack. With the weekend upon them, she inquired, Do you have any plans for tomorrow? Chen Lifei pondered for a moment. In the morning, I have to go to school for some self-study, and in the afternoon, I'll find a spot to play video games with friends. However, if you are free tomorrow afternoon, we could commence our tutoring session then. Su Xiaoyu smirked, biting her lip. Wouldn't that delay your gaming? Chen Lifei replied, Not at all. I can teach you while playing. I could recite these concepts with my eyes closed. Su Xiaoyu nodded. Oh, is that so? Until she caught sight of the playful smirk on Chen Lifei's lips. Suddenly, she realized, Are you implying that I am rather dim-witted, requiring your assistance with these fundamental concepts? Chen Lifei burst into laughter. I never said such a thing. Su Xiaoyu frowned. That is precisely what you meant. The two engaged in playful banter as they exited the lounge. Just as they approached the tavern's entrance, they spotted the late-returning proprietress, Luo Yin. Today, Luo Yin had foregone makeup, yet her unadorned visage could not conceal her striking beauty, characterized by her thick brows and captivating eyes, which retained their allure, albeit possessing a different charm compared to her made-up appearance. Sister Yin, Su Xiaoyu called out, the tavern has been cleaned up, and I plan to head home now. Luo Yin ruffled her hair affectionately. Remember to have your little boyfriend see you home. Su Xiaoyu's cheeks flushed as she interjected. Sister Yin, I've already mentioned that we are merely just friends, right? Luo Yin cast a knowing glance at Chen Lifei. How delightful. You still believe in the existence of platonic friendships between men and women at your age. Cherish this moment. At that moment, Chen Lifei chimed in. I certainly do not regard Su Xiaoyu as merely a platonic friend. Su Xiaoyu's expression froze, her ears turning involuntarily crimson. What did Chen Lifei mean by that? If he did not see her as just a platonic friend, then it implied something deeper. Before she could ponder further, Chen Lifei chuckled. Su Xiaoyu is my very first student. As the saying goes, once a teacher, always a father. Little fish call me daddy. The air fell into a momentary silence, followed by the thunderous roar of the young girl. Chen Lifei, are you trying to get yourself killed? Ha ha. Chapter 28. He really brought a girl along. On Saturday morning at 8 o'clock, Chen Lifei indulged in a rare lie-in before leisurely making his way to school for self-study. After entering high school, self-study sessions were mandatory on Saturday and Sunday mornings from 9 to 12, with the afternoons providing a precious respite. Typically, self-study involved completing exercises, Chen Lifei merely skimmed through the content on the papers before taking out his pen and modifying the known conditions on certain problems. Also jotting down a couple of questions in a blank space. If I can clarify these problems for Su Xiaoyu today, my task will be accomplished. While contemplating this, his phone vibrated twice in the drawer. Chen Lifei typically did not bring his phone to school, but today he had made an exception to communicate with Su Xiaoyu. Upon checking his phone, he discovered a QQ message from her. "Little fish, what exactly are you doing in the afternoon? Gaming or something else? When should I come find you?" Chen Lifei did not rush to reply. Instead, he playfully kicked the chair in front of him. Zhou Jiangjun turned around. "Are you having a seizure?" Chen Lifei inquired about their plans for the afternoon. Zhou Jiangjun replied, "The usual, heading to Xingyuan Internet Cafe." Every Saturday afternoon, it had become a tradition for Chen Lifei, Zhou Jiangjun, and Han Yu to play games at the Internet Cafe, where the owner was Han Yu's cousin, who always helped them set up. It was only after the start of their senior year that Han Yu had turned 18, finally granting them access to 2 computers. Han Yu had suffered an illness in his childhood, resulting in a year away from school, making him a year older than Chen Lifei and Zhou Jiangjun. Now they had 2 computers available, with Han Yu playing one while alternating with Chen Lifei and Zhou Jiangjun to accumulate points. Chen Lifei pondered for a moment, then asked, "Would you mind if I brought someone else along?" Zhou Jiangjun replied, "I wouldn't mind per se, but we simply do not have enough computers. If she doesn't play games, why come to an internet cafe?" Chen Lifei grinned mischievously. "Of course, she is drawn by the charm of your father." Zhou Jiangjun rolled his eyes. "If you have the ability to bring a girl along, otherwise it would be rather pathetic for 4 grown men to crowd around 2 computers." Chen Lifei raised an eyebrow. "All right." He swiftly typed a message on his phone. Fei, 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Xingyuan Internet Cafe on the 4th Ring Road. Just mention that you are looking for Chen Lifei, and the attendant will let you in. They had a small private room at the cafe. A little privilege granted by Han Yu's cousin. Su Xiaoyu quickly replied, "Okay." Just as Chen Lifei was about to put his phone back in the drawer, another message vibrated. This time from Su Xiaoyu. "Little fish, didn't you say you would be with your friends? Will your friends be there later?" Fei, yes. Su Xiaoyu did not respond further. Chen Lifei shrugged it off and returned his phone. As the clock struck 12 and the class ended, Chen Lifei and Zhou Jiangjun hurriedly grabbed their backpacks and rushed outside. Having not even taken a moment to eat, their minds solely focused on their gaming escapade. Han Yu had already arrived early. He was not cut out for studying and would skip self-study whenever possible. Upon seeing Chen Lifei and Zhou Jiangjun, Han Yu bellowed, "Why are you so slow? Hurry up and grab me something to eat. I'm starving. I didn't even have breakfast." Zhou Jiangjun had initially planned to buy 2 boxes of instant noodles, but Chen Lifei suggested, "Let us eat outside. Someone else is joining us, and I'll treat." Han Yu asked, "Who is it?" Zhou Jiangjun's attention shifted as he smacked his forehead, as if recalling something. "Oh right, you just won 50,000 yuan. You haven't treated me yet. Hey Han Yu, hurry and log off. We need a feast before we play." Chen Lifei generously replied, "No problem, order whatever you like. Once she arrives, we'll head out." Zhou Jiangjun then furrowed his brow. "Who exactly is coming? Do I know her?" Just as he finished speaking, Han Yu's cousin's voice echoed from outside the room. "Lifei, your classmate is here to see you." Chen Lifei, Zhou Jiangjun, and Han Yu simultaneously turned around. Except for Chen Lifei, the other 2 stood frozen, mouths agape in astonishment. Especially Zhou Jiangjun. "Wait, you really brought a girl?" Upon closer inspection, the girl seemed familiar. She was the one who had come to the classroom in Chen Lifei's school uniform before. However, that day she had worn her hair in a high ponytail without bangs, while today her hair cascaded down with a thin fringe accentuating her already round face, resembling a porcelain doll. Zhou Jiangjun stared dazed for quite a while before turning to Chen Lifei, his eyes expressing, "This is the person you brought?" Chen Lifei raised an eyebrow in affirmation. "Allow me to introduce. This is Su Xiaoyu, my student. This is Han Yu, and this is Zhou Jiangjun. Both are my adopted sons." After Chen Lifei finished speaking, the 3 of them simultaneously shot him a fierce glare and exclaimed in unison, "Drop dead." After a brief introduction, Chen Lifei suggested, "Let's go out for a meal. What do you fancy?" However, Su Xiaoyu set down her backpack and produced a large bag filled to the brim with McDonald's. "I wasn't sure what you all liked, so I bought some burgers, cola, and a few chicken legs and wings," she said, proceeding to lay the hefty burgers out on the table. It was their first meeting, and unsure of what to get, she added, "If you don't mind, let us make do with this." Compared to her sharp and somewhat haughty tone when conversing with Chen Lifei, Su Xiaoyu appeared much more demure and reserved in front of Han Yu and Zhou Jiangjun, speaking softly with a shy smile, seemingly a tad bashful. Zhou Jiangjun and Han Yu exchanged glances, their eyes widening at the sight of the assortment of burgers, cola, and chicken wings before them. They could hardly believe it. Chen Lifei actually knew a girl so beautiful, gentle, and considerate. This was quite possibly the first time in their lives that they had been treated to a meal by a girl, and it was all thanks to Chen Lifei. Yet, Chen Lifei frowned slightly at Su Xiaoyu. Why did you buy these? They don't like them, he began, only to be hastily interrupted by Zhou Jiangjun and Han Yu, who eagerly grabbed the burgers and cola from the table, fearing Su Xiaoyu might take offense. Delicious, delicious. It's been ages since I had McDonald's. This is fantastic. They babbled, stuffing their mouths. You're Su Xiaoyu, right? Thank you so much. You're incredibly generous. Since you're Chen Lifei's friend, you're also our friend. Feel free to come hang out anytime. Su Xiaoyu shot a proud glance at Chen Lifei, her smile brightening her face. Just call me Xiaoyu. Chen Lifei's friend of my friends too. If you ever want to come by the tavern for a drink, just let me know. It's on me. If you don't know how to get there, you can ask Chen Lifei to bring you. Zhou Jiangjun and Han Yu feigned agreement, while secretly casting ominous glances at Chen Lifei. So this guy has been sneaking off to taverns without us. Zhou Jiangjun's eyes glinted with malice. Han Yu, at least, wasn't he in the same class as them? But he spent every day with Chen Lifei and had no clue when he had met such a girl. No wonder he looked down on Lin Siyun. This girl was far superior in every conceivable way. Chapter 29. Chen Lifei, you truly deserve to die. Thanks to the McDonald's brought by Su Xiaoyu, the four of them managed to have a meal in the private room. After they had eaten their fill, Chen Lifei's phone vibrated. Upon checking, he saw Zhou Jiangjun had tagged him in their small QQ group, General with a Sword. This meal was paid for by Xiaoyu, so it doesn't count. You still owe us a nice dinner tonight. Han Yu, Chen Lifei, you truly deserve to die. Fei. Alright, let us go for steak tonight. General with a Sword, shall we bring Xiaoyu along? Fei. Let us see if she wants to come. Han Yu, Chen Lifei, you truly deserve to die. Chen Lifei cast a glance at Han Yu, realizing the guy was likely seething with jealousy. Su Xiaoyu, oblivious to their conversation, noticed everyone was nearly finished eating and stood up to tidy the leftovers into the bag. Han Yu and Zhou Jiangjun immediately intervened. Just let the server take care of it later. No need to be so polite. Su Xiaoyu merely smiled softly. It's just a small task. Besides, leaving this here doesn't look good. I might as well take it out to throw it away. She then raised her eyes and sincerely inquired, are you all full? If not, I can buy something else when I return. Han Yu and Zhou Jiangjun quickly waved their hands. We're full. Su Xiaoyu and Li, clutching the garbage bag as she exited the room. The three of them turned in unison to watch her retreating figure. Chen Lifei glanced once before turning back, only to find Zhou Jiangjun and Han Yu glaring at him, their teeth clenched. Chen Lifei, you truly deserve to die. By the time Su Xiaoyu returned, Chen Lifei had already taken out the test papers from their study session. The pages were filled with corrections he had made, along with a few questions he had composed himself. First, look over these questions and determine which formula applies. Write the formula on the side so I can check if you're correct. Did you finish yesterday's questions? Bring them to me. Chen Lifei's tone was calm, yet serious, exhibiting a certain gravity that starkly contrasted with his usual playful banter with Han Yu and Zhou Jiangjun. Strangely enough, Su Xiaoyu treated Chen Lifei's words with utmost reverence, obediently pulling a stack of papers from her backpack. I've finished them all, wrote them several times, but I'm stuck on one question. She pointed to it with her finger. Chen Lifei glanced at it, his tone turning stern. Didn't we go over this formula several times yesterday? How could you make such a basic mistake? Were you even paying attention? Zhou Jiangjun was about to tell Chen Lifei to ease up and speak kindly to the girl. But to his surprise, Su Xiaoyu seemed unperturbed, appearing rather contrite instead. I paid attention, but I might be a bit slow. Chen Lifei shot her a glare. Not a bit. You're quite slow. At this, Han Yu and Zhou Jiangjun could no longer restrain themselves, launching into an outburst at Chen Lifei. Could you tone down the arrogance? Did you pop out of the womb knowing how to solve problems? If you can't speak nicely, then just shut up. After Zhou Jiangjun finished, he turned to comfort Su Xiaoyu. Don't mind him. Take your time writing. If you don't understand the formula, just figure it out slowly. Ignore him. Su Xiaoyu glanced at Chen Lifei, then at Han Yu and Zhou Jiangjun, and lowered her head with a gentle smile. Thank you. Thus, for the entire afternoon, Han Yu was engrossed in gaming on the computer, while Chen Lifei tutored Su Xiaoyu, and Zhou Jiangjun darted around like a restless spirit. He would occasionally criticize Han Yu's gameplay, and then switch to admonishing Chen Lifei for his attitude towards Su Xiaoyu. Although their banter was occasionally laced with uncouth insults, the overall atmosphere was rather pleasant. Zhou Jiangjun also took the opportunity to review the formulas and questions that Chen Lifei had mentioned with Su Xiaoyu. During a brief trip to the restroom, Zhou Jiangjun returned to find Chen Lifei and Su Xiaoyu leaning closely together, both intensely focused on the test paper before them, with one holding a pen and frowning slightly while explaining, and the other listening earnestly, her expression one of reverence. Zhou Jiangjun couldn't help but take out his phone and capture the moment. Click! At the sound, Su Xiaoyu and Chen Lifei both looked up, only for Zhou Jiangjun to snap another shot. What are you two looking up for? Continue. Su Xiaoyu realized Zhou Jiangjun was photographing them, and her ears flushed red, while Chen Lifei merely rolled his eyes, tapping the table with his pen. Continue. Oh, Su Xiaoyu replied, returning her gaze to the paper. Zhou Jiangjun observed that Su Xiaoyu was as obedient as Chen Lifei's young wife, completely compliant and attentive. He lowered his head, initially intending to delete the photo of the two of them looking up at him, leaving only one. However, he was captivated by the image of Su Xiaoyu, her serene and delicate visage captured in a moment, exuding an endearing innocence. Her large, round eyes appeared somewhat bewildered, and her plump, fair face radiated youthfulness. Beside her, Chen Lifei's expression was nonchalant, yet his gaze held a certain maturity, imbued with an inexplicable sense of experience that Zhou Jiangjun could not quite articulate. He swiftly dismissed his thoughts. What nonsense about experience. He had seen this fellow bear before him. There was no experience to speak of. Perhaps it was merely a fleeting illusion caught in a snapshot. Regardless, Zhou Jiangjun thought the photograph was quite lovely, so he decided against deleting it. He turned off his phone and tucked it into his pocket, resuming his playful banter with Han Yu, who was dominating the battlefield in the canyon. Around 5 in the afternoon, Su Xiaoyu had nearly completed her exercises, and Han Yu had already amassed enough points. Zhou Jiangjun, having grown weary from his antics, exchanged glances with the others before they all turned their attention to Chen Lifei. Father, what shall we have for dinner tonight? Su Xiaoyu could not contain her laughter, her soft and sincere smile illuminating the atmosphere before the three boys, prompting shy smiles from both Han Yu and Zhou Jiangjun. Only Chen Lifei observed the scene with a slight upturn of his lips, silent, yet feeling as if he had transcended time, relishing this second chance at life. In Chapter 30, Rewarding Freedom, Chen Lifei ultimately led Han Yu, Zhou Jiangjun, and Su Xiaoyu to a 4-star steakhouse. This newly opened Western restaurant was notably renowned in the city, with a relatively high average expenditure, and was frequented by numerous celebrities. As they approached the entrance, the security personnel scrutinized them for a moment. Noticing their youthful, innocent faces, the guard kindly reminded them, the minimum consumption here is 898 yuan per person. After delivering this information, he said nothing further, merely smiling at them. Zhou Jiangjun and Han Yu, with their fiery tempers, felt slighted by the guard's statement. Ready to confront him, but Chen Lifei intervened. Rest assured, my friend, we won't run out on the bill. We will pay for what we consume, and if necessary, feel free to call the police. There's no need for concern. Chen Lifei understood that the guard meant no harm. Without his recent bonus, they, dressed as ordinary students, would hardly have the right to enter such an establishment. The guard was simply offering a friendly warning. If they had forced their way in without sufficient funds, it would ultimately reflect poorly on the security personnel. After years of navigating society, Chen Lifei recognized that everyone was merely performing their duties, and mutual understanding was essential. Throughout his conversation with the guard, Chen Lifei maintained a polite and composed demeanor, exhibiting no signs of awkwardness. In contrast, Zhou Jiangjun and Han Yu felt like mere inexperienced youths. Seeing Chen Lifei's calm response, the guard refrained from further comments and stepped aside, allowing them to enter. Upon entering the restaurant, a server respectfully guided them deeper inside. As they walked, the server inquired, "Do you have a reservation for the 4 of you?" Chen Lifei replied, "No." The server continued, "Do you have a preference for seating? Perhaps by the window?" When the server posed this question, their gaze instinctively fell upon Chen Lifei, clearly indicating that he was the one who mattered among the 4. Chen Lifei surveyed the surroundings. "Are there private rooms available?" "Yes," the server smiled. "But please note that a private room incurs an additional fee of 598 yuan. Would you like to consider it?" Han Yu and Zhou Jiangjun fell silent, while Su Xiaoyu stepped forward and tugged at Chen Lifei's sleeve. "Isn't that a bit excessive, Chen Lifei? We could have a meal for 3 with 600 yuan. Spending on a private room seems extravagant." However, Han Yu chimed in with a grin directed at Su Xiaoyu. "Little fish, you needn't worry about Chen Lifei saving money. He recently topped his mock exams and received a reward of 50,000 yuan. Just think of him as having money to spare and help him alleviate his burdens. You can save him money later." The phrase saving him money carried an ambiguous tone, causing Su Xiaoyu's ears to faintly blush. Noticing that Chen Lifei had already taken a seat, she chose not to say anything further and walked over to sit beside him. The server presented the menus, one for each person. Chen Lifei casually flipped through his menu, proceeding to order. For appetizers, he requested a butter focaccia, an avocado squid ink crispy rice, and a perilla oyster tart. For the starters, he opted for an eel with cherry foie gras, sea urchin with sweet shrimp and tuna, codfish with asparagus tofu, and a secret recipe lamb chop. As for the main course, Chen Lifei looked up at the others. Would you prefer steak or seafood? The three of them stared at him in wide-eyed astonishment, their expressions collectively reflecting a mix of clarity and bewilderment. They had never encountered the dishes he had ordered and found themselves at a loss while perusing the menu. Zhou Jiangjun cleared his throat softly. I'll have a grilled M9 beef rib and a roasted pork chop with fermented bean curd sauce, I suppose. These were the two cheapest options he could find, priced at 498 yuan each. I'll go with the sirloin steak, Han Yu added. Chen Lifei flipped back through the menu and turned to Su Xiaoyu. How about a pan-seared cod fillet and Japanese grilled eel rice for you? Su Xiaoyu pursed her lips slightly and nodded in agreement. Chen Lifei closed the menu. I'll also order a French sardine and peony shrimp. That will be all for now. We can call for more if needed. The server, entering the order into her device, bowed slightly and replied, understood. Please hold on, and your dishes will be served shortly. As soon as the waiter departed from the private room, Han Yu and Zhou Jiangjun could no longer contain themselves and took out their phones to capture the moment. In doing so, they transformed into the very type of individuals they once looked down upon. What was so remarkable about this? Ironically, Su Xiaoyu, who typically relished taking photographs, refrained from pulling out her device. Chen Lifei inquired, Aren't you going to take pictures? A hint of embarrassment crossed Su Xiaoyu's face. Her phone was an antiquated model, a relic she acquired when her mother, while playing cards, won it from someone who had no money to pay. With poor resolution, taking a photo was tantamount to not taking one at all. Chen Lifei discerned her thoughts at a glance. He remarked, If you manage to get into a second-tier university, I shall reward you with a new phone, as a token of encouragement for your flight towards freedom. Su Xiaoyu met Chen Lifei's gaze, and he smiled warmly, his eyes radiating kindness devoid of any condescension or pity. Their conversation was interrupted by Zhou Jiangjun's exuberant voice. Look over here. Smile for the camera. Zhou Jiangjun raised his phone, directing it at the two of them on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Click. The image of Chen Lifei and Su Xiaoyu was immortalized in Zhou Jiangjun's phone, set against the opulent backdrop of a Western restaurant as private room. The two modestly dressed students appeared somewhat out of place, yet their tranquility lent the scene a unique charm. Once all the dishes arrived, Zhou Jiangjun seized the moment and snapped photos before they began to eat. Han Yu, Chen Lifei, do you believe that once I post this, I will become an overnight sensation at our school? Chapter 31. I never liked you. The bill for the meal amounted to 5,038 yuan, but the manager graciously rounded it down to 5,000. Zhou Jiangjun and Han Yu reveled in their momentary extravagance, but upon seeing the bill, they felt a pang of guilt. Chen Lifei had a total prize of 50,000 yuan, and this meal consumed 1/10 of it. While they had intended to treat Chen Lifei, they hadn't anticipated such an extravagant expenditure. They exchanged glances, contemplating whether to contribute a portion of their pocket money. Chen Lifei, sensing their intentions, casually remarked, money is meant to be spent. Furthermore, this 50,000 is merely the beginning. 50,000, 500,000, 5 million, 50 million. Eventually, I will earn it all back. Enjoying spending money and learning how to spend it are also methods and motivations for earning. The three bid farewell at the intersection, with Han Yu and Zhou Jiangjun departing first, while Chen Lifei and Su Xiaoyu boarded the bus home. Su Xiaoyu commented, I thought you would take a taxi. What do you know? It's about spending wisely where necessary, Chen Lifei replied. Once on a bus, he checked his phone and saw that Zhou Jiangjun had indeed posted a status update. A perfectly arranged 9-grid photo collage included 2 images from their afternoon at the internet cafe, one of Han Yu engrossed in a game and the other of Chen Lifei and Su Xiaoyu diligently solving problems. The remaining 7 images were from the Western restaurant, capturing every angle of the private room, culminating in a final collage of all the dishes. Can you believe he even used a photo editing app? Chen Lifei mused. The post, made just 5 minutes prior, had already garnered 32 likes and a flurry of comments filled with varied expressions of surprise and curiosity. It seemed he'd spent all that money merely to show off. Nonetheless, Chen Lifei didn't mind. He casually liked the post before closing his phone and resting his eyes, feeling a bit fatigued from the day. Once one closes their eyes, their sense of smell and hearing becomes exceptionally acute. For instance, now, as Chen Lifei sat by the window, he could distinctly hear the soft rustle of the wind and the glass, as well as the sound of the zipper on Su Xiaoyu's backpack swaying in the bus. A faint scent of oranges lingered in the air, gradually intensifying. Initially intending to take a brief nap, he found himself unable to do so. Upon opening his eyes, he caught sight of Su Xiaoyu, who had just stood up to close the window on his left side. surprised by his sudden awakening. She froze for a moment before sitting back down, as if nothing had happened. Amused, Chen Lifei noted her slightly flushed ears. I wasn't trying to help you close the window, so don't read too much into it, Su Xiaoyu said defensively. Oh, I wasn't thinking anything of the sort. In fact, I quite enjoy the breeze, Chen Lifei replied, suppressing a smile. Oh well then, enjoy it. But thank you for closing the window, Su Xiaoyu responded instinctively. Realizing her words, she blushed and turned to face Chen Lifei's teasing expression. I already said I wasn't helping you. All right. Chen Lifei decided to cease teasing her. The bus swayed gently, causing their bodies to sway as well. His sturdy arm occasionally brushed against her softer form before quickly separating again. When Su Xiaoyu's stop arrived, she stood up to disembark, turning back at the door to bid Chen Lifei farewell. He waved back. After she exited, Chen Lifei noticed her seemingly speaking to him from outside the bus. He focused intently to decipher her lips. Su Xiaoyu was saying, "See you tomorrow." Upon reaching his stop, Chen Lifei ambled nonchalantly towards the entrance of his apartment complex, stopping along the way to purchase a bottle of cola. Just as he took his first sip, he heard someone calling his name. Turning to look, he saw Lin Siyun seated by the flower bed next to the entrance. With an impassive expression, he regarded her before taking another swig of his drink, showing no intention of approaching her, and instead planning to continue walking. However, Lin Siyun hurried after him, slightly out of breath. Chen Lifei, I called you. Chen Lifei capped his cola and replied, "Oh," in a tone that was both cold and detached. He had endured a long day and merely wished to return home to rest. Lin Siyun stood before him, biting her lip as she gazed at him, her thoughts drifting to the photos she had seen on Zhou Jiangjun's social media. Chen Lifei had been the company of that girl from the classroom, their interactions intimate, and he even took her to that expensive Western restaurant. Lin Siyun had looked it up online, discovering that the minimum spend at that restaurant was nearly 1,000 yuan per person, with private rooms charged separately, with 3 people in attendance. The total bill must have exceeded 5,000. To Lin Siyun, that amount was astronomical. She knew Chen Lifei had money now. In the past, if he had 50,000, he would have spent at least 40,000 on her, and she should have been the one accompanying him to the restaurant. It wasn't about missing a single meal. She simply could not comprehend why these experiences, which she felt should have belonged to her, had suddenly been transferred to another girl. This girl was someone she had never known before, and she had no idea when Chen Lifei had become involved with her. After a moment of silence, Chen Lifei, growing impatient, asked, "Do you need something?" Lin Siyun queried, "Where did you go today?" Without looking up, Chen Lifei retorted, "None of your business." Lin Siyun's face flushed with indignation. As Chen Lifei visibly grew increasingly impatient, Lin Siyun finally mustered the courage to speak. "Chen Lifei, do you?" After a long hesitation, she pressed on, "Is it that you no longer like me?" Chen Lifei, with a cola bottle precariously balanced between his fingers, gazed at Lin Siyun, whose eyes were brimming with unshed tears. The resentment that once simmered within him had long since settled into a stagnant pool of indifference. He retorted, "It's not that I don't like you now, Lin Siyun. I have never liked you. My kindness towards you stemmed solely from a sense of pity, a mere act of humanitarian aid, and you have simply misinterpreted my intentions." Lin Siyun's complexion turned ashen. She had never anticipated that her brave inquiry would yield such a heart-wrenching response. What could be more painful than discovering that someone who had professed affection for you had never harbored such feelings? It was all an illusion of your own creation, a self-indulgent fantasy. "I don't believe you, Chen Lifei. It's impossible that you don't like me." Chen Lifei scoffed. "Didn't you once tell me that at our age, we hardly understand what love truly means? That we are merely good classmates and friends? So why do you react so hastily now that I declare I have never liked you?" He continued, "Or perhaps you were fully aware all along, choosing to feign ignorance while relishing the kindness of others, yet unwilling to acknowledge their feelings? Don't you find that rather despicable, Lin Siyun?" Lin Siyun staggered, taken aback by his harsh words. "What did you just say?" The term he used cut deeply, leaving her in disbelief at his audacity. "If you can't comprehend, perhaps you should consult an ENT specialist. In the future, refrain from troubling me with such trivial matters." He added dismissively, "Actually, don't bother me with anything, trivial or otherwise." Chen Lifei turned to leave, but Lin Siyun called after him. "Chen Lifei, you speak so heartlessly. If you truly mean it, go ahead and delete me from your QQ friends list. Let us act as if we've never known each other. Do you dare?" This was Lin Siyun's final ultimatum, her last gamble. Yet, Chen Lifei didn't even glance back. All she could see was his retreating figure, his head slightly bowed as he tapped his phone a couple of times before lifting it to show her, already deleted. With those 4 words, he strode into the community, his silhouette vanishing into the night. Chapter 32. I will take you to the ends of the earth. Upon returning home, Shui and Chen Dongjun were seated in the living room, engrossed in a television program. Seeing Chen Lifei enter, Shui rose and went to the kitchen to prepare some fruit for him. Why have you been coming home so late every day? Are your studies particularly demanding? Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Whether you become a top scholar or not, your father and I do not mind. We only wish for your peace and health. Shui had endured a harrowing labor lasting nearly 17 hours when giving birth to Chen Lifei. Due to the prolonged delivery, he suffered from oxygen deprivation and spent nearly half a month in an incubator, with several notifications issued regarding his critical condition. From that day forth, Shui prayed fervently for his safety and well-being, her sole wish being for him to live a life free from illness or disaster. As for his academic performance or future achievements, she was indifferent. Yet, Chen Lifei, to his credit, had consistently excelled in his studies, earning the top rank year after year, and had become a well-known prodigy in the neighborhood. During this time, neighbors had often congratulated Shui, albeit with good intentions, about having a top scholar in the family. Shui worried that such attention might place undue pressure on Chen Lifei. It's essential to balance work and rest, especially during such a critical period like the college entrance examinations. Don't be too hard on yourself, she cautioned with concern. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Chen Lifei confessed that he hadn't been studying diligently of late, except when tutoring Su Xiaoyu, during which he was particularly focused. He cleared his throat to change the subject. Have you had your medical checkup? Shui nodded. I went during the day. I'll get the report next Tuesday. Chen Lifei felt a wave of relief wash over him. As for the matter of the 50,000 yuan reward he received for ranking first in the school's mock exam, he contemplated whether to inform Shui and Chen Dongjun. He deemed it prudent to keep this sum to himself for now, aware that revealing it might cause them undue worry, given that he was merely a 17 or 18-year-old boy suddenly possessing such a large amount of money. After washing up, he returned to his room. Just as he lay on the bed and picked up his phone, he noticed a message from Su Xiaoyu that had arrived 12 minutes earlier. Little fish, I just completed a set of mock exam questions from the 53rd edition. Ever since you started tutoring me, my speed and accuracy have noticeably improved. Thank you so much. Chen Lifei could vividly recall her earnest expression as she typed out the pinyin. A playful impulse surged within him, and he decided to tease her a bit. Fei, how should I be thanked? A minute later, a reply came through. Little fish, any way you like. Chen Lifei found himself caught in a moment of dark humor. He quickly shifted the topic. Which school do you want to attend? Which city? Little fish, I want to go to the coastal area. Naturally, as she was little fish, she would wish to be by the sea. Just as he was typing, another message from her popped up. I want to go to Tinya Haijiao. Fei, I didn't realize you had a bit of a romantic hero complex. Do you enjoy reading The Return of the Condor Heroes or The Legend of the Condor Heroes? Little fish, not a martial arts novel. I mean the actual Tinya Haijiao. Fei, what Tinya Haijiao? Little fish, their essay plays called Tinya Haijiao that I saw online. Behind it lies an endless expanse of ocean, incredibly beautiful. I've always wanted to go there. Once I reach the coastal area, I'll definitely check it out. Fei, all right. Su Xiaoyu sat on her small bed, contemplating her conversation with Chen Lifei. She typed and deleted her words multiple times, wanting to ask if he would go with her, yet feeling that such a question might sound odd. Just then, Chen Lifei's message appeared. Then when you get into university, I will take you to Tinya Haijiao. In that instant, the small device in her palm seemed to warm, and Su Xiaoyu could no longer discern whether it was the phone's warmth or her own. Chen Lifei's serene face floated in her mind, indifferent to the world around him. Thump, her heart raced. She feigned nonchalance as she typed back. Who would want you to take me? I'm going to sleep now. Good night. Fei, good night. That night, Su Xiaoyu dreamt of graduating from high school, having been accepted into a coastal university, finally escaping the confines of her small, dark, and damp room, distancing herself from a mother who drank every day of the year, and from the pervasive decay that lingered in her neighborhood. She envisioned herself running along the beach in a beautiful dress, her gaze falling upon Chen Lifei, capturing her image with his phone. That was the Tinya Haijiao she had always yearned for. The days of the senior year in high school always seem to pass by swiftly, and before one realizes it, it is already the end of May. For over 2 months, Chen Lifei's life has revolved around the triangle of school, the tavern, and home. The weekend escapades at the internet cafe with the four of them have seemingly transformed into a cherished tradition. Hanyu indulges in gaming while Chen Lifei tutors Zhou Jiangjun and Su Xiaoyu in their studies. On the last weekend of May, the four gathered at Xingyuan Internet Cafe, as usual, to celebrate Su Xiaoyu's triumphant exam results. Su Xiaoyu has made remarkable progress, particularly in mathematics and English. having secured the 8th position in the grade during the 3rd mock exam of May. Not only was she commended by the entire school, but she also received a monetary reward of 1,000 yuan. Chapter 33, A 10-Year Pact. The academic performance at their school, number 2 high school, is disheartening. Few students manage to secure a place in university, with most opting for vocational schools or entering the workforce immediately after high school. Chen Lifei once inquired of Su Xiaoyu, "What fuels your unwavering dedication to your studies?" The influence of one's environment during the student years is profound. If everyone around is indifferent to education, one might subconsciously adopt the same mindset, deeming academic pursuits futile and believing that earning money through labor is a more prudent route. Yet, Su Xiaoyu's resolve to continue her studies remained steadfast. She replied, "Because passing the college entrance examination and leaving this place is the only way I can take control of my destiny." There was a subtle sadness in her calm tone. None dared to question her further when Zhou Jiangjun suddenly suggested, "Why don't we make a 10-year pact?" Chen Lifei recalled the 10-year agreements made by the protagonists in their beloved game, Xianjian Xixiajuan. He declared, "In 10 years, I shall become a tremendously wealthy individual. I will be the president of several companies, wielding influence over the economic lifeblood of this city, with assets amounting to hundreds of billions, standing atop millions." Once he finished, he curiously observed the expressions of the 3 beside him. To his surprise, no one mocked him. Even Zhou Jiangjun, who typically found his bravado insufferable, wore a placid expression. It seemed as though they had all silently acknowledged that Chen Lifei indeed possessed the capability to achieve such aspirations. No one regarded his words as mere boastfulness or deemed them unattainable fantasies. After Chen Lifei's proclamation, Zhou Jiangjun pondered seriously before stating, "I aspire to become a civil servant, to bring honor to my parents. I wish to purchase an apartment in Haishur, find a good wife, and have a healthy son." Zhou Jiangjun's parents hail from the countryside, and his uncle's son, who secured a position at the local street office, often flaunted his success in front of Zhou Jiangjun's family, which had caused his mother considerable distress. Han Yu chimed in, "I have no grand ambitions. I simply love playing games. I hope that even a decade from now, I can continue to game without a care in the world." After the 3 shared their aspirations, they turned their gazes towards Su Xiaoyu. Meeting their eyes, she shyly smiled at Chen Lifei and said, "My dream is to graduate from university smoothly, find a job that sustains me, have a small place to live, and care for a dog. I wish to live a simple and unremarkable life." Aside from Chen Lifei, the dreams of the other 3 were humble yet sincere. A mischievous smile graced Chen Lifei's lips as he said, "Zhou Jiangjun, heed my words. Let us aim for the civil service in Jing'an. The salaries there are the highest, and promotions come swiftly. By then, your uncle will speak to you with utmost respect." The city of Jing'an is set to establish a new district in 5 years, coinciding perfectly with their graduation year. If Zhou Jiangjun seizes this opportunity, he could ascend to a deputy position in just 3 years. Han Yu, after the college entrance examination, reach out to an esports club. You have previously won the individual championship in the Southwest region. This qualification is sufficient for you to bypass training teams and become a reserve player. In 10 years, you may not only continue gaming, but could become one of the most renowned figures in the gaming scene. Finally, Chen Lifei turned to Su Xiaoyu. "In your future, you will witness not only the farthest corners of the earth, but every nook and cranny of this world." Su Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with hope. Han Yu and Zhou Jiangjun exchanged smiles, seemingly not taking the conversation too seriously, treating it all as a beautiful aspiration. Chen Lifei raised his hand. "In 10 years, it will still be the 4 of us, right here. Then you shall see if I am right." Su Xiaoyu extended her palm, curling 4 fingers while raising her pinky. Then it settled. Her voice, crisp and clear, declared, "We shake on it, and we vow for 100 years never to change." Chen Lifei burst into laughter, followed by Han Yu and Zhou Jiangjun. The college entrance examination of 2014 arrived as anticipated. On the evening of the 6th, Chen Lifei concluded the final round of tutoring for Su Xiaoyu and Zhou Jiangjun, finishing at 6 o'clock. From April to June, after 2 solid months of supplementary classes, Chen Lifei had covered the entire high school syllabus with the 2 of them. The last month focused on reviewing the key points of the college entrance examination, all based on the insights Chen Lifei had garnered from taking the exam himself. He emphasized the formulas that guaranteed full marks and the types of English compositions, making Su Xiaoyu practice them repeatedly. Su Xiaoyu was diligent in her studies, her notebook filled with dense notes, while Zhou Jiangjun initially joined merely to accompany Su Xiaoyu, only to find himself increasingly engrossed, eventually losing interest in gaming and studying alongside her weekly. Meanwhile, Han Yu, amidst their study sessions, successfully broke through to the master rank. elevating himself to the strongest tier. It was indeed a summer where each person reaped their own rewards. The four enjoyed a meal at the entrance of the internet cafe. Originally, Chen Lifei intended to pay the bill, but as he reached the door, the owner informed him that Su Xiaoyu had already settled it in advance, presumably while she was in the restroom. Chen Lifei leisurely returned to his seat, casting a meaningful glance at Su Xiaoyu, who, for reasons unknown, felt slightly guilty. Before Chen Lifei could inquire, she proactively explained, "You've been tutoring me for so long and have treated me to meals several times. It's only right that I treat you this time. Thank you for taking care of me during this period. I will definitely give my all tomorrow." Chen Lifei observed the earnestness in Su Xiaoyu's demeanor, her voice delicate and soft, and he found it hard to reconcile her with the fierce girl he had first encountered on the bus, yelling at a lecherous middle-aged man. Initially, he had perceived her as brash and headstrong, yet after spending time together, he discovered that she would blush at the slightest jest and feel shy when conversing. "Wow, Su Xiaoyu, by doing this, you're putting me in a position of obligation, making it seem as if I'm taking advantage of you," Zhou Jiangjun interjected, though his tone lacked any sign of embarrassment. Chen Lifei kicked his chair lightly. "Have you ever really taken advantage of anyone?" Zhou Jiangjun chuckled. "Cool me. Let us raise our glasses of plain water, toasting to tomorrow's college entrance exam, to our 10-year pact." Han Yu, who had hardly studied throughout high school, raised his cup with enthusiasm. "Cheers. Victory is ours tomorrow." Su Xiaoyu chimed in. "Let us ace it. May everything we guess be correct." Zhou Jiangjun followed suit. "Victory from the start. The future is bright." Under the gaze of the three, Chen Lifei wiped his mouth before raising his cup, clinking it forcefully against theirs. Cool boiled water gently spilled over the edge of the cup, the icy liquid cascading onto the backs of four hands, yet none expressed disdain. "A toast to the college entrance examination. A toast to our youth," Chen Lifei proclaimed. "Cheers." In a cramped, antiquated street-side eatery, devoid of air conditioning, an aging fan labored diligently, its vigorous breeze causing Su Xiaoyu's hair to dance aside. The trio of boys' shirts fluttered in the gust, while they had devoured a substantial portion of the fragrant, flavorful, and inexpensive homestyle dishes. The proprietor, seated at the entrance, gazed benevolently upon the quartet of youthful souls, as a chef in the adjacent kitchen wielded a large spatula with flair. This was a fleeting moment belonging to youth. Chapter 34. Which leader can endure such trials? After the meal, Han Yu and Zhou Jiang boarded their respective buses and departed. Only Chen Lifei and Su Xiaoyu remained, walking side by side towards another bus stop across the street. Strangely, despite the buses typically arriving every 2 to 3 minutes, they found themselves waiting nearly 10 minutes without sight of one. Chen Lifei, who loathed waiting, suggested to Su Xiaoyu, "Let us walk back. It'll only take 30 to 40 minutes. Su Xiaoyu glanced at the deserted road and nodded. With the college entrance examination looming the next day, many street stalls had closed early and numerous shops shuttered, perhaps due to the presence of examinees and their families. Chen Lifei recalled his own nervousness during his first college entrance examination. At this hour, he should be at home reviewing, also remotely assisting Lin Siyun with her problems. Indeed, Lin Siyun had previously sought his tutoring, yet she preferred to avoid face-to-face meetings, sending photos of questions instead. Chen Lifei would then diligently provide detailed solutions and reasoning, anxious not to overlook anything. Reflecting on his past infatuation, he felt little stirrings within. Those were memories of a previous life. Su Xiaoyu trailed behind Chen Lifei. Noticing his usual loquacity had waned into silence today. Observing his demeanor, she sensed a hint of desolation. Perhaps Chen Lifei was merely pretending to be nonchalant in their presence, while inwardly he was quite anxious about the upcoming examination. "Chen Lifei, wait a moment," Su Xiaoyu suddenly halted, calling out to him. Chen Lifei turned to face her. She retrieved a pen from her bag, stepped closer, and grasped his arm. The coolness of her palm contrasted with the warmth of the moment. Chen Lifei had inadvertently brushed against her soft skin before, and it felt almost as if she were boneless. As she gripped his wrist with one hand, her other hand pressed gently against his elbow. In her proximity, with her head slightly bowed, strands of hair brushed against Chen Lifei's face and the skin of his arm. Overwhelmed, he found himself struggling to maintain composure. "What are you doing? Is this your method of testing me?" he exclaimed, retreating a couple of steps. "Hey, don't move," Su Xiaoyu retorted, still with her head lowered, a frown of discontent adorning her features. A sharp sensation coursed through Chen Lifei's arm, tickling him. Su Xiaoyu tilted her head to examine her work, satisfaction illuminating her face as she released his arm, her laughter brightening the air. "All right, tomorrow, you will perform exceptionally well in the exam, answering every question correctly, scoring even higher than when you usually come first," she declared, her smile radiant. Chen Lifei glanced down to see a checkmark drawn on his arm in black ink, the pen's fine tip requiring several strokes to create a distinctly bold mark. Raising his gaze, he met Su Xiaoyu's earnest smile, realization dawning upon him that this naive girl believed his silence stemmed from anxiety about the exam. Amused, he chuckled at her thoughtfulness and her pure, beautiful heart. He raised his hand, ruffling her hair affectionately. "What are you doing, Chen Lifei?" she protested, protective of her locks. Chen Lifei laughed heartily. "This is my blessing for you. A little head pat from the teacher ensures you won't worry. You'll easily surpass the second-tier line, and Xiaoyu will gain her freedom." The following morning, Chen Lifei awoke to find Shui and Chen Dongjun at home. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he asked, "Aren't you two working today?" And Shui replied with an air of feigned innocence, "We just happen to be on annual leave today. Don't read too much into it. It's absolutely not because of your exam. Your father and I are not worried about you at all, so don't feel pressured. Just take it easy." Chen Lifei laughed. "I'm not feeling any pressure. As long as you're not stressed, that's good." And Shui said, "Your father and I will take you to the exam venue later." Chen Lifei hastily devoured his breakfast. No, don't send me. I'm not nervous. But if you both come, I'll feel overwhelmed. If it affects my performance, you two will be accountable." Exchanging glances, Chen Dongjun remarked, "I told you our son isn't the delicate type. He doesn't need us to accompany him. You insisted on making me take leave from work, costing me $300 for the day, enough to keep me smoking for quite a while." And Shui almost longed to cover Chen Dongjun's mouth, but it was too late. Chen Lifei had already finished breakfast and reached the doorway. "All right, you two, go to work or take a nap. Don't worry about me. I'll just casually take the exam and come back with the top score. Trust me." With that, he left, leaving Shui staring wide-eyed in the living room. How could he leave without even taking a backpack? He only has his ID and exam admission ticket. What if he loses them on the way? After all, every year, there were students who misplaced their ID or admission tickets, leading to a frenzy of helpful citizens and ever-ready traffic officers rushing to deliver the documents. In contrast to Shui's visible anxiety, Chen Dongjun remained remarkably composed. With so many candidates, carrying a backpack would only complicate things. Just taking his ID and admission ticket allows him to enter the classroom directly. "Don't worry, trust our son. I'm heading to work. If you can't focus, just stay home and get some rest. Don't fret over unnecessary thoughts." As Chen Dongjun had predicted, while other examinees were still looking for places to stow their bags, Chen Lifei had already entered the examination hall with his admission ticket and ID in hand. A frail figure brushed past him, prompting a moment of recognition. The bespectacled boy took the seat to Chen Lifei's right, and he recalled that this was indeed the same boy from his previous life. During the final English exam, the boy had suddenly suffered a seizure and had been rushed out by ambulance mid-exam. Later that summer, Chen Lifei had seen in the news that the boy, having not completed his English paper, had failed the college entrance examination and tragically took his own life by jumping from building. Chapter 35, My Condolences. Chen Lifei remembered the mixed emotions he felt upon seeing that news. It is truly lamentable to witness such a vibrant life, one that could have endured another year of study, choosing instead to sever ties so abruptly. It was only later that I learned of the boy's dire circumstances. His family was impoverished, and his grandfather, having toiled tirelessly to fund his education, was now in the late stages of liver cancer. They could no longer afford to support another year of schooling. Chen Lifei silently observed him for a moment, and soon, candidates began to trickle into the examination room. Chen Lifei withdrew his gaze, remaining resolutely silent. The examination commenced swiftly, and with the ringing of the bell, the battle of the 2024 college entrance examination officially began. The questions on the paper felt familiar, and Chen Lifei penned his answers with fluidity. He started with the essay, which he typically found most challenging, and by the time he completed the entire exam, 25 minutes remained. After finishing the morning session, Chen Lifei casually dined on noodles at a restaurant across from the school. His assigned examination venue was not the first high school, but rather the second. As he ate, he gazed at the school across the street, involuntarily recalling the 3 years Su Yushi had spent there. He wondered how she fared in her exams. The mathematics section in the afternoon was entirely within Chen Lifei's grasp. It was his forte, and coupled with his thorough understanding of the examination points, he finished the paper with nearly an hour to spare. When the announcement signaled that only 15 minutes remained, he noticed the boy seated to his right becoming increasingly anxious. It seemed the time was slipping away from him, and as he filled out the answer sheet, his movements were frantic, causing the old desks and chairs of the second high school to creak ominously. Chen Lifei turned to glance at him. If he maintained such a nervous disposition, it was likely that tomorrow's examination would trigger an episode. The bell rang, signaling the end of the examination. "All candidates, please cease writing immediately." The voice on the intercom announced, marking the conclusion of the first day of the college entrance examination. After waiting for the invigilator to collect the papers and organize them, Chen Lifei joined the throng of students leaving the classroom. However, as he stepped into the hallway, he called out to the frail boy, "Hey, are you feeling unwell?" He gently patted the boy's shoulder, who turned to look at him with a hint of wariness. Chen Lifei smiled reassuringly. "You're sweating profusely, and your complexion doesn't look too good. If I'm not mistaken, you might have epilepsy." The boy's brow furrowed deeper, regarding Chen Lifei with suspicion. Chen Lifei raised his hands in a placating gesture. "I have a family member with the same condition, so I recognize it at a glance. Brother, don't take offense at my unsolicited advice, but tonight and before tomorrow's exam, you should take a few phenytoin sodium tablets as a precaution." He refrained from uttering the words that could imply a dire consequence the next day. Those who contemplate suicide due to the pressures of the college entrance exam are often highly sensitive to such matters. Though his intentions were well-meaning, he knew better than to speak such harsh truths. Upon hearing Chen Lifei's words, the tension in the boy's expression gradually eased. His narrow eyes, hidden behind thick lenses, regarded Chen Lifei briefly before he turned away. With his identification and admission ticket in hand, Chen Lifei leisurely made his way to the school gate. Just as he stepped outside, he spotted two familiar figures. The girl, trembling and with her head bowed, sitting beside the flower bed at the entrance, was none other than Lin Siyun. Meng Xiaowei sat beside her, gently patting her shoulder in a comforting manner. Chen Lifei squinted as he observed them for a moment. In his previous life, he had been the one sitting next to Lin Siyun, offering her solace. Lin Siyun had not performed well in mathematics, nearly failing to complete her answer sheet. In his past life, Chen Lifei had resolved to intentionally lose points in the subsequent science and English examinations because he knew Lin Siyun had not done her best, hoping to attend the same university as her. The motivation behind that decision was Lin Siyun's tearful words, "I do not wish to bear the pain of exam failure alone. While everyone else rejoices, I will suffer." Thus, the naive Chen Lifei had decided to share in her sorrow. This marked the 10,086th occasion since his rebirth that he had berated himself for being such a fool. This time, however, he did not spare the two a glance, pocketing his hands and walking straight home. Coincidentally, Meng Xiaowei's keen eyes caught sight of Chen Lifei. In truth, Meng Xiaowei had long been aware that Chen Lifei was also assigned to the second high school for the examination. Thus, he had not left immediately after the exam, but had stayed due to Lin Siyun's emotional turmoil at the school gate, feeling compelled to support her. "Chen Lifei, how did you do?" Upon hearing his name, Lin Siyun lifted her head, her eyes red-rimmed, tears glistening in her dark pupils, occasionally spilling over, making her appear pitiable. Chen Lifei paused, glancing at Meng Xiaowei. "I did well," he replied. "I feel as though I performed better today than at any point during my 3 years of high school." Meng Xiaowei clenched his jaw. "Then perhaps you should comfort Siyun. She is quite upset over her poor performance in mathematics." Meng Xiaowei was aware of how much Chen Lifei cherished Lin Siyun, and if her emotional state could influence his performance in the exams to come, it would be advantageous for him. Upon hearing Meng Xiaowei's suggestion, Lin Siyun murmured softly, I don't want his consolation." Yet, despite her words, her gaze betrayed her, drawn to Chen Lifei and glancing at him expectantly, as if hoping for his response. Through her tear-filled vision, it seemed Lin Siyun saw Chen Lifei slowly approaching her. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she felt a flutter of nervous anticipation. Did he still care about her? Lin Siyun pondered. Regardless of the depth of their misunderstandings and conflicts, Chen Lifei's feelings for her remained evident. In the current situation, surely he would not entirely disregard her. With her lips pursed, she awaited Chen Lifei's words, her heart laden with unspoken grievances. Chen Lifei stood before Lin Siyun, scrutinizing her intently for a considerable time. Under the watchful eyes of both Lin Siyun and Meng Xiaowei, Chen Lifei grinned broadly, embodying the essence of a bright and cheerful young man. "Did you perform poorly?" "My condolences," he remarked, patting Lin Siyun's shoulder with feigned seriousness. In response to Lin Siyun's shocked, sorrowful, and indignant gaze, Chen Lifei brushed the dust off his palms, offered another bright smile, and turned to leave. Upon arriving home, he received a message from Su Yushi on QQ. "Little fish, Chen Lifei, have you finished your exam?" With a slice of pear that Anshua had cut for him in his mouth, he typed with one hand, "Aren't we taking the same exam? If you finished, surely I have as well." "Little fish, I meant, have you finished and returned home?" Flying off Fei. "Yes. I'm home, eating fruit." Flying off Fei. "How did you do?" "Little fish, I think it went quite well. I was exceptionally lucky. Every knowledge point you advised me to review appeared on the exam. Each question felt familiar, and as I wrote, I grew increasingly excited as if I had the answers. Just by reading the questions, I could recall which formula to use. Hearing Su Yushi's words, Chen Lifei felt a wave of relief wash over him. At the very least, he wouldn't have to accompany her in repeating another year. Flying off Fei. Don't get too complacent. Remember to thoroughly memorize the English composition templates I provided you tonight. They are predictions I formulated based on the patterns of recent exams. Little Fish nodded while typing, I will. Chen Lifei, with a subtle smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, held his phone as it vibrated twice in quick succession. One notification was from Zhou Jiangjun, who exclaimed, Damn it, Chen Lifei, have you unlocked some celestial insight? Today's math exam was filled with the very knowledge points that you had that little fish memorize. Have you been sneaking answers, you genius? Chen Lifei retorted, You fool. If you simply reviewed several years' worth of past exam papers, you'd know exactly which topics were going to be tested this year. Zhou Jiangjun scratched his head, pondering this. Had he truly overlooked such an obvious clue? After a brief moment of contemplation, he ultimately chose to trust his good friend. The bold general known as Xiang Daoli Ma continued. Based on your insights, what specific topics do you believe will come up in tomorrow's comprehensive science and English exams? Li Fei shot back. Is this how you approach inquiries? Zhou Jiangjun steeled himself. A gentleman may wait a decade for vengeance. After all, history had shown that both Go Jian and Han Xian endured great hardships. What was a mere Chen Lifei in comparison? The bold general implored. I beseech you, noble father, impart your wisdom. On the night of June 7th, at 10 o'clock, as in Shui and Chen Dongjun prepared for bed, an uproarious laugh erupted from the guest room next door. The following day, upon arriving at the examination hall, Chen Lifei immediately spotted the boy from the previous day. The boy appeared somewhat better, his pallor less pronounced, though his demeanor still betrayed signs of anxiety. Lifei remained uncertain whether the boy had taken his medication, but he resolved to do what he could. The rest was fate's domain. As the exam commenced, Chen Lifei effortlessly completed his paper, his attention drifting to the surroundings out of sheer boredom. The proctor's gaze fell on him repeatedly, initially mistaking him for a slacker incapable of answering a single question. However, as the proctor casually glanced at his answer sheet while passing by, he was taken aback. The multiple-choice section was merely the beginning. The subsequent essay questions were filled with well-structured responses that clearly weren't mere scribbles. The proctor's perception of Chen Lifei shifted significantly. Soon, the comprehensive science examination concluded, and it was swiftly time for the final English test. Just as Chen Lifei penned the last word of his essay, a sudden commotion erupted to his right. The sounds of a body and chair crashing to the ground caused him to frown. It seemed that the unfortunate events of his past life were repeating themselves. Yet this time, he did not remain in stunned silence like the other candidates. Instead, he sprang into action, urgently summoning the visibly startled proctor and the monitoring officer. Teacher, we must get him to the corridor immediately. He is having a seizure and requires an open space. His loud command sent the two teachers rushing over, and together they lifted the boy into the hallway. The boy continued to convulse, and as the proctor leaned in to assess the situation, Chen Lifei interjected, Teacher, we must ensure he can breathe freely. Step aside, I will handle this. The proctor, momentarily bewildered, complied as he observed Chen Lifei's swift actions, removing the boy's glasses, opening his mouth to ensure an unobstructed airway, unbuttoning the top of his uniform, tilting him to the left, and then holding his breath to monitor the boy's condition. After a minute, the boy's violent convulsions began to subside, and after an additional couple of minutes, he gradually ceased shaking. In this brief interval, the proctor and monitoring officer were caught off guard. The monitoring officer called for the head teacher and security chief via radio, instructing them to immediately contact an ambulance, as the examination period was underway and the proctor had no phone on hand. However, by the time the security chief arrived, panting heavily, the boy had regained consciousness and was slowly sitting up. His eyes, still somewhat dazed, met Chen Lifei's gaze. Are you feeling better? Do you need us to call an ambulance? Chen Lifei inquired. We've already summoned one. Just wait a few minutes, he added. I'm fine, the boy suddenly replied, wiping drool from his mouth, urgency in his voice. I haven't finished my exam yet. I need to continue. I refuse to go to the hospital. The security chief hesitated, but considering the typical protocol for seizures, which dictated hospital transport after 5 minutes of convulsions, he noted the boy as current stable condition and decided to respect his wishes. In that crucial moment, Chen Lifei interjected, the boy seems determined. Let us honor his choice. It has been less than 5 minutes since the episode began, so he has ample time to complete his exam without undue pressure. Can you manage that? The calming effect of his words seemed almost magical, and the boy nodded, gradually rising to his feet. Observing him unsteadily return to his seat to continue his exam, Chen Lifei turned to the teachers. You should be fine now. I'll return to my exam as well. Hey, student. The proctor called out. What's your name? Chen Lifei beamed. I am Chen Lifei, standing tall and soaring high. As the bell, signaling the end of the English exam rang, the battle for the class of 2024 finally concluded. Chen Lifei stepped out of the classroom, only to hear a voice call out behind him. Thank you. Turning around, he saw the very boy he had just assisted. The boy, now looking significantly better, had managed to complete his exam in the final 15 minutes. I took my medication last night and again this morning, but I didn't expect to have an episode, he remarked with a wry smile. I heard you were the one who provided me with first aid. If it weren't for you, if I had been taken to the hospital, it would have been the end of my life. Chen Lifei regarded him for a moment before patting his shoulder. You'll come to realize that the Gaokao is merely one of life's many paths. Even upon reaching its end, countless intersections await. You may choose to abandon anything, but never forsake your life. My friend, nothing is more precious than your own existence. Chapter 37. Forsaking Romance for Wealth. Damn it. Only the youth after the Gaokao is the true youth. This was Chen Lifei's first thought as he stepped out of the school. Breathing in the fresh air of 2014, he observed the throngs of graduates, momentarily forgetting that he was one of them, adopting an observer stance. Some wore expressions of worry, while others exuded uncontainable excitement. Yet, in their eyes, a yearning for the future and freedom shone brightly, filled with boundless anticipation. No one can remain 18 forever, yet there will always be those who are. Chen Lifei, however, considered himself somewhat fortunate. This was his second 18. Upon completing his exams, Chen Lifei hailed a cab home, the first thing on his agenda being to call Zhou Jiangjun. Father, Zhou Jiangjun greeted him. I'm treating you to dinner tonight. You simply must come. I'm not bragging, but after today's exams, I feel like I gained admission to Tsinghua or Beida. Zhou Jiangjun, brimming with excitement, grinned widely over the phone, exclaiming, You, my friend, are truly remarkable. The English reading exam was indeed based on current affairs. Had it not been for your last-minute guidance on a few articles, I would have been utterly lost amidst those specialized terms. Listening to Zhou's exuberance, Chen Lifei, feeling rather indifferent, responded, All right then, I'm off to take a shower. See you tonight. After ending the call, Chen Lifei opened QQ, only to discover an unread message awaiting him. It was a new friend request. Upon clicking it, he saw, LSY request to add you as a friend. LSY? It took a moment for him to recall that it was Lin Siyun. A wave of annoyance washed over him. Why was this person still lingering around? Nevertheless, it mattered little. In his previous life, Lin Siyun had underperformed in her college entrance exams, managing only to enroll in a mediocre local school in Haishu, and he expected this time to be no different. His sights were set on the prestigious Qingbei in Jingguang. Once the exams concluded and they parted ways, he would be able to sever all ties with her completely. With these thoughts in mind, Chen Lifei declined the friend request and navigated back to the message interface, opening the chat with Su Xiaoyu. Fei, how did the exam go, little fish? Xiaoyu replied almost instantly, I think it went quite well. As always, her modesty was evident. Yet, knowing Su Xiaoyu as he did, when she claimed it went well, it likely meant she had excelled. Fei, Zhou Jiangjun is treating us to dinner tonight. Will you join? Xiaoyu. Sure, but I think it should be me treating, as you all have taken such good care of me lately. Fei, save your money for a trip to the ends of the earth. It's unacceptable for a girl to pay when 4 gentlemen are dining. If that gets out, my reputation will be ruined. Hurry and get ready to go out. And make sure to look lovely, as you are my companion and I wouldn't want to lose face. Upon reading the phrase, you are my companion, Su Xiaoyu's heart skipped a beat. She set her phone down and took a deep breath, gently patting her cheeks with both hands, surprised by their warmth. Her heartbeat grew more pronounced, and Chen Lifei's carefree, ever-smirking face began to materialize in her mind. A sudden sense of panic gripped her. This unfamiliar emotion and burgeoning affection left her feeling uneasy. Yet, beneath this layer of trepidation lay a peculiar sentiment, one she struggled to articulate. Akin to the arrival of spring when flowers bloom in vibrant profusion, and a little butterfly flits joyfully among the blossoms. Her heart, too, harbored such a butterfly, fluttering within. As Chen Lifei finished his grooming and prepared to leave, and Shui called out to him, mysteriously producing an envelope from her bag. This is something your mother prepared for you earlier. I wanted you to have it after your exams. Now that you can finally relax and enjoy a summer break, don't hesitate to spend it. This money is for you. If you want to buy something or go out with friends, go ahead. If it's not enough, just let your mother know. With just a glance at the envelope, Chen Lifei recognized it contained 10,000 yuan in his previous life, and Shui had given him the same amount after his exams. which he promptly used to buy Lin Siyun an iPhone and spent the remaining 2,000 on meals and bubble tea with her. And Shui had always been generous with Chen Lifei, never strict about money, adhering to her belief that a man should never be stingy. Wealth grants confidence. However, this time, Chen Lifei declined the money. Mom, I never told you, but I ranked first in the simulated exams at school and received a reward of 50,000 yuan. So I have enough for myself. You should keep this money and buy you and Dad some new clothes, so you both can send me off to Qingbei in style. Chen Lifei stated earnestly, and before Shui could respond, he dashed out the door. The air felt liberating after the college entrance exams. And Chen Lifei stood at the intersection, glancing around before leisurely choosing a direction. This should lead him toward Su Xiaoyu's home. He wasn't sure if he would encounter her, but he decided to take a chance. After navigating around 2 corners, he looked up to see a stunning figure in a white dress descending a nearby slope. The young woman possessed a graceful silhouette. The upper part of her dress featured semi-transparent lace at the shoulders, cinched at the waist by a slender belt that seemed no wider than Chen Lifei's palm. The flowing gown grazed her ankles, adorned with lace, revealing a glimpse of her smooth, jade-like skin, complemented by pale pink sandals with a modest heel, accentuating her already statuesque form. As the gentle summer breeze caressed her dress, the fabric billowed slightly, showcasing the soft glow of her skin beneath. Chen Lifei stood at the foot of the slope, gazing up at this enchanting scene. His heart lightened. The young woman appeared momentarily taken aback before she playfully lifted a corner of her skirt and trotted down the slope. When she stood before Chen Lifei, she was slightly breathless, her fresh scent enveloping him as her high-pitched voice rang out. Chen Lifei, what are you doing here? Didn't we agree to meet at Starlight Plaza? As she drew closer, Chen Lifei noticed that Su Xiaoyu had applied a touch of makeup today. Her already fair complexion appeared even more radiant, her large eyes sparkling with life, enhanced by a bit of mascara and soft pink eyeshadow that heightened her innocent and clear gaze. His eyes fell to her rosy lips, glistening with a hint of strawberry-flavored gloss, making them all the more alluring as she spoke. Chen Lifei had always known Su Xiaoyu was beautiful, but today she truly took him by surprise. Damn, I swore I would avoid distractions from women and focus solely on making money. Why does my face feel so hot all of a sudden? It's almost painful. Chapter 38. Loving someone is about giving them plenty of money. Su Xiaoyu noticed Chen Lifei staring at her, his eyes wide and unblinking, and her ears grew warm. Her delicate lips pressed together slightly, and she asked in a soft voice, "What's wrong?" She tucked a strand of hair blown by the wind behind her ear and continued, "Is it strange? Today is my first time wearing makeup." After her afternoon exam, she had passed by Watson's, saw the cosmetics on sale, and decided to try some. The makeup was applied by the store's staff, who all complimented her appearance. She felt quite pretty, yet Chen Lifei's intense gaze made her nervous. After observing her for a moment longer, just before the blush on her ears could spread to her cheeks, he finally spoke softly, "You look lovely. This outfit brings me great pride." All of Su Xiaoyu's anticipation and anxiety dissipated at his words. She pursed her lips and rolled her eyes, feigning indifference, muttering, "Who said I dressed up to make you look good? We're not that close." Chen Lifei playfully ruffled her hair. She had likely just washed it, and the fresh scent of oranges was invigorating while her hair felt silky smooth. Xiaoyu swiftly brushed Chen Lifei's hand aside, arranging her hair with an air of determination. "Let us go. Are we not headed to Starlight Square?" Chen Lifei suddenly found himself reluctant to take Xiaoyu to meet Zhou, Jiangjun, and the others. The prospect of enjoying a world of two with her was far more appealing. Yet, he was not the type to forsake loyalty for fleeting desires. As they journeyed towards Zhou, Jiangjun, Xiaoyu suddenly recalled something and said, "After the exam today, as I exited the school, I witnessed someone confessing at the school gate, and there was quite the crowd." Chen Lifei thought it was quite normal. After the college entrance examination, a wave of confessions typically surged forth as the pent-up emotions of youth erupted. There were those feigning drunkenness, and others extravagantly adorned with roses and candles, all attempting to prove their vibrant youth through declarations of love. He felt a twinge of embarrassment, as he too had once been swept up in such fervor. Clearing his throat, he inquired, "What? Are you envious?" Xiaoyu shook her head vigorously like a rattledrum. Chen Lifei, puzzled, asked with your beauty, "Has no one ever confessed to you?" Xiaoyu's cheeks flushed. "There was one, but I scolded him, and since then, no one has dared." Chen Lifei had witnessed her scolding before. It was indeed enough to deter any adolescent boy. He pressed further, "Why did you scold him? Do you not enjoy being admired?" After a moment's contemplation, Xiaoyu replied, "I do not understand what liking someone entails. Nor do I know what they find appealing about me. I'm just an ordinary girl. If they like me merely for my looks, will they not shift their affections to someone more beautiful if they encounter her?" If that is what liking means, then I find it rather dull and superficial. Upon hearing her words, Chen Lifei fell silent. He too grappled with the question of why he had once been so infatuated with Lin Siyun. He had never truly considered what beyond her appearance had drawn him to her. You once told me you had a strong affection for a girl, Xiaoyu suddenly asked. What do you like about her? What do you believe liking someone truly means? Chen Lifei found himself at a loss for words. This trio of inquiries left the self-proclaimed, all-knowing Chen Lifei speechless. Yet, Xiaoyu seemed unconcerned with his silence and continued. You mentioned you spent a great deal of money on her. So, does liking someone equate to spending money on them? Her large, earnest eyes, framed by long, thick lashes, gazed at him with a serious inquisitiveness. Chen Lifei found himself in agreement. Indeed, loving someone often involves spending considerable amounts of money. In today's society, where your financial resources are, there your heart lies. Xiaoyu continued to gaze at him with her wide, expressive eyes. Chen Lifei chuckled softly, ruffling her hair affectionately. Enough of such profound musings, little one. When you meet someone you truly like in the future, you will understand. In contrast to her usual reaction when Chen Lifei tousled her hair, this time, Xiaoyu did not tidy herself up but turned her gaze thoughtfully out the window. Starlight Square was the most opulent commercial district in High City, a place students rarely frequented due to time constraints and the high cost of living. However, with the conclusion of the college entrance examination, many students had taken the opportunity to indulge, spending their parents' money. Thus, when Chen Lifei and Xiaoyu arrived at Starlight Square, they found it teeming with students, clustered together in groups, all appearing somewhat sophisticated. Yet, the clarity and naivety in their eyes belied their true youthfulness. At this moment, Chen Lifei spotted a rather ostentatious figure with a slicked-back hairstyle. Dressed in an Adidas tee, Jack Jones jeans, and Nike sneakers, he was holding an Oppo phone. The device seemed vaguely familiar. As the slick-back youth turned around, Chen Lifei cursed inwardly. Damn Zhou Jiangjun, is he dressed like that with plans to be a gigolo tonight? Zhou Jiangjun noticed Chen Lifei and Xiaoyu and was about to wave them over when he froze, his gaze fixated on Xiaoyu, who stood a step behind Chen Lifei, utterly captivated. Alongside him, Han Yu's eyes widened in surprise, as if they had never recognized Xiaoyu before. They had always known she was beautiful, but today she seemed almost unfairly so, especially as she shyly stood behind Chen Lifei. Resembling a delicate young bride in her flowing hair, white dress, and petite high heels, a quintessential goddess. In that moment of distraction, Chen Lifei approached and delivered a playful punch to Zhou Jiangjun's chest. Are you out of your mind? What possessed you to steal your dad's hair gel? Are you trying to be a fool? Xiaoyu glanced at Zhou Jiangjun's new hairstyle and couldn't help but stifle a giggle. The sight of a beautiful girl laughing at him left Zhou Jiangjun feeling particularly disgruntled as he glowered at Chen Lifei. This is called maturity. What do you know about it? Han Yu chimed in. Mature Zhou Jiangjun just attempted to hit on someone with that ridiculous hairstyle and got rejected. Ha ha. That's only natural. Chen Lifei critiqued sharply. If I were a girl and saw you with that gel-back hairstyle, I would think you were some creepy uncle. Why would I dare give you my QQ? Zhou Jiangjun kicked at him in frustration. To hell with you. I'm only 2 months younger than you. Zapte 39, Chen Lifei's Girofrien. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by Chen Lifei and Han Yu's mockery, Zhou Jiangjun frowned, but Xiaoyu, suppressing her laughter, regarded him earnestly and said, actually, that hairstyle suits you quite well. You have a prominent forehead, and the slick-back look is far more appealing than your previous messy bangs. Boys with full foreheads are considered fortunate. So Jiangyun beamed to hear compliments. See, this is the kind of discerning, sophisticated taste one ought to have. You two should learn from Xiaoyu. However, Xiaoyu, her eyes still crinkled with mirth, added, but you did use a bit too much gel, making your head shine like it's been polished. At this, Chen Lifei and Han Yu erupted into laughter. Zhou Jiangjun shot them an exasperated look, uninterested in stooping to their level, and remarked, do you think I wanted to look like this? It's for tonight's class reunion, of course. I need to present myself, well, and leave a cool impression on my high school classmates. Chen Lifei furrowed his brow in confusion. What reunion? Zhou Jiangjun replied. It was mentioned in the class QQ group. Did you not see it? Chen Lifei shook his head. I don't check that. I muted the group notifications. Zhou Jiangjun exclaimed. Then why are you here? Chen Lifei felt an overwhelming urge to punch him. Isn't it you who said you were treating us to dinner tonight in honor of your dad? You said it yourself on the phone. Have you gone mad from all that gel? Han Yu raised his hand. I can attest to that. You said you wanted to treat us and asked us to come to Starlight Square. Zhou Jiangjun slapped his forehead. Oh, I only saw the class group message after I called you. I figure I would attend a class reunion first and treat you all separately tomorrow. I must have forgotten. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu's expression turned somewhat awkward. As for the class reunion, I think I shall refrain from attending. I shall take my leave now. Zhou Jiangjun hastily interjected. Don't be like that. There are no teachers present. It's merely a gathering of peers. Han Yu is attending as my partner. And you could join as Chen Lifei's companion. Chen Lifei's companion? Su Xiaoyu's ears involuntarily flushed a deep crimson, and she quickly waved her hands in refusal. Never mind. I don't know any of your classmates, and I don't fancy such occasions. It's better if I skip it. Chen Lifei pondered for a moment and replied, Indeed. It's probably best if Xiaoyu doesn't go. Though Su Xiaoyu genuinely had no desire to attend. Hearing Chen Lifei express that he too did not wish to bring her along stirred a different feeling within her, pouting in discontent. She was about to turn away when Chen Lifei spoke again. Then I shall not go either. I will accompany Xiaoyu for a meal. You two go ahead, and after you dine, come find me. We can meet at the internet cafe. Su Xiaoyu was taken aback. Zhou Jiangjun and Han Yu were equally astonished. What did you say? You're not attending the reunion? Chen Lifei frowned. What is the point of going? Zhou Jiangjun and Han Yu exchanged glances, then looked at Su Xiaoyu, uncertain of how to address Chen Lifei. Just half an hour prior, Zhou Jiangjun had received a QQ message from Lin Xiyun, stating that she wished to speak with Chen Lifei about something and hoped Zhou Jiangjun could facilitate a conversation during the reunion. But now that Chen Lifei was choosing not to attend, how would he respond when Lin Xiyun inquired later? He was ill-equipped to handle such matters with girls. However, Chen Lifei offered Zhou Jiangjun no opportunity to speak. He took hold of Su Xiaoyu's wrist and led her in another direction, waving back at Zhou Jiangjun and Han Yu as they walked. We're off to indulge in a romantic dinner. You two enjoy the reunion. After Chen Lifei and Su Xiaoyu departed, Han Yu and Zhou Jiangjun stood in place, their teeth clenched in unison. Damn, he has forsaking his friends for romance. After meandering around Starry Plaza for a while, Zhou Jiangjun and Han Yu proceeded to the restaurant reserved for the class reunion. Arriving early, they found only a handful of people scattered about. Upon seeing Zhou Jiangjun and Han Yu, someone inquired about Chen Lifei. Everyone was aware that the trio were inseparable, and now only two of them had appeared. Zhou Jiangjun pulled out a chair and retorted, That rascal has forsaken his friends for love. Let him be. He won't be joining us. Hearing this, the classmates exchanged glances, their eyes shifting toward Lin Xiyun. Huang Ting, standing beside Lin Xiyun, looked at her in astonishment and asked, Chen Lifei is in a relationship? Since when? With whom? I thought he liked you. Lin Xiyun was already in a foul mood, and Huang Ting's question ignited her inner fury. After underperforming in her college entrance exams, she had sought comfort, and Chen Lifei was the first person who came to mind. He had always been the one she turned to in times of need. Yet, since that day he had deleted her from QQ, she had mustered the courage to cast aside her pride and attempt to add him back, only to be met with rejection. The more resolute Chen Lifei was, the more anxious Lin Xiyun became, yearning for clarity. Thus, she had specifically asked Zhou Jiangjun to bring Chen Lifei along. But now, Zhou Jiangjun had stated he was off to pursue a romantic relationship. The memory of the girl who had come to find her in Chen Lifei's school uniform flashed in Lin Xiyun's mind. As a fellow girl, she was acutely aware of how stunning that girl was. In both beauty and demeanor, she felt she could hardly compare. Her long-standing possessiveness over Chen Lifei intertwined with jealousy and comparison towards another girl left Lin Xiyun feeling bewildered with a surge of anger. She stood up and approached Zhou Jiangjun, demanding, Where exactly has Chen Lifei gone? Zhou Jiangjun, startled by her sudden outburst, eyed her critically before retorting. Haven't I already told you? He has gone off to pursue romance. Lin Xiyun glared at him, her face flushed with indignation. Don't feign such a ludicrous excuse. Who could he possibly be dating? I know everyone around him. Zhou Jiangjun, bemused by Lin Xiyun's bewilderment, scoffed, You'd be surprised. This beauty is someone you don't know. She is not only gorgeous but also gentle and obedient, always heeding Chen Lifei's words. Enviable. Isn't it? Just ask Han Yu. The simpleton Han Yu, oblivious to the intricacies between Lin Xiyun and Chen Lifei, nodded in agreement, adding, Xiaoyu truly listens to Chen Lifei. Xiaoyu? Lin Xiyun muttered in disbelief, still unconvinced. There is no girl with that name. You're just making things up. Zhou Jiangjun smirked lewdly, pretending to be profound. You're oblivious, aren't you? That is the pet name Chen Lifei has given his girlfriend. Chapter 40. The son does not resemble the father. However, no matter how Zhou Jiangjun spun the tale, Lin Xiyun remained unconvinced that Chen Lifei was in a relationship. Her emotions were a tumultuous blend of confusion. She could not articulate whether she was unwilling to believe or simply frightened to acknowledge the truth. Yet, what was there to fear? Even if Chen Lifei were indeed dating someone else, how did it concern her? Could it be that she had genuinely developed feelings for Chen Lifei? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. She was merely accustomed to the unwavering kindness Chen Lifei had shown her for years. Yes, it must be so, observing Lin Siyun stubbornly lingering by his side. Zhou Jiangjun felt a twinge of annoyance. He could not fathom why such a tenacious woman had captured his best friend's affections for all these years. 2 words, devalued. He waved his hand dismissively. You needn't linger here. If you have matters to discuss with Chen Lifei, why not wait for him at his doorstep? You know where he lives. Zhou Jiangjun's voice rose slightly, drawing the attention of several classmates toward Lin Siyun. Infuriated, Lin Siyun's face flushed, and she stomped her foot. Who would go wait at his doorstep? Zhou Jiangjun, are you out of your mind? With that, she shot him a resentful glare and stormed off to the other side of the table, sulking in her seat. Meanwhile, at the same moment, Chen Lifei led Su Xiaoyu to a quaint, old-fashioned restaurant. The establishment was modest in size, covering merely 10 square meters, tucked away on a street corner, easily overlooked. As soon as he entered, Chen Lifei called out, Uncle Wang, 2 bowls of clay pot rice noodles, the usual, no pig liver and extra noodles and broth. Uncle Wang. The proprietor responded with a nod, and upon noticing the lovely girl accompanying Chen Lifei, his eyes lit up, playfully signaling his approval, as if to say, not bad, lad. Bringing the girl along right after the exams. Chen Lifei, guessing Uncle Wang's thoughts, waved his hand nonchalantly and declared, this is my classmate. Su Xiaoyu politely greeted Uncle Wang. Hello, I'm Chen Lifei's high school classmate. Uncle Wang chuckled and invited them to sit down, offering Su Xiaoyu a glass of chilled Sprite. Here, it's on me. This is the first time that kid has brought a girl to my place. Su Xiaoyu blushed slightly, stealing a glance at Chen Lifei. Chen Lifei leaned in teasingly and said, you don't actually believe that, do you? You know how in those domineering CEO novels that girls adore, the butler often says, it's been ages since I've seen the young master smile, and you read the first girl the young master has brought home. However, in reality, this man had no idea how many women he had brought back. The fleeting pink bubble that had just emerged in Su Xiaoyu's heart was instantly punctured by Chen Lifei's words. Pouting, she pulled the tab on her Sprite, too lazy to engage in conversation with him. Chen Lifei chuckled and said, Uncle Wang used to be a colleague of my mother's at her workplace. Later, he resigned and opened this shop, and business has been thriving, earning him much more than his previous job. I've been enjoying the clay pot rice noodles here since childhood. The flavor is exceptional, trust me. Lifei, you finished the college entrance examination, right? How'd it go? The person who emerged from behind the cash register was Uncle Wang's son, Wang Zongyao, who had grown up playing alongside Chen Lifei. Just as Chen Lifei was about to respond, a toddler of 2 or 3 years suddenly appeared beside Wang Zongyao's leg. Upon seeing the child, Chen Lifei was instantly reminded of past events. This child was not Wang Zongyao's. Chen Lifei recalled clearly that in his previous life, he had learned just before falling ill that Wang Zongyao's wife had cheated on him for over a decade, and even the precious son, who had been doted on by Wang Zongyao, was not his biological child. Wang Zongyao had struggled to accept this devastating blow. In a drunken stupor, he had run to the edge of a bridge and jumped into the river. Shortly after his son's tragic demise, the hardworking Uncle Wang also passed away. The modest family that had toiled all their lives saw their accumulated wealth, savings, property, and business swallowed whole by that woman and her paramour. Chen Lifei's heart was filled with a tumult of emotions. Uncle Wang's family had led a simple life, treating others with sincerity. When Shui was diagnosed with uremia, Uncle Wang had even sent 50,000 yuan to their home. Yet, good deeds were met with misfortune, and that family was utterly destroyed by that woman. At this moment, Chen Lifei squinted at the boy, smiling as he remarked to Wang Zongyao, Brother Yao, is this your precious son? Wang Zongyao's gaze toward his son was filled with adoration as he affectionately ruffled the boy's hair. Yes, he's quite the rascal. As he spoke, the little boy toddled along the edge of the table, his large eyes fixated on Su Xiaoyu. Pretty sister, hug me, he exclaimed, eliciting hearty laughter from Wang Zongyao and Uncle Wang. Su Xiaoyu's face turned rosy with shyness and confusion. Uncle Wang chuckled. This child has always had a fondness for beautiful women. I wonder who he learned that from. He shot a playful glare at Wang Zongyao. Wang Zongyao innocently replied, I certainly didn't teach him. My heart belongs only to my wife, and I have no interest in other beauties. This was something Chen Lifei wholeheartedly agreed with. Brother Yao truly adored his wife and pampered her immensely, which made it all the more difficult for him to accept that the woman he had loved for a lifetime had shattered his life. Chen Lifei gazed at the little boy a few more times and casually remarked, Your brother has truly large eyes. Just look at those double eyelids. TSK. The folds are almost larger than Brother Yao's eyes. Wang Zongyao seemed unfazed by Chen Lifei's teasing about his small eyes and responded proudly, Yes, my son does have big eyes. Chen Lifei continued, Your son is quite fortunate. He won the genetic lottery. I remember your wife has single eyelids, right? For you two with single eyelids to have a child with double eyelids is quite a feat, Wang Zongyao chuckled foolishly, right? Everyone says it's a good thing my son doesn't take after me. Otherwise, my small eyes would be quite unsightly. Chen Lifei laughed again, saying, I heard that when a mother is pregnant, the more she gazes at someone, the more her child resembles that person. I suppose your wife must have been looking at people with double eyelids and large eyes frequently while pregnant with your son. Chen Lifei felt he had made his hints quite clear. As the paramour of his wife was indeed the double-eyed man who had been living in his home under the guise of being a distant cousin. In reality, he was nothing but his wife's former lover from the countryside. Yet, Wang Zongyao remained completely oblivious, still gazing at his son with indulgence. Meanwhile, Uncle Wang, who was busy in the kitchen, slightly altered his expression upon hearing Chen Lifei's words. The kind and weathered eyes of his became somewhat peculiar, and his smile faded. After finishing their meal, Chen Lifei bid farewell to Uncle Wang, and, while walking down the street, Su Xiaoyu finally asked, Why did you say those things earlier? It's not proper to keep saying someone's son doesn't resemble his father. Did you not see how Uncle Wang's expression changed? Chen Lifei sneered. That son isn't even Brother Yao's. Su Xiaoyu was taken aback, stammering, Huh? How do you know? Chen Lifei grinned mischievously. Because I caught his wife in the act with another man. Hearing the words caught in the act, Su Xiaoyu's eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth slightly agape. Chen Lifei turned his head and immediately caught sight of Su Xiaoyu's little pink tongue peeking out. He felt a bit uncomfortable and cleared his throat. Su Xiaoyu pressed on. Is that true? You caught them in the act? Where did you see this? Chen Lifei cast her a playful glance, since it was an affair. Where else could I have caught them? Su Xiaoyu gasped, covering her mouth in shock. No way. If they were having an affair, how could you have stumbled upon them? Where were you? Ha ha ha. You really believe me? Chen Lifei laughed, bending over in amusement. Are you really that gullible? How could I possibly catch them? I don't live under their bed. Realizing she had been teased by Chen Lifei, Su Xiaoyu pouted, her brows furrowing in displeasure as she shot him an annoyed glance before turning to walk away. She truly felt foolish. She believed everything Chen Lifei said. If she trusted him again, she would be a fool. Chen Lifei hurried a few steps to catch up with Su Xiaoyu. Hey, I was just joking. Don't be mad, but I have my reasons for saying that. However, this matter cannot be revealed to Brother Yao and Uncle Wang just yet. I will find a way to help them handle it. You don't need to worry about it. Su Xiaoyu gave Chen Lifei a skeptical glance. Although they were peers, Chen Lifei always seemed to exude a sense of assurance in everything he did, whether it was tutoring her in her studies or dealing with matters that, to her, seemed monumental. He appeared to manage it all with ease, without a hint of concern. Just then, Chen Lifei's phone rang. It was Zhou Jiangjun calling. Zhou Jiangjun's voice on the other end was slurred. Were you two on a date? I've had too much to drink. Come pick me up. At the entrance of Xinguang Plaza, Su Ding shung. Hurry up, I'm about to pass out. After that, he hung up. Chen Lifei listened to the busy tone on the line and muttered a curse under his breath. Looking down at Su Xiaoyu, he said, Zhou Jiangjun is drunk. I need to go pick him up. Are you heading home first or coming with me? Su Xiaoyu, a bit worried, replied, I'll go with you. It's better to have an extra person for support. What if Hanyu also gets drunk? How will you manage both of them alone? Chen Lifei smiled at Su Xiaoyu. You truly are a thoughtful apprentice, always so considerate. The two of them took a taxi to Xinguang Plaza and followed the navigation to the entrance of Su Dingsheng. Before they could spot Zhou Jiangjun, they already heard his loud voice. Look, I told you, this kid has gone off to date someone. You all didn't believe me. In an instant, Chen Lifei and Su Xiaoyu beheld a gathering of a dozen or 20 high school classmates across the street, each pair of eyes wide open, fixated on the two of them as if they were observing thieves. Among them, one individual wore an expression of particular astonishment and incredulity. Su Xiaoyu was taken aback by the scene before her, instinctively retreating behind Chen Lifei, her head slightly bowed, revealing only half of her face. As she gazed anxiously at Chen Lifei's classmates, who looked as fierce as wolves, Zhou Jiangjun, hands on his hips, called out, Come on, Xiaoyu, step forward a bit. Let them have a look. Chen Lifei kicked back in response. She's neither a mule nor a horse. What are you staring at? Are you out of your mind? Zhou Jiangjun laughed while dodging. Look, she's already being protected. Oh dear, you truly fear your little wife being wronged. At this, the classmates' gazes towards Su Xiaoyu became even more blatant, sparkling with gossip, as if they wished to scrutinize her from head to toe. Su Xiaoyu's entire face turned crimson. She stood frozen, wishing she could instantly turn and flee. In fact, she did turn to leave, but Zhou Jiangjun shouted after her, Sister-in-law, don't go. Come play with us. This thunderous exclamation of sister-in-law utterly bewildered Su Xiaoyu, leaving her paralyzed with fear. her face a mask of confusion as she turned to look at Zhou Jiangjun. Ultimately, her gaze settled on Chen Lifei's face. In that moment of eye contact, Su Xiaoyu's cheeks flushed as if they were ripe with fruit. Zhou Jiangjun, observing their reactions and those of the surrounding classmates, felt a swell of pride. After all, just moments ago, they had doubted his words, thinking him to be boasting. Huang Ting had even remarked to Lin Siyun that Chen Lifei must have orchestrated this ruse to provoke her by having Zhou Jiangjun claim he was in a relationship. Zhou Jiangjun, unwilling to let the matter rest, determined to redeem his brother's honor. As Zhou Jiangjun wore a triumphant grin, Chen Lifei, disinterested in engaging in his antics, simply inquired, "Have you finished eating? Then let us head to the next venue." Zhou Jiangjun eagerly nodded. "Let us go. Han yi. Let us continue our four-person date." Upon hearing this, Lin Siyun's expression transformed with intrigue. A continued four-person date? Did this imply that Chen Lifei had frequently taken Su Xiaoyu along for outings with Zhou Jiangjun and Hanyu? Had he indeed entered into a romantic relationship with this girl named Xiaoyu? Her mind swirled with questions, yet Chen Lifei had not spared her a glance since his arrival. Huang Ting and the other classmates occasionally cast glances toward Lin Siyun, as if anticipating her reaction. After all, they had all witnessed Chen Lifei's previous pursuit of Lin Siyun and how well he had treated her. Now, with the sudden introduction of a girlfriend, one who was even more beautiful than Lin Siyun, everyone was taken aback. All eyes were fixed on Su Xiaoyu, who stood adorned in a flowing gown, the night breeze causing it to sway gracefully, her shoulder-length hair glossy and dark, her fair complexion tinged with a rosy hue of shyness. Even with her head slightly lowered, her long lashes framed large, expressive eyes, her nose elegantly defined and slightly upturned, making her strikingly beautiful. They had never encountered such a captivating girl. In contrast, Lin Siyun appeared utterly overshadowed, ignoring the curious glances of their peers. Chen Lifei did not offer any explanations. He took hold of Su Xiaoyu's wrist and led her to the roadside, hailing a cab before they both got in and drove away, leaving the group of classmates standing dumbfounded, staring at the receding taillights of the vehicle. Huang Ting was the first to regain her composure, shaking Lin Siyun's arm. "Siyun, Chen Lifei doesn't seem to be joking, if he really is in a relationship." "What will you do?" Lin Siyun retorted sharply. "What does it have to do with me? Am I even close to him?" Pausing, she added defiantly, "What kind of frivolous young man, fresh from the college entrance exams, jumps into a relationship? Do you think such a superficial boy is worthy of me? Truly shameless." Yet, despite her words, Lin Siyun's face had already flushed with anger, her chest involuntarily rising and falling, her once cool gaze now filled with resentment as she stared down the road. Her expression a mixture of grievance and fury. Huang Ting observed silently, respecting Lin Siyun's dignity, saying nothing, only pursing her lips. Chapter 42. Lovebirds do not engage in romance. The four of them, as usual, arrived at the Xingyuan Internet Cafe. Hanyu's cousin generously reserved 3 computers for them. Gome. Congratulations on finally escaping the clutches of high school. March towards the freedom of university. Today, internet fees are on the house, drinks are complimentary, and instant noodles are provided for free. Play as long as you wish. Amidst their chorus of gratitude. "Thank you, cousin. You're so cool. You're amazing." Hanyu's cousin left with a beaming smile. Each of the 3 boys occupied a computer, and it was only after powering on that Chen Lifei turned to notice Su Xiaoyu sitting silently beside them. "Why don't you come and play for a bit?" Su Xiaoyu, still enveloped in the earlier commotion of Zhou Jiangjun's sister-in-law remark and the scrutinizing stares from Chen Lifei's classmates, felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. She hesitated, lowering her voice. "I don't know how to play games. You all go ahead." Chen Lifei, perceiving her unease due to the earlier incident, raised his hand and lightly tapped Zhou Jiangjun on the back of the head. "You frightened Xiaoyu. Apologize." Zhou Jiangjun chuckled sheepishly, rubbing his head while addressing Su Xiaoyu. "Don't mind us, Xiaoyu. We were just joking. Besides, you and Chen Lifei are a great match, so there's no need to feel embarrassed. We've known each other for so long. Now that you're good friends, who knows what the future holds?" Before Zhou Jiangjun could finish his thought, Su Xiaoyu, her cheeks burning, stood up abruptly. I'll go get you some water." Observing her hasty exit, Zhou Jiangjun nudged Chen Lifei. "You know, Xiaoyu is genuinely pure and adorable, obedient and kind. Compared to your Lin Siyun, she is 1,000 times better. Now that he graduated high school, it's time to embark on a passionate romance. Why not give a try with Xiaoyu?" Unbeknownst to Zhou Jiangjun, Su Xiaoyu hadn't strayed far. She merely sought refuge from Zhou Jiangjun's teasing. Just outside, she overheard Zhou Jiangjun's words to Chen Lifei, her ears burning with embarrassment. Yet, She found herself unable to tear away from the door, holding her breath as she awaited Chen Lifei's response. In the silence that followed, Su Xiaoyu could hear her heart pounding relentlessly. After what felt like an eternity, Chen Lifei finally replied, "Get lost. Why would I want such a wonderful girl like Xiaoyu to be my girlfriend? Friendship lasts forever. As for romance, that is something even dogs woo to entertain." Zhou Jiangjun retorted with a laugh. "You make it sound like you've had experience." Chen Lifei merely chuckled in response. Standing outside, Su Xiaoyu registered Chen Lifei's words. Her heart caught in a tumult of emotions, neither entirely elated nor truly disappointed. She was pleased that Chen Lifei seemed to value her, yet disappointed as well. Su Xiaoyu lowered her head, gently shaking it, suppressing the inexplicable feelings that had arisen within her. The four of them played at the Xingyuan Internet Cafe until past 10 o'clock that evening before finally dispersing. In order to care for Su Xiaoyu, Chen Lifei chose not to join Zhou Jiangjun and Hanyu in their gaming escapades, instead opting to play the tale of the ghostly bride with her. This was Su Xiaoyu's inaugural experience with gaming, and under Chen Lifei's guidance, she embarked on quests and traverse maps. Clad in a flowing white gown, wielding a short and delicate sword, and accompanied by a jet black steed, she ventured alongside Chen Lifei through various realms. While he engaged in combat, she would follow behind, delivering the final blows. While he conversed with NPCs, she stood nearby, taking in the scenery. As Chen Lifei navigated the maps, she closely trailed him. Zhou Jiangjun, glancing at their gaming interface, scoffed, "Little fish, why do you follow Chen Lifei around like a little wife while playing this game?" Su Xiaoyu's hand trembled slightly around the mouse. Chen Lifei, maintaining a stoic expression, retorted, "Zhou Jiangjun, we are merely playing a game." Zhou Jiangjun inquired, "What game?" Chen Lifei replied, "Tonight, whoever speaks again is a dog." Zhou Jiangjun fell silent. Unbeknownst to Chen Lifei, Su Xiaoyu heard his words, and a faint smile graced her lips. When they emerged from the internet cafe shortly past 10, Zhou Jiangjun initially suggested going for a late-night snack. But Chen Lifei glanced at the time, and then at Su Xiaoyu. He decided against it, realizing they had an English oral exam the following morning. Although the exam did not count towards their college entrance scores, they still needed to attend school punctually. Zhou Jiangjun grumbled, "Why you care so much about that English exam?" Ultimately, he conceded, and they all prepared to part ways. Su Xiaoyu exchanged a glance with Chen Lifei. Though he had fabricated an excuse regarding the English exam, she understood that he was simply trying to prevent her from returning home too late. This thought warmed her heart, and she bit her lip in quiet appreciation. After parting ways with the others, Chen Lifei and Su Xiaoyu walked home together, as usual. Their homes lay in the same direction, approximately 4 to 5 kilometers apart. Chen Lifei initially intended to escort Su Xiaoyu to her apartment complex, but she adamantly refused. "I can go back by myself." Perhaps it was the pride of youth at play. Though Su Xiaoyu knew deep down that Chen Lifei would never look down on her, she simply did not wish him to see her living in such a dilapidated housing estate. The entrance was littered with heaps of garbage, and a group of individuals loitered outside, smoking and drinking in a chaotic manner. Chen Lifei glanced at Su Xiaoyu, but did not press the issue, waving his hand dismissively. "Then send me a message when you get home." Su Xiaoyu nodded. "Okay, you should head home too. Goodbye." Watching the young man's silhouette fade into the night, Su Xiaoyu lingered for a moment before quietly turning to enter her complex. As she passed the entrance, she heard lewd whistles directed her way. Ignoring them, she kept her head down and walked forward. After ascending 2 flights of stairs in Building 4, she arrived at her home. Carefully unlocking the door, she found the living room deserted. Just as she sighed in relief, believing her mother was out for the day, a cacophony of rummaging sounds erupted from her bedroom. Startled, Su Xiaoyu rushed to the doorway, and indeed, she found her mother, Zhou Shufan, kneeling on the floor, searching for something. "Mom, what are you doing?" Su Xiaoyu called out anxiously. Without looking up, Zhou Shufan replied, "Give me some money. I have no money left to drink. I've been holding out for 2 days." Su Xiaoyu stepped forward to grasp her mother's arm. "I'm just a student. How could I possibly have money?" Zhu Sufan Sovet Su Xiao Asai, exclaiming, "Don't think I don't know you've been secretly working all these years and saving up a good sum." Zhou Shufan's strength was formidable, easily pushing Su Xiaoyu to the ground. Gritting her teeth against the pain, Su Xiaoyu stood up and pleaded, "Mom, I truly have no money. The money I earn goes toward my school expenses. There are so many fees for books, and I still need to eat. You've never given me a single cent. How could I have anything left?" Zhou Shufan's anger flared at this. "What school fees? It's all a scam. I've been telling you for ages not to study. It's pointless. When a woman reaches a certain age, she should get married and have children. What is the use of all that studying? Do you think reading a few more books will make you worth more?" Zhou Shufan's words were vulgar and unbearable. utterly unbecoming of a mother addressing her own daughter. Su Xiaoyu felt a deep sense of desolation. Such words had echoed in her ears countless times since she was 10 years old. Suddenly, she felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, leaning against the wall. Her gaze coldly fixed on Zhou Shufan as she scoured the room like a dog, rummaging through every corner. It was not until many minutes later, when Zhou Shufan, exhausted, finally rose with a begrudged expression, dusting off her hands, that she pointed a finger at Su Xiaoyu with a sharp and bitter tone. Let me warn you, don't try to play any tricks. If I find out you've been secretly stashing away money, I swear I'll beat you to a pulp. And, now that your exams are over, you should hurry up and find someone to marry, and bring back a dowry to repay me for raising you all these years. I've already found a suitor for you. Don't go running around these days. Someone will come to see you at any moment. Su Xiaoyu's expression turned to one of shock as she instinctively shouted, Why should they come to see me? I'm not a commodity. With a resounding slap, Zhou Shufan struck Su Xiaoyu across the face. What do you mean you're not a commodity? Huh? You think just because you've read a few more books you're special? Let me tell you, you're my daughter, and for your entire life. You'll listen to me. Want to live your own life? Fine. Wait until I'm dead. Then you can live however you want. As long as I'm alive. You'll never escape me. The night was silent, the summer air heavy. Su Xiaoyu sat on the floor of her bedroom, expressionless as she tidied the chaos Zhou Shufan had created. Piece by piece, she restored order until she was certain her mother had left to drink again. Only then did she cautiously slip into the closet, retrieving 2 tattered down jackets. She took out a needle and began to unravel the seams. Hidden within the garments were 2 stacks of money, scattered in various denominations, hundreds, 50s, and a few 20s. These were the fruits of her labor, saved through years of frugality and hard work. Su Xiaoyu counted the money, and with the 1,000 yuan bonus she had received from school, she found she had saved a total of 20,400 yuan. Her performance in the college entrance examination had been stellar. If all went well, she would be able to meet the cutoff for a second-tier university. She had already checked the tuition fees for such institutions, only a few thousand yuan per year. This sum would entirely cover her first-year tuition and living expenses. Moreover, once she reached college and became an adult, she could work legitimately, earning even more. Gradually, the void within Su Xiaoyu's heart began to pulse with hope. The dawn of freedom was within her grasp. As soon as she left this place and became self-sufficient, she would truly be free. The day she had awaited for many years was finally approaching. Clutching the money tightly, she trembled and wept. In the darkness, her phone vibrated. Su Xiaoyu carefully placed the money in order, then, shrouded in darkness, made her way over to pick up her phone. A message from Chen Lifei appeared before her eyes. Little fish, quickly look outside. Startled, Su Xiaoyu hurried to the window, flung it open, and tilted her head back. A large, round moon hung majestically in the boundless night sky. Its soft, silvery light enveloped the silent earth, exuding a gentle beauty and tranquility, silently observing all on the planet. In that moment, Su Xiaoyu's heart found a profound peace. Her phone vibrated once more, and under the moonlight, she opened Chen Lifei's message. This moon is truly magnificent. Unable to contain herself, Su Xiaoyu let out a soft laugh. Such a beautiful moment was momentarily disrupted by Chen Lifei's words, yet she bore no resentment. Her heart was filled with a warm, vibrant emotion. After sending the message, Chen Lifei tossed his phone aside and lay on the bed for a while. He then sat up and opened the drawer beside his bed. Inside lay a yellow envelope, brimming with 45,000 yuan, his bonus from school. After spending 5,000 on a meal for Zhou Jiangjun and the others, he was left with 45,000. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he retrieved a savings book from another drawer. This book contained the pocket money that Shui had previously saved for him. After using it a few times, it still held 10,000 yuan, bringing the total to 55,000. Chen Lifei glanced at the time, June 8th. Just a month remained until the World Cup semifinals that had shocked the world. He raised an eyebrow, thinking it was still possible. The 2014 World Cup semifinals represented an optimal opportunity for him to create his first fortune, as Germany's staggering 7-1 victory over Brazil had left fans worldwide in disbelief. Regrettably, he had known nothing about football back then, not even realizing there was a World Cup, let alone which teams were competing. However, he remembered the result of that semi-final vividly due to the uproar it caused. In Brazil's home ground, Germany had triumphed over the Brazilian team by a score of 7-1. Even Chen Lifei, who had no interest in football, recognized that this was akin to the national team not only qualifying for the World Cup, but also advancing to the semifinals. After the match, there were reports of gang members in Brazil threatening the Colombian players who had injured Neymar, and a gunfight reportedly broke out in a tavern somewhere in Brazil. Yet, these events had no bearing on Chen Lifei. What lingered in his mind was a neighbor who had gambled his entire fortune on Brazil's victory. After the match, the neighbor was left despondent and, in despair, abandoned his wife and child, leaping to his death. This incident had caused property values in their neighborhood to plummet. During that time, every time Chen Lifei stepped outside, he would hear neighbors discussing the matter. It was these two significant events that etched the 2014 World Cup in Chen Lifei's memory, despite his ignorance of the sport. He couldn't help but think of the butterfly effect, how seemingly unrelated events might unexpectedly influence one's life in the future. Just like him now, in the World Cup of yesteryear. However, an awkward realization struck Chen Lifei. He had never purchased a football before. He was uncertain where to buy one or how to communicate with the vendor. So, he turned to the internet for guidance. It was then that he discovered the myriad restrictions on purchasing footballs in the country, be it the methods of acquisition, ratios, or odds. The regulations were far more stringent than those abroad. He recalled a news story from his previous life about a Dutchman who, while intoxicated, had carelessly bet on Germany's 7-1 victory over Brazil and accidentally added an extra zero while making his payment. The resulting odds of 6,500 to 1 had turned him into a millionaire overnight. Alas, it seemed that such favorable odds were not available domestically. With only 55,000 yuan to his name, it appeared that his aspiration of achieving small goals would remain a distant fantasy. Chen Lifei felt a pang of disappointment. Yet, he quickly rallied his spirits. The World Cup was merely the first stepping stone to his fortune. The stock market, the internet, and countless social entertainment platforms that would become ubiquitous in the coming decades had yet to enter the historical stage. His opportunities extended far beyond just the World Cup. With this thought in mind, Chen Lifei confidently shut his computer and, clutching his phone, he lay on his bed to read a novel. Setting aside all else, he found that the quality of literature from 2014 was far superior to that of the online writing market decades hence. At that time, management was less stringent, and restrictions were few, allowing for a flourishing of diverse genres. There were no limits to what authors could write. Only a lack of desire could hinder them. Chen Lifei clicked on a novel about time travel to become an emperor, chuckling to himself under the covers. He laughed until sleep gradually overtook him, drifting off while dreaming of his own imperial aspirations. The next afternoon, after finishing his English exam, Chen Lifei returned home for lunch, preparing to head out with his money as soon as he finished eating. Glancing up, he saw Shui bustling about in the kitchen. Suddenly, a jolt of realization struck him, and he asked, "Mom, has your medical report come back? Is everything all right?" And Shui paused in her tasks, patting her head. "Oh dear, look at my memory. I forgot to pick it up. It's still at the hospital." Chen Lifei furrowed his brow. How could you forget something like that? He stood up, stuffing the last dumpling into his mouth, and mumbled, "Quickly change your clothes. I'll accompany you to the hospital." The trauma of Shui's death in his previous life had left a profound impact on Chen Lifei. He would not allow such a tragedy to occur again. And Shui, however, remained unperturbed. "Oh, but aren't you going out to have fun? Go play with your classmates. Don't worry about me. I can handle it. Enough of that." Chen Lifei retorted firmly, "You need to change your clothes right now. You're going grocery shopping soon, and then you'll have to clean the house. When will you have time to go to the hospital? Hurry up, now. Change your clothes, we're going." In that moment, Chen Lifei seemed less like a son and more like a stern elder, commanding with authority. And Shui, wiping her hands on her apron, stepped out of the kitchen. She had intended to say something, but paused at the seriousness of Chen Lifei's expression, ultimately smiling in resignation. All right, I'll go change. You eat some fruit while you wait." Chen Lifei's expression softened slightly. The two of them set out together, and when Shui suggested taking the bus, Chen Lifei simply hailed a taxi. He felt a growing anxiety about Shui's medical report, which cast a shadow over his face. And Shui glanced at him, but said nothing, allowing him to take the lead. Upon arriving at the hospital, they retrieved the medical report based on their identification information. And Shui hadn't even had the chance to open it when Chen Lifei snatched it from her hands, tearing open the outer envelope to get to the report. Unbeknownst to him, his hands trembled slightly as he unfolded the document. He exhaled a sigh of relief upon seeing that the first page merely contained a few innocuous summary statements, with no mention of any kidney-related issues. The doctor's final recommendations simply stated that if there were any discomforts, follow-up consultations were advised. This indicates that Shui's medical examination report reveals no significant issues. The stone that had long weighed heavily on Chen Lifei's heart finally fell away. He leafed through the subsequent pages and found no abnormalities related to the kidneys either. This means that, at least for now, Shui's health is intact. Chen Lifei couldn't help but recall that in his previous life, Shui had never really suffered from any ailments. It was only after he entered university, liberated from the constraints of high school, that he recklessly pursued Lin Xiun. Believing that to win over the goddess, he needed to spend money. Consequently, Chen Lifei's expenses soared, even with Shui providing him with 2,000 yuan a month. It was woefully insufficient, forcing him to take on part-time work outside. Later, concerned that the dual burden of work and study might harm his health, Shui increased his living allowance to nearly 4,000. Ultimately, in her efforts to save for Chen Lifei's future home and car, Shui would push a small cart to the night market outside their community after work, seeking to supplement their income and alleviate the financial pressure of home and car purchases for Chen Lifei. She aimed to provide him with greater resources to pursue Lin Siyun. It seems that it was around that time when Shui's health began to deteriorate, culminating in the eventual discovery of uremia. Lifei? Lifei? Shui's voice drew Chen Lifei back from his reverie. With the knowledge that Shui was fine, his expression finally relaxed as he returned the examination report to her. There's nothing to worry about, but remember to get a checkup every year. You're getting older, and your body isn't what it used to be. A yearly examination will give you peace of mind. His tone mirrored the instructive manner Shui had once used when speaking to him as a child. Shui quietly regarded him for a moment before breaking into a smile, realizing that her son had unknowingly grown into a young man capable of advising his mother. As they exited the hospital, Chen Lifei said, "Mom, you should head back. I have plans to meet some classmates." Shui nodded, took a few steps, then turned back to ask, "Is the money enough?" Chen Lifei grinned with a cheeky air. "Don't worry, it's sufficient. I may lack many things, but money isn't one of them. This boy, what nonsense is he spouting?" Shui murmured, turning away. Watching his mother's retreating figure, Chen Lifei silently vowed, "Rest assured, Mom, your days of comfort are on the horizon." He would not allow her to exhaust herself over his personal matters again, nor would he let her part with her life savings for anyone else's sake. He would amass considerable wealth, ensuring that should any misfortune befall his parents, he could swiftly resolve those matters with financial means. As long as it was a problem that money could solve, it was no problem at all. Chapter 45. Treat me to a meal when you have time. In truth, Chen Lifei had not arranged to meet any classmates. He had no intention of letting anyone know about his plans to buy a lottery ticket. On one hand, he had never been particularly interested in football. On the other, if he were to generously invite his friends Zhou, Jiangjun, and the others to buy the same lottery tickets he intended to, it would all seem too much like a game of chance. Once wealthy, do not forget those left behind. While Chen Lifei could not directly lead them to riches, he would strive to assist his friends when he eventually became affluent, just as he did regarding the college entrance examination. Yet, as he sat in the car, he suddenly thought of Su Xiaoyu. Although he had never inquired about her family circumstances, her somewhat insecure and sensitive nature, along with her instinctive need for self-protection when they first met, hinted at her background. Furthermore, her tendency to take on part-time jobs since high school provided Chen Lifei with a general understanding of her situation. She cherished freedom, but that freedom came at a cost. After some deliberation, Chen Lifei sent Su Xiaoyu a message. "Xiaoyu, are you free? If so, treat me to a meal." When Su Xiaoyu received the message, she confirmed it 2 or 3 times, ensuring that Chen Lifei indeed wrote, "Treat me to a meal," rather than "I will treat you to a meal." How audacious! Su Xiaoyu silently scoffed at his boldness, yet her hands obediently retrieved 200 yuan from her small savings. After pondering for a moment, she decided to take out 300 more, totaling 500 yuan. That should be enough for a decent meal, she thought. Upon arriving at the location Chen Lifei had specified, Su Xiaoyu looked around. "What made you think of this place?" It was indeed a commercial street, but it was more focused on entertainment rather than dining, featuring internet cafes, billiard halls, mahjong parlors, and hotels. However, the most conspicuous sites were the lottery shops across the street, prominently displaying banners proclaiming, "Congratulations to Mr. So-and-so from such and such community for winning 10 million yuan on this date." Chen Lifei fixated on those banners, his expression laden with meaning. "I'm talking to you." Su Xiaoyu tugged at his arm. "Aren't we supposed to eat?" Chen Lifei, however, held her wrist and grinned mischievously. "Just follow me." Su Xiaoyu, perplexed, found herself being led across the road, occasionally glancing at her wrist where Chen Lifei's hand held on firmly. His hands were quite attractive, broad palms, distinct knuckles, and impeccably clean nails, exuding a refreshing aura. Su Xiaoyu felt her cheeks flush slightly. Once they reached the opposite side of the road, Chen Lifei inquired, "Did you bring money?" Su Xiaoyu nodded. "Yes, why?" Chen Lifei replied, "Come with me to buy a lottery ticket." Only then did Su Xiaoyu lift her gaze to the banners, seriously addressing Chen Lifei. "Chen Lifei, we shouldn't chase after these small fortunes. The odds are incredibly low. We should rely on our hard work and diligence to earn money instead of resorting to these dubious schemes." Chen Lifei scoffed. "What era are you from? Are you a 90s kid or something? So outdated." With that, he shot her a glance and strode into the lottery shop. Su Xiaoyu pouted in irritation, but ultimately followed him inside. Within, several men sat nearby, poring over past winning information in search of patterns. Their discussions clouded by the haze of cigarette smoke. No way this issue has number 7. It's appeared 3 times in a row already. One argued, "How can you be so sure? Last time I told you to pick 7, but you chose 6 instead. Do you think picking 7 guarantees a win? Just one number isn't enough." Another retorted. The 2 men continued their spirited debate, puffing away. Su Xiaoyu, disliking the smell of secondhand smoke, edged closer to Chen Lifei. The shop owner glanced up at the 2 students without much thought, then returned to his phone game. "What would you like?" he asked. "I want to buy a ticket." Chen Lifei replied. The owner, still not lifting his head, simply said, "Go ahead." Chen Lifei stated, "I want to buy the World Cup semifinals. Germany versus Brazil. Germany to win." Only then did the owner look up at Chen Lifei, jotting something down on paper. "Are you sure you want to bet on Germany winning?" Chen Lifei nodded. "Can I bet on the score?" "Yes," the owner confirmed. Chen Lifei said, "Then let us go for 7-1. The boss furrowed his brow and cast a glance at him. "You bet on Germany to win? A score of 71 against Brazil? Are you certain?" The proprietor, a portly man with a somewhat coarse voice, drew the attention of several men nearby, who were engrossed in discussing the lottery. The men, cigarette butts dangling from their lips, turned to regard Chen Lifei and Su Xiaoyu, smirking with an air of self-importance, as if mocking Chen Lifei's audacity. However, their expressions shifted when they caught sight of Su Xiaoyu. Their eyes brightened as they appraised her from head to toe, exchanging glances laden with meaning. This scrutinizing gaze made Su Xiaoyu uncomfortable, prompting her to hide behind Chen Lifei, defiantly glaring at them. The men, unfazed, burst into laughter. "Hey, old Zhang, I reckon the college entrance exams are over. Huh? No wonder these kids have money to blow on lottery tickets. Indeed, youth is a blessing. They buy recklessly, unlike us, who spend our days analyzing this stuff without any success. How much can these youngsters possibly wager? Just 10 or $8 for fun, while we're in it for the long haul, pursuing a serious endeavor. Can we even compare?" Chen Lifei paid no heed to their idle chatter, reiterating, "Yes. Germany to win, a score of 71. The boss waved his hand impatiently. "Not possible." Chen Lifei inquired, "Why not?" The boss pointed at the machine. "The maximum score you can bet on is 51. Anything beyond that requires a different wager." Chen Lifei pondered for a moment, then replied, "Then let us place another bet. Germany to win." The boss, weary of trying to dissuade Chen Lifei, presumed him to be just an inexperienced youth taking a gamble on probabilities. "How much do you wish to wager?" the boss asked while typing. "Probably just around $10 for fun. If I win, it could cover a meal." 50,000. Chen Lifei stated calmly. The entire lottery shop fell silent. The boss ceased typing and scrutinized Chen Lifei intently. The men discussing nearby also fell quiet, turning their gaze back to Chen Lifei. After a moment, the boss asked, "Are you certain? Once the bet is placed, it's final. If you change your mind after payment, it's of no use." Chen Lifei produced a yellow envelope and placed it before the boss. "Rest assured, just place the bet on Germany to win. The 500,000 is right here." He then turned to Su Xiaoyu. "How much do you have? Join me in this bet." Su Xiaoyu, startled, waved her hands in protest. "I don't have any money. I'm not betting." Chapter 46, Germany can win. Su Xiaoyu displayed a demeanor as if facing a formidable adversary. While proclaiming her lack of funds, she instinctively covered her wallet, fearing Chen Lifei might snatch it away. Chen Lifei instantly discerned her hidden intentions and reached into her pocket. Hey, Chen Lifei, what are you doing?" Her voice was sharp and high-pitched. Yet it couldn't prevent him from extracting her 500 yuan and waving it before her. What else could this be? Su Xiaoyu attempted to seize it, but Chen Lifei raised his hand, keeping it just out of reach, visibly exasperating her. "I'm not buying this. You shouldn't either. Have you lost your mind? Spending 50,000 on this? That amount could do so much more." Chen Lifei, be rational. Chen Lifei smiled confidently. "Trust me. Well, have I ever deceived you?" Su Xiaoyu paused, realizing that although they had only known each other for a few months, he had indeed never lied to her. While Zhou Jiangjun and others often claimed they followed Chen Lifei's advice, Su Xiaoyu couldn't articulate why she so readily placed her trust in him. She was inclined to follow his lead in whatever he suggested. Lowering her hands, she gazed into Chen Lifei's eyes, saying, "This isn't merely a matter of belief. Chen Lifei, you may not grasp the significance of money as you've never lacked for it. That's why you're willing to spend 50,000 on this. But I don't want you to regret it. Think it through seriously." Chen Lifei held her 500 yuan in his palm. "I said trust me. What is the point of traversing a narrow bridge amid a throng? Walking a broad avenue alone is the most exhilarating." Confidence radiated from Chen Lifei's face. "Everyone favors Brazil, yet I firmly believe Germany can prevail. Su Xiaoyu, do you believe in me? It had been a while since he had referred to her as Su Xiaoyu. He had taken to calling her little fish. The sudden seriousness made her feel somewhat out of place. She wanted to say more to persuade Chen Lifei, but upon meeting his gaze, she found herself at a loss for words. He asked her, do you believe in me? Su Xiaoyu hadn't spoken yet, but deep within, she clearly heard her answer. She believed in him. Ultimately, Su Xiaoyu said, fine, that 500 was originally meant to treat you to a meal. If you want to bet, go ahead. But remember, if you take the money, I won't have any left to treat you. Chen Lifei chuckled, ruffling her hair. Don't worry, with Big Brother around. Every meal will be a feast. About 20 minutes later, Chen Lifei and Su Xiaoyu exited the lottery shop. The 50,000 yuan ticket took the boss over 10 minutes just to process. During this time, the group of men who had been boasting moments before remained utterly silent, chain-smoking one cigarette after another, their eyes filled with astonishment and disbelief as they scrutinized Chen Lifei repeatedly, unable to comprehend where they had gone wrong. Now, even a young lad who hadn't yet fully matured could casually produce 50,000 yuan to gamble on a lottery ticket. Their earlier discussions over a mere few dozen yuan now appeared rather ridiculous, particularly considering this young man had decent prospects and was accompanied by such a beautiful and compliant girl. The men watched Chen Lifei and Su Xiaoyu as they walked away. One of them suddenly sighed deeply. Alas, we've aged. The waves of the Yangtze River push forward while the previous waves are left behind on the beach. Another man, still unwilling to concede, flicked his cigarette but to the ground and stamped it out. That young punk clearly knows nothing about football. Betting on Germany to win with such an absurd score is merely a gamble for a big payout. When he loses everything, he'll be the one weeping. Someone shook their head. Anyone who can effortlessly wager 50,000 is unlikely to be concerned about losing a small amount. Oh well, let us stop analyzing others. Should we buy today or not? If we're going to, let us do it quickly. If not, we should all head home. Upon exiting the lottery shop, Su Xiaoyu asked, where are we going now? I don't have a single penny left. What are we going to eat? Chen Lifei turned, grinning broadly. Just follow your big brother. Do you think you'll go hungry? Chen Lifei had already inquired with the boss. Domestically, the highest odds were only 200. This meant that with his 50,000 yuan bet, he could potentially earn 10 million. Su Xiaoyu's 500 yuan could yield 100,000. 100,000 should suffice as a freedom fund for little fish. Watching the sweat glisten on Su Xiaoyu's forehead under the blazing sun, Chen Lifei merely smiled in silence, planning to surprise her at the appropriate moment. As the two wandered through the bustling streets, Chen Lifei eventually made a phone call, summoning Zhou Jiangjun and Han Yu to join him, and the four of them ventured to the Encounter Tavern. Having just graduated from their college entrance examinations, they were free to indulge in drinks, no longer confined to mere lukewarm water. The tavern had only just opened its doors when Chen Lifei burst in, exclaiming, Madam Owner, bring forth your finest spirits. His tone resembled that of a nouveau riche, prompting Su Xiaoyu to roll her eyes in exasperation. She adeptly made her way to the bar, glancing at another server. Has Sister Yin arrived yet? The server replied in hushed tones, She's here, but she doesn't seem to be in good spirits. She went straight to the lounge upon entering, and I noticed the owner has been keeping her head down. I caught a glimpse, and it looked like there were bruises around her eyes. Su Xiao for a moment, a familiar sensation crept into her heart, and her expression shifted to one of alarm. In the distance, Chen Lifei noticed the change in her demeanor and approached, asking, What's wrong? Su Xiaoyu shook her head. Sister Yin is in the lounge. I'll go check on her. You can sit here and relax for a bit. This is my colleague, Xiaolon. She can assist you with some drinks in the meantime. With that, Su Xiaoyu turned and entered the lounge, where indeed Luo Yin sat by the window, gazing up at the sky outside. Holding an ice pack to her face with her left hand, she turned her head as Su Xiaoyu entered, their eyes meeting in a moment of silent understanding. Today, Luo Yin wore an utterly commonplace white shirt, adorned with lace at the collar and cuffs, the silk fabric hugging her figure perfectly. She paired it with snug denim jeans and simple white ankle boots. Yet, with her naturally stunning physique and alluring aura, complemented by her long, lustrous black curls, even such modest attire exuded an irresistible charm. Su Xiaoyu approached her directly, asking, Sister Yin, who hurt you? At Su Xiaoyu's words, Luo Yin was momentarily taken aback, her gaze flickering with evasion as she forced a smile. Little fish, what are you talking about? Who would dare to hit me? I just bumped into something in the shower this afternoon. You know how clumsy I can be. Before Luo Yin could finish, Su Xiaoyu reached out, pulling back her wrist. A half-moon-shaped purple bruise appeared near Luo Yan's left eye, roughly the size of a fist. Su Xiaoyu's voice trembled with emotion. Tell me, what could you possibly bump into to sustain such an injury? This is the mark of a fist, a bruise inflicted by a person's bone. Sister Yin, no one understands this better than I do. Luo Yin lifted her gaze to meet Su Xiaoyu's. Her doe-like eyes glistened with unshed tears, a veil of moisture overlaying her dark pupils. A pang of sorrow gripped her heart, and she felt her nose tingle with emotion. Today, without makeup, her naturally beautiful features were highlighted, and the slight redness around her eyes and nose lent her an air of fragility that evoked sympathy. Luo Yin closed her eyes, remaining silent. Suddenly, a voice broke through the tension. What were these two beauties whispering about? Both Su Xiaoyu and Luo Yin turned towards the entrance, where Chen Lifei swaggered in. However, upon seeing the two girls with reddened eyes, his playful expression vanished. Su Xiaoyu hastily wiped her tears, while Luo Yin turned her gaze back to the window, resuming her application of the ice pack. Yet, Chen Lifei had seen everything. Narrowing his eyes slightly, his demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he stepped closer, calmly asking, "It was that guy I saw last time who hurt you, wasn't it?" Luo Yin did not turn around, but she recalled that Chen Lifei had indeed crossed paths with her boyfriend, who had looked down on Chen Lifei, considering his boastful claims about buying the tavern to be mere posturing. Without giving Luo Yin a chance to respond, Chen Lifei stepped forward, gripping her wrist firmly. "Madam Owner, when I first met you, I thought you were someone of substance, at least someone who had navigated the underbelly of society. Do we, the people of the streets, simply endure being struck and then retreat to weep in silence? Should we not retaliate, lest we end up dead and haunt the living as vengeful spirits?" Before Luo Yin could process his words, Chen Lifei pulled her towards the exit. It dawned on her that he was not the naive youth she had assumed him to be, standing nearly 6 feet tall and possessing considerable strength. He left her with no room to resist, even though she was several years his senior. "Where are you taking me?" she inquired anxiously, unable to free her wrist from his grasp. In a cold tone, Chen Lifei replied, to confront him and give him a taste of his own medicine. Just then, a figure entered the tavern, Luo Yan's boyfriend, Li Yuwei. Earlier that afternoon, they had quarreled over financial matters, leading Li Yuwei to lose control and strike Luo Yin in a moment of rage. Regretful afterward, he had hurried to the tavern to apologize. However, upon entering, he was confronted with the sight of Luo Yan's wrist being held by the audacious young man who had been boasting earlier, igniting a flare of anger within him. "Who the hell are you? Who gave you the audacity to touch my—" Before Li Yuwei could finish his sentence, Chen Lifei had released Luo Yin's wrist, taking 2 steps forward and delivering a powerful punch to Li Yuwei's face. The impact echoed through the room as Li Yuwei's frail body was sent crashing into a booth, his lower back colliding painfully with the edge of the table. The pain rendered him pale, immobilized, and he could only collapse over the booth, clutching his waist and groaning in agony. "How dare you lay a hand on my woman? You piece of trash!" Chen Lifei glared at him, his tone icy. The sudden turn of events left everyone stunned, especially Luo Yin and Su Xiaoyu, who had not anticipated Chen Lifei would strike Li Yuwei. Zhou Jiangjun and Han Yu stood up in shock, both awed by Chen Lifei's boldness and ready to jump in if Li Yuwei retaliated. Yet, they had vastly overestimated Li Yuwei's capacity to fight back. Standing at only 5'9" and weighing a mere 120 pounds after being struck by Chen Lifei and colliding with the table, he was in no condition to stand, his bravado faltering as he shouted, "When did my girlfriend become yours? Who do you think you are?" Chen Lifei chuckled derisively. "From now on, this tavern is mine. I am the owner here, and Luo Yin is under my protection. If she isn't mine, then who is she?" Li Yuwei was too pained to engage in further banter, his body aching as if it would fall apart. However, with so many witnesses present, he could not bear the humiliation and shouted at Luo Yin, "Why don't you come help me? I'm calling the police. This kid just graduated from high school, right? I'll make sure he can't attend school and ends up in jail." Chen Lifei was nearly compelled to land another blow, but Zhou Jiangjun intervened just in time, preventing him from escalating the situation further. Chen Lifei declared, "If anyone's going in, it better be you first. You're the one who threw the first punch. When we both end up in prison, I'll make it a point to confront you every time I see you until you're released. Do you believe that?" Li Yuwei was genuinely taken aback by the fierce expression on Chen Lifei's face. He had never anticipated such ferocity could emanate from a mere boy of 17 or 18. Observing Li Yuwei's predicament, Luo Yin initially contemplated intervening, but Su Xiaoyu grasped her wrist, preventing her from stepping forward. As Luo Yin gradually regained her composure, she regarded Li Yuwei with an indifferent expression. The shock within her was slowly overtaken by a sense of exhilaration. After a prolonged silence, Li Yuwei, clutching his waist, struggled to rise from the booth. He glanced at Chen Lifei, then at the impassive Luo Yin, and finally at the watchful Zhou Jiangjun and Han Yu, who were poised to defend themselves. Ultimately, he realized that two fists could not compete against four hands. After muttering a curse, "You little brat, wait for me," he scurried out of the tavern, nursing his injuries. With the farce concluded, the waitress, Xiaolan, began to tidy up the remnants of the ruckus, while Su Xiaoyu exited to close the tavern door, hanging a "Close for Today" sign outside. Chen Lifei shook his somewhat sore hand, having expected sturdier bones. He was surprised at how easily they could be bruised. Standing behind him, Luo Yin quietly observed his silhouette. Despite being younger than her by 7 or 8 years, he stood before her, willing to shield her. In contrast, the man she had followed since she turned 18 now resorted to violence over mere financial matters. A sense of desolation enveloped Luo Yan's heart. Suddenly, a shadow loomed overhead. Luo Yan looked up to find Chen Lifei standing before her, stating, "You intend to sell this tavern to repay your boyfriend's gambling debts, don't you?" Startled, she responded, "How did you know?" Chapter 48. Not born of my parents. Are you truly willing to relinquish everything you have labored for over the years to that brute who resorts to violence? Boss lady, you need to think this through. Just because I can help you retaliate this time does not guarantee you will have the opportunity to do so every time. Luo Yin remained silent for a lengthy period. She understood the logic behind his words. She was well aware that the boyfriend she had been with for years was no longer the boy who had once adorned her neck with a necklace beneath the cherry blossoms, promising to care for her for a lifetime. Yet the emotional ties they had forged over the years, combined with the image of Li Yuwei kneeling before her, pleading for her forgiveness, made it impossible for Luo Yin to harden her heart. It was as if Chen Lifei could read her thoughts. He simply stated, "Boss lady, sunk costs should not influence major decisions." Luo Yin was taken aback, staring blankly at him. She hadn't expected a boy of his age to articulate such profound wisdom. Seizing the moment while Luo Yin pondered, Chen Lifei moved to the bar and sat down, tapping the tabletop with his fingers. "Did I not promise you a deposit of 50,000 yuan by the end of this month? However, plans have changed. By mid-July, I will pay you a lump sum of 300,000. But I have another proposal for you, boss lady. Would you like to hear it?" Unwittingly drawn into Chen Lifei's rhythm, Luo Yin inquired, "What is your proposal?" Chen Lifei explained, "The 300,000 will be deposited in a savings account under your name, but kept with me. I will provide you with an IOU for that amount, effectively allowing me to safeguard your money for you. You will continue to manage this tavern. If your boyfriend inquires, just tell him you can't bear to sell it, leaving him to figure things out on his own. Observe his reaction and see if he values the years you've spent together. Once you fully recognize his true nature and decide to part ways, I will return the savings book to you, enabling you to embark on a new chapter in your life. Of course, if you still can't bring yourself to sever ties and choose to gamble everything on his behalf, that is your choice. Just bring me the IOU, and I will return the savings book to you at any time. But thereafter, any matters concerning you will be of no concern to me. Whether he abandons you, pushes you off a cliff, or sells you for money, those are all your choices and consequences. As long as you're sure of your decision, I have no objections. After all, respecting others' fates is a vital lesson in life." Chen Lifei's words flowed with clarity and logic, blending a sense of harshness with counsel and a hint of salvation within the warning. To Zhou Jiangjun and Han Yu, it was undeniably impressive. Luo Yin gazed at him, her eyes reflecting disbelief. For some reason, she felt that Chen Lifei's understanding of Li Yuwei surpassed even her own. The absurd scenarios he described, being abandoned or sold, sounded eerily plausible. Yet, as before, she found herself unconsciously swept along by Chen Lifei's cadence and thought process. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Yin acquiesced to his proposal. There seemed to be a certain charm about Chen Lifei, despite appearing as a mere child. His words bore a persuasive weight. Unbeknownst to anyone, a quiet, unassuming figure, Xiaoyu, lingered in the shadows, her bright eyes fixated on Chen Lifei, filled with an unspoken affection she herself had not yet recognized. The four had originally intended to indulge until inebriation claimed them, but after the day's events, they lost their spirits and decided to part ways. Just before their separation, Zhou Jiangjun suddenly recalled something and asked, "Hey, what did you say to the boss lady earlier about buying the tavern for 30,000? Is it the same 30,000 I know? Are we talking about 30,000 yuan or 30,000 joy beans?" Chen Lifei nearly smacked Zhou Jiangjun on the forehead. "You think you can find a place where 30,000 joy beans will buy you a tavern?" Zhou Jiangjun was even more astonished. "Then where did you get 30,000 yuan to buy a tavern?" After a moment of silence, Chen Lifei suddenly turned serious and said, "General, I need to tell you something." "Go ahead," Zhou Jiangjun replied, his tone growing tense. Chen Lifei sighed heavily. "Actually, I'm not the biological son of my parents. Zhou Jiangjun and Han Yu exclaimed, what? Chen Lifei nodded. I am a long-lost son of the old chairman of the Haisher Empire Group. The group has finally come to realize that the one at home is the fake young master, and I am the true heir. Now the entire group is desperately seeking my return to inherit the family business and make amends for the years they neglected me. Zhou Jiangjun and Han Yu listened attentively. But upon seeing Chen Lifei's beaming smile, they realized they had once again fallen for his antics. Chen Lifei, you really ought to be ashamed, Zhou Jiangjun exclaimed. You think having 30,000 to buy a tavern means I could buy a private jet for 3 million? As the group parted ways, Han Yu suddenly remembered something and said, tomorrow night, let's find a place. I'll treat. Anything you want to eat. Because in a few days, I might be leaving. Zhou Jiangjun and Chen Lifei were taken aback. Leaving? Where are you going? Traveling? The summer vacation following the college entrance examination is a peak season for travel, as the long-restrained students take this opportunity to venture out with family and friends. Han Yu shook his head, touched the back of his head, and, feeling somewhat bashful, said, the club I applied to sent me an email the day before yesterday, informing me that I've been accepted. They want me to report to the club in a couple of days for an in-person assessment. If I pass, I can gradually start as a substitute in the spring competition next year. Chen Lifei and Zhou Jiang exchanged glances, their eyes lighting up. Well done. You managed to keep such a significant matter under wraps. Did you not consider us as brothers? This is splendid news. I knew you would succeed. Han Yu cast a grateful glance at Chen Lifei. To be honest, I initially had my doubts. Chen Lifei encouraged me to give it a try, and I thought it wouldn't hurt to attempt it. I never expected to stumble upon this opportunity. Yet, the outcome is still uncertain. I must undergo the assessment. And even if I make the reserve team, my future will depend on my performance in the competitions. Alas, this journey is still long. Chen Lifei smiled knowingly and remarked, as long as you begin, it is never too late. On the way back, Chen Lifei noticed that Su Xiaoyu had remained unusually silent. It seemed she had grown particularly quiet after their visit to the tavern. Pondering this, he asked, what's wrong, little fish? Were you frightened by what just happened? He had indeed been somewhat fierce when he had confronted the aggressor. Su Xiaoyu shook her head, yet she still refrained from speaking much. In the past, even when she followed Chen Lifei quietly, she was not as taciturn as she was now. Observing her slightly despondent expression, Chen Lifei recalled the bruises that had appeared on her body and seemed to understand something, casting her a sidelong glance. Beneath the streetlight, the girl's face was flawless and pale. The high bridge of her nose cast a shadow across her face, and her thick lashes fluttered, giving her an appearance that seemed vulnerable. However, the thought that this girl might indeed have been bullied stirred an indescribable feeling within Chen Lifei. After a moment of silence, he suddenly asked, little fish, may I pose a question to you? Su Xiaoyu nodded. What question? Chen Lifei queried. What do you call a black horse? Black horse. Su Xiao zipli. And what about a white horse? A white horse, she responded, somewhat puzzled. Chen Lifei laughed again. Then what do you call a horse that is black and white? Su Xiaoyu furrowed her brow. A zebra. Are you being childish? Chen Lifei teased. He suddenly turned to face her, walking backward as he grinned and asked, what do you call a horse that is black, white, and red? Black, white, and red? Is there such a strange horse in this world? Su Xiaoyu murmured. Chen Lifei pinched her nose playfully. Of course, it's a shy zebra. Silly. Upon realizing his jest, Su Xiaoyu extended her hand to hit him. Are you not bored? Chen Lifei sidestepped and raised 4 fingers. How do you say this in English? Su Xiaoyu, initially reluctant to respond, succumbed to his gaze and obediently answered, 4. Chen Lifei then slowly bent his 4 fingers and inquired, and how do you say this in English? Su Xiaoyu paused, examining his hand for quite some time before shaking her head. Chen Lifei burst into laughter, straightening his fingers and bending them again as he exclaimed, this is wonderful. Ha ha, little fish is a big fool. At this moment, Su Xiaoyu finally broke into laughter, her previous gloom dissipating as her youthful smile emerged, and she playfully raised her hand to strike Chen Lifei. Chen Lifei is a childish fool. Su Xiaoyu is a big fool. This marked the second time they walked home together. After their playful exchange, Su Xiaoyu's expression gradually returned to calm, though her face bore a gentle smile. Her eyes hinted at a touch of melancholy. As they parted at the intersection, Chen Lifei said his goodbyes and waved, but Su Xiaoyu suddenly called out to him. Chen Lifei. He turned back to see Su Xiaoyu's slender figure illuminated by the streetlight. With a radiant smile, her eyes sparkling with sincerity, she spoke in an unprecedentedly tender tone. I wish I had met you sooner. Her words were soft yet tinged with sadness. Chen Lifei furrowed his brow slightly and heard her add, but fortunately, now is not too late. Su Xiaoyu's demeanor today was peculiar. But Chen Lifei did not dwell on it too deeply. He merely thought she was startled by the earlier incident and returned home after escorting her. It was only a little past 7 in the evening, and feeling a bit hungry as he hadn't had dinner yet. He jogged back to indulge in a meal prepared by Shui. However, he was nearly unable to enter his own home. Upon reaching his floor, he found the door wide open, with a crowd of formally dressed men and women gathered at the entrance. What are all these people doing here? Chen Lifei furrowed his brow and approached. Excuse me, what is going on? He squeezed through the throng and was taken aback to discover even more people inside his home. The living room, already small, was now almost overflowing with guests. He quickly spotted Shui and Chen Dongjun, who were seated awkwardly in the center, facing a diverse group of men and women, clearly overwhelmed, smiling while conversing with those beside them. Dad, Mom, who are all these people? Have you two borrowed money from loan sharks? As soon as he spoke, all eyes turned toward him. A dozen or so pairs of scrutinizing eyes made him feel uneasy. Damn, he remembered that in his past life, his family had never borrowed from loan sharks. Could it be that something had changed since his rebirth? Before he could process the situation, upon noticing his return, Shui and Chen Dongjun stood up and pulled Chen Lifei to the sofa, exhaling deeply. There you are. We've been trying to reach you on the phone. Where have you been? It was then that he realized his phone had died. He surveyed the crowd and asked, who are all these people? Before Shui could respond, a man who had been sitting to her left stood up to introduce himself. Are you Chen Lifei? We are representatives from the admissions office of Qingbei University. My surname is Su. You can call me Teacher Su. We are here to inquire about your preferences for university enrollment. Would you consider attending Qingbei University? In an instant, Chen Lifei understood. In his previous life, he had sacrificed several significant exam questions for Lin Siyun, resulting in his admission to an ordinary university. Thus, it was unsurprising that no prestigious university's admissions representatives had visited his home. However, the fact that Qingbei University's admissions team had come so boldly indicated they were already aware of his academic performance. He glanced at Teacher Su, who wore frameless glasses and appeared relatively young, probably in his 30s, dressed in a blue and white striped shirt. He extended his hand to greet Teacher Su. Hello, Teacher Su. I am Chen Lifei. I apologize for my surprise. I have never experienced such a situation before and almost misunderstood your intentions. Please, have a seat. Don't stand on ceremony. The glint of appreciation in Teacher Su's eyes, hidden behind his glasses, was evident. This student did not appear to be the typical dull top performer. Instead, he seemed rather astute and articulate. Not at all. It was our abruptness that startled you. The leadership initially intended for us to return tomorrow morning, but my eagerness compelled me to come over tonight. I sincerely hope we haven't disturbed you or your family, Chen. And Shui and Chen Dongjun hastily waved their hands in protest. Not at all, not at all. Chen Lifei casually smiled, refraining from further niceties, and proceeded to the crux of the matter. Teachers, your itinerary must be quite hectic. Let's be candid. May I inquire what conditions your esteemed institution could offer if I express my desire to apply? Chapter 50, A Great Son. The teachers present exchanged glances, evidently taken aback by Chen Lifei's direct approach. Having traveled far and wide over the years, they had encountered numerous students, nearly all of whom were the creme de la creme from various cities and schools. Yet, none had exhibited the forthrightness and ease that Chen Lifei did. Only the admissions director, Teacher Su, maintained his composure, adjusting his glasses with a slight smile. It seems, Chen, that you are well prepared. Since we are engaging in mutual selection, aside from the conditions we can provide, I would be interested to hear any specific requirements or plans you may have. Consider it a reference. Very well, let's discuss this in detail. Please take a seat. Chen Lifei gestured invitingly and settled onto the sofa first. Teacher Su smiled and followed suit, leaning slightly forward in a posture of attentive listening. Chen Lifei, showing no hesitation, pondered briefly before articulating, firstly, the matter of finances. I possess considerable confidence in my examination results and an even greater belief in my future academic capabilities. Therefore, my primary request is for substantial financial support. First, complete tuition waiver. Second, living expense assistance. These are my fundamental conditions. As for the school scholarships and national grants, I will earn those through my own merits, and you need not concern yourselves with that. Additionally, regarding my future research and development, I hope the university will grant me priority in selecting a mentor and provide maximum support for my prospective graduate studies. I have not requested a direct doctoral program because I have yet to determine how far I wish to pursue an academic path. But I'm certain I will complete my master's degree. Of course, should my research achievements warrant the university's interest in my continuing into a doctorate, we can discuss the terms then. Chen Lifei spoke with calm assurance, his tone steady and composed, unperturbed by the gravity of the faculty he was addressing. It was as though he were merely conversing with friends about his future. Teacher Su, after listening to Chen Lifei's exposition, adjusted his glasses once more. Frankly speaking, Chen Lifei's requests were not exorbitant. It is quite customary for a school to offer financial incentives and resources to attract a top-tier student. Thus, he naturally continued, "So, Chen, how much do you believe would be necessary for your living assistance each month?" After a moment's contemplation, Chen Lifei replied, 2,000 would suffice. That would cover my basic needs. This declaration startled Shui and Chen Dongjun. They had initially assumed Chen Lifei would request a nominal amount, perhaps a few hundred or at most 1,000. And Shui had intended to provide him with 2,000 monthly once he entered university. If Chen Lifei could secure the school's assistance, with the school offering a few hundred or 1,000, the remaining amount would be manageable for her to provide without straining their finances. However, Chen Lifei's immediate figure of 2,000 raised her concerns about the school's potential reluctance to comply. She subtly tugged at his sleeve, casting him a cautionary glance and gently shaking her head, implying that such a sum was excessive and that their family could support his education. After all, this was a premier institution, Tsinghua University and Peking University, a place where countless students aspire to study, even without any financial incentives. Just being accepted was already a source of immense pride for their family. Nevertheless, Chen Lifei disregarded Shui's subtle hints. His willingness to advocate for such terms indicated his self-assurance. As expected, Teacher Su's expression remained unfazed upon hearing the figure, and he did not perceive Chen Lifei's request as unreasonable. He scrutinized Chen Lifei thoughtfully before exchanging glances with another teacher present. Lowering his head, he smiled and addressed Shui. Chen's strong sense of independence is commendable. I have encountered many top students from various backgrounds, yet Chen has truly impressed me. I eagerly anticipate the surprises he will bring to our institution. And Shui and Chen Dongjun took a moment to process this. Was this truly an agreement? Had Tsinghua University and Peking University indeed acquiesced to Chen Lifei's conditions? Teacher Su rose again and extended his hand. Chen, all your requests are entirely feasible. Provided you apply to our institution, your tuition will be waived for 4 years, and you will receive a monthly living allowance of 2,000. We will also prioritize your preferences regarding mentor selection and graduate school qualifications, facilitating the best possible pathways for you. If this is agreeable to you, we can begin drafting the agreement. Once the agreement is drafted, Chen Lifei's records and academic information will automatically enter the database of Tsinghua University and Peking University. The subsequent application process would merely be a formality. In the astonished gazes of Shui and Chen Dongjun, Chen Lifei slowly stood, smiling as he extended his hand once more to shake Teacher Su's. Thank you, teacher. I look forward to seeing you at school. Teacher Su returned a knowing smile. I eagerly await your presence on campus. After leaving Chen Lifei's home, and Shui finally emerged from her daze, her face alight with excitement as she looked at Chen Lifei. Son, is it really settled that you will attend university? Chen Lifei shrugged. Yes, after tonight, I will be a student of Tsinghua University and Peking University. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck his back as he was propelled several steps forward by a resounding slap. Turning around, he beheld Chen Dongjun's elated face. Truly my great son, Chen Lifei replied. While I appreciate the sentiment, the phrase great son is not exactly appropriate in this context. Chapter 51. What a thrill. Chen Lifei engaged in a pleasant conversation with his parents in the living room, and the family joyfully shared dinner together. By the time he returned to his bedroom, the sky had grown quite dark. He picked up his phone and noticed 3 missed calls, all from Hanyu. Typically, Hanyu was not one to make calls. They usually communicated through QQ, and the most he would do was invite Chen Lifei and Zhou Jianjun to the internet cafe. It was unusual for him to call 3 times in quick succession like this. Chen Lifei surmised that something must have happened on Hanyu's end. He dialed Hanyu back, and the call was answered promptly, opening with an exclamation of exasperation. Where the hell have you been? If I were kidnapped and needed you to bail me out, by the time you answered, I'd have already been done for. Chen Lifei replied nonchalantly. Even if I had picked up, it would have been futile, just 2 words. No money, just a life. Damn, Hanyu cursed, his irritation palpable. Although he was jesting, Chen Lifei could sense that Hanyu's mood was rather off. Just yesterday, he had been excitedly discussing their prospects of joining the youth training team. What had transpired since then? It quickly dawned on Chen Lifei that it must be a disagreement with his parents. Before he could inquire further, Hanyu spoke up, sounding perplexed. I truly have no idea how to talk to my parents. Their minds are as rigid as if encased in concrete. They believe there is no path in life besides studying, and they view gaming as a frivolous pursuit. I merely mentioned in passing that if I didn't get into college, I might pursue a career in professional gaming. My dad nearly flipped the table, and my mom was crying rivers. I really don't know how to communicate this to them. After listening, Chen Lifei simply asked, "Then why do you need to tell them?" Hanyu was taken aback, responding, "Well, of course. They're my parents. How could I not discuss such a significant matter with them? Do you want me to just ignore them?" Chen Lifei shook his head, feeling a bit helpless. Hanyu was still young and naive, lacking an understanding of the uncertainties of life, and he operated under the mindset of a student, always reporting before taking action. After a brief pause, Chen Lifei asked, "First, tell me this. Have you decided to pursue a career in professional gaming, regardless of the obstacles?" Hanyu paused for 2 seconds before firmly responding, "Yes. I'm certain, and I'm not cut out for academics. I simply love gaming. Making this my means of survival is my greatest dream." Recognizing Hanyu's determination, Chen Lifei said, "Then that's settled. Just tell your parents you've been accepted into a third-tier university. As for the transcripts and acceptance letter, I can easily Photoshop them. Your parents won't spot any flaws. You can then say you want to go early to work over the summer to earn tuition. They'll surely let you go, and they'll feel proud of how mature you've become. Afterwards, you can head straight to the esports club, maintain regular contact with your parents, and every few days, give them a call. Who would know whether you're off to university or something else?" Han I listened in fuk utelu speechless. You. Isn't that a bit too much? Although he had always been rebellious during his teenage years, he had never engaged in such deceitful antics. Even when skipping classes to play games, he would straightforwardly inform his parents. He had never even concocted an excuse to visit a classmate for tutoring. Now, however, he was contemplating keeping such a monumental secret from his parents, all in the guise of attending university. Han I swallowed nervously, while he was astounded. The thrill of it was undeniably exhilarating. The phone conversation between Chen Lifei and Hanyu lasted nearly an hour, primarily with Chen Lifei persuading and Hanyu hesitating. Chen Lifei had not anticipated that Hanyu, a grown man, would be so indecisive. Finally exasperated, Chen Lifei concluded, "This is your life. If you believe that yielding to your parents' choices will lead to a better existence, then I have nothing to say. But if you wish to fight for yourself, for your dreams, then you must possess the courage and resolve to make that decision. There are no free lunches in this world, well, except for those meals your father treats you to." Having said this, Chen Lifei couldn't resist a playful jab. Yet, Hanyu clearly had no inclination to retort. His mind consumed with the options Chen Lifei had presented. He felt a flicker of excitement, though trepidation lingered. After a prolonged silence, Hanyu seemed to find his resolve, stating with newfound determination, "Damn it, my grades are abysmal anyway. Even if I barely scrape through to some obscure university, it would just be a daily grind in an internet cafe. I might as well give the club a shot. Who knows if I gain some fame? I could be the one getting paid to play. Just thinking about it is exhilarating. All right, I'll follow your advice. I'll confront my parents tomorrow." Chen Lifei rolled his eyes. "Confront? Tomorrow your grades haven't even been released yet. Just enjoy yourself for the next few days. Eat, drink, and have fun. We'll see what happens once the results come out." Hanyu replied with an and added, "When that time comes, you should be there with me. My parents trust you the most, and with you backing me up, they suspect nothing." Hanyu still felt apprehensive. Chen Lifei, frustrated, retorted, "Look at you. You're hopeless." Hanyu chuckled and ended the call. Given Chen Lifei's nature, his words were more of a tacit agreement. As long as he was by Hanyu's side, his parents would likely have no doubts. After all, Chen Lifei was renowned as an exemplary student. Everything he said was considered right in the eyes of parents. Even his excrement was fragrant. Chapter 52. Control your mouth and move your legs. With Hanyu's issue resolved, Chen Lifei began to select a restaurant. After all, Hanyu had insisted on treating them to a meal before he left, as a send-off of sorts. Just as he was making his selection, a message from Su Xiaoyu popped up on QQ. His phone vibrated twice. "Chen Lifei, what are you doing?" Looking at the words on the screen, Chen Lifei was reminded of a movie he had once seen, which suggested that when a girl asks what you're doing, it essentially means, "I miss you." Clearing his throat, he felt that Su Xiaoyu's calling of his name sounded rather formal. If only she would call him Fei Ge. How delightful that would be. Contemplating this, he chuckled softly while typing. Fei, I'm picking a restaurant to treat you to dinner." It was time for Hanyu and the others to realize that leveraging relationships is an essential skill in adulthood. "Su Xiaoyu, why are you always thinking about food?" "No way, I'm on a diet." Since spending time with Chen Lifei, she had either been eating McDonald's or dining out, and she had gained several pounds. Chen Lifei pondered for a moment before typing, "Do you know the secret to losing weight?" "Su Xiaoyu, what is it?" Fei. The secret is 3 words. Control your mouth. Move your legs." "Su Xiaoyu, as if I didn't know. I'm trying to control my mouth right now." Fei. Alas, you still do not grasp my meaning. To manage your mouth implies silencing others, preventing them from speaking of your weight. To take a step suggests that if all else fails, You may resort to physically kicking away those who dare to comment on your size. Xiao Yuer, what is this? The spirit of AQ? Fei. Indeed. So you are familiar with AQ? Xiao Yuer, don't think you're the only one who knows such things. I am quite the cultured individual too, you know? Fei. Very well. What would a cultured person like you wish to eat? Xiao Yuer gazed at the words that Chen Lifei had typed on the screen. Every time she saw him say very well, very good, her heart would swell with joy. These phrases always carried a hint of indulgence, making her spirits soar. After a moment's contemplation, she replied, "There's a barbecue place behind our school that is absolutely delectable. The environment may be somewhat lacking, but the flavors are truly exceptional, and the prices are quite reasonable. Shall we go there?" Fei. That sounds fine. Han Yu was about to embark on a solo venture to another province. A time when funds were particularly tight, it was best not to overcharge him. Fei. Then send me the location. Let us meet at noon tomorrow. Xiao Yuer responded with a cute hom emoji, a round dough-like head with large, wide eyes that blinked adorably, bobbing up and down, reminiscent of Xiao Yuer herself. Chen Lifei chuckled upon seeing the emoji, recalling Xiao Yuer's round face and big eyes. He raised an eyebrow, set down his phone, and proceeded with his evening routine before sleep. The following day, Chen Lifei indulged in a rare lie-in, awakening to the enticing aroma of fried sauce buns prepared by Shui. Indeed, upon opening his eyes, he beheld 5 substantial buns placed on his bedside table, their fragrance wafting through the air. Chen Lifei reached out to touch them. They were warm to the touch. His mother knew him well. Anticipating his sleep schedule and timing the bun's placement perfectly, lying in bed, he seized a bun and devoured it. Nothing could rival the bliss of eating while reclining in bed. These once mundane experiences had transformed into the happiness he had long yearned for in his previous life. And now, Chen Lifei cherished them deeply. He quickly finished in Shui's buns and, upon rising, let out a resounding belch that echoed with satisfaction. Feeling content, he entered the bathroom to freshen up, taking care of business as well. By the time he stepped outside, it was already 11:30, and Shui and Qindongjun had left for work, and a small note written by Shui lay at the door, accompanied by a 100 yuan bill. "Feel free to grab something to eat for lunch. I'll prepare sweet and sour ribs and braised pork for dinner." After reading the note, Chen Lifei folded it neatly and tucked it into his pocket before changing his shoes and heading out. The heat was unusually oppressive that day. As soon as he stepped outside, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. He waved down a taxi, but just as he was about to enter, an elderly woman rushed over and took his place. Excusing herself with a feigned politeness, she said, "Sorry, young man, I'm in a hurry. The youth should honor their elders. Let me take this cab." Before Chen Lifei could react, the woman had already climbed into the car and shut the door, wearing a triumphant expression. The taxi driver seemed indifferent, accustomed to carrying any passenger. The cab sped away, leaving Chen Lifei staring at its retreating figure, silently cursing under his breath. How hurried could she be? Was she rushing to be reborn? His thoughts were interrupted by a loud crash as the taxi collided with another vehicle not far away. Chen Lifei turned to look, astonished. Had karma struck so swiftly? It left him somewhat bemused. Could it be that his newfound luck meant whatever he wished for would manifest? The elderly woman exited the back seat, furious, and began berating the driver. "How do you drive? I need to go to the hospital for a checkup. If anything is wrong with me, you are responsible." The driver also stepped out, pointing at the woman and shouting back, "If you hadn't been giving me ridiculous directions, I wouldn't have lost my focus. You want to go to the hospital? I want compensation for my wasted time." As they hurled accusations at one another, a crowd began to gather, intrigued by the unfolding drama. Chen Lifei stood nearby, amused by the spectacle. Suddenly, a soft voice broke through the chaos. Chen Lifei. Upon hearing the voice, he instinctively frowned. Turning around, he was greeted by none other than Lin Siyun. Damn, he cursed inwardly. Why did he encounter 2 nuisances in one outing? Was today simply not meant for him to go out? Lin Siyun noticed the disdainful look in Chen Lifei's eyes and felt a pang of discomfort. Why had he begun to regard her with such loathing? It felt as though she had committed some unforgivable sin against him, yet she had done nothing wrong. Suppressing her grievances, Lin Siyun understood that the current Chen Lifei was no longer the same person she once knew. She dared not show any temper in front of him, and with a tone laced with regret, she said, "Chen Lifei, I haven't seen you for a while." Before she could finish, he interrupted, "Wait a moment. Didn't someone say that if she spoke to me again, she would be a dog?" Lin Siyun's complexion paled. Chen Lifei retorted, "So, are you barking like a dog now?" Her tears spilled forth, cascading down her cheeks as she cried, "Chen Lifei, could you please refrain from speaking to me like that?" He let out a cold laugh. Lin Siyun's previous demeanor when addressing him had been far worse. Ignoring her tears, He turned his gaze away and hailed another taxi. As he passed by her, he said nonchalantly, "If you wish to cry, go ahead and do it. Just don't do it in front of me. My girlfriend might get jealous." Chapter 53. Young couple Lin Siyun froze, her gaze vacant as she processed Chen Lifei's words about his girlfriend causing her jealousy. Until now, she had only heard Zhou Jiangjun making a fuss about Chen Lifei having a girlfriend, but he had never confirmed it himself. Deep inside, Lin Siyun had always been reluctant to believe it, thinking that perhaps there was just some misunderstanding. The Chen Lifei who had liked her for so many years could not possibly so easily fall for another girl. He had always been a model student, and surely he would not date anyone. Thus, even when she saw him with Xiao Yuer last time, she had not truly believed they were in a relationship. Yet at this moment, it was Chen Lifei himself who had declared he had a girlfriend. Lin Siyun stood there in a daze, and before Chen Lifei could leave again, she called out anxiously, "Chen Lifei, I have something to say." Fearing he might refuse to listen, she rushed to express her thoughts. "I know I was wrong. I was rude to you before. I didn't understand at that time, but now I see things clearly. Over the years of our relationship, I have long regarded you as the most significant person in my life. It is merely that I had not come to this realization myself. I apologize for my previous demeanor towards you. If I have caused you any sorrow, I assure you, I will change my ways." Lin Siyun pressed her lips together, seemingly resolute as she declared, "I shall not behave like this again." The more she spoke, the more aggrieved she felt, and tears began to cascade down her cheeks. The failure in her college entrance examination, severing ties with Chen Lifei, her mother incessantly inquiring why Chen Lifei had not visited her recently, probing about her exam results, and pressuring her to seek summer employment to earn money. Each of these matters weighed heavily upon her, suffocating her spirit. Lin Siyun reminisced about the past. In those days, no matter the challenges she faced, Chen Lifei was always by her side, offering guidance and support. Even when he was at a loss, he would find ways to share her burdens. At the very least, he would spend money to cheer her up. Yet now, she found herself utterly alone. She had once perceived Chen Lifei as merely an inconspicuous roadside stall in her life, only to discover now how profoundly she longed for the past and how indispensable he had become to her. The ache in Lin Siyun's heart was unbearable. If it meant bringing Chen Lifei back to those times, she would willingly pay any price. However, unbeknownst to her, the current Chen Lifei would never be swayed by her so-called genuine feelings. He understood better than anyone that Lin Siyun's regret, guilt, and apologies were not born of a sudden epiphany, but rather a reaction to her own self-interest being compromised, forcing her to concede. As a former beneficiary who suddenly lost all privileges, how could she not weep and repent? Yet this remorse was not for him, but for her own sake. Thus, Chen Lifei chose to disregard Lin Siyun entirely, not even responding as he had before. He simply acted as if he had not heard her at all, opting for silence as he hailed a taxi, entered, and closed the door in one fluid motion, offering her not even a fleeting glance as he sped away, leaving not a single leaf in his wake. Arriving at the barbecue restaurant located at the coordinates sent by Su Xiaoyu, he found her waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing him, she jogged over and stood by the roadside as he alighted from the vehicle. Su Xiaoyu was clad in a floral dress with a red base. The fabric and style appeared somewhat dated, and the pattern, while charming, had an air of nostalgia. Yet, the essence of fashion is often rooted in one's appearance. This ordinary dress, when worn by Su Xiaoyu, transformed her into an ethereal protagonist straight out of an art film, exuding a bohemian flair. Today, she wore her hair in a low ponytail, and as Chen Lifei observed her, he mused that had she braided her hair into two pigtails, one might as well invite her to star in Under the Hawthorn Tree, leaving no room for the likes of Xiao Zhou. Noticing Chen Lifei lost in thought, Su Xiaoyu waved her hand in front of him. "What are you thinking about, Chen Lifei?" Chen Lifei raised an eyebrow and cast a sidelong glance at her. "Stop calling me by my full name. After all, I am your mentor to some extent. Do you not understand the importance of respecting your teachers?" Su Xiao Unfa inquired earnestly. "Oh, then what would you like me to call you?" Chen Lifei smirked. "Did I not say that once you become a student, you remain a student for life?" Before he could finish, Su Xiaoyu exclaimed, "Chen Lifei, shut up." Laughter erupted as the two playfully bickered their way into the barbecue restaurant. The owner, seeing their lively demeanor, immediately began to promote the latest offers for young couples. "Hey there, you two. We have a special promotion for recent high school graduates. If you spend over 100 yuan and take a photo to post on our wall with a blessing, you can receive a 50 yuan discount voucher, valid for today. Would you like to participate?" Su Xiaoyu's face flushed at the mention of young couple, feeling a bit shy. Chen Lifei, however, was all enthusiasm, quickly turning to wrap an arm around her shoulders. "Of course we will participate." The summer breeze was warm, Su Xiaoyu, in her spaghetti-strap dress, felt the warmth of Chen Lihui's hand resting on her bare shoulder. A slight shiver of excitement coursed through her heart. Before she could speak, two familiar voices filled the air with playful reproach. Xiaoyu, are you out of your mind? Your youth has just begun. How could you get entangled with this crooked tree named Chen Lihui? Zhou Jiangjun and Han Yu had just arrived and spotted the two entwined together. Han Yu lamented. The thought of my future daughter possibly being swept away by a scoundrel like Chen Lihui makes my heart bleed. Chen Lihui kicked his foot in jest. Wasn't it you who begged your father to help you with your lies? Han Yu dodged while retorting, that's beside the point. We are merely standing up for justice. The three of them continued their playful antics inside the restaurant, and Su Xiaoyu's shy and anxious heartbeat gradually steadied as she smiled at the sight of their camaraderie. With a gentle smile, she lowered her head slightly, her expression radiant and affectionate. All right, you three childish fools. Hurry up and come grab the ingredients. Standing before the freezer, the trio continued their playful banter. Here, have some extra kidneys to bolster your vitality. Let us get the owner to bring out a couple of pig brains. 2 brains should be enough to match one of yours. Oh, please. I want 10 giant oysters. Is your body that weak? Get to bed early tonight, watch fewer movies, and do less crafting. Only those with a strong heart can handle anything. As they chatted, their basket quickly filled with an abundance of ingredients and various skewers, nearly overflowing. The owner leaned out, cheerfully asking, would you gentlemen like to get some beer? Han Yu and Zhou Jiangjun exchanged glances, then simultaneously turned their attention to Chen Lihui. Playful as they were, they still respected his authority in public. Chen Lihui waved his hand decisively. Absolutely. Owner, bring us around. We can return any unopened bottles, right? The owner nodded with a smile. Certainly, just as long as they're unopened. Great. Chen Lihui nodded, tossing a few squid skewers into the basket before handing it over to the owner. This should do. Add plenty of chili and cumin. Make it flavorful. Zhou Jiangjun shot him a disapproving look. What a taste for the exotic. And you, Su Xiaoyu, be cautious. If this guy has such a heavy palate, you might end up with a face full of chili and cumin after a kiss. Su Xiaoyu's cheeks flushed instantly. Having spent time with Zhou Jiangjun and Han Yu, she had grown more comfortable, shedding her initial shyness. Blushing, she shot Zhou Jiangjun an annoyed glare. What nonsense are you spouting? Chen Lihui and I are just friends. After speaking, Su Xiaoyu quickly glanced at Chen Lifei, seemingly eager to gauge his reaction. However, Chen Lifei showed no response this time. He casually walked over from the refrigerator and sat beside Su Xiaoyu, fanning himself with the collar of his shirt. Damn, it's really hot. Boss, how about getting an air conditioner for the shop? You've made so much money. You can't just earn without spending, he exclaimed. The boss chuckled, bye. We'll definitely get one next year. Observing Chen Lifei chatting effortlessly with the boss as if they were old friends, Su Xiaoyu couldn't help but pout. She sensed he was deliberately steering the conversation away. Once the three of them were settled, Su Xiaoyu stood up to fetch a few cups, washing them at the sink near the kitchen door. Zhou Jiangjun watched Su Xiaoyu's retreating figure and whispered, Fei, Xiaoyu is truly virtuous, obedient, and well-behaved. You should act soon. With her looks, once she gets to college, the line of suitors might stretch from the girls' dormitory to the dining hall. She might not even glance your way. Han Yu concurred. Xiaoyu is genuinely wonderful, and it's clear she treats you differently than us. She's 100 times better than your previous Lin Siyun. You'd best realize this before it's too late. Hey, handsome lads, your beer is here. Drink up. A man who can enjoy his beer is a true grown man. The boss placed the beers down and patted Chen Lifei's shoulder. Chen Lifei bent down to grab a bottle, adeptly opening it with a bottle opener and handing it to Zhou Jiangjun. Stop with the nonsense. I told you, I'm not interested in relationships. I have far more important matters at hand. Women only slow down my earning potential. Zhou Jiangjun scoffed, accepting the beer, and quickly shifted the topic as he noticed Su Xiaoyu returning with the clean cups. Xiaoyu, how did your exams go? Did you find this year's college entrance exam particularly easy? It feels simpler than the last mock test. Those questions seem like a breeze. Su Xiaoyu nodded softly, responding indeed. Many of the questions felt oddly familiar. Both of them glanced at Chen Lifei, recalling how his intensive tutoring in the month leading up to the exams had greatly benefited them. Zhou Jiangjun still couldn't fathom how Chen Lifei had managed to predict so many of the exam questions. It was as if he had authored the math, English, and comprehensive questions himself. Chen Lifei simply replied, if you had bothered to review past exam papers, predicting this year's exam scope wouldn't be difficult. Zhou Jiangjun felt Chen Lifei was being pretentious, yet he couldn't pinpoint where exactly. If you still can't grasp it, I can lend you a couple of pig brains later. Chen Lifei teased. Get lost. Zhou Jiangjun retorted. Han Yu had purchased train tickets for early July to Jingguang, where the club's headquarters were located. He raised his glass. I'll scout out the place, and you all better come over in September for college. Once we're in Jingguang, you'll have me watching your backs, got it? Although everyone knew Han Yu was joking, no one contradicted him this time. They nodded in agreement. All right, once in Jingguang, we'll follow Brother Yu. The 4 glasses clinked together, splashing beer. After lunch, they were all satiated, with 8 bottles of beer remaining, about 1 for each of the 4. However, Su Xiaoyu hardly drank. It was mostly Chen Lifei who finished her bottle. He belched and waved at the boss. Weren't we supposed to take photos? How do we do that? Unexpectedly, the seemingly ordinary boss turned out to be an avid photography enthusiast. He stood up, retrieving a large Nikon DSLR from the kitchen, his eyes gleaming with excitement. I'll take your pictures. Don't worry, I'm a pro. Seeing the camera and its hefty lens, Chen Lifei finally understood why the barbecue shop, despite its booming business and substantial earnings, had yet to install an air conditioner. Ah, the burden of high-end cameras. They drained the wallet. Under the boss's eager gaze, Chen Lifei pulled Su Xiaoyu to sit in front of the photo wall, wrapping his arm around her shoulders and grinning at the boss's camera. Having overcome her initial shyness from their first picture, Su Xiaoyu now nestled comfortably next to Chen Lifei, smiling sweetly for the camera, playfully flashing a peace sign. Her doe-like eyes sparkled with joy. Click! The flash illuminated the space. Once the boss checked the photo, he beamed with satisfaction, complimenting Su Xiaoyu profusely. What a sweet smile from our little beauty. Those eyes are simply radiant. Flushed with embarrassment from the praise, Su Xiaoyu stole a glance at Chen Lifei, raising her eyebrows and smirking, as if to say, look, everyone thinks I'm beautiful. Chen Lifei, feeling a bit competitive, quickly asked the boss, what about me? Am I not striking? Zhou Jiangjun and Han Yu simultaneously made mock-retching faces. The boss chuckled. This young man is dressed quite properly. Clearly, a future talent for our nation. Zhou Jiangjun and Han Yu burst into laughter. Chen Lifei cursed under his breath, but as he turned, he heard Su Xiaoyu softly whisper in his ear, but I think you're quite handsome. Chapter 55. May Su Xiaoyu's wishes come true. The sweet, youthful voice wafted through the air, akin to the fragrance that blossoms after a torrential summer rain washes over the earth. It was a subtle yet pervasive warmth that unexpectedly thawed the icy heart of Chen Lifei, who had spent a decade in the fish market. Undoubtedly, he still had much to learn and grow. Steadying his emotions, Chen Lifei chose not to respond to Su Xiaoyu, but instead stood up, retrieving a pen from the table beside the photo wall, offering it to her. Here, make a wish. Noticing Chen Lifei's silence, Su Xiaoyu felt a pang of disappointment, but managed to suppress her feelings, dutifully accepting the pen from him. Moments later, the boss handed Su Xiaoyu the printed photo. As she gazed at the image of the youthful pair, she suddenly hesitated to write on the back. The two in the photo appeared so close. Chen Lifei's carefree smile contrasted with her bashful grin, yet she could clearly see the happiness reflected in her own eyes. This happiness was solely because Chen Lifei was beside her. While Su Xiaoyu quietly admired the photo, Chen Lifei, lacking any romantic sensibility, urged Xiaoyu, what are you looking at? Hurry up and write. You need to do that to get the discount coupon. Su Xiaoyu lifted her gaze, her large, round eyes playfully glaring at Chen Lifei in mock annoyance. His gaze from above made her already round face appear even rounder, puffing her cheeks and glaring at him like a cute, pouting pufferfish. After casting a sharp glance at Chen Lifei, Su Xiaoyu turned her head and flipped the photograph over, pondering for a moment before picking up her pen to inscribe her thoughts. Her handwriting was neat and orderly, reminiscent of an elementary school student. She wrote, I hope the people in this photograph are happy, joyful, and free every day. I wish they can forever remain good friends. As she penned the words good friends, her hand paused noticeably. From a perspective unseen by Chen Lifei, Su Xiaoyu's face faintly flushed. She was acutely aware of what she truly wished to express, yet she hesitated, uncertain of Chen Lifei's feelings. Thus, she refrained from writing more. Would he understand the hidden sentiments behind the phrase, forever good friends? After completing her inscription, Su Xiaoyu set down her pen and handed it to the proprietor. The owner turned to Chen Lifei and said, Hey, handsome young man, why not write something too? Chen Lifei, not one to be shy, took the photograph. Read Su Xiaoyu's wishes, and swiftly scribbled a sentence beneath her words. Then I wish for Su Xiaoyu that all her dreams come true and every wish she makes is fulfilled. His handwriting was bold and vigorous, reflecting his spirited nature. Upon reading his words, Su Xiaoyu pursed her lips slightly and couldn't help but smile, her heart brimming with joy. She believed in Chen Lifei, in the promises he had made, and naturally, in the words he had written. If he said her wishes would come true, then perhaps her innermost desire would one day be realized as well. After affixing the photograph to the wall, the owner generously deducted 50 yuan from their bill. The four of them enjoyed a sumptuous and delightful barbecue, spending just over 100 yuan in total, a quite reasonable sum. Han Yu was cognizant of their intention to save him money. Coming from a modest background, he knew this trip required financial resources, so he accepted his friend's kindness in silence. Yet, he playfully draped his arm over Zhou Jiangjuan's shoulder and proclaimed, "Once we reach Jing'an, it's my treat. We'll dine at the most expensive restaurant and order the finest dishes." "Nonsense." Chen Lifei shot him a glance. "You'd better work hard. Make a name for yourself, or you won't be able to afford to treat me at those high-end places." Han Yu chuckled, scratching the back of his head. "All right." The group spent the afternoon at the Xingyuan Internet Cafe, and by evening, Su Xiaoyu had to head to the tavern for a shift. So she and Chen Lifei bid farewell. Halfway down the road, Su Xiaoyu suddenly paused, staring blankly at Chen Lifei. "Hey, I'm going to work. But what will you do at the tavern?" Previously, Chen Lifei had frequented the tavern to tutor her, but now that the college entrance exams were over, he shrugged nonchalantly. "I don't know. Perhaps I've just gotten used to it this month. It feels strange not to visit the tavern every day." Su Xiaoyu couldn't help but chuckle. "I see. You just want to go there for free drinks and snacks, don't you?" Chen Lifei clicked his tongue. "Are you accusing me of being ungrateful? Soon, I'll be the tavern owner. It's my own establishment, so why wouldn't I enjoy free food and drink?" Su Xiaoyu then earnestly asked, "Are you really going to buy Sister Yan's tavern? That has hundreds of thousands. Where do you get the money?" The moment she spoke, she remembered Chen Lifei had spent 50,000 on football tickets at the lottery shop. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Could he be a rich second-generation heir? A wave of insecurity washed over her. Having known Chen Lifei for so long, she had never inquired about his family background. If he truly came from wealth, the memory of her own humble origins brought a tinge of melancholy. However, oblivious to her emotional shift, the straightforward Chen Lifei continued, "Don't worry. I'm the best at making money. In the future, I'll be the boss of this tavern, and you'll be the star attraction. All the waitstaff will report to you. Won't that be delightful?" To her surprise, Su Xiaoyu nodded earnestly, "Yes, delightful." When she saw the corners of Chen Lifei's mouth lift in a smirk, she blushed and playfully smacked him on the arm. "You're the one who will be the star." "Indeed," Chen Lifei responded with a cheeky grin. "After all, your looks are just a tad inferior to mine. Go away." Su Xiaoyu scolded him with a laugh. Her moods, much like a fish's memory, were fleeting, quick to arrive and quick to depart. The slight sadness in her heart dissipated swiftly. She believed in her future, confident that one day she would grow into the person worthy of standing beside the one she cherished. For she was a free little fish, and her journey would lead her among the stars and the sea. She would swim tirelessly toward her starry ocean, unceasingly. Chapter 56. A loss of 200,000. Perhaps due to the summer vacation, business at the tavern had improved significantly, with nearly every seat filled. Chen Lifei surveyed the scene. Settling at the bar, while sipping the drink Su Xiaoyu had crafted for him, all the while eyeing the long-legged beauties frequenting the tavern. Many appeared to be first-timers in such an establishment. Though they donned makeup and short skirts, projecting an air of wildness, their eyes betrayed innocence and naivety, clearly attempting to feign maturity while having never set foot in such a place before. With decades more life experience, Chen Lifei could discern their naivety with ease. Just as he was observing, someone tapped him on the back of the head. Turning around, he found Su Xiaoyu glaring at him with wide eyes, her brow furrowed. "What are you looking at? Don't let anyone think our tavern has a perverted stalker. It would harm Sister Yan's business." Chen Lifei chuckled, teasing her further. "Are you jealous because you think I'm checking out other beauties?" Su Xiaoyu felt a twinge of guilt. Luckily, the dim lighting concealed her flustered expression. Turning her head, she crossed her arms and arrogantly retorted, "You're so full of yourself. Why would I be jealous?" Chen Lifei, unperturbed, leaned in closer, saying, "Don't worry. I'm not interested in those superficial girls. You're far more beautiful than them." Though she recognized it as merely a playful jest, Su Xiaoyu couldn't help but feel a flutter of joy in her heart. Her expression remained sour, yet her tone brightened. "Just shut up. Are you done with your drink? Should I mix you another long island iced tea?" "No more. No more." Chen Lifei waved his hand. Having consumed 2 bottles of beer at lunchtime and 3 more drinks earlier, he felt it prudent to stop. In this new life, aside from his family and loved ones, he cherished his health above all. No one understood the importance of maintaining a healthy body better than he did. Thus, he avoided anything that could jeopardize his well-being, be it cigarettes or alcohol. After yawning, Chen Lifei glanced at his phone. It was nearly 10 o'clock. Su Xiaoyu noticed he seemed weary and quickly said, "I have half an hour left before I can clock out. Please wait for me a bit longer." Chen Lifei teased her again. "What? Are you planning to escort me home?" Xiaoyu was in a fit of exasperation. Who want to send you off?" "No way. I'm leaving right now." "It's utterly annoying." Chen Lifei burst into laughter. "How stingy. Am I just sitting here for no reason, waiting for you to finish work? Do you really think I'm that idle? All right then, you go on with your tasks, don't mind me. Although Xiao Yu had speculated in her heart, when Chen Lifei accompanied her to the tavern today, that perhaps he was there for her. Hearing him say it aloud was an entirely different matter. So, did he truly come here to take her home later? Her heart could not help but flutter with joy. She found Chen Lifei perplexing and was uncertain of how he truly regarded her. If he liked her, he had never responded to the ambiguous jokes they exchanged. If he merely considered her a friend, the more she pondered, the more her thoughts tangled, so she shook her head to dispel them. Never mind, never mind. No point in overthinking. After all, she was no match for Chen Lifei's intellect. Mulling over it would yield no results. She decided to let things unfold naturally. At 10:30, Xiao Yu finished her shift, changed her clothes, and left with Chen Lifei to head home. They chatted amiably as they walked. But as they neared Xiao Yu's neighborhood, Chen Lifei suddenly heard a sharp voice from behind, belonging to a middle-aged woman. Xiao Yu, you've really got some nerve. Trying to seduce men? Putting on an act of innocence in front of me all day. Yet out there, you're chasing after men without shame? In an instant, Xiao Yu froze, her face turning pale, her entire body trembling uncontrollably. Chen Lifei turned to look and saw a gaunt woman clad in an oversized t-shirt. Her hair slightly curled and messy, even when tied up, with a visibly poor quality. The woman's expression was strange, partially twisted, partially mocking, and somewhat malicious. Her eyes glinting ominously as they scrutinized Chen Lifei. Chen Lifei frowned at the woman, but instinctively reached out to grasp Xiao Yu's arm, pulling her behind him to shield her. Who are you? He inquired. The woman laughed derisively, her expression growing even more peculiar as she stepped closer. As the distance closed, Chen Lifei could clearly see her face, deeply lined and marked by high cheekbones, exuding a harsh demeanor. Who am I? She retorted, pointing at herself. If you want to know who I am, just ask that wretched girl behind you. Feeling Xiao Yu tremble in his grip, Chen Lifei's tone turned icy. Watch your language. Who the hell are you calling wretched? The woman, as if she had heard something amusing, laughed even more sharply. Hey, you're right. I'm that wretched girl's mother. Chen Lifei was momentarily taken aback. Before he could respond, Xiao Yu pulled away from his grasp, trembling as she stepped forward, pleading, Mom, let's talk about this later. Not here. Yes, just my classmate. With a resounding slap, the woman struck Xiao Yu across the face. Her previously sharp expression transformed into one of fury. You shameless wretch. No wonder you refuse to go on blind dates. Turns out you've been fooling around with an old lover. You've been mingling with men at such a young age before coming home. You claim you're working outside. But are you really just working in bed? In an instant, Chen Lifei pushed the woman away, standing protectively in front of Xiao Yu, his finger pointed accusingly at her. Don't think being her mother makes you special. She is your daughter, yet you call her a wretch. What does that make you? Chen Lifei had fully grasped the situation. Now he understood where Xiao Yu's inexplicable bruises came from. The one who inflicted domestic violence on her was this very woman before him. The person Xiao Yu longed to escape was also this woman. Watching Xiao Yu being struck right before him ignited an uncontainable fury within Chen Lifei. He clenched his fists, suppressing the urge to retaliate, his tone serious. I warn you, we live in a society governed by law. Even if you are her mother, you have no right to hit her without cause. And put away your filthy thoughts. Xiao Yu is not as sordid as you insinuate. The one who is truly filthy is you. The woman, hands on her hips, verbally sparred back. You, a mere boy who hasn't even fully matured, dare to lecture me? When I gave birth to this wretch, you were still in your father's loins. Let me tell you, my daughter isn't sleeping with you for free. Be honest, and tell me how many times you've slept together. Does this wretch charge by the session or by the head? The woman's words grew increasingly vile. Let me make it clear. I already have a price for this wretch. Originally, she could be sold for 200,000, but since you slept with her, you owe me that amount. Otherwise, I will report you for rape. In the vicinity of the old neighborhood, many jobless men and women loitered aimlessly in the evening, some squatting on the roadside to smoke. Groups of shirtless men gathered outside nearby eateries and stalls, drinking. The woman's voice, already loud, resonated, allowing nearly everyone in the vicinity to hear her words. Chen Lifei even caught sight of a resident peeking out from a window, curious about the commotion. Feeling an onslaught of gazes directed at them, people observing the spectacle wore expressions of detached amusement, some even whistling in delight. Chen Lifei firmly grasped Xiao Yu's wrist, protecting her behind him as he unleashed his fury upon the woman. You think Xiao Yu wanted to be born from a mother like you? She came into this world not by her own choice, but because you decided to bring her here while enjoying yourself with someone else. Who would want a mother like you? Unfazed, the woman smirked at Chen Lifei. It doesn't matter what she wants. She only has me as her mother for life. Are you trying to wriggle out of this? I'll tell you it's 200,000, not a penny less. If you refuse to pay, let us go to the hospital and do a checkup to see if that wretched girl's hymen is still intact. Do you dare? This was not a matter of whether Chen Lifei dared, but rather one of Xiao Yu's dignity. If he allowed the woman to drag Xiao Yu to the hospital for a checkup just to avoid paying that 200,000, it would not only devastate Xiao Yu, but also be a blow to Chen Lifei himself. With a cold laugh, Chen Lifei replied, 200,000, is it? Let me tell you, I have nothing. Even if I had money, if you really want it, I could just as easily give you 500,000 or 1,000,000. But the condition is, you should first consider whether you are worthy of that money. Upon hearing Chen Lifei's words, the woman's eyes brightened instantly. She scrutinized him from head to toe several times, sensing a peculiar air about him. Although he was dressed decently, he didn't seem like a nouveau riche or a wealthy heir. Still, his audacity surprised her. The key was, he spoke as if he truly meant it, as if he genuinely had the means. Zhou Shufan cast a few more glances at Chen Lifei, her expression suddenly transforming into one that was significantly more obsequious than before. Her gaze now rife with calculation. As the saying goes, there is no issue in this world that cannot be negotiated. It merely hinges on whether the price can be agreed upon. Young man, I see you're also an educated individual. Let's speak plainly. After all, this girl, well, I can sell her to others or to you. It matters not. If she can be sold to someone she finds suitable, it can be considered a stroke of good fortune on my part as a mother. Let us discuss this price thoroughly. Perhaps we might even become family in the future. Don't you think? Chen Lifei's countenance remained icy. Do not attempt to play games with me, he retorted. If you desire money, that is fine. But once you take it, you shall sever all ties with Xiao Yu. From now on, where she goes, what she does, will be of no concern to you. Zhou Shufan, upon hearing this, could not help but laugh, her tone laced with arrogance. Young man, if that is your stance, you wish to buy her outright? That will cost far more than 200,000. At the very least, it should be multiplied several times. Chapter 58, A Stalling Tactic. Chen Lifei gazed at Zhou Shufan's shameless demeanor, struggling to fathom what Su Xiaoyu had endured at home over the years. He finally comprehended that the fierce exterior she displayed upon their initial meeting was merely a form of self-protection. Not wanting to engage further with Zhou Shufan, he took a step back, pulling Su Xiaoyu with him. Xiaoyu, let us leave. Yet, Zhou Shufan stepped forward, blocking their path. You intend to take my daughter right in front of me? The price I mentioned stands. Either you leave now, or you shall not obtain a single penny from me. With a cold glare, Chen Lifei warned Zhou Shufan, if you have the audacity, go ahead and call the police. But if you do so, rest assured, you will receive nothing. Zhou Shufan's sharp, malicious eyes scanned the surroundings, contemplating. This impudent young man lacked the courage to take her daughter away immediately. After all, she was still Su Xiaoyu's legal mother. Without her consent, Su Xiaoyu could not go anywhere. Seeing this, Zhou Shufan relented, but suddenly seized Chen Lifei's arm, saying, with my daughter away, I am dreadfully bored. How about this? Give me some money to buy a drink, and I shall not intrude upon your revelries. Zhou Shufan smirked lewdly, but Chen Lifei forcefully shook off her grip, pulling out 200 yuan from his bag and tossing it directly into her face. Take the money and get lost, he commanded. Zhou Shufan chuckled as she squatted to pick up the money, watching Chen Lifei and Su Xiaoyu depart. Counting the bills with a smirk of satisfaction, she called out to their retreating figures, consider this 200 yuan as your future mother-in-law's meeting gift. Enjoy yourselves, little rascal. Chen Lifei dragged Su Xiaoyu forward, distancing themselves from Zhou Shufan's voice. Anger simmered within him, furious that Xiaoyu had grown up in such an environment. Even more infuriating was the realization that she had never shared any of this with him. Had she confided in him, he could have protected her. His pace quickened, and Su Xiaoyu struggled to keep up. After what felt like an eternity, she finally grew exhausted, pulling away from his grasp with force. When Chen Lifei turned back, his anger dissipated upon seeing Su weeping profusely, her face streaked with tears. The once cheerful, round visage was now marred by tear stains. Her lovely eyes scrunched up in distress, her brows trembling uncontrollably. Her shoulders shook as she sobbed, rendering her fragile, as if she might shatter at any moment. Chen Lifei's ire faded significantly upon witnessing her in such a state. All his anger transformed into sympathy and heartache. He approached, wishing to say something, but found himself at a loss for words. He had never imagined that in this reborn life, he would face circumstances that left him feeling utterly helpless. Time passed, and Su Xiaoyu's sobs gradually subsided. She silently moved to the side, sitting on a flower bed by the road, her voice cold and quiet as she began to speak. I have never had a father, having grown up with my grandmother until she passed away when I was 4. It was then that my mother, that woman, brought me to her side. From my earliest memories, she has always either beaten or scolded me. I know she has wanted to kill me more than once. When I was 5 or 6, she would deliberately leave the house, locking the door behind her, leaving me with no food, nothing to eat, not even a bun, not a grain of rice. When I was on the verge of fainting from hunger, I crawled up to the balcony and cried for help. An old lady from next door heard me and tossed over a bowl of rice in a basket, saving me from starvation. When that woman returned home a week later and found I was still alive, she interrogated me about how I had survived. Out of fear, I told her about the old lady, and she went mad, berating her next door, then locked the balcony, leaving me once again all alone. If it weren't for that old lady's concern for my well-being, who called the police, suspecting a robbery, I might have perished long ago. As I grew older, one day my mother stared at me and remarked on how well I had developed. From that moment, she began plotting to sell me off to some old bachelor as a wife, hoping to fetch a good price to fund her indulgences. If it weren't for the insistence of my school, community, and the sisters from the Women's Federation to ensure my mother let me finish high school, perhaps I. At this point, Su Xiaoyu could not continue. She lowered her head, taking several deep breaths before wiping her tears with her arm. Chen Lifei, I never want to share these things with you because when I am with you and your friends, I feel like just an ordinary student. It allows me to forget the pain and torment of my past, to feel free, to study, to aspire to go anywhere through my own efforts. But now, all of that is over. Over? What do you mean? Chen Lifei, who had been silent, suddenly interrupted her. His firm voice stood in stark contrast to her shattered tone. Su Xiaoyu paused, then managed a bitter smile. If she sees me with you today, she will not let it go. She will never believe we are just classmates. She will force me. Suddenly, Su Xiaoyu looked up at Chen Lifei with urgency. Chen Lifei, do not give her any money. Even if you have plenty, do not give her a dime. At that moment, however, Chen Lifei smirked, a hint of playful defiance in his expression. Who told you I intended to give her money? Su Xiaoyu stared in disbelief. You. Didn't you just say you would give her money? If I said that, would she let you leave with me so easily? Chen Lifei replied. This is merely a stalling tactic, do you understand? Su Xiaoyu was momentarily stunned. Then her face turned pale with fear. Chen Lifei, you do not understand her. She will go mad. She truly will. All these years, she has been on psychotropic medication, and with her addiction to alcohol, she is a lunatic. If she does not get the money, she will absolutely lose her mind. Su Xiaoyu's desperation resurfaced, tears welling once more. You must leave now. Never let her see you again. Otherwise, I truly fear for your safety. She is a mad woman. Su Xiaoyu's body trembled once more, unable to contain her anxiety. Until Chen Lifei spoke. I'm leaving, what will you do? Aren't you afraid she might harm you? Su Xiaoyu's complexion turned ashen. After a moment of silence, Chen Lifei suddenly inquired, what did you say earlier? She's been on psychiatric medication all along? Su Xiaoyu was perplexed as to why Chen Lifei was concerned about this at such a moment, and she nodded absent-mindedly. She's been taking it for many years. The neighbors say she used to have manic episodes. If not for the medication, she would have been institutionalized long ago. The image of Zhou Shufan, in her occasional fits of madness, smashing things and striking her, surfaced in Su Xiaoyu's mind, sending a shiver down her spine. Yet, Chen Lifei seemed to have devised a plan, letting out a cold, mocking laugh from his nostrils as he gazed at Su Xiaoyu. She is already mentally ill. Isn't this matter rather simple? Su Xiaoyu felt a bit bewildered. Xiaoyu, Chen Lifei said, trust me, no one can prevent you from attaining freedom, not even your mother. In chapter 59, Return Home, Su Xiaoyu failed to grasp Chen Lifei's meaning. To her, as long as Zhou Shufan was alive, she would never be able to escape her clutches entirely, even though she was determined to leave after the college entrance examination. She remained prepared for the possibility of Zhou Shufan entangling her once more. Chen Lifei did not respond to Su Xiaoyu immediately. He merely stated, it's quite late now. Let us head home. He glanced around and noticed a few chain hotels nearby, but neither of them had identification. In 2014, the hotel policies concerning ID checks were not as stringent as they later became. Yet Chen Lifei was reluctant to let Su Xiaoyu stay alone at a hotel. After pondering for a moment, he turned to Su Xiaoyu and asked, would it be all right to stay at my house for a few nights? Su Xiaoyu was taken aback, her ears slightly reddening, her hands entwined nervously. No, that wouldn't be appropriate, would it? Your parents must be home. Chen Lifei shrugged and reassured her, don't worry. My parents are quite open-minded. I'll just tell them you're my classmate and that you're facing some issues at home, and they won't mind. Su Xiaoyu remained hesitant, but Chen Lifei firmly grasped her arm. All right, let's go. I'm exhausted. We can discuss everything tomorrow after we wash up and get some rest. Su Xiaoyu, still in a daze, was led forward by Chen Lifei. After traversing several streets, they arrived at the entrance of his residential complex. It was only then that Su Xiaoyu lifted her gaze to observe the community where Chen Lifei lived. The area was expansive, with lush greenery, towering trees, and manicured lawns. Elderly residents were walking their dogs, while young couples pushed strollers, creating a harmonious atmosphere, so unlike her own desolate housing complex, which was filled with litter, cigarette butts, and a foul stench of decay. Su Xiaoyu's heart raced anxiously. It wasn't until Chen Lifei opened his front door and called out, "Dad, Mom, I'm home," that she finally met the gaze of Shui and Chen Dongjun, who were watching television in the living room. Their eyes locked in a moment of mutual surprise and silence. And Shui and Chen Dongjun's expressions were filled with curiosity and mild astonishment. And it was Shui who reacted first, standing up to look at Su Xiaoyu and asking Chen Lifei, "Lifei, who is this?" Chen Lifei confidently introduced her. "This is my classmate, Su Xiaoyu. She is dealing with some family issues and will be staying with us for a few days. Mom, could you please tidy up the guest room?" His tone was casual, as if bringing a female classmate home for the night was entirely unremarkable. In contrast, Shui appeared quite taken aback. "Wait, do her parents know about this?" Shui and Chen Dongjun could hardly believe that just days after the college entrance exams, their son had brought such a lovely girl home. "Of course they do. I'm very close to her parents. They trust me completely, knowing I'm honest, brave, kind, and a good student. They feel at ease in trusting their daughter to me," Chen Lifei boasted, fabricating his tale with a straight face. Both Su Xiaoyu and Shui simultaneously thought, "Shameless." However, Shui quickly collected her surprise, smiling warmly at Su Xiaoyu and taking her hand. "Oh, you look like such a good child. Are you a classmate of our Lifei? Come in, come in." Shui, with genuine concern, asked, "What kind of issues are you facing at home? Are your parents all right with you staying here alone?" Noticing Su Xiaoyu's pursed lips and silence, Shui shifted the topic, saying, "Don't worry, you can stay with us as long as you need. I'll take great care of you." Su Xiaoyu cautiously replied, "Thank you, Annie." She then turned to Chen Dongjun, who was still recovering from the shock, and added, "Thank you, uncle." Chen Dongjun finally stood up, waving his hands dismissively. "No problem. No problem. It's a small matter. Ah, you're just a classmate of our Lifei, so you're also a classmate of Uncle and Annie." Chen Lifei rolled his eyes, while Shui laughed and went to the kitchen to wash some fruit, pulling Su Xiaoyu to sit on the sofa. "Hey, I don't recall seeing you during the parent-teacher meetings I attended for Lifei. Are you in the same class as him?" Su Xiaoyu glanced at Chen Lifei and replied honestly, "I'm not in the same class as him." Shui's eyes twinkled. "Not in the same class, yet so close? You could just bring her home like this? Could it be?" Shui suddenly realized. No wonder just some time ago, Chen Lifei claimed he and Lin Xiyun were merely ordinary classmates. It turned out this rascal had developed feelings for someone else. Shui scrutinized Su Xiaoyu closely. The girl was indeed stunningly beautiful, far surpassing Lin Xiyun, whom she had always thought was lovely. No wonder, Shui exchanged a knowing glance with Chen Lifei, conveying her approval of the girl. Chen Lifei, sensing his mother's unspoken thoughts, was too lazy to clarify. "Mom, shouldn't you go tidy up the guest room? Su Xiaoyu will be sharing my room tonight." Shui quickly stood up, pretending to scold Chen Lifei. "You cheeky boy, is this some kind of joke? Aren't you ashamed? What about the girl's modesty?" She cast a sidelong glance at Su Xiaoyu, who sat demurely on the sofa, legs together, hands resting on her knees, head slightly bowed, appearing very well behaved. Shui's voice softened as she said, "Your name is Su Xiaoyu, right? Don't worry, I'll go prepare your room right away." Su Xiaoyu stood up as well. "Auntie, let me help you. It's my trouble, and I don't want to be a burden." Shui, "It's no trouble at all, really. Just adding a pair of chopsticks and a bowl. Please, do not stand on ceremony. Consider this place your own home." With that, Shui gave Chen Lifei a gentle push. "What are you still doing here? Hurry and go to the community supermarket to buy a toothbrush and some toiletries." This child truly lacks awareness. However, Chen Dongjun, standing nearby, felt quite the opposite. He thought his son was remarkably sensible. After all, just after finishing the college entrance examination, he brought home such a lovely and gentle girl. Wasn't that a sign of maturity? He didn't have to worry at all as a father. "Indeed, my son is quite impressive," Chen Dongjun thought to himself, hands on his hips, feeling a swell of pride. Chapter 60. The Insane. On her first night at Chen Lifei's home, Su Xiaoyu found herself unable to sleep, her mind a whirl of nervous anticipation. Shui, ever considerate, prepared everything for Su Xiaoyu, anxious that she might feel out of place, before quickly ushering Chen Dongjun back to the bedroom for some rest. Lying in bed, Su Xiaoyu sent a message to Chen Lifei on QQ. "Your parents are truly wonderful." It was only after meeting Chen Lifei's parents that she understood the source of his carefree, nonchalant demeanor. Children raised in such nurturing environments inherently possess a greater sense of confidence and composure, for they are unconditionally loved by their parents. Chen Lifei offered no further words, simply replying, "Stop thinking about that and get some sleep. We can discuss everything tomorrow." Su Xiaoyu chose not to respond. Meanwhile, Chen Lifei, alone in his bedroom, busied himself by booting up his computer and logging onto various forums, including Tieba and Tianya. Although the Tianya forum had long since declined by 2014, it still boasted a plethora of insightful individuals. In terms of connections and dissemination, Tianya remained formidable. Ultimately, Su Xiaoyu's situation was a family matter, and in today's society, even the most tumultuous family affairs rarely find proper resolution. To truly address this issue, public opinion would be essential. Chen Lifei, with knowledge gleaned from decades into the future, understood far better how to leverage public discourse to create momentum, enabling Su Xiaoyu to free herself from the clutches of Zhou Shufen. He quickly researched laws regarding custody and direct relatives, selected a few forums, and finally placed an order for a home surveillance camera on Taobao. Closing his computer, he then lay down to sleep, unaware that Su Xiaoyu, just a wall away, was wide awake. The following morning, upon rising, Chen Lifei opened the door to find Su Xiaoyu alone in the living room, enjoying breakfast. Upon seeing Chen Lifei in his pajamas, bleary-eyed, she instinctively averted her gaze, maintaining a facade of calm, though her ears betrayed her with a flush of red. Chen Lifei, oblivious to her shyness, yawned and asked, "Where are my parents?" Su Xiaoyu pushed the breakfast in front of her toward him, saying, "Uncle and Annie left early to buy breakfast and left you 500 yuan, saying to let you." She hesitated, feeling a bit bashful. She understood that Chen Lifei's parents were likely concerned about the potential awkwardness of them staying at home together, hence their early departure. Chen Lifei could practically guess what his mother had said. "She told me to take you out for a nice meal, right?" Su Xiaoyu's eyes widened in surprise. "How did you know?" "Please, it's obvious." Chen Lifei waved dismissively, stepping into the bathroom. "They give me 100 yuan to go out for food, but when it comes to taking you out, it's 500. So biased." Hearing this, Su Xiaoyu stifled a laugh, biting her lip. Once Chen Lifei finished washing up, he sat across from Su Xiaoyu, picked up a marinated egg from the plate, peeled it, and stuffed the egg white into his mouth. After consuming most of the egg whites, he placed the yolk back onto the plate. Su Xiaoyu watched in astonishment as he executed the action with such fluidity, her gaze shifting to the round yolk on the plate. "You only eat the white and not the yolk." Chen Lifei, chewing, replied, "Exactly. I've only ever eaten the egg white. The yolk is too rich." Su Xiaoyu extended her fingers, pinching the yolk between her thumb and forefinger, lamenting, "But all the nutrition is in the yolk." Chen Lifei countered, "Do you know what kind of person actually needs nutrition?" "Everyone needs nutrition," Su Xiaoyu asserted. Chen Lifei chuckled. "Only the malnourished need it." "Su Xiao." Chen Lifei continued, "Someone like me, naturally gifted with 8-pack abs and a tall, robust physique, doesn't tea require such trivial nutrition as an egg yolk, understand?" At this, Su Xiaoyu rolled her eyes at him, exclaiming, "Narcissist." During her 3 days at Chen Lifei's home, Su Xiaoyu was surprisingly relieved to find that Zhou Shufen had not attempted to contact her even once. In the past, a slight delay in her return home would have resulted in a beating, yet after Zhou Shufen's conversation with Chen Lifei, she hadn't even returned home for 3 days without incident. However, the longer this went on, the more Su Xiaoyu worried about how she would confront Zhou Shufen upon her return. Chen Lifei couldn't possibly be by her side at all times. As Su Xiaoyu was lost in thought, Chen Lifei entered the house carrying what appeared to be a parcel. After opening it, he handed her the contents. "Here, take this home and discreetly install it in the living room, adjusting the angle to ensure the entire space is within the surveillance range." Curiously, Su Xiaoyu examined the item in her hands and looked up at Chen Lifei, asking, "What is this?" "Surveillance," he replied impatiently. "Of course, I know it's surveillance." Su Xiaoyu frowned. "But why would I need to install surveillance at home?" "To gather evidence," Chen Lifei explained, a sly smile creeping onto his lips as his usually carefree eyes sparkled with mischief. "If a person afflicted with mania drinks, curses, beats, and abuses their biological daughter at home, and this becomes known to the morally outraged netizens and reporters, what do you think would happen to that person?" Su Xiaoyu's expression gradually shifted from confusion to shock and disbelief. Over the years, Su Xiaoyu had attempted countless methods of self-rescue. She had once mustered the courage to confide in teachers, community workers, and even sought help from the police. Yet, the only outcomes she ever received were conversations, verbal education, mediation, and guarantees. Once those individuals departed, all that awaited her was an escalation of abuse and humiliation. Zhou Shufan had once laughed maniacally while smashing a bottle against her head, taunting her, "Do you know, little wretch, that I am your mother, your only relative in this world? I can do whatever I want to you. You will never escape me unless you die. But do you dare to die?" Ha ha. Zhou Shufan was right. She did not dare to die. For all these years, she simply wanted to live well. However, Su Xiaoyu had never imagined that Zhou Shufan's years of torment could become the very means for her liberation. Her voice trembled slightly as she asked, "Is this really possible?" Chen Lifei cast his gaze upon the surveillance monitor in her hand. After all, the outcome could hardly be worse than the present. Following their meal, Chen Lifei escorted Su Xiaoyu back to her home. As they reached the doorstep, Su Xiaoyu was engulfed by trepidation. Her heart was shrouded in shadows concerning this abode. Merely the thought of encountering Zhou Shufan's face sent chills racing down her spine. Yet, she feigned indifference in front of Chen Lifei, attempting to appear nonchalant. "I'm home now. You may leave." Chen Lifei glanced at her and reassured, "Do not be afraid." Su Xiaoyu averted her gaze, retorting, "Who is afraid?" Chen Lifei did not depart. Instead, he lingered at the entrance. "You may go inside. Just follow my instructions. Try to provoke her while ensuring your own safety. Do not fear, I shall not leave. I have calibrated the surveillance system, connecting it to my phone's Bluetooth. I will observe your every move. If she truly descends into uncontrollable madness, I will call the authorities." Having said this, Chen Lifei asked Su Xiaoyu to hand him her house keys, ensuring he could enter at a moment's notice should she find herself in peril. With Chen Lifei's assurance, the dread that had gripped Su Xiaoyu dissipated significantly. She had not anticipated his meticulous consideration for her well-being. Su Xiaoyu placed the keys into his palm, inhaling deeply before turning to enter her home. Upon pushing the door open, she beheld Zhou Shufan seated on the sofa, drinking. Although she had steeled herself for confrontation, a shiver coursed through her. Zhou Shufan lifted her heavy eyelids, casting a glance at Su Xiaoyu. The floor was strewn with shattered bottles, and the coffee table bore several cans of beer. After finishing the drink in her hand, Zhou Shufan carelessly discarded the bottle, cracked open another, and tilted her head back for a swig, before casting a sidelong glance at Su Xiaoyu. "Ah, so you've deigned to return? I suppose you've had your fill of fun these past few days?" Zhou Shufan's smile was grotesque. "I must say, you truly are my daughter. At such a young age, your ability to entice is quite impressive. Where did you reel in such a gullible, wealthy suitor willing to shower you with money?" Zhou Shufan continued, "Let me make myself clear. Your paramour had better deliver the cash post-haste, or I will drag you to the police and claim you were assaulted. This town is small. Should this matter escalate, I wonder which young lady would dare to wed that scoundrel in the future." Su Xiaoyu remained silent. Striding directly to her bedroom, she retrieved the surveillance camera that Chen Lifei had given her and, seizing a moment when Zhou Shufan was distracted, discreetly placed it on the windowsill. Then, she opened the door, ensuring the camera had a full view of the living room. Fortunately, her bedroom door faced the living room, and given the cramped nature of the house, it captured the entire area perfectly. Having completed her preparations, Su Xiaoyu stepped out of her room, regarding Zhou Shufan with an icy demeanor, recalling Chen Lifei's admonitions. She coldly stated, "Do not harbor delusions. Chen Lifei will not part with a single cent, nor will I." Upon hearing Su Xiaoyu's words, Zhou Shufan's expression shifted dramatically. Her inebriated visage, flushed and contorted with rage, transformed into something even more terrifying, as if she were a predator fixated on her prey. "What did you say?" Su Xiaoyu took a deep breath and reiterated, "I said you will not receive a single penny. Throughout these years, you have never fulfilled a mother's duty. You squander your days drinking, and when intoxicated, you beat me like a lunatic. I have had enough of this life. I have had enough of you as a mother." In a fit of rage, Zhou Shufan hurled the partially consumed bottle at Su Xiaoyu. The bottle struck just above Su Xiaoyu's eye, spilling its contents over her and shattering upon impact. Zhou Shufan's voice dripped with venom. "You wretched girl, what did you say? Do not think that just because you found a lover, you've gained wings. I am your mother." Su Xiaoyu pressed on, inciting Zhou Shufan further. "What right do you have to call yourself my mother? You once locked me, at the tender age of 5 or 6, inside our home, withholding food and water, intent on starving me. And when I grew older, you sought to sell me off to some lecherous old man for a handful of cash. When have you ever regarded me as your daughter?" Zhou Shufan sneered. "No matter how much you protest, I am still your mother. If you have the guts, crawl back into my womb. Otherwise, jump off a building. As long as you live, as long as you breathe, I am your mother. You will never escape me." With that, Zhou Shufan, as was her custom, seized a clothes hanger from the balcony and began to strike Su Xiaoyu mercilessly. As Su Xiaoyu's anguished cries pierced the air, Chen Lifei burst through the door, flanked by 2 officers in uniform. This woman is abusing a minor. Chen Lifei rushed forward, shoving Zhou Shufan aside, shielding Su Xiaoyu behind him, and addressing the officers. I demand a medical assessment for the victim. To his surprise, Zhou Shufan showed no fear of the officers, charging forward to continue her assault on Su Xiaoyu, only to be restrained by the 2 officers. Stand down. Behave yourself. Zhou Shufan struggled, shouting defiantly, I am her mother. I discipline my own daughter. What business is it of yours? Mind your own affairs. Let go of me. I command you to release me. Chen Lifei enveloped the tear-streaked Su Xiaoyu in his arms, soothingly assuring her, it's all right. Do not fear. Everything will be okay. Su Xiaoyu clung tightly to Chen Lifei's arm, as though grasping the last lifeline. The group swiftly made their way to the police station, where Chen Lifei insisted on taking Su Xiaoyu to the hospital for a medical evaluation, while Zhou Shufan was taken into an interrogation room. While Su Xiaoyu underwent her examination, Chen Lifei returned to her home to retrieve the surveillance camera. He then found a nearby internet cafe, inserted the camera's memory card, and extracted the footage from earlier. The video captured Su Xiaoyu's accusations against Zhou Shufan, as well as the latter, in a drunken stupor, verbally and physically assaulting Su Xiaoyu. Chen Lifei edited out his own entrance into the frame, blurred Su Xiaoyu's face, and subsequently uploaded the edited video to various social media platforms, including local forums, Weibo, and Douban, with a conspicuous title, Urgent Help. Underage girl subjected to abuse by mentally ill mother. Furthermore, Chen Lifei researched contact information for several local media outlets and television stations, documenting them on his phone. The more prominent this issue became, the greater Su Xiaoyu's chances of escaping Zhou Shufan's grasp. Chapter 61, A Display of Acting Skills. Having completed these tasks, Chen Lifei returned to the police station to collect Su Xiaoyu and assist with her statement. The injury report indicated that Su Xiaoyu had suffered a contusion to her brow and multiple soft tissue injuries, classified as secondary light injuries. The report also noted signs of past fractures that had healed, ultimately concluding that the victim showed signs of abuse, recommending that the authorities be notified for follow-up. Chen Lifei photographed the report and appended it to the post he had previously made. Upon entering the station, he and Su Xiaoyu encountered Zhou Shufan emerging from the interrogation room, her demeanor still defiant, even pointing an accusatory finger at Chen Lifei. This is the man who kidnapped my daughter. She has been home for 3 days. Everyone knows what unspeakable acts they've been engaging in. My daughter is still a minor. Isn't it illegal for him to sleep with her? Officer, apprehend him. Make him pay. My daughter, a pure and innocent girl, must be worth at least 200,000 to 300,000. With a resounding slap, Su Xiaoyu surged forward, summoning all her strength to strike Zhou Shufan fiercely across the face. Silence. In that moment, Su Xiaoyu felt a searing pain in her palm. Yet, despite the agony, she bore no regrets. The emotions that had long been suffocated beneath an immense weight were at last liberated. Through tears, Su Xiaoyu shouted at Zhou Shufan, "You are no longer my mother. From this moment on, I shall never again call you mother. Never, ever will I acknowledge you as my mom." A police officer pulled the distraught Su Xiaoyu aside, while Zhou Shufan continued to laugh unabashedly, undeterred even by the officer's intervention. She wielded familial ties as her greatest shield. After all, Su Xiaoyu bore her blood. Zhou Shufan was confident that Su Xiaoyu could never escape her grasp. Chen Lifei approached, his gaze directed coldly at the incessantly laughing Zhou Shufan. Under his chilling stare, Zhou Shufan gradually stilled her laughter. For reasons unknown, she felt an unsettling aura emanating from this seemingly youthful lad, as if he had faced harrowing life and death experiences that lent him an unsettling composure. The officer, referred to as Uncle Hat, found the situation rather tricky. Ultimately, it was a familial matter, a mother disciplining her daughter. Even law enforcement felt hesitant to intervene excessively, opting instead for verbal admonitions, warning Zhou Shufan to exercise restraint in her actions. Zhou Shufan nodded indifferently, yet her eyes remained venomous, fixed on Su Xiaoyu. Chen Lifei understood that it was imperative to prevent Zhou Shufan from returning home. He addressed Uncle Hat, stating, according to Article 43 of the Public Security Administration Punishment Law, assaulting another or intentionally causing bodily harm results in detention of 5 to 10 days, with fines ranging from 200 to 500 yuan. Even in less severe cases, punishment can include detention of less than 5 days or fines under 500 yuan. Chen Lifei produced Su Xiaoyu's injury assessment report, issued by the hospital, which confirmed that she had sustained severe injuries, classified as minor injuries of the second degree, with visible signs of healing from fractures, fully meeting the criteria for detention. If you do not detain this woman, I reserve the right to request an administrative review and file a complaint against your inaction. Exchanging glances. Several officers understood the relevant laws, but preferred to avoid complications, especially given the family dynamics involved. However, seeing Chen Lifei's assertive stance, Uncle Hat cleared his throat and said, "Young man, let's not be overly zealous. If this individual is implicated in a crime, we will certainly detain her. But we must follow due process and obtain signatures from both parties." Upon hearing about the impending detention, Zhou Shufin's expression darkened, her voice trembling with agitation. "Detain? What do you mean? I am her mother. What is wrong with disciplining her? She has been out with a man for 3 or 4 nights. Be silent." Uncle Hat turned sharply to reprimand her. "Your actions constitute second-degree minor injury. Even if you were her ancestor, you would still face detention." He produced several administrative punishment forms and handed them to Su Xiaoyu. "This is the detention decision consent form. If you have no objections, please sign. Of course, if you're willing to forgive, you may also sign a waiver." Before Uncle Hat could finish, Su Xiaoyu snatched the papers from his hand and swiftly signed her name. Zhou Shufin's eyes widened in disbelief. "Su Xiaoyu, you ungrateful wretch. I raised you for so many years, and you repay me like this? I will make you pay." The police station erupted into chaos, as several officers struggled to contain Zhou Shufin's fury. Su Xiaoyu and Chen Lifei departed without a backward glance, amidst Zhou Shufin's furious tirade. During the days that Zhou Shufin spent in detention, Su Xiaoyu experienced the most restful nights of her life. One early morning, she received a call from Chen Lifei, his tone brimming with satisfaction. "Little fish, does your home have a television? Turn it on to the Haisher channel." Confused, Su Xiaoyu rose from her bed and made her way to the living room, switching on the television and tuning in to the specified channel. The image was shaky, evidently filmed amidst a throng of people. The scene was all too familiar. It was the entrance of the police station where Zhou Shufin had been arrested. A large crowd had gathered, their emotions running high, while the officers from that day were managing the situation. In the midst of it stood a man in a white shirt, likely a director or chief, surrounded by reporters thrusting microphones in his direction. He was proclaiming, "Rest assured, we take this matter very seriously and will protect minors, providing a satisfactory response to the concerned public. A special task force has been established to address issues of minor abuse, and we are committed to handling this matter with utmost diligence." Su Xiaoyu stared at the television in disbelief, while Chen Lifei's voice echoed in her ear. "Little fish, it's time to showcase your acting skills. Do not attempt to appear strong as you did in my presence. You must convey the psyche of a minor who has endured years of abuse. Portray it as tragically as possible, as vulnerably as possible. Do you understand?" As Chen Lifei's words faded, a knock echoed at the door. "Little fish, are you home? We are community workers, and a few colleagues would like to come in and understand your situation. Is this convenient for you?" Chapter 62, Go Little Fish. Go Little Fish. Chen Lifei, having heard the commotion at the door, offered Su Xiaoyu a few last pieces of advice before hanging up. As anticipated, the video he shared across various social media platforms had garnered immense attention, with enthusiastic responses from numerous users. Based solely on the layout of Su Xiaoyu's home, they had deduced her neighborhood. By cross-referencing Chen Lifei's uploaded hospital injury report, they traced her to the medical facility where she had received treatment, and subsequently identified the police station where she had reported the incident. Consequently, a wave of outraged netizens and perceptive journalists flocked to the police station for interviews. The plight of a minor girl enduring beatings from her alcoholic mother swiftly ascended to the top of the trending search results in the city within a mere 2 days. Several prominent figures on social media even shared the story. Journalists had already approached Su Xiaoyu's school, where teachers corroborated that Su Xiaoyu frequently bore visible injuries and bruises, and the school had previously attempted to communicate with her mother, albeit with little effect. This situation, like a stone cast into water, created ripples that grew ever larger. Just as Chen Lifei had hoped, Su Xiaoyu showcased the pinnacle of her acting prowess, manifesting profound fear and psychological trauma before the reporters and officials from the Public Security Bureau who had come to conduct an investigation. "My mother, when she takes her medication, is manageable, but once she overindulges in alcohol and neglects her pills, her condition flares up and she relentlessly strikes me until she tires," she confessed. The reporters astutely seized upon this information. "Medication? What kind of medication? What specific ailment does she suffer from?" Trembling, Su Xiaoyu stammered, "My mother. She has a mental illness, bipolar disorder, and has been on medication for years." The two journalists exchanged knowing glances. Seizing the moment, Su Xiaoyu produced the antipsychotic medications her mother had previously taken and placed them on a coffee table. The reporters' cameras swiftly focused on the array of drugs. Mental illness. bipolar disorder, alcoholism, physical abuse of her daughter, selling her daughter to a bachelor for dowry money. These topics, when casually intertwined, assuredly guaranteed high viewership and discussion. The reporters, of course, would not forfeit this opportunity, promptly redirecting their cameras towards the accompanying Public Security Bureau personnel. How do you intend to handle such matters? Putting a mentally ill individual with aggressive tendencies out in society, doesn't that pose a threat to public safety? Could it not harm the mental and physical well-being of minors? Is there no substantive means of constraint beyond verbal admonitions and warnings? The reporters' inquiries grew increasingly incisive, prompting the officials to respond with grave seriousness. Individuals exhibiting harmful behavior due to mental illness will certainly be restrained. We will actively investigate and gather evidence. Should it be confirmed that Ms. Zhou indeed suffers from mental illness, appropriate actions will be taken. Furthermore, we will ensure the mental and physical health of minors is safeguarded. As Su Xiaoyu's interview footage circulated online, public opinion once again ignited. Some had unearthed Zhou Shufin's past medical records, revealing her diagnoses of mental illness and bipolar disorder, which were subsequently shared across the internet. A wave of fervent appeals ensued, demanding that someone as unstable and morally reprehensible as Zhou Shufin be confined to a psychiatric hospital. Kind-hearted individuals even offered to adopt Su Xiaoyu. Moreover, it was discovered that despite her challenging home environment, Su Xiaoyu excelled academically, further eliciting sympathy and calls for justice on her behalf. For an entire week, the discourse surrounding Su Xiaoyu had escalated, rendering her situation the most talked-about social issue in Haishur. That night, Chen Lifei monitored the developments on his phone while overhearing in Shui and Chen Dongjun discussing the matter in the living room. That poor girl, so obedient. How could a mother be so cruel? Some people simply do not deserve to be parents. Chen Dongjun expressed his outrage. Chen Lifei thought to himself how fortunate he was to have anonymized Su Xiaoyu's identity. Otherwise, if in Shui and Chen Dongjun discovered that Su Xiaoyu was the unfortunate girl in question, and Shui would likely insist that Chen Lifei bring Su Xiaoyu home immediately for her protection, even accompanying him to the police station to seek justice for her. After dinner, Chen Lifei received a call from Su Xiaoyu. There was a long pause before he heard faint sobs. Xiaoyu, don't just cry, what happened? Chen Lifei's mind raced to the worst-case scenario. Did your mother get released? But that seemed implausible given the enormous media attention surrounding the case. The authorities would not simply release her. Su Xiaoyu then clarified, No, I just feel like all of this is a dream. The community's sister told me that the police have contacted the Haishur Psychiatric Hospital, saying they want to admit that woman, but they need my signature. As I am her only relative, and only my consent is valid. I am on my way to the police station. Once I sign, she will be confined to the psychiatric hospital indefinitely. Chen Lifei, I can finally escape from her, Su Xiaoyu expressed, her voice trembling. Upon hearing this, the weight on Chen Lifei's heart lifted. He couldn't help but smile ironically. For so long, it had been her wielding the excuse of motherhood to control and abuse her. Now, it was finally her turn to be sent away under the premise of being her daughter. Indeed, Su Xiaoyu had often resented herself for being Zhou Shufin's daughter. But at this moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of relief, realizing that this very identity could grant her eternal freedom from that woman's grasp. Chen Lifei, Su Xiaoyu said over the phone, Thank you. Thank you for being in my life. On the day Zhou Shufin was taken to the psychiatric hospital, Chen Lifei accompanied Su Xiaoyu for a final farewell. Su Xiaoyu signed a confirmation document, thus severing Zhou Shufin's parental rights. Now 14 years old, Su Xiaoyu, at her own request, declined offers from several welfare institutions. The liberated Xiaoyu sought to carve out her own path, rather than be confined to any singular place. Upon seeing Zhou Shufin, it appeared as though the latter had aged a decade overnight. Upon spotting Su Xiaoyu, Zhou Shufin lunged at her as if she were a last lifeline. Xiaoyu, mommy was wrong. I know I was wrong. Please give me another chance. After all, I'm your mother. Without me, the rest know you, right? Su Xiaoyu gazed at her expressionless, witnessing the once unassailable woman now humbling herself before her in repentance and supplication. Yet, Su Xiaoyu felt no exhilaration, only an abyss of numbness. Zhou Shufin then turned to Chen Lifei, aware that her daughter lacked the power to instigate such changes. Everything had shifted since Su Xiaoyu met him. Zhou Shufin forced a smile, more grotesque than tears. Young man, please tell Xiaoyu that it was my fault as a mother. I acknowledge my mistakes. Don't send me to the psychiatric hospital. I'm not ill. I refuse to go. But Chen Lifei mirrored back to her the very words she had once hurled at Su Xiaoyu. Auntie, do you understand? Su Xiaoyu is your only relative, which means only she has the authority to send you to the psychiatric hospital. If you seek liberation, then death is the answer. As long as you draw breath, you shall remain within those hospital walls. Zhou Shufin's face drained of color. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoyu turned away, impervious to her mother's frantic cries, insults, or desperate pleas. Not once did she look back. Chen Lifei drove Su Xiaoyu home, and the once dreaded neighborhood now seemed less intolerable. Su Xiaoyu walked with a lightness in her step, radiant with the glow of newfound freedom. Chen Lifei, shall we go to the amusement park tomorrow? Su Xiaoyu exclaimed. I have never been to an amusement park in my entire life. Have you ever been to Happy Valley? And Disney? I've longed to go for ages. Not to mention amusement parks, Su Xiaoyu had never even owned a single doll growing up. Yet, Chen Lifei cast a bucket of cold water on her dreams. The college entrance examination results are out tomorrow. Do you really feel like going out? Su Xiaoyu stood there dazed. So much had transpired recently that she had completely forgotten about the impending results. It was only after Chen Lifei's reminder that she realized it was already late June. Suddenly, her demeanor shifted to one of anxiety. Oh my goodness, is it at 9 a.m. tomorrow? I must hurry back to find my exam admission ticket. In contrast, Chen Lifei appeared quite relaxed. After all, he had one foot already in Tsinghua University and Peking University. With my guidance, he thought, getting into a second-tier university would be a breeze. Why stress over it? Su Xiaoyu shot him a glare. Students like you, who excel, can never comprehend the worries of ordinary students like us. Chen Lifei pondered for a moment, showing no humility, and nodded in agreement. You do have a point. Su Xiaoyu thought to herself that perhaps the concept of humility was entirely absent from Chen Lifei's lexicon. After dropping Su Xiaoyu off at her home, Chen Lifei planned to return, take a hot shower, and relax in bed watching television. Just then, he received a call from Zhou Jiangjun. Hey, I'm at Qingyuan Internet Cafe right now. With Han Yu gone, you're the only one I've got left. Zhou Jiangjun first played the emotional card before continuing. So, quickly buy some barbecue, cola, chicken wings, and hamburgers and bring them to the cafe. Also, could you top up my account for an overnight session and help me level up? Upon hearing this, Chen Lifei cursed. Are you seriously trying to take advantage of me? Zhou Jiangjun retorted. You got into Tsinghua University ahead of time, and you haven't even treated your old man yet. Shouldn't you be buying something to honor your father? I haven't even asked for much. Chen Lifei hung up the phone, despite his cursing. He begrudgingly gathered the items Zhou Jiangjun requested and took a taxi to the internet cafe. On the way, he called in Shui to inform her that he wouldn't be returning home that night. And Shui hesitated on the phone. Son, who are you out with tonight? It wouldn't be. She paused for a few seconds before her tone turned serious. Chen Lifei, let me tell you, you and Su Xiaoyu are still young and merely students. Whatever happens must wait until after college. Don't act impulsively and hurt the girl. Chen Lifei rolled his eyes, Mom. Where are you going with this? I'm just going to the internet cafe for an all-nighter with Zhou Jiangjun. What does Su Xiaoyu have to do with it? After saying that, he teased, Mom, what on earth are you thinking about all day? Why is your mind filled with such unhealthy thoughts? I can hardly comprehend. And Shui scoffed at him, aware that she was in the wrong, and simply advised him to take care of himself and return early before hanging up. Hearing her mention of taking care of himself, Chen Lifei couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Upon arriving at the internet cafe, he initially intended to drop off the items before heading out to top up Zhou Jiangjun's account. However, as soon as he entered, he was called over by Han Yu's cousin. The cousin, a bit embarrassed, said, Lifei Jiangjun just came by and topped up some internet time, saying it would be on your tab. You two seem to have a good relationship. Chen Lifei inwardly cursed Zhou Jiangjun for his slyness and casually asked, all right, how much did he top up? I'll settle it later. The cousin replied, 1,000 yuan. Chen Lifei thought, Zhou Jiangjun must be planning to stay here indefinitely. No wonder his cousin asked. He must be worried they would run off. Chapter 64, It's Still My Bro Feege. Indeed, Chen Lifei and Zhou Jiangjun spent the entire night at the internet cafe. With Han Yu gone, the two played all night, finally climbing from Diamond 3 to Platinum 1. At 8 a.m., Zhou Jiangjun took off his headset, practically ready to strangle Chen Lifei. Are you blind? Did you graduate from the national football team? The enemy was right in front of you, and you still managed to miss. Why don't you just kick me to death instead? Chen Lifei shot back, and you, with your Yasuo, using your ultimate against the tank, swinging wildly while the enemy's health bar didn't even budge. You almost killed the ADC. What university are you aiming for? Maybe you should go back to kindergarten and retake your classes. If it weren't for you picking a blind jungle champion, we wouldn't still be stuck here 800 years into the game, while others are coordinating mid-jungle. You just keep dying and giving kills. The two bickered their way from the private room to the entrance of the cafe, with a blinding sunlight made it difficult to keep their eyes open. Zhou Jiangjun checked his phone and exclaimed, holy crap. It's already 8 a.m. I need to hurry home. My parents are probably glued to the computer waiting for the results. Zhou Jiangyuan's expression visibly shifted to one of anxiety. Chen Lifei squinted at him. You suddenly called me out for an all-nighter. You must be quite anxious about checking the results, huh? Want me to help alleviate your stress? Zhou Jiangyuan's eyes flickered with guilt, but he quickly denied it. The word nervous doesn't exist in my vocabulary. Stop pretending, Chen Lifei said. If you're nervous, just admit it. I can help you relieve some pressure. Zhou Jiangyun kicked him playfully. Whoever's nervous is a loser. Chen Lifei retorted. If a son turns into a grandson. That is quite a deal. Zhou Jiangyun replied, shut it. When Chen Lifei finally returned home, he discovered that the class group chat was in an uproar. It was now past 9:15 a.m., and the group had 99 unread messages. His classmates were lamenting their inability to access the website, with the system being overloaded and prompting them to try again later. Some even called the Higher Education Bureau, only to find the lines busy and completely unreachable. Suddenly, his phone vibrated with a message. Chen Lifei opened it to find a text from Mr. Su, the head of the admissions office at Tsinghua University. Name, Chen Lifei. Chinese, 132 points. Mathematics, 150 points. Comprehensive science, 300 points. English, 148 points. Total, 730 points. Citywide ranking, first place. Clearly, Mr. Su had known his results in advance and was aware of the network issues, which was why he sent the message promptly. Chen Lifei quickly read through it, feeling quite satisfied with the score, which was a full 50 points higher than in his previous life. He typed back, thank you, Mr. Su. Mr. Su replied, you're welcome. Have a pleasant summer. See you in September. Okay. Chen Lifei certainly wouldn't miss the opportunity to show off, promptly taking a screenshot of his results and sending it to Zhou Jiangyun, Su Xiaoyu, and Hanyu. Chen Lifei, you are truly despicable. Chen Lifei, you are truly despicable. Wow. Chen Lifei, you are amazing. I'm so happy for you. Applause. Chen Lifei looked up at the ceiling. Who is it that said brothers are like hands and feet? But while Zhou Jiangyun was cursing Chen Lifei, he quickly shared the screenshot of Chen Lifei's results in a lively class group chat. General Zhou Jiangjun, as expected of my brother, truly impressive. Applause, applause, applause. Roses, roses, roses. Thumbs up, love, love. Criticizing Chen Lifei is necessary, but one must also maintain appearances. The achievements of a brother are tantamount to one's own. Upon seeing this, Chen Lifei, the class group fell silent for a second, then was inundated with messages. Indeed, the grades of top students are communicated by designated individuals. Unlike us, who refresh the webpage like fools, is it Su from the admissions office of Peking University? So has Chen Lifei already been accepted early? No doubt. This is the highest score in the entire city. Surely teachers went to his home to recruit him. Chen Lifei is amazing. He went from being first in school to first in the city. It's still my brother FEI, consistently outstanding. Someone tagged Chen Lifei, brother FEI. Could you spare me 10 points? Just 10 will suffice. Chen Lifei replied, sure thing. Then a private message from Zhou Jiangjun popped up. General Zhou Jiangjun. Can you guess why I posted this in the group? FEI. You're insane. General Zhou Jiangjun. I posted it for Lin Siyun to see. She has always been boasting about Meng Xiaoyi's performance, claiming he might become the top scorer. Now she must be slapped in the face, right? That fool has never outperformed you from freshman to senior year to the college entrance exam. FEI. You're really insane. General Zhou Jiangjun. Get lost. On the other end of the phone, Lin Siyun sat at her computer, her lips tightly pressed together as she observed the lively class group messages. She had also seen Chen Lifei's score, 730, a full 150 points more than hers. Lin Siyun had just checked her own score, 582. It was slightly better than she had anticipated, considering she had strayed from the topic in her Chinese essay. However, this score could only secure her a place in an ordinary first-tier university. The likes of Peking University were far beyond her reach. Meanwhile, Meng Xiaoyi was quite pleased with his score of 701. Combined with the minority status bonus, he was eligible to apply to Peking University. However, he might have to accept a different major, which was uncertain. Lin Siyun was with Meng Xiaoyi because neither of them had computers at home. So they decided to check their scores together at an internet cafe. After Meng Xiaoyi checked his score, he joyfully called his parents to share the good news. After hanging up, he noticed Lin Siyun's expression was somewhat gloomy. Glancing at her score, Meng Xiaoyi comforted her. It's all right, Siyun. This score guarantees you a place in a first-tier university. After that, you can pursue a master's at a better school. We can study together. You'll definitely get into a 985 university. Lin Siyun forced a smile, feeling disheartened, and replied, let us hope so. Meng Xiaoyi seemed to recall something and asked indirectly, Why haven't I seen you with Chen Lifei lately? Unbeknownst to Meng Xiaowei, Lin Siyun felt too embarrassed to share the details. She felt humiliated. Therefore, she vaguely replied, I've been busy, and haven't had time to see him. Meng Xiaowei asked again, Siyun, you are classmates after all, you should care about him. By the way, how did he do? Meng Xiaowei had a hunch that Chen Lifei likely performed better than him, but he assumed the difference wouldn't be substantial. He scored 701, and he believed Chen Lifei would be around 710 at most. After all, their scores had always been close over the 3 years of high school. Within a maximal 10-point range, Lin Siyun, feeling increasingly agitated, disregarded Meng Xiaowei's pride and directly opened the picture Zichou Jianjun had posted in the group for Meng Xiaowei to see. Meng Xiaowei stared in disbelief. 700, 730. So, Chen Lifei only lost 20 points throughout the entire exam. Meng Xiaowei's eyes fixated on the words first in Shanghai, and he felt his eyes stinging with tears. He had never lagged behind Chen Lifei by such a margin. Furthermore, the score he had checked did not include a ranking, indicating that Meng Xiaowei did not make it into the top 10 in Shanghai. Lin Siyun's voice interrupted Meng Xiaowei's thoughts. She asked, Xiaohui, if I said I wanted to repeat a year, would you be willing to accompany me and take the exam again? Meng Xiaowei was evidently taken aback. After a moment of hesitation, he stammered, Siyun, repeating ISNT a simple matter. You know my family ISNT well off. Another year would incur significant expenses. I've finally secured a chance to attend Peking University, and Lin Siyun lowered her gaze. She had anticipated that Meng Xiaowei would not accompany her in repeating the year. However, what if it were Chen Lifei? No, rather, if it were the old Chen Lifei. He would have certainly agreed. Lin Siyun suddenly felt a wave of disillusionment, unsure if it was regret or sorrow. She forced a smile and said, It's nothing, Xiaohui. I was just joking. Meng Xiaowei exhaled and patted Lin Siyun's shoulder. Even if we can't attend the same university, we can still be in the same city. Siyun, don't worry, we'll always be good friends. Chapter 65, just across the street. As it approached 10 p.m., Zichou Jianjun finally checked his college entrance exam results. Chen Lifei's phone vibrated several times with messages from Zichou Jianjun. General Zichou Jianjun. Image, JPG. General Zichou Jianjun. Wow. General Zichou Jianjun. Am I dreaming? General Zichou Jianjun. I've never seen such a high score next to my name in my life. Chen Lifei opened the image sent by Zichou Jianjun. Name, Zichou Jianjun. Total score, 697. Zichou Jianjun's score ranked well in the class, but his best previous score had been around 650, never exceeding that mark. Thus, achieving 697 was entirely unexpected. No wonder he was so elated. This score allowed him to choose from every 985 key university, except for the top-tier Peking University. Before Chen Lifei could type a response, Zichou Jianjun called. On the line, Chen Lifei could hear Zichou Jianjun's parents excitedly calling friends and relatives to share the joyful news. It was clear that the entire Zichou family was elated. Zichou Jianjun shouted excitedly on the other end. Hurry up, let's go out to eat. My mom knows you tutored me for a month and is thrilled, insisting I treat you to a meal. She gave me 2,000 yuan. So, tell me what you want to eat. Today it's on me. Oh, and let us invite little fish too. Let us see how she did. Chen Lifei. The students I've taught, can they be anything less? Zichou Jianjun, unusually not retorting. Laugh heartily. Right, you're the best. See you at Xinguang Square. After hanging up the phone, Chen Lifei found himself somewhat troubled about Su Xiaoyu. It was unlike her to refrain from messaging him about her exam results for such an extended period. Ordinarily, she would have been eager to share her success at the earliest opportunity. Could it be that she had truly performed poorly? Chen Lifei pondered. Fei, Xiaoyu, have you checked your results? Zhou Jiangjun mentioned treating us to a meal. Shall we meet at Xinguang Plaza? Su Xiaoyu replied almost immediately. Sure, when? Fei, how about now? I'm planning to take a shower and head out. Xiaoyu, all right, see you at Xinguang Plaza. Su Xiaoyu's tone revealed no hint of joy or distress. It was quite calm. Yet, the more composed she appeared, the more anxious Chen Lifei felt. Logically, with Zhou Shufan confined to a mental institution, Su Xiaoyu's Gaokao results should not be disappointing. In instances of dual happiness, she would typically be overjoyed. So her unusual calmness regarding such a significant matter was perplexing. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Chen Lifei quickly finished a shower, changed his clothes, and departed. And Shui and Chen Dongjun were both at work. During this period, they had taken to placing a 100 yuan note by the entrance each day, allowing Chen Lifei to fend for himself regarding lunch. since he had already been accepted into Qingbei University. And Shui and Chen Dongjun had not inquired about his exam scores at all. Chen Lifei picked up the 100 yuan from the entrance and placed it in his bag before leaving the community and hailing a taxi to Xinguang Plaza. Upon arriving, he spotted Zhou Jiangjun and Su Xiaoyu from a distance, their expressions appearing rather somber. More specifically, Su Xiaoyu's face was serious, while Zhou Jiangjun seemed somewhat anxious beside her. Chen Lifei sensed something was amiss but refrained from questioning further, opting instead for a restaurant with a pleasant atmosphere. After ordering, he turned his attention to Su Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, have you found out your score? How'd you do? Perhaps it was the peculiarity of Su Xiaoyu's expression that rendered Zhou Jiangjun utterly silent. In his memory, Su Xiaoyu was always the cheerful one trailing behind Chen Lifei. Gentle and adorable, it was evident that something had cast a shadow over her mood, likely due to disappointing exam results. As expected, Su Xiaoyu lowered her head, her long bangs obscuring half her face, remaining utterly silent. Chen Lifei felt a surge of urgency. Hey, I'm asking you a question. Did you not check? Or do you simply not wish to share? Zhou Jiangjun nudged Chen Lifei. Can't you see she is upset? Not everyone is as talkative as you. Why are you asking so many questions? Chen Lifei was momentarily bewildered. This shouldn't be the case. He had reviewed so many formulas and question types with Su Xiaoyu. And aside from the liberal arts subjects, he had provided her with intensive tutoring in Chinese, mathematics, and English. Could it be that suddenly Su Xiaoyu burst into laughter? Unable to contain herself, she buried her head in her hands, shaking with laughter, then looked up and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, silly. Did you really think you were so clever? Got you fooled, didn't I? Zhou Jiangjun and Chen Lifei exchanged glances, realizing that she had merely been playing a prank on them. Chen Lifei shot Zhou Jiangjun a knowing look, then turned to Su Xiaoyu. Enough of the jokes. Quickly tell me your score. Su Xiaoyu's smile radiated warmth. 565. I checked with the homeroom teacher, and I'm certain that this score guarantees me a spot at a second-tier university. Who knows? I might even aim for first tier. Chen Lifei raised an eyebrow. It was not a matter of who knows. It was a certainty. In 2014, the cutoff for liberal arts at second-tier universities was in the low 500s, while the first-tier line was at 550. Su Xiaoyu's score exceeded the first-tier threshold by several points, allowing her the opportunity to select from a variety of decent first-tier universities, provided she accepted a change of major. Originally, Su Xiaoyu had only aimed for a second-tier institution, but now she had a genuine shot at a first-tier university. Zhou Jiangjun, in his exuberance, slapped Su Xiaoyu on the shoulder, genuinely happy for her. Xiaoyu, you're amazing. Which university are you planning to apply to? Come join us at Jingguang. Zhou Jiangjun had already decided to apply to Jingguang Aerospace University, aiming to secure a position in the Aerospace Bureau after graduation to fulfill his childhood dream of building an airplane. Jingguang, being a top-tier metropolis, boasted numerous educational institutions, including many first- and second-tier options for Su Xiaoyu to consider. Su Xiaoyu glanced quickly at Chen Lifei, her voice soft yet resolute. I want to apply to Jingguang Financial University. Jingguang Financial University was a non-key first-tier institution with relatively low admission scores, except for its prestigious accounting program, which had higher requirements. Upon hearing Su Xiaoyu's aspirations, Chen Lifei contemplated seriously before nodding. The financial university was indeed a good choice. Su Xiaoyu could easily enter and select any major. By the second semester of her freshman year, the university offered applications for major changes, allowing her to pursue accounting if desired. Graduating from the financial university's accounting program would provide significant advantages, whether for further studies or employment. Only Zhou Jiangjun, noticing Su Xiaoyu's subtle expressions, sensed something was off. Seizing the opportunity, while Su Xiaoyu was in the restroom, he leaned close to Chen Lifei and said in a teasing tone, Hey, are you truly oblivious or just pretending not to know? Chen Lifei responded, perplexed. Zhou Jiangjun clicked his tongue. Are you really that dense? Who doesn't know that Jingguang Financial University is just a street away from Qingbei University? Xiaoyu choosing this school is probably so she can stay close to you, right? Chapter 66. The Academic Prodigy, Chen Lifei. Chen Lifei found Zhou Jiangjun's imagination rather vivid. As the waiter brought forth a couple of cold dishes, Chen Lifei took a bite and remarked, Jingguang is a city where every inch is precious, and several schools are closely situated. It's merely a few streets apart. Why not claim that everyone applying to financial university is doing so to be near me? Zhou Jiangjun felt Chen Lifei's logic was flawed, yet he couldn't pinpoint the error. Rubbing the back of his head, he responded, No, buddy. Are you truly unable to see that Xiaoyu has feelings for you? Both Hanyu, and I can see it written all over her face. Chen Lifei paused momentarily, feigning melancholy as he replied, Love is akin to candy laced with arsenic. Whoever touches it meets their doom. Hence, I've sworn off such indulgences. He added humorously, I resolved this in my past life. Zhou Jiangjun, unable to comprehend, merely thought Chen Lifei was being pretentious. He shot him an exasperated glare and warned, Don't say I didn't warn you. With Xiaoyu's looks, once she's in college, there will be plenty of suitors. Don't come crying to me later. Chen Lifei flashed a meaningless grin, neither agreeing nor refuting Zhou Jiangjun. He was well aware that Xiaoyu would not lack admirers. With her beauty, amiable disposition, and endearing naivety, she was undoubtedly the object of many young men's dreams. Yet, he had no such intentions. It is perhaps a manifestation of the legendary post-traumatic stress disorder. He harbors a rather unfavorable impression of romantic entanglements and possesses no inclination to immerse himself in them. Thus, even though he vaguely perceives the affections that Su Xiaoyu holds for him and acknowledges her as an exceptionally wonderful girl, he resolves that if he cannot invest himself wholly into a relationship, it would be best not to impede the happiness of the young lady. As they conversed, Su Xiaoyu returned to the dining table. Observing Zhou Jiangjun pouting, she inquired, What are you two discussing? Zhou Jiangjun, with a hint of sarcasm, replied, We were just commenting that wild boars can't digest fine grains. This restaurant charges exorbitantly, yet the food is quite unpalatable. Su Xiaoyu sampled a bite and stated, I find the flavors rather delightful. Zhou Jiangjun then chuckled, I think it's delicious too, which is precisely why I likened it to the wild boar's limitations, referring to Chen Lifei. Su Xiaoyu, unable to decipher their cryptic banter, cast a glance at Chen Lifei and continued to eat her meal. Midway through, Chen Lifei's phone vibrated. It was a call from Shui. Presumably, she should be at work? Why was she calling? He pondered as he answered. The noise on the other end was chaotic as Shui stammered. Son, where are you? I'm dining out with the general. What's up, Mom? And Shui replied, Well, I'm at the entrance of our community. A reporter is called, saying they wish to interview you. Several leaders from your school are here too, including your homeroom teacher. They insist you return immediately. Chen Lifei was taken aback, wondering, what is all this fuss about? He quickly glanced at his reflection in the restaurant mirror. His hair was not oily, his face was clear, his attire immaculate. He deemed himself quite dapper. After concluding his self-assessment, he assured his mother that he would arrive shortly and hung up, hastily finishing a few bites of his meal. Zhou Jiangju inquired, Where are you off to? Aren't we headed to the internet cafe later? With a mouthful of food, Chen Lifei mumbled, You two go ahead. I have matters to attend to at home. Let's reschedule. He then set down his chopsticks and departed, leaving Zhou Jiangjun and Su Xiaoyu exchanging puzzled glances, uncertain of Chen Lifei's situation. Without delay, Chen Lifei hailed a taxi home and tidied his hairstyle en route. I look incredibly handsome, he mused himself. However, upon alighting from the vehicle, he was taken aback to find a large red banner prominently displayed at the entrance of the community, proclaiming, Congratulations to our community's academic prodigy Chen Lifei for achieving the top score in the High City College entrance examination. Happy community announcement. Nearby, Shui and Chen Dongjun were likely summoned back by the reporters and school officials, surrounded by a throng of inquisitive individuals. Both appeared utterly flustered, their faces betraying their discomfort. Chen Dongjun, already dark-skinned, now bore a complexion of mottled red and black, resembling a figure from folklore. And Shui, with keen eyes, spotted Chen Lifei and navigated through the crowd towards him, leaving Chen Dongjun to manage the throng alone. Lifei, you finally returned. Your father and I have nowhere to hide, she exclaimed. Chen Lifei interjected, Mom, why is that banner there? It's so embarrassing. And Shui glanced back at the banner, explaining, the community committee arranged it. When the reporters arrived, they learned of the situation and rushed to a nearby print shop to have it made. It was just hung up. Chen Lifei retorted, they can handle such trivial matters with remarkable efficiency. It takes weeks of prodding for them to fix a leaky pipe or tiles. He urged, please have him take it down, it's mortifying. And Shui countered, the community committee insists that this publicity will enhance our property values. They claim it showcases the community's excellent fortune, having produced a city champion, thus attracting parents with children to purchase homes here. Chen Lifei scoffed, such superstitions are unacceptable. And Shui continued, they also mentioned that any family purchasing a home by mentioning your name will share in profits with us. Chen Lifei sighed, for the sake of our community. I suppose I can endure a bit of embarrassment. After all, we are all part of the same family. As mother and son conversed, their homeroom teacher, Old Lu, noticed the commotion and called out Chen Lifei's name. A swarm of reporters and several school leaders promptly approached. Old Lu grasped Chen Lifei's arm and led him towards the entrance, cheerfully introducing him to the reporters. This student, Chen Lifei, is undoubtedly the most gifted, obedient, and well-behaved student I have had the pleasure of teaching. His academic performance has always been exemplary, and he enjoys great popularity among his peers. Always willing to assist others and respectful to his teachers, everyone adores him. Chen Lifei, unable to stifle a laugh at the flattery, was discreetly pinched by old Lu. The reporters thrust a microphone before him, asking, "Chen, what do you have to say about this achievement?" Clearing his throat, Chen Lifei replied, "I feel very happy and grateful for the guidance from my teachers and parents. In college, I will strive even harder to study and acquire knowledge, aspiring to become a valuable asset to society." With a solemn demeanor, he delivered his statement, and old Lu, along with the school leaders, appeared greatly satisfied. The bald principal, whom Chen Lifei and Zhou Jiangjun had playfully mocked numerous times, beamed at the reporters, asserting, "Students from our school, besides excelling academically, are distinguished by their high moral awareness and character, achieving a well-rounded development in ethics, intellect, physical fitness, aesthetics, and labor." A reporter then inquired, "What are Chen's plans for further education?" Chen Lifei responded, "I have accepted an invitation from Qingbei University, which has long been my dream school. I look forward to exploring a broader horizon and meeting more outstanding individuals, eagerly anticipating my university life." Nearby, and Shui and Chen Dongjun gazed at their son with pride. Though he often presented himself in a light-hearted manner, he displayed remarkable clarity in significant moments. The bald principal continued to extol Chen Lifei, exclaiming, "It has been 2 years since our school last claimed the title of city champion. Chen Lifei has truly brought honor to our school. I am thrilled. Well done, Chen." With that, the principal gave Chen Lifei a hearty pat on the shoulder. Chen Lifei responded graciously, Thank you. Such a momentous occasion surely warrants recognition from the school, and I eagerly anticipate what surprises they have in store for me." And Shuel wondered, what on earth is this rascal implying? What does he mean by asking for recognition in front of the reporters? A sense of foreboding crept into her heart. As anticipated, the principal's expression shifted slightly, yet he maintained a jovial demeanor before the reporters, stating, "Of course, there will be rewards. Several benevolent enterprises have already sponsored a significant amount. Given the child's exceptional performance, we must certainly acknowledge it." The reporters seized the opportunity. "What amount is the school planning to award Chen for his encouragement?" Chen Lifei, with keen interest, fixed his gaze on the bald principal. His seemingly inappropriate inquiry before the reporters stemmed from a scandal he had exposed in his previous life. In his previous life, the top scorer of the college entrance examination was not Chen Lifei, but rather another student from his school. Several enterprises generously donated a total of 200,000 yuan to the school. However, the bald principal embezzled 150,000 of that amount. Ultimately, only 50,000 yuan reached the student. This scandal was later exposed, leading to the principal's downfall. Now, standing before the reporters, Chen Lifei revealed this incident, compelling the principal to disclose the true amount of the corporate donations due to the media's influence. Indeed, several benevolent enterprises have been quite generous, recognizing the importance of nurturing talent. We hope that such talents can achieve great success in the future. Overall, the total amount donated is approximately 200,000 yuan. On behalf of the school, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to these charitable enterprises and congratulate Chen Lifei once again for being the top scorer in the city and gaining admission to Tsinghua and Peking University. I wish him a bright and illustrious future." Chen Lifei, sensing a hint of bitterness in the principal's voice as he spoke, turned to the bald principal with a mischievous grin. The principal returned a strained smile, yet it was evident to Chen Lifei that the smile was laced with discomfort. Chen Lifei patted the principal's shoulder and exclaimed, "Thank you, principal. Thank you." However, internally he mused, "Old dang, I have just saved your skin. At least you didn't embezzle this money. Perhaps you can hold on to your position a few more years." This lively gathering lasted for over 30 minutes. When it concluded, smiles adorned everyone's faces, with the most delighted being the homeroom teacher, old Lu, and Chen Lifei himself. Old Lu genuinely rejoiced for Chen Lifei. Although the lad had been somewhat unreliable in the lead-up to the exam, old Lu recognized him as a bright child destined for greatness. As a teacher, despite his stern demeanor, he harbored hopes for his students' prosperous futures, embodying the age-old adage of nurturing talent. The only one whose expression was less than favorable was the bald principal. His smile appeared forced, resembling a grimace more than a genuine expression of joy. Concerned, Chen Lifei inquired, "Principal, are you feeling unwell?" Several pairs of eyes turned towards the principal, who quickly asserted, "I'm perfectly fine. I'm just thrilled. With such a joyous occasion, I'll have to indulge in a bit more food this evening." Chen Lifei nodded, sincerely advising, "Principal, please take care of yourself. After all, it wouldn't be due to find him imprisoned upon returning to his accomplishments. That would indeed be awkward." As the crowd dispersed, and Shui, Chen Dongjun, and Chen Lifei made their way home. Throughout the journey, and Shui chastised Chen Lifei, "You, dear child, mustn't directly demand money from the principal in front of so many people. It makes our family seem as if we are in need. Your father and I have always been prudent, and we have never deprived you of anything. Why act as if you've never seen money before?" Recalling the day Chen Lifei discussed pricing with a professor from Tsinghua University, coupled with his inquiry about the reward in front of reporters that day, and Shui felt a pang of embarrassment. Yet Chen Lifei remained unfazed. "It is my rightful money. Why should I feel embarrassed? I neither stole nor robbed it. I earned it through my own abilities. Why should I be courteous to them?" Although his prowess did involve a slight element of cunning, luck is also a facet of one's abilities, is it not? Chen Lifei had struck a fortuitous stroke of luck, and he intended to make the most of it. Those who fail to seize opportunities are indeed foolish. After all, money reigns supreme. Word of Chen Lifei's achievement as the city's top scorer and his admission to Tsinghua and Peking University spread swiftly throughout the community, reaching the ears of Lu Qian and Lin Siyun. Lin Siyun was already aware, but Lu Qian was not. She prepared dumplings and wontons at home, intending to congratulate the Chun family on their joyous occasion. However, Lin Siyun hesitated and tried to dissuade Lu Qian from going, feeling that her mother's gift was somewhat inadequate. Over the years, Shui had been quite generous to Lu Qian's family, offering health check vouchers, fruits, and various meats and supplements, while Lu Qian had never reciprocated. Bringing a mere bag of homemade dumplings to congratulate them felt rather embarrassing. Moreover, her relationship with Chen Lifei had significantly deteriorated. They were no longer even ordinary friends, resembling strangers instead. Despite her attempts to reconcile, she had been met with cold shoulders. Lin Siyun, even with her pride, could not bring herself to approach him again. Lu Qian, noticing Lin Siyun's reluctance, scolded, "How can you be so thoughtless? After performing poorly in the exam, you should have made amends with Chen Lifei. He'd help you with your studies. Why didn't you seek his assistance at this crucial moment? If you had allowed him to tutor you in the month leading up to the exam, you wouldn't have failed to secure a place in even a 211 university." Lin Siyun's face flushed with embarrassment. "He was under no obligation to tutor me." Lu Qian firmly rebutted, "Obligation or not, our families have been neighbors for years. Chen Lifei has always had a fondness for you. Doesn't he need to make some effort to win your favor?" Lin Siyun's cheeks burned. "Mom, what are you saying? What wife nonsense?" Lu Qian dismissed her concerns. "You're about to turn 18. Girls grow up and eventually marry. Why shy away from such discussions? Ask the neighbors. Ask your classmates. Who doesn't he know that Chen Lifei has always followed in your footsteps? Even his parents have been quite amiable towards me. All for the sake of their son. Since they have sought our goodwill, isn't it only right to reciprocate?" Lin Siyun, unwilling to engage in further debate, simply declared, "I'm not letting you go to Chen Lifei." Her face flushed, and tears threatened to spill. "He doesn't like me, and I don't like him. We're just ordinary classmates. My future doesn't hinge on Chen Lifei's assistance. I can forge a successful path on my own. What does it matter if he's the top scorer? Many prodigies fall from grace as they grow older. Who can predict the future?" After declaring her thoughts with fervor, Lin Siyun turned and stormed into her bedroom, slamming the door behind her. As night descended, the atmosphere in the Chun household remained harmonious and serene. Zhou Jianjun created a QQ group, inviting Han Yu, Chen Lifei, and Su Xiaoyu, naming it 2 mighty warriors, a flower, and a lump of excrement. Fei, a general with a clear self-awareness. "I commend your honesty." Su Xiaoyu replied with a smirk. Zhou Jianjun and Chen Lifei exchanged playful banter in the group before inquiring about Han Yu's adjustment to Tianjin. It took Han Yu a good 10 minutes to respond. "Over the hill, it's quite good. I've been accompanying them in training matches these past few days. There's an assessment the day after tomorrow. If I pass, I'll be able to join the reserves. The coach mentioned there will be a friendly match next month, and he wants me to try it out to see how I perform under pressure. General with sword drawn. Not bad. It sounds like you're making rapid progress. Are we soon to see you on live broadcasts?" Fei. They say the referee at that club is quite beautiful. Have you seen her in person? Is she as lovely as they say? Little fish, over the hill. Ah, I'm exhausted from playing all day. Who has the energy to look at beautiful women? Even if I did, they wouldn't be for me. Fei. Very well. Your resolve is commendable. General with sword drawn. Your immediate priority is to focus on your matches. Once you gain fame, the esports realm is teeming with beautiful women. Over the hill. Playing until 5 or 6 in the morning is making me nauseous. For the first time, I feel gaming is exhausting. Chen Lifei couldn't help but laugh heartily. Indeed, at any moment, once a hobby transforms into work, even gaming can become tiresome. Over the next few days, Chen Dongjun found a driving school for Chen Lifei. The owner of the school was an old comrade of Chen Dongjun, who offered an unbeatable friendly price of 1,000 yuan. Originally, his old comrade, Xiao Guoli, had no intention of charging Chen Dongjun, but when Chen Dongjun insisted on paying, Xiao Guoli reluctantly accepted the fee, fearing that if he didn't, Chen Dongjun would enroll elsewhere. Seizing this opportunity, Chen Dongjun intended to treat his old friend to a meal and insisted on bringing Chen Lifei along. Before leaving, he reminded, Xiao Shu's daughter will also be there. So dress nicely. Don't show up looking disheveled and embarrassing your father. Chen Dongjun was quite familiar with his father's old comrade. In his childhood, he had even been cradled by him. They had crossed paths once or twice during festivals. Chen Lifei recalled that the first time he met Xiao Guoli, he had brought along a delicate little girl, but at that time, Chen Lifei was too engrossed in card games to pay her much attention. He only remembered that the girl was particularly prone to tears. When his card accidentally flew in her face while he was playing, she cried incessantly, burying her face in her father's embrace and calling out. Chen Lifei thought she was quite a nuisance back then. Later, Xiao Shu went out of town for business, seemingly thriving, returning home in success with several enterprises in Haishur. The driving school was merely one of them. Now, that once delicate little crybaby had transformed into a wealthy girl. As Chen Lifei changed his clothes, he pondered, wouldn't that make her even more difficult to handle? Better not provoke her, he thought to himself, and Shui had to work overtime. So Chen Dongjun drove Chen Lifei to the restaurant. This establishment was also part of Xiao Shu's portfolio, and upon seeing the lavish decor, Chen Lifei was impressed. Chen Dongjun went to park the car, instructing Chen Lifei to head to the private room on the 4th floor. Chen Lifei strolled into the restaurant, hands in pockets, and pressed the elevator button. As the elevator doors opened, a wave of jasmine fragrance enveloped him. His gaze immediately fell upon a girl inside the elevator. She was clad in a light blue spaghetti strap dress and white leather shoes. The dress was simple, devoid of embellishments, yet the satin fabric exuded quality, flowing smoothly. The girl's porcelain skin radiated like a pearl against the pale blue, as if one could almost squeeze water from it. She had a slender figure and an exquisite face, reminiscent of Bing Bing, with an oval visage, large eyes, and a delicately upturned nose. Her natural beauty, devoid of makeup, was strikingly unforgettable. Chen Lifei looked at the girl, and she met his gaze. Her cool, aloof eyes scanned him with a calm pride, her brows slightly furrowed, and her cherry lips parted slightly, her demeanor akin to a mountain spring, refreshingly serene. Are you Chen Lifei? Chapter 68. The little crybaby transforms into an aloof goddess. Chen Lifei was momentarily taken aback. He scrutinized the girl again, even retracing memories of past lives in his mind, confirming he did not recognize her at all, nor did he expect her to know him. Furrowing his brow, he stepped into the elevator and turned to her. You know me? The girl confirmed his identity, her clear eyes gliding over him once more before she turned away, her gaze fixed ahead with indifference. She slightly parted her lips again. Your father invited my father to dinner. Oh, Chen Lifei understood. This girl was Xiao Shu's daughter, the once delicate little crybaby. How'd she grown up so fast? Oh, he recalled that she was the same age as him. Chen Lifei couldn't help but glance at the girl beside him again. She had indeed transformed into a high-cold goddess. Yet, a thought nagged at him. I wonder if she still cries? When would he have the chance to test that? The girl, of course, was oblivious to Chen Lifei's musings. As the elevator ascended, the two remained silent. The 4th floor arrived swiftly. The girl exited the elevator ahead of him, striding directly toward the private room at the end of the corridor. Passing servers greeted her, to which she nodded slightly, maintaining her poised posture, walking gracefully as if gliding in a straight line. Chen Lifei observed her silhouette, undeniably exuding the air of a privileged girl, distinct from the female classmates he usually encountered. He recalled hearing his mother mention that Xiao Shu's daughter had been attending an international high school, initially intended to be sent abroad upon graduation. However, since she had performed well academically, qualifying for prestigious domestic universities, and given her preference to stay in the country, Xiao Shu had ultimately respected her wishes. The thought of the burly, imposing Xiao Shu being a doting father made Chen Lifei chuckle. Upon reaching the door of the private room, the girl paused, slowly turning to glance at Chen Lifei, seemingly ensuring he was following her before she opened the door. Inside, Xiao Guoli stood by the window, one hand on his hip, the other holding a phone to his ear. The stock market these days is unpredictable. No need to liquidate everything. Some stocks are still worth holding on to. Let us meet tomorrow evening, and we can invite Old Hu from the securities side to discuss further. As soon as Chen Lifei entered the room, he heard Xiao Shu speaking boisterously on the phone. The girl disregarded the commotion, walked to the dining table, and took a seat. Hearing the noise, Xiao Guoli turned to see the two of them, hastily exchanging a few words before hanging up the call. After several years of absence, Chen Lifei observed that Uncle Xiao had acquired even more flesh upon his face. When he smiled, his features seemed to merge into one another, rendering his eyes nearly invisible. Our esteemed top scholar has arrived. It hasn't been easy, I must say. I've long wished for old Chen to bring you out for a meal, but your father, fearing it might impede your studies, kept postponing it. At last, having achieved the status of high school valedictorian, we finally meet. Chen Lifei was completely unaware that Chen Dongjun was still so anxious about his college entrance examinations. With a chuckle, he replied, "Oh, my father worries for nothing. Had I known Uncle Xiao wished to see me, I would have hurried over in a taxi to enjoy a meal at your home." This elicited a hearty laugh from Xiao Guoli, who noted how much Li Hui had matured. After all, in Guoli's memory, Chen Lifei had always been rather reserved. Throughout his upbringing, he was the model child in the eyes of every parent, academic excellence, trouble-free, and devoid of any rebellious phase. During gatherings, he would sit quietly, consuming his meal and maintaining polite conversation with the elders, exhibiting impeccable manners. Yet, his excessive politeness sometimes rendered him a tad distant, almost overly courteous. To Guoli's surprise, after years apart, the boy's demeanor had transformed into one of lively exuberance. At the very least, he had learned to indulge in jest. This had undeniably bridged the gap between them. Xiao Guoli stepped forward, positioning himself behind a young woman. His broad hand rested gently upon her shoulder, his tone shifting to one of affectionate indulgence. "Li Hui, this is my daughter, Xiao Baiwei. You two used to play together often when you were younger. Do you remember?" Chen Lifei certainly remembered. She was the most tearful girl he had ever encountered, her cries resounding like thunder, often causing him a headache. He nodded, "Of course I remember. She has always been remarkably pretty, with fair skin and large eyes. Even as a child, it was clear she would grow into a beauty. Now, she has become even more stunning. I hardly dare to look." Xiao Guoli wondered if it was merely his imagination, but he felt that Li Hui appeared somewhat inebriated today. Wasn't he his daughter a mere 2 months older than old Chen's son? How was it that she was now being addressed as sister? As chapter 69 unfolded, focusing on one-on-one tutoring, Chen Lifei was engrossed in playful banter with Xiao Guoli, oblivious to the fact that Bai Wei had lifted her gaze. Her tranquil eyes, akin to gems enveloped in a soft hue, held a profound clarity, yet remained indifferent, scanning Li Hui with a cool detachment. The youth could not be described as particularly handsome, but he exuded a refreshing charm, tall and slender. His prominent nose lent a ruggedness to his features, yet his gaze was gentle. Bai Wei's eyes, devoid of warmth, scrutinized Li Hui, her thoughts a mystery. Upon noticing her gaze, Li Hui glanced over while conversing with Guoli, but their eyes never met. She remained absorbed in the view outside, seemingly unmoved by the light-hearted exchanges between him and Guoli. Taking a sip of tea, Li Hui mused silently. The little crybaby has grown up. She seems to harbor her own worries now. Yet he still found it hard to reconcile the frigid, aloof goddess before him with the chubby, tear-streaked child he remembered. The contrast was stark. At that moment, Chen Dongjun entered the private dining room. Upon seeing Dongjun, Xiao Guoli erupted into hearty laughter, extending his arms towards him. The two middle-aged men, both rather rotund, embraced, their bellies colliding before their hands could meet. They laughed heartily, panting slightly as they released one another. "Old Chen," Guoli jested, "I imagine your spirits have soared to new heights with a valedictorian son. You must be over the moon." As he spoke, he gestured for Dongjun to take a seat. Dongjun chuckled. "And you, my friend, have done well. Bai Wei is growing ever more beautiful. You are truly fortunate. With your stout frame, you could father such a delicate daughter. You must have accumulated quite a bit of fortune in your past lives." Guoli beamed with pride at his daughter, showing no signs of modesty. He lifted his chin and declared, indeed, it took considerable effort to win over her mother, all aimed at enhancing the Xiao family genes. "Ha ha ha!" Dongjun roared with laughter, and the atmosphere remained congenial as the two men exchanged stories without end. They reminisced about their time in the military, discussed Guoli's business ventures in the south, and recounted Dongjun's experiences at work over the years, eventually returning to the topic of their children. Chen Lifei, with a grin, enjoyed his meal, interjecting with quips to amuse the two adults. Meanwhile, Bai Wei remained silent, seated quietly beside them, occasionally reaching for a couple of cold dishes. The revolving platter at the table caught Li Hui's attention. He noted that Bai Wei had barely touched her food all evening, slowly picking at a single cold dish. Her pace was so leisurely that by the time she delicately placed a morsel in her mouth, the dish had already rotated out of her reach. leaving her waiting for it to return before she could take another bite. Half an hour passed, and the dish showed only the slightest signs of having been nibbled. Unable to bear it any longer, Li Hui spoke up. Uncle Xiao, could you please stop the automatic rotation of this platter? I eat quickly, and by the time I grab a bite, the dish has already moved away. Guoli promptly pressed a button beneath the table. It can be stopped. It can be stopped. Uncle will take care of it. Feel free to eat whatever you like, and let me know when you're done, and I'll bring you another serving. I can even pack some for you to take home. Dongjun interjected. Why go through such trouble? It seems wasteful. Ah, this restaurant is mine, Guoli laughed. It's all on me. No need to fret about costs. Dongjun was momentarily taken aback. Hey, you sly old fox, I invite you for a meal, and you have me come to your own restaurant. What is the meaning of this? Realizing he had let slip too much, Guoli chuckled heartily. Oh, come now. Why the formalities between us? Let us eat. The two quickly resumed their conversation on other topics. Chen Lifei stood up, lifted the plate of cold dishes before Dongjun, and returned it to Bai Wei. Her motion paused, and her gaze lazily shifted to Li Hui. He raised an eyebrow, silently urging her to partake. It felt as if he were the proprietor of the establishment. Bai Wei averted her eyes, continuing to eat quietly, offering no thanks to Li Hui. She remained aloof, not uttering a single word. Li Hui pondered. Could it be that after all these years, this little crybaby has turned mute? Oh, wait. She had spoken in the elevator just moments ago. It turned out she was not mute. She simply could not be bothered to engage with him. Li Hui found this indifference rather inconsequential. He was merely a bit curious. In his recollection, it seemed that there had not been such a banquet in his previous life. It was indeed true that Uncle Xiao had returned in glory, but due to his numerous enterprises and busy schedule, he seldom maintained contact with their family. However, when the Chen family encountered difficulties, specifically during the time Shui fell ill, Uncle Xiao had sent a substantial sum of money home, although the exact amount remained unknown. Chen Lifei surmised that Shui had likely taken it all to use as the betrothal gifts for Lin Siyun. As for Xiao Baiwei, his entire impression of her in his past life was limited to that of a weeping child. He had never seen her as an adult. Reflecting on this, Chen Lifei could not help but feel a sense of intrigue. What transformations had occurred that led him to reconnect with Uncle Xiao and Xiao Baiwei in this lifetime? While lost in thought, he was interrupted by Xiao Guoli calling his name. Lifei, I wish to discuss something with you. I am uncertain if you would be amenable. But regardless, I will prioritize your wishes. Should you feel unwilling, please do not hesitate to express this to me. There is no need for discomfort. After all, your father and I have shared many years of friendship, and there is nothing we cannot discuss. Chen Lifei smiled and replied sincerely, Uncle Xiao, please feel free to speak your mind. If I truly find it burdensome, I shall certainly decline your request. Consider it. If you are bold enough to put me in a difficult position, how could I possibly feel shy about refusing you? His words elicited a hearty laugh from Xiao Guoli. Initially, he had felt somewhat awkward, fearing that Chen Lifei might find it difficult to refuse and feel pressured. However, with Chen Lifei's remarks, he relaxed considerably. Xiao Guoli continued to praise Chen Dongjun, exclaiming, Lifei has matured significantly over these past few years. Old Chen, you have done well in raising your son. Chen Dongjun chuckled modestly. In truth, he too felt that his son had become much more vivacious, though he had not exerted much effort in guiding him. After all, he himself was rather reserved and not well-versed in social matters. Over the years, Xiao Guoli had been his only close friend. After finishing his praise, Xiao Guoli cleared his throat and resumed addressing Chen Lifei. Here is the matter. I recently invested in a training institution, and we are currently in the promotional phase. Therefore, creating a buzz is vital. I was thinking, given that you are the top scorer of our city in the college entrance examination, if you were willing to serve as a one-on-one tutor at our institution for a month, it would certainly attract considerable attention. Moreover, I assure you that I will not be stingy regarding compensation. All tuition fees from students who enroll due to your reputation will go entirely to you. I will not take a single penny, as I am merely utilizing your name for promotion. Furthermore, if you agree to be a tutor, aside from the fees from the students, I will also provide you with a monthly salary of 20,000 yuan. What do you think? Chen Dongjun immediately interjected, Old Xiao, what nonsense are you speaking? Why would you pay a child 20,000 yuan? As his elder, asking a younger family member for assistance should not involve discussions of money. Xiao Guoli's expression grew serious. Old Chen, one must not speak in such a manner. Even siblings must keep accounts clear. I am your brother, but I'm not Li Fei's brother. As his elder, how could I possibly take advantage of a younger generation? If this were to get out, who would dare do business with me in Haishur? I'm already leveraging my reputation to ask Li Fei for help, so I must ensure that he is compensated fairly. Of course, this is all contingent on Li Fei's willingness. If he is reluctant, then consider my words as never having been spoken. and we shall simply enjoy this meal without any lingering concerns. Chen Lifei understood. He recognized that the difference between this life and his previous one stemmed from the fact that he had not been the top scorer in the college entrance examination last time. Thus, Uncle Xiao had no reason to seek him out for assistance. Upon hearing Xiao Guoli's proposal, Chen Lifei found the opportunity quite appealing. In terms of teaching experience, he even had over a month of tutoring experience. Furthermore, the salary offered was quite generous, even though he had already invested in a lottery ticket, which could be considered a substantial seed fund for starting a business. One could never have too much money. Moreover, with Xiao Guoli's numerous enterprises in Haishu, forging this connection could prove advantageous for future endeavors. After contemplating, Chen Lifei replied, I am willing to tutor, but I prefer not to conduct one-on-one sessions. Teaching one student is akin to teaching 10. I propose forming a small class instead, focusing solely on mathematics and comprehensive science. He continued to outline his plan, a small class of 10 students, teaching mathematics in the morning, charging 800 to 1,000 per class from 10:30 to 12:30. In the afternoon, I will teach comprehensive science, with only one class scheduled from 2:30 to 5:30. In total, there will be 3 classes a day, accommodating 30 students over the course of a month, with each student contributing 3,000 yuan. This arrangement alone would yield 90,000 yuan in registration fees. Adding the 20,000 yuan salary from Uncle Xiao, I would earn a total of 110,000 yuan in just 1 month, fulfilling my long-held aspiration of a monthly income of 100,000. Xiao Guoli could not help but burst into laughter. You're quite clever, just like your Uncle Xiao, fond of money. Those who appreciate wealth and know how to earn it are all good children. He turned to Chen Dongjun, exclaiming, Old Chen, I must tell you, Lifei has an incredibly promising future. However, Chen Dongjun felt somewhat puzzled. Oh, Old Xiao, don't encourage Lifei in such frivolities. 3,000 yuan per month for tutoring is excessively high. Many people don't even earn that in a month. Xiao Guoli waved his hand dismissively. Ah, you don't understand. Nowadays, parents invest in their children without hesitation. Spending 3,000 yuan to have a top scorer personally tutor their child is considered an absolute bargain. Furthermore, some parents might assume that if the fees are too low, the quality of the teacher must also be lacking. Thus, they will be disinclined to enroll. It's akin to luxury marketing. The higher the price, the more people believe there must be a reason for it. The more expensive it is, the less they question why the charges are so high. Therefore, in educational training, one must avoid price wars. The lower the price, the less likely parents are to enroll. Xiao Guoli rubbed his hands together and looked at Chen Lifei, saying, Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. I will find someone to promote our institution's top score class, and we aim to commence by early July. Does that sound agreeable? Chen Lifei added, however, I want to have time for the driving school. Xiao Guoli immediately reassured him, You need not worry about the driving school. Once you are in university, I will find you a high-quality driving school in Jing'an, and you won't need to concern yourself with any expenses. You can learn alongside Wei Wei, and, with my connections, I guarantee you will obtain your license within 2 months. Learning alongside Xiao Baiwei, Chen Lifei inquired, Is she also going to university in Jing'an? Xiao Guoli chuckled. Indeed she is. My daughter can be considered quite impressive. Although her grades may not match yours, she has nonetheless secured a place at a prestigious 985 institution, Tianjin Polytechnic University, which is situated merely a stone's throw from Tsinghua and Peking universities, less than 3 kilometers in direct distance. This proximity will certainly provide mutual support for both of you. Tsinghua University is located in the heart of Kongzhuang South Road in Tianjin, with Tianjin University of Finance and Economics to the north and Jinggang Polytechnic University to the south. The 3 institutions are in close proximity to one another. Tianjin Polytechnic University is also a key 985 university, with admission scores that are quite competitive. Several of its top-tier engineering programs require nearly 700 points for entry, particularly the computer science major, which stands as the university's flagship discipline. Chen Lifei casually inquired, Which major is your sister applying for? Xiao Guoli thought for a moment before responding, I believe it's something from the School of Computer Science, Animation, or some design major. As Xiao Guoli stumbled through his words, a cool, clear voice interjected from his side. It's the 3D modeling and animation design major. Ah, yes, that's the one, I exclaimed. Our little Wei Wei has always had a penchant for drawing, often spending hours sketching on the computer. When she expressed her desire to apply for this program, I, a clumsy brute, could only acquiesce to her wishes, knowing little of the subject matter. Chen Lifei raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. Such impressive grades from this little crybaby? This is indeed noteworthy. It seems the old adage about children who cry often in their youth, draining the water from their brains, thereby becoming cleverer as they grow, holds a kernel of truth. Chen Lifei chuckled inwardly while maintaining a serious demeanor. It's quite rare to see a girl pursuing this field. Your sister is quite remarkable. Chen Dongjun, unable to contain himself any longer, gave Chen Lifei a light pat on the back. Why do you keep calling her sister? You're born in September, while Wei is from July. She's actually 2 months your senior. Is that so? Chen Lifei had genuinely forgotten. Suddenly, he recalled the song and turned a glance at Xiao Wei. So, you're a Leo at the tail end of July? This remark left Chen Dongjun and Xiao Guli perplexed. Xiao Wei shot him a sidelong glance, seemingly unimpressed by his comment. However, in front of the two adults, she politely uttered 2 words. Cancer. A Cancer girl indeed. Chen Lifei mentally reviewed the astrological discussions that often transpired among the girls in his class. He recalled that Cancer females were known for their nurturing nature and strong familial ties. Observing Xiao Wei, he thought, not quite what I expected. He shrugged, choosing to remain silent. Xiao Guoli, with a smile, remarked, speaking of which, Wei Wei's birthday is fast approaching. Her mother places great importance on this coming-of-age celebration and has already booked a hotel to properly commemorate the occasion. Old Chen, you must bring Li Feng and your wife along. Chen Dongjun nodded in agreement. We will certainly attend. He gazed at Xiao Wei with a sense of pride, reflecting on how quickly she had grown. In the blink of an eye, you've blossomed into a young lady. I remember when you were so small that your father was afraid to hold you, lest he drop you. Now you're almost an adult. Wei Wei, I wish you a happy coming of age in advance, and hope your university life is filled with success. Xiao Wei smiled softly, her demeanor markedly different when addressing her elders. Upon hearing Chen Dongjun's well wishes, she returned the sentiment with graciousness. Thank you, uncle. I also wish you good health. Do make time to dine with my father. He often speaks of you. Chen Dongjun nodded, a smile gracing his face. During dinner, Xiao Guli frequently reminded Chen Lifei about the tutoring schedule, confirming the training institute's address and inquiring if there was anything he needed to prepare. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Lifei replied, I'm not quite sure what I need to prepare at the moment. How about this, Uncle Xiao? I'll add you on QQ. And if I think of anything later, I'll message you. Xiao Guoli chuckled heartily. At my age, I don't use the same platforms as you youngsters. I don't have QQ. He then turned to Xiao Wei. Li Feng, why don't you add Wei Wei? Wei Wei, please add him on QQ. If Li Feng has any questions, like directions or anything, you can assist him. Your father is often busy and may miss calls. Chen Lifei initially intended to decline. It wasn't due to any moral high ground he held, but rather because he believed Xiao Wei would be reluctant to add him. After all, she had been rather aloof since their first meeting, scarcely uttering more than a few words. Such a girl likely valued her privacy and wouldn't easily add others as friends. As he pondered this, a phone appeared before him, accompanied by a pair of luminous white hands. The fingers were slender and delicate, with a hint of pink at the joints. The clean, smooth nails were adorned with a glistening coat of clear polish, giving them a healthy, lustrous appearance. The screen displayed Xiao Wei's QQ profile page. Her voice, cool and composed, floated through the air. You can add me. Chapter 71. What is so interesting about women sleeping? Chen Lifei was taken aback. This girl truly defies expectations. Realizing his miscalculation, he took his phone without further hesitation, glancing at Xiao Wei's screen as he diligently entered her QQ number. To his surprise, it was an 8-digit, stylish number, quite trendy indeed. Little crybaby. After inputting her QQ number, he hit search, which led him to Xiao Wei's personal background page. Her avatar depicted a plump, white-eyed cat, cradled in someone's arms, revealing a stretch of snowy white arm beneath its paws. Xiao Wei's QQ name was Little White Rabbit. It seemed this little crybaby had a soft spot for both cats and rabbits. Chen Lifei clicked to add her as a friend, and Xiao Wei retrieved her phone, tapping a few times. Soon, a vibration signaled the arrival of a message on his device. Little White Rabbit has added you as a friend. You can now begin chatting. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Xiao Wei tapping away on her phone, likely crafting a note for him. Chen Lifei too accessed her profile to modify his contact name. After typing Xiao Wei, he paused, backspacing to re-enter Little Crybaby. The meal extended into the early afternoon. Xiao Guoli had several engagements to attend and did not keep them long, expressing his gratitude to Chen Lifei once again. Chen Dongjun and Chen Lifei bid farewell and left. As they walked into the parking lot, Chen Lifei slid into the passenger seat, glancing in the rearview mirror just in time to see Xiao Guoli and Xiao Wei exit the restaurant. Xiao Guoli was on the phone, while Xiao Wei stood quietly beside him, her posture straight, chin slightly raised, her delicate neck accentuating the graceful lines from her neck to her collarbone and arms. A gentle breeze lifted the hem of Xiao Wei's skirt, and from afar, one could almost catch a whiff of the fragrance of gardenias. Chen Lifei diverted his gaze, pondering what kind of storm Xiao Wei would unleash upon the computer science department at Tianjin Polytechnic University once the semester commenced. The university was already known for its competitive environment, with female students in engineering disciplines often being rather unassuming. In an environment such as that, a girl of Xiao Baiwei's caliber would undoubtedly resemble a swan plunged into a frog pond, fortunate merely to escape being devoured alive. Upon returning home, Chen Lifei indulged in a brief slumber, waking up groggily around 4 in the afternoon. As he reached for his phone, he discovered several messages from Su Xiaoyu on QQ. Chen Lifei, what are you up to? Why haven't you replied? Chen Lifei, would you like to watch a movie? I'll treat you. I'm so bored at home. Chen Lifei, where are you? Forget it, I wasn't that keen on watching a movie anyway. After reading a few messages, Chen Lifei replied succinctly, just woke up. Su Xiaoyu responded almost immediately. Did you sleep from last night until now? Haven't you eaten? Aren't you hungry? Fei, I had lunch before sleeping. Are you foolish? Xiaoyu, oh. Fei, what movie do you want to see? Xiaoyu, I want to watch Maleficent starring Angelina Jolie. Fei, what is so interesting about a woman sleeping? Xiaoyu, Fei, how about we watch Transformers 4? You're either made of metal or flesh. Xiaoyu, no, I don't like those fighting movies. I want to see Maleficent. Fei, all right. Xiaoyu sent a peace emoji. Then I'll buy the tickets. What time? Should we eat dinner first or watch the movie and then eat? Fei, either is fine. It's up to you. Buy 1 ticket for Maleficent and 1 for Transformers. We'll meet at the cinema. You can watch yours, and I'll watch mine. Perfect. Xiaoyu, Chen Lifei, I hate you. Fei, haha. Despite the playful banter, in the end, Chen Lifei accompanied Su Xiaoyu to watch Maleficent. Upon exiting the cinema, Su Xiaoyu exclaimed, Angelina Jolie is truly beautiful. I've heard many men adore those full lips. Chen Lifei, is that true? Do you like them? Chen Lifei cleared his throat. Men do appreciate the generous, but it likely refers to something other than lips. He refrained from sharing this thought with Su Xiaoyu, opting instead for a light-hearted laugh. Men appreciate all sorts. We embody a spirit of inclusiveness. Su Xiaoyu suspected Chen Lifei was teasing her, but she had no proof. She inquired, what are your plans for the summer vacation? I've been at home for 2 days and it's so dull. My days consist of watching television and reading novels. My eyes might go blind. Ever since Zhou Shufan was admitted to a psychiatric hospital, Su Xiaoyu felt a sense of relief and had not returned to work at the tavern. She yearned for a peaceful summer break, preparing for a fresh start in college. Chen Lifei grinned mischievously. I'm quite busy. Su Xiaoyu, busy with what? Chen Lifei, busy selling myself. Huh? Su Xiaoyu's eyes widened. Chen Lifei, selling my knowledge and intellect. Noticing Su Xiaoyu's confusion, Chen Lifei rolled his eyes. I mean tutoring. You're so dense. Su Xiaoyu finally smacked him playfully. You scared me. Chen Lifei leaned closer, staring at her. What unhealthy thoughts are swirling in that walnut-sized brain of yours? Su Xiaoyu. Chapter 72. The Gambler Cannot House. Su Xiaoyu was startled by Chen Lifei's sudden proximity. She had been walking forward when he abruptly turned around, bent down, and moved closer to her. She nearly lost her footing and bumped into him. Lifting her gaze, she met his teasing smile, a wicked glint in his eyes. Su Xiaoyu's ears flushed crimson. She took a step back and pushed Chen Lifei away. What's wrong with you? Who is thinking of anything inappropriate? You were the one making those comments to lead me astray. Chen Lifei turned around, laughing heartily, and continued walking. So what were you thinking? Su Xiaoyu averted her gaze, turning her face aside to hide the faint blush. I can't be bothered to talk to you. Chen Lifei slipped his hands into his pockets. If you don't chat with me now, you want to get to talk to me later. Su Xiaoyu paused. What do you mean I want to be able to talk to you later? What is up with you, Chen Lifei? Chen Lifei, I'll be busy with tutoring every day. I want to have time to hang out with you. So how will you talk to me? Su Xiao. Neurotic. She had worried for nothing, thinking Chen Lifei was unwell. She had truly watched too many idol dramas. Su Xiaoyu, thoroughly disinterested, pouted and continued walking. Chen Lifei followed behind, laughing heartily. The summer in Haishur was fervent and vibrant, the shade of trees casting dappled patterns on the pavement. Even the wind felt warm. The air infused with the scent of sweat, while sunlight cascaded down like gold. The fluttering strands of a girl's hair mixed with the youthful laughter of a boy, creating a scene that was both ordinary and yet strikingly youthful. Before long, July arrived. Chen Lifei glanced at the time. The semi-finals of the World Cup were approaching. That day, he ventured out to accompany Shui on a grocery shopping trip. At the market, they encountered a middle-aged woman who greeted Shui warmly. The woman recognized Chen Lifei. After all, he was the top scorer from the college entrance examination, a figure well known in the neighborhood, having been featured in the news. Out shopping for groceries? I haven't seen you and your family recently. I thought you all had gone on a trip. Your son is so accomplished. Why not take advantage of the summer vacation to travel a bit? The middle-aged woman expressed her enthusiasm towards Shui. Shui smiled politely. Old Chen is busy with work, and my child doesn't enjoy going out much. I've asked him several times. But he doesn't want to go anywhere. He's just staying home. Ah, what a considerate child, excelling academically while also thinking of his parents. You and your husband are truly blessed. And Shui chatted amiably with her, and the two women continued to stroll through the market, exchanging pleasantries while shopping. Chen Lifei trailed behind, observing the middle-aged woman. She was somewhat plump, not particularly tall, perhaps around 160 centimeters. From a distance, she appeared as a rounded figure. However, she was known for her warm-hearted nature, familiar with nearly every household in the community, exuding enthusiasm and optimism, regarded as a kind-hearted individual. Yet, Chen Lifei had met her in a previous life, at his own funeral. The woman's husband had succumbed to a gambling addiction, secretly betting away the family's entire savings, even mortgaging their house for funds, all in an attempt to gamble on Brazil's victory, only to lose everything. He ultimately dragged the middle-aged woman and their only child to leap from the rooftop together, and Shui had a close relationship with the woman, which is why she brought Chen Lifei along to attend their family's funeral. Chen Lifei was aware that he was no savior. Yet, having been reborn, he possessed certain foreknowledge of events, which he considered a chance to offer a warning, a good intention. However, if, after the warning, the other party chose to disregard it, he would be powerless to intervene, just as he had earnestly tried to warn the tavern owner, Luo Yan. But if she ultimately decided to stubbornly support her boyfriend with her money, then there was little he could do. Chen Lifei found himself unable to intervene. One could only do their utmost and leave the rest to fate. After contemplating this, he turned to Shui and inquired, "Mother, are you aware that someone has died in the neighboring community?" Shui and the middle-aged woman were momentarily taken aback, for this was news to them. Humans possess an innate penchant for gossip, and Shui quickly asked, "Which community?" The tale was entirely fabricated by Chen Lifei, who thus evaded specifics and instead emphasized the crux of the matter. "Oh, just the one next door. I heard that the man in that household was so enamored with watching football that he mortgaged all their possessions to gamble, ultimately losing everything. In a tragic turn of events, he took his wife and children with him to leap from the building. It's truly heartrending." The expression of the middle-aged woman shifted dramatically. Her own husband had been similarly captivated by football and gambling for quite some time. The most severe incident had left them destitute, with him on his knees, fervently begging for forgiveness and vowing never to watch football again. For the sake of their children and to prevent the disintegration of their family, she had chosen to forgive him. In recent years, her husband had seemingly calmed down, and their financial situation had gradually improved, with savings beginning to accumulate once more. Yet, she had begun to notice subtle signs of his old habits resurfacing on several occasions. She awakened in the dead of night to find him absent from their bed, the bathroom light aglow, faintly echoing the commentary of a football match, accompanied by his occasional mutterings of frustration. Concern gnawed at her heart. Chen Lifei, observing her demeanor, added, with the World Cup generating such fervor lately, those who indulge in football and gambling are likely feeling the itch again, unable to resist." The middle-aged woman's expression darkened further, while Shui sighed in agreement. "Indeed, one must never dabble in gambling. Once ensnared, one might commit the most heinous acts. It is truly harmful." Chen Lifei remarked, "If I had a gambling addict in my household, I would preemptively transfer all our assets. Money saved, properties transferred, at the very least to safeguard against unforeseen circumstances. Even if the individual proves irredeemable, the funds would remain intact. After all, our family is not solely comprised of that one person. Should there be children, we cannot allow them to lose their future as well." The middle-aged woman appeared contemplative. Recognizing this, Chen Lifei ceased his discourse, having done his utmost to impart a warning. The rest was left to fate. Chapter 73. 1,000 crippling strikes to a tender heart after finishing lunch. Zhou Jiangjun invited Chen Lifei to go shopping. Chen Lifei retorted incredulously, "Are you out of your mind? Who graduates high school and goes shopping with a grown man? How embarrassing." Zhou Jiangjun, somewhat sheepish, explained, "Oh, it's my mother's fault. She enrolled me in driving school, and I have my second theory exam in 2 days. I need to buy some sunscreen, or I'll end up looking like a cold briquette, and that would ruin my image in college." Chen Lifei quipped, "I never took you for someone who enjoys playing the pretty boy." Zhou Jiangjun shot back, "Shut it." Chen Lifei understood the reason behind his friend's desire for sunscreen. Zhou Jiangjun's only redeeming quality was his skin. The lad inherited his mother's porcelain complexion, while the rest of him resembled his father. His eyes were not particularly large, his nose was unremarkable, but he did possess a decent face shape. As the saying goes, a fair complexion conceals a multitude of flaws. And Zhou Jiangjun's pale skin masked many of his physical shortcomings. If he were to tan, he might as well become a black monkey from the Philippines. Zhou Jiangjun expressed his reluctance. My mom insists on giving me her sunscreen. I really don't want to use that stuff. It feels too feminine. I'm thinking of just getting a baseball cap and some casual sun protective gear to look more laid back. Oh, so you wish to avoid sunburn while maintaining your cool facade. Chen Lifei summarized. Zhou Jiangjun retorted, you talk too much. Are you coming or not? Entrance fee is $50. Bye. I'll find Xiao Yu to go with me. Half an hour later, Chen Lifei and Zhou Jiangjun met at Starlight Plaza. They first visited Adidas and Nike, where Zhou Jiangjun purchased a hat. The wide-brimmed baseball cap was just the right size to shield his face. Do I look handsome? Zhou Jiangjun asked as he donned it. Lower your head a bit more. Chen Lifei instructed. Zhou Jiangjun complied. Lower it even further, Chen Lifei urged again. When the brim of the cap nearly concealed most of Zhou Jiangjun's face, leaving only his chin visible, Chen Lifei nodded in approval. Now that is an impressive look. Damn, you get lost. Zhou Jiangjun shot back, annoyed. After paying, the two continued to bicker. As Chen Lifei kicked out playfully, Zhou Jiangjun sidestepped, resulting in a loud crash followed by the sound of something shattering on the ground, accompanied by a girl's startled scream. Zhou Jiangjun turned sharply to see an irate girl with a ponytail, pouting in displeasure. Hey, what are you doing? Are you blind while walking? That was my freshly bought drink. Zhou Jiangjun looked down to see an unopened cup of milk tea shattered on the ground, spilling its contents everywhere. Sorry. I wasn't paying attention, he apologized profusely. But the response came from another voice, cool and devoid of emotion. Hello, Chen Lifei. Zhou Jiangjun froze. The speaker was a girl standing beside the ponytailed girl, her long, straight black hair cascading down to her waist, lustrous and smooth. Her skin so fair it glimmered slightly. The contrast of her dark hair against her pale complexion made her resemble a character straight out of a manga. With her eyebrows slightly arched and a cool, detached expression on her heart-shaped face, she appeared standoffish and unapproachable. It was none other than Xiao Baiwei. Chen Lifei, recognizing her, stepped forward to greet Xiao Baiwei and her friend. Oh, it's you. What a coincidence. I apologize, my friend is quite thoughtless. Where did you buy the milk tea? I'll replace it for you. Zhou Jiangjun interjected. What the hell? You kicked me. I'm the thoughtless one. The ponytail girl, realizing that Chen Lifei knew Xiao Baiwei, chose to let it go. Forget it. The tea shop is quite far. It's no big deal. However, she still pouted, clearly displeased. The four stood facing each other. The atmosphere awkward. Xiao Baiwei raised her eyes and spoke with a clear voice. Xiao. We'll buy another one later. It's on me. Then, she called out to a cleaning lady in the mall. Excuse me, I'm sorry to disturb you. We accidentally made a mess here. Could you please clean up? Thank you. The cleaning lady nodded promptly. Xiao Baiwei added another thank you and handed the cleaning lady 100 yuan. The cleaning lady was taken aback. Oh, no need for that, dear. Yet Xiao Baiwei insisted, her gentle demeanor carrying an air of undeniable authority. It was our mistake. Please accept it and don't hesitate. Reluctantly, the cleaning lady accepted the money. Once Xiao Baiwei completed her act of kindness, she lifted her gaze back to Chen Lifei, her expression returning to its tranquil and aloof state. We'll be leaving now. Goodbye, Chen Lifei. As soon as the words were about to escape her lips, Xiao Baiwei had already taken Xiao by the hand, swiftly departing from the vicinity of Chen Lifei and Zhou Jiangjun. Chen Lifei exclaimed, what a polite little crybaby. Yet not overly so. Once Xiao Baiwei had distanced herself, Zhou Jiangjun abruptly tugged at Chen Lifei's arm, exclaiming, who is that girl? Do you know her? Since when have you been hiding such a beautiful girl from me? Gritting his teeth, Zhou Jiangjun continued, Chen Lifei, first it was Su Xiaoyu, and now this one. You better come clean with me. Chen Lifei retorted, you're out of your mind. As he walked, he added, she's just the daughter of a friend of my dad's. I only met her a few days ago. Indeed, it was a recent acquaintance. Although they had played together in childhood, had it not been for that dinner gathering, he might not have recognized Xiao Baiwei even if they crossed paths on the street. She had changed remarkably. On the other side, the girl with the ponytail, Xiao, a high school classmate of Xiao Baiwei, was filled with curiosity. Wei, do you know that boy? Is he your friend? It was no surprise that Xiao posed this question, for she had scarcely witnessed Xiao Baiwei initiate a conversation with any boy, which piqued her interest greatly. The boys who pursued Xiao Baiwei could be said to line up from the school gate to the cafeteria, yet she had always ignored them. Even when rejecting their advances, she would merely cast a silent glance before turning away. This was the first instance Xiao had seen Xiao Baiwei actively greet a boy, albeit with a simple hello and goodbye. Xiao Baiwei's expression remained inscrutable. When she thought of Chen Lifei, it was not his current visage that came to mind, but rather the memory of a small boy from many years ago who had whispered to his mother, "That girl is so chubby, her arms look like candied hawthorns. If she gets hungry, she could take a bite out of herself." That remark had lingered in Xiao Baiwei's memory ever since. Consequently, she had embarked on a journey of weight loss and body sculpting, as the impact of that comment had been profound during her formative years. Over the years, she and Chen Lifei had not crossed paths again. It was only when he achieved the top score in the college entrance examination that Xiao Guoli, upon seeing an interview about him on television, inquired, "Wei Wei, do you remember? This is your Uncle Chun's son. You two played together when you were little. He even carried you. Haha," though he was too small to manage it back then. This memory, which Xiao Baiwei had struggled to forget, resurfaced in her mind. Thus, when Xiao Guoli casually asked if she would attend the dinner with Chun Dongjun, Xiao Baiwei responded, "Sure," leaving Xiao Guoli somewhat bewildered. His daughter had never attended such gatherings. In the astonished gaze of Xiao Guoli, Xiao Baiwei nonchalantly retreated to her room to change. She no longer harbored resentment towards Chen Lifei. Rather, she was filled with curiosity about the boy who had once mocked her for being chubby, comparing her to a string of candied hawthorns. What had become of him now? As her thoughts settled, Xiao Baiwei coolly replied to Xiao Qiao, "My dad and his dad are friends. As for us, not really." Chapter 74. My body belongs only to women. Chen Lifei accompanied Zhou Jiangjun as they purchased 2 lightweight sports sun protection jackets. Satisfied with his choice, Chen Lifei bought one for himself as well. After their shopping spree, Chen Lifei inquired, "What next? An internet cafe?" However, Zhou Jiangjun appeared disinterested. "Every time we go out, it's always the internet cafe. It's mundane. We're university students now, adults, and we ought to engage in activities befitting our age." Chen Lifei queried, "What do you want to do that adults should do?" Zhou Jiangjun fell silent. Chen Lifei fell silent too. Then, exchanging glances, they couldn't help but burst into laughter, their tones laced with mischief. "What's wrong with you? Your mind is filthy," Chen Lifei teased. Zhou Jiangjun retorted, "If your mind isn't filthy, how do you know what I'm thinking? What are you laughing about? Contemplating the history of human evolution and reproduction?" Zhou Jiangjun erupted with laughter. As they strolled through the mall, they were surrounded by boutiques favored by women and claw machines adored by children. Yet there were no establishments that catered solely to men. As for what constituted a man's store, Chen Lifei chose not to elaborate, let their imaginations run wild. As they wandered, they found themselves at a cinema, bustling with couples, clearly smitten with each other. The sight of the 2 young men standing out in the crowd was rather conspicuous. Zhou Jiangjun draped his arm over Chen Lifei's shoulder. "Hey, it's been ages since we've seen a movie. Let us catch one together." Chen Lifei replied, "I just went with Su Xiaoyu a couple of days ago to see Sleeping Beauty. It was dull." Zhou Jiangjun was exasperated. "Wait, you went on a date with her without inviting me?" Chen Lifei shot him a glance. "You know it was a date. Why would I bring you along as a third wheel?" Zhou Jiangjun's eyes lit up. "Really? You two are together now? When did this happen? Who made the first move?" Chen Lifei simply remarked, "I was just joking," but Zhou Jiangjun took him seriously. Chen Lifei shrugged off Zhou Jiangjun's arm and approached the ticket counter. "Hello, I'd like to purchase 2 tickets for Transformers, please, the last row." The ticket seller tapped a few buttons on the machine. While waiting for the tickets, she asked, "Would you like to buy some cola and popcorn? We have a summer surprise package where students with their exam admission tickets can receive 2 bottles of cola for free, along with a large popcorn for just $9.99. That sounded quite economical. Chen Lifei called for Zhou Jiangjun, and they searched for their admission ticket photos on their phones. They owed this to their homeroom teacher, Old Lu, who had repeatedly advised everyone to save photos of their admission tickets on their phones, in case they mislaid the physical copies when checking their scores. Once they located the photos, the ticket seller verified their information and asked, "Would you like to add popcorn for just $9.99? The ticket seller appeared to be a student herself, likely working a summer job. With a round face that wasn't particularly beautiful, her sweet smile revealed 2 deep dimples, instantly capturing Zhou Jiangjun's attention. He nodded eagerly. Yes, I want it." As they left with their tickets, Zhou Jiangjun's gaze lingered on the dimpled ticket seller. Chen Lifei nudged him. "What's wrong with you? You're acting like a lecher, staring at every pretty girl you see." Zhou Jiangjun defended himself. "This one is different. I genuinely like her." Chen Lifei replied, "If you like her, go ask for her QQ number." Zhou Jiangjun hesitated. "Isn't it a bit too abrupt to ask for her number after just meeting her?" Chen Lifei teased, "Well, you can wait until she has 2 kids and 3 years before you ask her." Zhou Jiangjun fell silent. While waiting to enter the theater, Zhou Jiangjun couldn't resist the urge. Perhaps Chen Lifei's earlier comment spurred him on. He mustered the courage to approach the ticket seller and inquire about her QQ number. Chen Lifei stood nearby, watching the scene unfold. He observed as the ticket seller initially looked taken aback, then shyly lowered her head, casting a few quick glances at Zhou Jiangjun. Seizing the moment when the supervisor was distracted, she discreetly whispered something to him. Zhou Jiangjun lowered his head, tapping away on his phone. The initial signs of love begin to emerge. Zhou Jiangjun turned and walked in the direction of Chen Lifei. His steps were relatively steady, yet his face had turned as red as a ripe tomato. If one were to affix a chimney to his forehead, it might very well start emitting smoke. Zhou Jiangjun, feeling a sense of pride, waved his phone at him. My friend, the journey of love is about to commence. Chen Lifei merely smiled, choosing silence. He remembered that in his previous life, Zhou Jiangjun had not known this girl. During that time, Chen Lifei had spent the entire summer trailing after Lin Xiyun, while Hanyu had not arrived in Jinggang early, leaving Zhou Jiangjun and him to languish in an internet cafe every day, devoid of any opportunity to meet girls. Zhou Jiangjun's first romantic relationship only materialized in the final year of college. Their bond was quite strong until Zhou Jiangjun was diagnosed with cancer. The girl took care of him for a month before disappearing without a trace, leaving only a WeChat message. I'm sorry, I like you, but I lack the courage to continue walking this path with you. Forgive me. At that moment, Chen Lifei thought the girl lacked compassion. Yet, reflecting now, he realized she was not at fault. At least she had devoted herself wholeheartedly while they were together. When faced with life and death, she made a choice that an ordinary person would deem right. After all, it was just a romance. The girl bore no obligation to sacrifice her future for him. Chen Lifei glanced at Zhou Jiangjun, hoping that in this lifetime, this foolish giant would encounter a love that was truly his, a love that would endure, unwavering, till the end. May he cherish his health, live long, and grow old with the one he loves. Unbeknownst to Zhou Jiangjun, Chen Lifei was lost in thought. He turned and saw Chen Lifei gazing at him with a hint of affection, sending shivers down his spine. You wouldn't be feeling jealous now that I have found love, would you? Just so you know, my heart belongs to you, but my body is solely for women. Chen Lifei, to hell with that. Who cares about that nonsense? He punched Zhou Jiangjun lightly and headed off with the movie tickets. Zhou Jiangjun, still trailing behind, pranced around like a fool. Are you upset? Is my newfound love making you envious? Hee. Chen Lifei, drop dead. Chapter 75, The Little Crybaby Cries Again. Chen Lifei and Zhou Jiangjun settled into the last row of the cinema, finding their seats. During summer vacation, the cinema was bustling with patrons, especially with the release of the Transformers franchise, drawing numerous parents and their children. Chen Lifei felt an ominous premonition wash over him. Oh no, this was a miscalculation. Watching Transformers during the summer? Had he inadvertently poked the hornet's nest of unruly children? Just as he was about to drag Zhou Jiangjun away, he caught sight of a slender figure entering the theater. Xiao Baiwei walked in gracefully, her fair hand clutching a cup of iced cola. Accompanied by the girl with a ponytail, she ascended the stairs. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, drawing closer. Xiao Baiwei glanced at the seating on the ticket, then raised her eyes, momentarily surprised as their gazes locked. The atmosphere turned awkward. It was the ponytailed girl who broke the silence. Zhou Jiangjun, it was truly an oversight earlier. After the movie, I'll treat you to milk tea. Xiao Qiao had already calmed down, waving her hand dismissively. It's fine. I should have held on better. Zhou Jiangjun replied, let us not be formal. We're friends after all. I'll treat you later. With that, he cast a smug glance at Chen Lifei. Look who knows how to impress the ladies. I could play that game too. Chen Lifei. After a brief moment of surprise, Xiao Baiwei averted her gaze and proceeded to her seat. Xiao Baiwei and Xiao Qiao were in the second to last row, while Chen Lifei and Zhou Jiangjun occupied the 4th and 5th seats in the 6th row, respectively, placing the 2 girls directly in front of them. Once Xiao Baiwei settled in, Chen Lifei turned to glance at her, catching a glimpse of her flawless profile. Her straight nose formed a lovely curve, and her long, thick eyelashes framed bright, clear pupils. Half of her exquisitely delicate face was obscured by her sleek, dark hair, making it appear even smaller, like a porcelain doll. Chen Lifei couldn't help but think of the trendy BJD dolls that would become popular in a few years. Zhou Jiangjun nudged him. Hey, keep your eyes in check. You're staring like you're going to bore a hole through her. Watch out, or I might tell Xiao Yu about your infatuation. Chen Lifei could not be bothered to respond. Suddenly, the theater lights dimmed completely, plunging everyone into darkness, save for the bright screen before them. The movie was about to begin. Chen Lifei reluctantly settled back into his seat, realizing he was now trapped. Zhou Jiangjun, that big fool, had already promised to treat the girls to milk tea after the film. What would it look like if they snuck out midway? How petty. The movie commenced. And though Chen Lifei had seen Transformers 4 ages ago, he had forgotten much of the plot, soon becoming engrossed in the story. However, his greatest fears came to fruition. Just as Optimus Prime was being outmaneuvered by the antagonist, a small boy suddenly leapt from his seat, pointing dramatically at the villain and shouting, "I will eliminate you in the name of the moon." The boy's mother chimed in, "Yes, eliminate him. Our Yaozu is amazing." Chen Lifei, Zhou Jiangjun. The ensuing scenes saw the little boy loudly negotiating with his mother on how to vanquish the villain. Unable to endure any longer, Chen Lifei grabbed a piece of popcorn and hurled it at the boy's head. The boy yelped, turning to look, but Chen Lifei remained impassive, returning his attention to the film. The boy rubbed his head and turned back. Just as he prepared to speak again, another piece of popcorn flew through the air, striking him squarely on the forehead. This back and forth continued several times until the boy finally burst into tears. His mother rushed to comfort him. At last, someone couldn't take it anymore. "Which little brat is crying? Can't you take him out? I spent a fortune on these tickets, and I'm not here to listen to your wailing." The boy's mother had intended to argue, but faltered upon realizing her opponent was a towering figure nearly 6'3". With a glare, she took her son and exited the cinema. Chen Lifei popped a piece of popcorn into his mouth. Finally, peace had returned. Just as he intended to resume watching the film, his peripheral vision caught something amiss. The bright light from a movie screen illuminated everyone's faces, revealing their expressions in vivid clarity. Thus, Chen Lifei effortlessly caught sight of the red-rimmed eyes of Xiao Baiwei, along with the tears cascading from them. Her skin was exceedingly fair, making the crimson hue around her eyes particularly conspicuous. Beads of tears, as small as peas, emerged one after another from her eyes, gliding down her smooth, delicate skin and dangling beneath her slightly upturned chin, glistening with brilliance. Chen Lifei thought, what on earth? Why is she crying? Is it over the Autobots or the Decepticons? At that moment, the plot unfolded to a scene where the Decepticons were cornered and nearing their breaking point. Meanwhile, Xiao Baiwei, engrossed in the film, seemed to be unable to hold back any longer, and tears suddenly surged forth from her eyes. She even extended her hand to cover her face, her long, silky hair cascading down, enveloping her entire visage. Only her faintly visible fingers and the tremor of her shoulders could be discerned. Chen Lifei mused. If the Decepticons were aware that thousands of miles away, in a mysterious ancient land, a fair and beautiful girl was weeping for them, they would surely feel that even in death, they had died with purpose. It turned out that the little crybaby had remained a little crybaby at heart. Despite transforming into a seemingly aloof goddess, her essence was still that of a tender-hearted girl. Chen Lifei couldn't help but chuckle. It was indeed amusing. After the film concluded, when the lights in the theater brightened, Xiao Baiwei had regained her composure. However, having wept for nearly half the movie, her eyes were still a vivid red. Not wishing to reveal her vulnerability, she kept her head bowed, feigning interest in her soda. As they passed by Chen Lifei and Zhou Jiangjun, the latter called out to them, "Let us go together. We should buy some milk tea." Little Xiao turned to Xiao Baiwei and asked, Wei, shall we join?" Yet, Xiao Baiwei remained reluctant to lift her gaze. She turned slightly, her voice cool and distant. "I want tea, have any? I never indulge in such sweets." However, because Chen Lifei had witnessed her tears firsthand, he could detect a hint of suppressed sobs in her voice. It appeared that the once unabashed crybaby had matured. Now concerned about her pride and unwilling to weep in front of others, she was no longer the girl who cried out loud for all to see, akin to a candied hawthorn skewer. Ultimately, Xiao Baiwei and little Xiao declined Zhou Jiangjun's invitation. As they bid farewell, Chen Lifei observed Xiao Baiwei, still bowing her head, her hair shielding her embarrassment. After a moment's thought, he took the bag from Zhou Jiangjun's hand and handed it to Xiao Baiwei. Suddenly, a pair of hands holding an Adidas bag appeared in her lowered line of sight, momentarily startling her. Chen Lifei's voice resonated from above her. "I found this cap quite suitable for Uncle Xiao while shopping, so I bought it for him. Please help me return it to him. Consider it a token of goodwill from a junior to a senior in our first collaboration." Zhou Jiangjun was left utterly bewildered throughout the entire exchange. "Wait, isn't that my cap? You're using my cap to express your sincerity? Chen Lifei, are you out of your mind?" As Chen Lifei departed with Zhou Jiangjun, Xiao Baiwei found herself momentarily lost in thought. It was little Xiao who shook her arm, asking, Wei, what's wrong? Let us go." Only then did Xiao Baiwei snap back to reality and open the Adidas bag, revealing a white baseball cap. The cap was slightly oversized for her head, with a wide brim that obscured much of her face. When she donned it, the cap shielded her entire upper face, hiding her reddened eyes and the tip of her nose. Little Xiao glanced at the cap and remarked, "Is this a gift from your friend for your dad? It doesn't seem like something a middle-aged man would wear." Xiao Baiwei pressed her lips together, remaining silent. Deep down, she understood Chen Lifei's intention behind giving her the cap. It was certainly not meant for Xiao Guoli, who, as a businessman, always donned suits and ties, exuding a strong presence and never opting for a baseball cap. Hence, Chen Lifei was merely using Xiao Guoli as an excuse to bestow the cap upon her. As for his true intention, Xiao Baiwei gently bit her lip, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. Was it possible that Chen Lifei had noticed her tears? She furrowed her brow slightly, unable to articulate her emotions, only feeling a hint of humiliation, irritated yet unsure of why she felt that way towards him. Xiao Baiwei hastily changed the subject. "Sometimes my dad plays golf, so a baseball cap comes in handy." Observing Xiao Baiwei's hasty retreat, little Xiao was left perplexed. Golf requires a baseball cap? She wondered. Oh well, who cares? I've never played anyway. Throughout their journey, Zhou Jiangjun ranted about Chen Lifei. "That cap cost 200 yuan. You'd better compensate me. Using my cap to charm a girl, you really know how to play it, Chen Lifei." "I'm definitely telling little Yuer. What are you going to tell?" Chen Lifei replied. "I'm giving it to her dad, not her." Zhou Jiangjun retorted, "Come on. Why would you give her dad a gift unless you're trying to woo his daughter? He invited me to be a tutor for his child, offering 2,000 yuan a month. Isn't it appropriate to bring a gift?" Chen Lifei responded. Zhou Jiangjun was dumbfounded. "Wait, bro. Why are you always making money behind my back? By the way, does he need another tutor? How about a buy one, get one free deal? Buy one, get one free, and you still want money? The free one is supposed to be a bonus. Get lost." After watching the film, Chen Lifei returned home, and his phone vibrated with a QQ message. Initially thinking it was Zhou Jiangjun or little Yuer reaching out to chat, he was taken aback to discover that the message was from the little crybaby herself. "Thank you, Chen Lifei." Chen Lifei couldn't help but recall the few words Xiao Baiwei had previously uttered to him. "You're Chen Lifei? Hello, Chen Lifei. Goodbye, Chen Lifei. And now, thank you, Chen Lifei." Following the cliched trajectory of a romantic drama, would the next messages be "I'm sorry, Chen Lifei, and I love you, Chen Lifei"? His thoughts wandered, but the response he crafted was rather serious. "Not at all. Transformers is indeed quite touching. I was almost moved to tears." Sitting on her bedroom bed, Xiao Baiwei hesitated for quite a while before mustering the courage to thank Chen Lifei. "So, he really saw me cry?" She pondered, biting her lip. Her cheeks slightly flushed with embarrassment, yet she refused to admit it. "I'm fine. I didn't cry, just yawn a few times." "Oh yes, of course," Chen Lifei replied. "Then take care and sleep early. Good night." Xiao Baiwei, with a hint of pride, pouted slightly. Chen Lifei chuckled and chose not to reply further. The summer days passed swiftly. Zhou Jiangjun had successfully passed his second driving test. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoyu had secured a part-time summer job at a children's amusement center, spending her days playing with kids at the amusement park. Chen Lifei has confirmed the tutoring schedule with Chen Lifei, and classes have commenced. As predicted by Xiao Guoli, the top student class is in high demand, whether it is personal tutoring from the top scorer or small classes limited to 30 students. The marketing strategy of scarcity has proven to be highly effective. The promotional campaign was so compelling that the class filled up within a mere 2 days. Xiao Guoli, maintaining his integrity, promptly transferred all the tuition fees to Chen Lifei after receiving payment, in addition to the 20,000 yuan salary. The total amounted to 110,000 yuan. When Xiao Guoli inquired about Chen Lifei's bank account number, Chen Lifei replied, "Uncle, please transfer it directly to my Alipay." Xiao Guoli expressed his concerns. "Lifei, with such a substantial sum, it would be safer to keep it in a bank. Those Alipay things are merely traps for young people like you. If the platform were to collapse, how would you retrieve your money? Moreover, have you noticed the exorbitant interest rates on Alipay? It's undoubtedly a scam. They want your principal while you seek to earn their interest." Chen Lifei chuckled. "It's all right, uncle. I haven't had the chance to set up my bank account yet. Just transfer it to my Alipay for now, and once I have my bank account, I'll deposit it there." Chen Lifei chose not to engage in a debate about the safety of Alipay, knowing it would be futile. They would never comprehend how this app had rapidly ascended in just a few years, delivering a near-catastrophic blow to major banks, forcing them into a restructuring to maintain market equilibrium. Over time, the interest rates on Alipay have dwindled, and they are currently at their peak. In terms of flexibility and interest rates, it surpasses traditional banking methods. Seeing Chen Lifei's determination, Xiao Guoli refrained from further persuasion. After transferring the money, he reiterated the importance of depositing it into a bank promptly, cautioning, "You're just a child. Keeping so much money on your phone is risky. What if you lose your phone?" Chen Lifei responded with a smile. I never expected my little tearful friend's father to be quite humorous. Chapter 77. Having just turned 18 this year on the first day of the top student class, Chen Lifei arrived at the Qingyao training school established by Xiao Guoli. Following the provided address, the school was quite expansive, with 3 floors. The top student class assigned to Chen Lifei was located on the 3rd floor, where he was granted 2 classrooms for teaching mathematics and comprehensive science. The students he taught were soon-to-be high school seniors, all around his age, with at most a year or 2 of difference. Communication flowed effortlessly without any generational gap. Furthermore, Chen Lifei's humorous demeanor helped alleviate the pressure during lessons, resulting in an excellent teaching atmosphere. Some students naturally felt intimidated by teachers, but before their peers, they appeared much more relaxed. After days' classes, Chen Lifei found himself less exhausted than anticipated. The students felt this was the most enjoyable tutoring class they had ever attended, free from the constant pressure of being told that falling behind by a moment could mean lagging behind thousands. No one incessantly reminded them that the college entrance examination was the most critical path in their lives, that a decade of hard work culminated in this one opportunity, creating an atmosphere where any misstep in the examination seemed to spell disaster for their futures. Chen Lifei's teaching philosophy was straightforward. While the college entrance examination is crucial, indeed, it is the last relatively fair competition in your lives. It is by no means the sole determinant of your futures. Even if you fail once, there is always a chance for redemption. And even if you choose not to retry, as long as you continue moving forward, you will undoubtedly acquire more, richer, and more beautiful experiences than you have now. There are countless paths in life. I only hope that you tread each one with dedication and without regret, for that is far more significant than mere success or failure. Upon delivering this message, Chen Lifei observed the admiration in the eyes of his students and mused, if my fortunes ever wane, perhaps I could venture into social media, becoming a motivational blogger. There's always a path. After the day's lessons concluded, Chen Lifei felt a slight scratch in his throat, but upon glancing at his Alipay balance, all his worries dissipated. He recalled that Su Xiaoyu was working nearby in a shopping mall, at a large children's amusement center. Since there was still ample time, he decided to find Su Xiaoyu for dinner. Arriving at the amusement center, he looked around but did not see her. After sending a QQ message inquiring about her whereabouts, he assumed she was busy working and would not respond immediately. Chen Lifei wandered aimlessly through the mall, waiting for her reply. He took the elevator to the 2nd floor, passing by a claw machine where a young boy, around 7 or 8 years old, was attempting to win a toy under his mother's supervision. Amused by his efforts, Chen Lifei stood by, watching as the boy spent over 20 tokens without success. Frustrated, the boy stomped his foot, exclaiming, "I'm not trying for this one anymore. Let us switch." He tugged at his mother, moving to the adjacent machine. Observing this, Chen Lifei, with a glint of mischief in his eye, exchanged for 10 tokens at the front desk. He walked over to the machine the boy had just vacated, inserted 3 tokens, and maneuvered the joystick. The boy's attention was captured, his eyes fixed on Chen Lifei's hands, wondering if he could succeed where he had failed. On the first attempt, he did not manage to grab the toy. Undeterred, Chen Lifei inserted 3 more tokens. As he manipulated the joystick, he mused, this time it's going to work. Claw machines often follow a pattern. Typically, the claw is adjusted to be loose for the first several attempts, and after that, it becomes stronger for a brief period. Chen Lifei sensed the claw had significantly more grip this time. He steadied his aim, pressed the button, and predictably, the claw firmly grasped the toy, lifting it and dropping it into the retrieval chute. The young boy, witnessing this, broke down in tears, wailing, "Why could you grab it? Why couldn't I? Why? Why?" Chen Lifei chuckled internally. "Uncle, I just turned 18. With a playful heart, he retrieved the toy and held it in his left palm. Then, he crouched in front of the sobbing boy, smiling. Just when the boy expected Chen Lifei to gift him the toy, Chen Lifei revealed his right palm, which held the remaining 4 tokens. "Oh dear, I got it after just 2 tries. I don't need the rest. They're for you." As Chen Lifei walked away, the boy, looking at the tokens in his hand, cried even louder than before. After committing this cheeky act, Chen Lifei received a call from Su Xiaoyu. "Hello, Chen Lifei. Did you need something? I was busy and didn't see your message. I just replied, and you took ages to respond." Chen Lifei had been preoccupied with entertaining the child, and hadn't had the chance to check his phone. He inquired, "Are you at the Times, Tianjin Shopping Mall? I'm currently here as well. When do you finish work? Shall we dine together?" Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoyu's spirits lifted, and her voice became noticeably more cheerful. "Aren't you supposed to be tutoring someone? How come you have time to come and find me?" Chen Lifei replied, "I just finished class. The school is quite nearby, so I thought I'd drop by." A smile played on Su Xiaoyu's lips. She cared not whether he had come out of his way. The mere fact that he sought her company brought her joy. I'm currently at the Children's Amusement Center on the first floor, near the spinning slide. I'm wearing a blue hat and a blue vest. Do you see me? At that moment, Chen Lifei was on the second floor, leaning over the railing to glance down. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. A blue hat, a blue vest. Is that not the uniform of the amusement center? All the staff are dressed in such attire. Yet, he soon spotted Su Xiaoyu amidst the 5 employees by the spinning slide. She stood out remarkably, tall and slender, her legs long and straight. Her upper body was clad in a simple t-shirt, layered with a blue vest, while her lower half boasted a black pleated skirt, revealing her smooth, fair thighs. Her long hair cascaded down, tied in a high ponytail, and her profile, unobscured by makeup, was delicate and exquisite, instantly captivating. Chen Lifei descended the stairs and approached the spinning slide, waving at Su Xiaoyu. She noticed him too and greeted him with a bright smile, enthusiastically waving back. Seizing the opportunity while their supervising manager was distracted, Su Xiaoyu trotted over to Chen Lifei and said, "I have 20 minutes left until I finish work. Please wait for me at the nearby bubble tea shop. I will join you shortly." Chen Lifei nodded. "What would you like to drink? I can order it for you in advance." After a moment's thought, Su Xiaoyu replied, "I'll have a taro bubble tea, just a third sweet though. Too much sweetness leads to weight gain." As Chen Lifei entered the bubble tea shop and placed the order, a playful impulse struck him. With a mischievous grin, he said to the staff, "Hello, I like a taro bubble tea, but without the taro and without the bubbles." The staff member blinked in confusion.